Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had 2 Sacred Gear Welsh Dragon Boosted Gear and Black Dragon Dark Blade Part 2. Before we start, please go support Noah Liebert 12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Prologue 3. Where am I? I was wondering that, while I, Hyoudou Issei, was floating in the immense darkness, and that's when I saw him. There was a black-haired boy running through a field. His clothes were very dirty. Behind him there was another black-haired boy who was yelling at him. Come on, Issei, is that all you can give? My little self told him. No dude, I can still do more. He told me. I already told you to call me sir. I told him. Yes sir. As I watched this, fear came over me. I started to shake and got up from my bed sweating cold while screaming. No! Kuoh, Asia and Akeno woke up scared by my screams. But ignoring them, I ran to the bathroom, turned on the light and started hitting the wall while I looked at the mirror with eyes that represented fear and said, "Stay away from me, don't come back again, stay away." My screams woke up Zenobia and Kaneko, who saw strangely what I was doing. Kuoh, Akeno and Asia got dressed and came out to see me. All the girls remained silent when they saw me crying, kneeling on the floor while I continued screaming, "Get away from me!" My parents at that moment came out of their room very quickly, going to where I was. Kuoh asked them, "Father, mother, what's wrong with Issei?" Asia said, "Yes, I'm worried too," my father replied. "For now, don't say anything and wait for him to calm down." My mother hugged me and I told her excitedly, "Mom, I saw him again. He's coming for me again." My mother told me, "Calm down, son, he won't come again." My father bent down and hugged me while still kneeling on the floor and said, "He won't come again, son, calm down." Both of them hugged me for a long time until I calmed down, and they took me to my room. Kuoh asked, "Mother, will he be okay?" Akeno told her, "How can we help?" My mom told them, "It's best if you let him sleep alone tonight. Let him be alone and relax, that's the best." Kuoh, Asia, and Akeno told them, "But mother," my mom yelled at them like never before. "It's an order, for Issei's sake." The girls didn't say anything and went to other rooms in the house. My father sat next to me while he only said, Hunter, pray. My dad told me, "Calm down, it's over." I lay down on my bed and they left me sleeping. The girls were still surprised by what was happening to me, but they decided to let me rest and go to their rooms. While in hell, a girl with pigtails asked a redhead, "Seraorg-chan, what is love?" Seraorg said, "Well, it's something difficult to say, but I guess it's a feeling of conformity and trust with another person." "Why Seraorg-san?" Seraorg told him, "I feel good when I talk to that dragon emperor, and I feel like I can trust him. After he saved me, these feelings increased." Seraorg said to her, "I suppose you are grateful to him." Seraorg answered her, "It could be that, although I'm not sure." Seraorg thought, "I don't believe that Issei could even pierce Seraorg's heart. I thought he would only love his sister, but well, maybe I'm exaggerating." While at the Hyoudou house, I woke up early that day, still with some after effects of what had happened the night before. When I went down to breakfast, I saw the girls worried and I told them, "I'm sorry if I worried you last night, but please, for whatever you love, don't ask me anything." Kuoh, Akeno and Asia, who were thinking of answering, didn't say anything, and my mom served me the food. I ate faster than usual and went out to the park alone without telling anyone. I sat near a bench and remembered when Reincarnation killed me, and I said, "If it's not one thing, it's another. I must put my thoughts in order." With nothing else to do, I returned home calmly. Hi, I'm back. I hope I haven't been away too long. This prologue has little or nothing to do with what follows in this part of the story, but it will have relevance throughout the story. Without further ado, Phantom is leaving and I'll see you tomorrow with another episode. Hellish holidays. I woke up in semi-darkness again, but this time the girls were in front of me without clothes. They looked at me attentively and said seductive things to me. I touched my head and said, "Well, the truth is that." Then I heard a voice saying, "Come out with me," I said. "But," I was stunned because I recognized the voice. I said, "It can't be." The voice said, "How bad you are. Have you forgotten about me already? Even though we had a date together." I turned and saw her. "Yuma," she said. "Yes, that's right. With that name it was that I wanted to kill you." Then I saw her with her fallen angel appearance, and she said, "Could you die for me?" I woke up with tears, startled. Next to me were sleeping Kuoh and Asia as always, and I thought, why now? In that a lump rose in the sheets, and I discovered that it was Akeno who looked at me and said, "I'm here," I said nervously. "What happened, Akeno-san?" She said, "Is my body nice?" I told her, "Well, the truth is that yes," Akeno said very happily. "I'm glad to hear that. I want to know much more about you." I looked at her more nervous and said, "More about me?" She approached to kiss me, and at that moment I heard Kuoh's voice. "Akeno, when did you enter the room?" Akeno told her. Era, I just came to give my Issei morning caresses. Bucho asked her. Yours? Since when are you his master? Akeno said. It's not that, I'm his senpai. Taking care of him is my job, Bucho said. So that's what it's about. Both got up and began to look at each other in a defiant way. Asia began to get restless and said, Is it dawn yet? I caressed her head and said, Not yet, Asia, can you keep sleeping? She said, sleepwalking while hugging me. I'll listen to you, Issei-san. And she fell asleep lying on me. I heard a noise that scared me a little. When I looked up I saw that Bucho had thrown a pillow in Akeno's face, and said, Don't try to touch what's mine. Akeno took another pillow, and while she threw it she said, It's just a little Rias, you're bad. Bucho took the pillow and filled it with her power and said, I just remodeled the house. I won't let you do whatever you want. Akeno blocked the pillow, destroying it with her rays, and I told them, Calm down both of you. Wait, remodeling? I saw that my room was much bigger, and I shouted, What happened here? At breakfast, my father said while we were all eating, I never thought there would be so many people in my house. The house has 6 floors and 3 basements. They told me that Rias's father is working on the remodeling. Do a remodeling like a pilot, my mom said. I didn't think they would finish while we slept. The kitchen is very big. You can prepare whatever you want there, my dad told him. Although your food will always be the best, my mom said. Dear, don't say that. The kids are here. I thought. I know they act like fools in front of girls, but this is going too far. Although, Drake told me, Are you still thinking about your nightmare from days ago? I told him, Yes, that anxiety attack was too much, but I'm glad they don't ask anymore. Bahamut told me, I never believed what I saw in your dream. I told him, I didn't think he would come back either. After finishing we went to school, Asia said. The house has become quite noisy. I thought, she is right in what she says, although I did not expect to live with so many women. At that moment I remembered Ryusoulger and stopped walking and thought, why did she appear now? Asia noticed and came to where I was to ask me, Issei-san, are you okay? I said, Yes, Asia, do not worry. I remembered when Ryusoulger killed her, and I took her by the shoulders and said, Asia, I promise to protect you from anything. I hugged her, and she blushed, saying, Thank you, Issei-san, Akeno said. Era, you seem very lively this morning. I stopped hugging Asia and said, It's nothing. I just remembered something. Zenovia said, Something related to making babies? I said, Is that all you think about? Kaneko said, That doing those things early is unpleasant, Issei-senpai. I told her, Don't get me wrong, Kaneko-chan. Bucho said, Well, you should show your affection somewhere else. Although I'm glad you said you will protect Asia. I told her, It's not just her, Bucho. I will protect everyone with my life if necessary. Bucho said, I'm glad to hear that. Akeno said, Let's go or we'll be late. I told her, You're right, Akeno-san. I approached and said, Bucho, Rias's mind. So Akeno is Akeno, Asia is Asia. But I'm just Bucho. Kuoh Academy. Kates and Murayama were asking Asia and Zenovia, What are you guys doing during summer vacation? Asia said, It's my first time experiencing a long holiday. Zenovia said, I'm going to go crazy. Meanwhile I was having my own problems. Both perverts were around me and were telling me, Tomorrow starts summer vacation. It'll be beach, pool and harassment. I told them, I don't even know why I'm listening to you. Aika appeared and said, Making perverted plans for the summer? I said, Speak for them. Matsuda said, I already have one with glasses, I don't need you. Besides, Motohama's glasses can measure any girl. Aika said, Do you really think you're the only one with that ability? I was drinking a box of juice and stood up to start leaving when Aika said, Oh, I see, Hyoudou Issei, you're pretty good. I said, What? I continued walking to my seat and heard Aika say, Asia, how lucky you are. Hyoudou Issei is well endowed. I spit out the juice I was drinking at that moment and said, Don't speak of it lightly. The girls started to look at me in a strange way while I cursed my luck. At the occult club, I opened the windows and started thinking about the dream I had, and I said, Girlfriend, yes, I had one, but she tried to kill me. Maybe I'm thinking about that because of this morning. Gasper, who was next to me, asked, Is everything okay, Issei-senpai? I said, If nothing happens, Kiba, do you have plans for this summer? He told me, Is it true that it's your first time? Asia asked Kaneko, What do you usually do in summer, Kaneko-chan? But Kaneko didn't answer her. At that moment Bucho entered the club room and told us that she was going to hell. I asked her, somewhat worried, How long will you be gone, Bucho? She told me, I'll just go like every summer. I told her, more relieved, I'm glad, I thought you would leave me. She took my face with her hands and said, I won't leave you, Issei. You and I will be together for a long time. Besides, you will come with me, as my servants should do. Sensei said at that moment, I will go too, Bucho said. At what moment did she enter? Sensei told her. If you can't feel my presence, it's because you still need to train. In my thoughts, I said, I can't believe I'm going to a camp with Bucho. On the train. We were on a train bound for the underworld. I remembered the last time I went. Last time I came with the Graphusan power, and we came back on a tap. Bucho said, the new demon clan has to arrive this way. Gasper was in his box playing and saw Kaneko, who was doing nothing, and asked her, Kaneko-chan, won't you eat anything? Kaneko reacted and smiled, saying, I'm fine. Kiba looked at her suspiciously, while I was playing cards with the others, and Bucho said, we will be in Chitorai soon. I asked, Chitorai? Akeno just laughed, and I heard a familiar voice behind me. Hello, Hyoudou. It was Saji with Sona and Tsubaki. I smiled and said, so the student council is here too. Bucho said, how are you? Sona answered him. Since we were next to the train that came with the Gremory clan, we came to say hello. Bucho said, you are being a little harsh. Sona said, this year is not a common return like before. Saji asked me, will you train too? Zenobia said, we only heard that we would go with the president. Saji said, when we see each other again I will be stronger than you. Sona said, Saji, we go. Saji said, yes, see you. Before leaving, Sona turned to look at Bucho and said, see you later. Bucho said, yes, later. I was playing on a console I brought, and Gasper said, it's been a while since we said goodbye to the presidents. I said, then this place is too big. We heard a voice that said, soon we will arrive at the Gremory clan. I looked out the window and said, great, we have arrived. Akeno leaned on my chest and said, look. Everyone looked excited. We saw a giant place, and Zenobia said, it's all hectares. Akeno said, it's the Gremory territory. I said, surprised, it's so big. Kiba said, if we compare it, I think it's almost a quarter of Japan. I said, what? At that moment the train stopped suddenly, which caused us to fall, and I ended up under Akeno's breasts. Zenobia said, stopped. I said, what happened? Gasper said, there must have been an accident. Sensei arrived and said, how will important people come? Maybe they did it as a preventive measure. I said, who? Sensei said, it seems like he won't move, I'll go see. Bucho said, we were planning to meet with the lords of Asgard. I said, Viking mythology? Kiba said, that's right. Bucho said, besides the three powers there are other supernatural beings from other mythologies. I said excitedly, then I can ask questions and get the answers I always wanted. And Bucho said, calm down, Issei. I said, sorry, I guess the meeting will be about the Chaos Brigade. Bucho said, yes, it is an anti-terrorism meeting. I thought about Vala and I just wanted to train more. But Kaneko said, he's outside. The outside began to distort, and I felt myself falling. When I got up I realized that we were all lying on the ground. It was a place I didn't recognize. But I realized that Bucho wasn't there. Asia said, and the president? Zenobia said, don't move. We felt very large footsteps that made the earth tremble. Zenobia said, don't move, something is approaching. A giant dragon appeared and I said, a dragon. At that moment the dragon threw fire at us and I saved Asia. Kiba said while taking out his sword. It seems that it is not an ally. Zenobia said, then we have to attack. But Kaneko launched herself to attack without thinking. Akeno shouted, Kaneko-chan, wait. Kaneko ignored her. She grabbed her tail, but the dragon moved it with force, sending her flying where she crashed into a mountain, which made a wound on her head. Gasper and Asia did not know what to do. The dragon was approaching and Akeno flew into the sky and said, since the president is not here I will take her position. Hyoudou-kun, Zenobia-chan, entertain the dragon. Asia-chan heals Kaneko-chan. Issei-kun in that time charges energy. I will support you from the sky. We all said, yes, Vice President. I was surprised to see Akeno's attitude at that moment. Akeno attacked him with a lightning bolt, and Kiba and Zenobia went with their swords but were quickly repelled. Kaneko wanted to go on the attack but Asia stopped her. She said, Kaneko-chan, you can't fight yet. Akeno said, do it, Hyoudou-kun. Kiba said, yes, sword birth. He stuck his sword into the floor and many swords came out, but the dragon destroyed them instantly. Gasper said, I have to give my best, I'm a man too. At that moment he used his sacred gear to stop the dragon, but it broke free. Gasper said, I can't concentrate because of fear. I said, enough, double balance breaker. Activate the armor and launch myself into the attack. I gathered a lot of power. The dragon began to see me strangely, but nothing mattered to me. With all the power I had gained I used two techniques at once. I shouted, Mateo Dragonar! Hell Thunder! Both attacks fell on him and my armor was deactivated, because I did it with all my power. But it didn't do anything to the dragon. It was the end. It was approaching me while opening its mouth, when at that moment I heard Sensei's voice saying, enough. I was surprised to see Bucho and Sensei standing nearby. Surprised I said, Bucho, Sensei. An explanation later I said, so this dragon is a demon. The dragon said, how long has it been Drag? Drag answered him, that's right, Tannen. Tannen said, and if I'm not mistaken, are you Bahamut? Bahamut said. That's right, I'm Tannen. You've changed a lot, I said to them. Was he an acquaintance of yours? Sensei said. Blaze Meteor Dragon Tannen, one of the dragon kings who became a demon, Kiba said. A dragon that became a demon, that powerful it is, Sensei said. He gave me a hand with his training, Zenobia said excitedly. Was it just practice? Tannen said. I came to do him a special favor. Don't forget Fallen Angel. Also I met one of my mentors, Bucho said. Is everyone okay? Forgive me for deceiving you, but my brother also agreed, Sensei said. I must say it's your fault for not having prepared him well. Your delicacy and your doubts are a problem, Bucho said. I never doubted them, Sensei said. I wanted to see how they reacted to an unforeseen situation. According to that I decided to train them, Akeno said. It is noticeable that it is the idea of a fallen angel, Sensei said. I am their teacher. I must make them stronger, I said to my dragons. Why didn't you say you knew him? And what the hell is that mentor thing? Drake said. I didn't have to get into a game. I realized that Tannen wasn't using even 1% of his power, Bahamut said. Besides that, he calls me mentor because I raised the Dragon Kings. That's why I told you that Vritra is like my son. Besides that, when Tannen became a demon he turned to me. I asked him, and what was Drake doing? Bahamut said. They had already sealed him for fighting with the White One. That's why I have more abilities, Drake said. Maybe nobody remembers you, just because now our carrier is a servant of the Gremory clan and everyone saw your power in action, I said. Calm down both of you. Everyone was watching my talk with my dragons laughing, Sensei said. I can't believe you're arguing, Bucho said. Anyway, I can't take you all dirty to my house. We have to take a bath in the bathroom. Gasper was complaining saying, I'll pass, I'll go in later. I said to him, why are you embarrassed if you're a man? I had the towel up and I said, don't use the towel there. You're confusing me, Gasper said. It can't be. With those eyes is Issei-senpai looking at me? Akeno from above said to me, Issei-kun, don't actually harass Gasper. My gaze went blank and I looked at Gasper. He got a little scared and said, Issei-senpai? I took him by the arm and threw him into the water while I said, they misunderstood me because of you, Gasper said while falling. Sorry, Issei-senpai. I sat near Sensei who said, it would be better if I had something to drink. By the way, Issei, have you touched Rias's breasts? I told him. Well, I'm ashamed to say that I did. Thought. Although it was practically her who put my hands on her breasts. Sensei asked me, have you squeezed her nipples? I told him, no sir, and I don't intend to do it until I am in a stable relationship. Or until I am married, Sensei said. Prince. I ignored him and started talking to Bahamut. I said, now you explain to me about the Dragon Kings? Bahamut said. Easy. While Drake spent his time fighting with Albion, I spent my time exploring the world. Besides that, being the only infernal dragon, I had special qualities, which made the kings my protégés. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, that I took care of them since they were little lizards, and all that until that guild of Sons of Hitch's knights came and killed me with the fragments of Excalibur. But feels special, partner. I asked, why? Bahamut said, while Drake has changed carriers every time the current one died, you are my 7th carrier, in addition to the first with 2 dragons. I woke up startled, scaring my friends and Sensei, and shouted, 7th carrier! First with 2 dragons! I still couldn't believe it. Gasper saw me and said from a distance, as expected from Issei-senpai, he gets excited about anything. Kiba smiled and said, hey Gasper, about the training, Kaneko-chan attacked before the vice president's order. Gasper said, yes, she's acting weird. Kiba said, you think so, right? Gasper said, and that? Kiba said, I'm just intrigued. While in the women's part, Kaneko was thinking, Zenobia was training, Asia was admiring Zenobia training, Akeno was talking to Rias, while she was thinking about Issei and that she would like him to call her by her name, Issei from the future. But I'm an idiot. How did I not realize? While in an unknown location, Baiko was floating and said, sorry to have kept you waiting. A woman with black hair, yellow eyes, tail and cat ears said, wow, you took a long time, Baiko. Baiko said, I was confirming something with Vala. Well, I'll go pick him up. That guy is very annoying. The woman said, I don't care, Loki. Baiko said, don't say that, Kuroka. It's a job. Kuroka said, I just want my sister back. Wait for me, Chiron. Meeting of the young demons. I was stunned in front of Bucho's house and said, it's a mansion. At that moment, Graphic came out to greet us and said, welcome back, Ryusoulger-sama, and welcome to your guests. Upon entering we were greeted by many butlers and maids. There were too many that I was more surprised, Asia said. I'm very nervous, I said. I feel like we are doing something wrong. At that moment a red-haired boy came running and said, welcome back, Ryusoulger-sama. She hugged him and said, Milikas, you have grown a lot. I asked, who is that boy, Bucho? She said, He's my brother's son, Asia said. So he's the president's nephew, Bucho said. Introduce yourself. Milikas stood in front of us and said, I'm Milikas Gremry, nice to meet you, Asia said. How adorable, Zenobia said. Worthy of a prince, I said. Then Serzek Sama's wife is here. Grafia called us at that moment and said, guys, can you come in? He opened a door through which Milikas ran in while screaming, Rias Onissima is back. A woman's voice said, why so much commotion? A woman very similar to Bucho only with brown hair was inside and hugged Milikas. When I saw her I thought, is this woman Bucho's sister? Bucho told me, Issei, don't look at my mother like that. In my thoughts I said, what? Drake said, at least you didn't have one of your juices, otherwise you would have spit it out. I told him, I love and curse those juices. Akeno said, how long no see Venelama-sama? Everyone bowed, which I followed. Venelana said, I'm glad to see you are well, then I will introduce myself. I am Rias's mother, Venelana Gremry. I said in my head, she is very young. She saw me and said, you must be Hyoudou Issei, right? I said, how does she know me? She said, I must know the face of my daughter's fiancé like her mother. Flashback. Issei had entered the engagement party and said, I am Hyoudou Issei and the virginity of my Bucho Rias Gremry belongs to me. End of flashback. I said, it's that I said that because of what was happening. It wasn't my intention. Venelana said, don't worry, I understand. But putting Rias's feelings aside and naming you her fiancé. This she said with a slight smile. Bucho blushed and said, Mom. Venelana said, Rias, take your guests to the dining room. In the dining room, we were all sitting when Bucho's father said, Rias's guests, make yourselves at home. I began to eat calmly thinking about my things when I realized that Gasper wasn't eating. I asked him, what's wrong? He answered me, it's just that in these places I get more nervous. I also realized that Kaneko wasn't eating and I said, Kaneko-chan. At that moment Bucho's father said to me, Hyoudou Issei, how are your parents? I said, very well, and they are very grateful for the remodeling of the house. Bucho's father told me, I am very happy, although I wanted to make a bigger castle. I was surprised by what he said, and Bucho replied, Father, do not interrupt their culture. His father said, at least let me send them 50 maids. I almost choked when he said that. But he remembered what Bucho had told him. Having so many maids will affect Issei's daily life. Bucho's father said, that was the protest that my daughter gave. I said, I do not know how to take that. Bucho's father said, and Hyoudou Issei, I would like that from today on you call me Dad. Bucho blushed a lot and I was speechless. Venelana told him, calm down dear, you have to conquer his pure heart. Bucho's blush was the maximum, and she got up saying, Dad, Mom are the worst. Then she left. At night, I was in the room they gave me thinking and I said, what could Bucho's parents have wanted to tell me? Besides, I'm worried about Kaneko-chan. But other than that, what the hell is going on with this bed so big? My bed was giant. I couldn't be calm until they knocked on the door. It was Zenobia and Asia, who said to me, hello, Issei-san, can we come in? From one moment to the next I ended up with both of them in bed. I said, why couldn't you sleep? Asia said, I don't feel comfortable in such a big bed. Zenobia said, in the church we didn't have luxuries like these so I don't get used to it. I said, this has nothing to do with the church, but it is stressful. By the way, Gasper is not the one who was scared the most. Asia said, I went to see him and he's calm. In Gasper's room, Gasper was in his box while saying, this is what calms with Issei. I said, well at least that calms me down. Zenobia said, besides the bed is big enough for the three of us. We have to sleep because we have training tomorrow. I said, I don't think I can sleep. And just like I said, during the night Zenobia moved and her feet ended up on my face. That's how difficult my first night was. While with the Gremry family, they talked about the same thing as in the anime. While in Kaneko's room, she continued training non-stop. The next day, we were all standing watching Bucho and Sensei. He said, well, everyone has gathered. In the human world it would be 8 days. So I will prepare the training for everyone. I said, it doesn't seem so exe. A memory came to my head. It was me as a child running. Sir, this is the 9th day that we train without stopping. The man told me, and wait more days Issei. You can't be what is expected of you if you don't train. I said, yes sir. In my thoughts I said, no, get out of my head. Outside Bucho said worriedly, are you okay with Issei? I didn't realize I had started to shed tears. I wiped them and said, if it's not a problem. Sensei ignored him and said, Issei, we'll start with you. At that moment Tannen appeared and I said, this is really what I was expecting. Sensei said, I want you to train in balance breaker, although you are still an apprentice. I said, alright, let's start right now. Tannen grabbed me by the clothes and took me flying. The others did the same training as in the series. My training days were full of suffering as Tannen chased me non-stop while throwing fireballs at me. I had to endure more time in balance breaker, and when he let me I dedicated myself to strengthening my body and mind. I feared that the anxiety attacks would return and affect me in combat. My speed and strength increased, as well as my ability to use more time of balance breaker, Tannen told me. Do you need a trigger? I asked him. Trigger? He replied. Something that helps you master it completely. I told him. Then I will look for them, and I will be more powerful, Tannen said happily. Bahamut, Drag, I like the determination of its carrier. Bahamut said to him. You have no idea what things we have achieved with that determination. After training, Bucho asked me, how did it go? I told her. Well, it wasn't as bad as I thought. It gave me time to get stronger and increase my dragon abilities. Of course, I had trouble sleeping outdoors, but it reminded me of, I mentally said. No, not now, Sensei said. It seems that you have advanced some in every aspect. I told him. Tannen told me that I needed a trigger to help me, Sensei said. Then look for it. At that moment Akeno came in saying, I'm back. Bucho asked her. How is Kaneko? Akeno told her. She's sleeping, I said. It's not very common for her to faint in the middle of training, Sensei said. She overdid the training I gave her. She overloaded herself too much. But well, tonight we will have a reception for you, so get ready. I will go ahead. Sensei left the room and Asia said, Are we also going to a place as surprising? Bucho said. Not only us. There is also a guard for the VIP guests, Kiba said. As guests of the president we cannot do anything embarrassing. I was walking down the hallway while saying, the young demons, they are surely strong too. I remembered Vala and said, I have to defeat him at all costs. As I passed I noticed that I was near Kaneko's room and decided to go in to see how she was. When I entered she was sleeping peacefully, and I said to myself, I don't want to wake her up, at least I'm calm that she is okay. But when I looked closer I realized that she had cat ears. At that moment Bucho entered the room and said to me, Now I remember that there is something that I did not tell you. I saw her, and we went out to the balcony, she told me. This little one may be fighting right now with her own existence. I said, How is that possible? Bucho told me a story. A long time ago 2 twin cats were born. They had lost their home and their parents. But they were always together, they lived supporting each other. But one day they were picked up by a demon, and although they were raised and attached to the race of that demon, when they went as demons they had a hidden power. Not being able to stop the growth of that power, one of them killed his master and then disappeared. He began to be a danger and was persecuted. Maybe like his sister she could get out of control at any moment. The demons decided to eliminate the younger sister. But my brother took her in on the condition that we keep an eye on her. I want you to teach her the meaning of smiling in life. That was what my brother confided in me and I named that little one. I said, Kaneko Tujo, right? At that moment Kaneko said, That's right, I was that little one. Bucho said to her, Kaneko, is it okay for you to walk awake? Kaneko said, I'm sorry for worrying you. Bucho said, Kaneko is the strongest of the twin cats, a descendant of the yokai capable of using the arts of the sages. At the party, there were many demons enjoying the atmosphere. We were standing not knowing what to do, Kiba said, standing in front of the demon king. It's the first time I've seen one, Zenobia said. It's an incredible sight. Bucho, who had put on a beautiful red dress, said, Make sure you don't offend anyone. I said, What do you say, Bucho? Akeno was distracted with her black yukata and I said, Akeno-san. She said, What's wrong, Issei? I said, I started to think and I wondered what kind of training did you do, Akeno-san? Akeno said, Just common training. I thought, I see. Someone of Akeno-san's level doesn't need more training. Without realizing it, her smile disappeared and she became thoughtful. At that moment the members of the student council arrived. Sona said, Good night, Rias. Bucho replied, Good night, Sona. How is your training camp going? Sona said, More or less. Saji approached me and asked, How are things going, Hyoudou? I said, Well, I'd say well. A dragon chased me for 8 days, forcing me to go into balance breaker. But it doesn't matter. Saji was stunned and said, I feel bad now. I couldn't ask anything because I heard Seraph's high-pitched voice. Welcome, Sotan, Sona scared said. Sister. Seraph approached and Bucho said to her, How long no see, Seraph-sama? Seraph said, Hello, Rias-chan. And I see the double emperor dragon is here too. I told her, Nice to see you again, Seraph-sama. I'm glad you're okay. Seraph blushed and said, Thank you for your concern. But I should be more worried. You hurt yourself a lot when you saved me. I said, That's nothing. I'll always find someone stronger than me and I'll have to break my limits to save the innocent, especially people so full of life and happy. I smiled at her and Seraph's blush reached its maximum, while the girls looked at me strangely. Seraph's mind, how can he be so cute just by smiling? I think something's wrong with me. Future Issei. They call me Romeo. While with the leaders, Seraorg said, Michael should arrive soon. Azazel replied, I put Barakil in charge of security. According to him, Odin should be on his way. Seraorg asked. Is Betrayal escorting him? Azazel told him. It's just in case. There are many Norse gods who do not approve of the Asgardian faction's alliance with the three factions. Seraorg told him. It seems there are always those kinds of people. Azazel told him. The problem is that the Chaos Brigade is recruiting those people. With Issei, we were walking quietly and Sona said, we have to wait in this room until the ceremony starts. Bucho said, the other young devils are also here. I hope nothing bad happens, Sona said. Me too. At that moment a wall broke and out of it came out a girl with green hair and red eyes who said, it seems you really want to die, Emperador. Another boy with blue hair and marks on his face said, you bet on virginity, what's wrong with telling the truth? Damn hitch, Zenobia said. What's going on? Seijo said. A fight, Bucho said. As I thought. A tall and muscular boy approached and said, when young devils gather, is it normal for this to happen? Bucho said. Seraorg. Seraorg said, I will give my greetings then. He approached the fight and said, stop you too, princess of the Agar's family, say Vera. Troublesome boy of the Glaciolabala's family, Emperador. Emperador said to him, who are you calling troublesome? If you keep talking like that I will. Seraorg began to crack his fingers and said, this is sudden. But this is your last warning. One more and you will have to face me, Emperador said while trying to attack. Incompetent idiot of the Bale family. At that moment Emperador flew towards us and caused an impact that pushed Asia. A green-haired boy with his eyes closed held her and said, is everyone okay? Asia said, yes, thank you very much. In my head I talked to the dragons. Why do I feel something uncomfortable with that boy? Bahamut said, I don't sense many good intentions in him. Drake said, you have to be careful. I told him, I will. Outside, Saji looked impressed saying, incredible. Bucho said, is the next heir of the Bale family. Seraorg is my cousin. I said, I see. Bucho said, also he is the number one of the young demons. I heard a high-pitched voice that said, hi, it's been a while, Red Dragon Emperor. I turned to look and discovered it was Rias' sister. I said, are you the younger sister of that fried chicken? She said to me, my name is Ravel Phoenix. That's why I hate lesser demons. I asked her, how is your brother? Ravel told me, he is very depressed because of you. Well, it's his fault for bragging about his talents, so I'm sure it's a good lesson for him. I said laughing, you are tough although I think I went a little too far. In my mind both dragons told me. A little? I told them, well I beat him up. I said to Ravel, aren't you from his family? She said to me, after that I was transferred to my mom's family, and since she doesn't mess around, I'm a free bishop. I said, I see. She said, also, she gave me some kind of black box and said, this is a symbol of our friendship. I said, I don't know if I should accept something from you. They might try to kill me. She blushed and said, idiot, this is normally a gift for a high-class devil, and you red and black Emperor Dragon are a low-class devil, so you should accept it gratefully. I said, can you stop calling me Emperor Dragon? My name is Issei. She coughed a little and said, then I will give you the pleasure of calling you Issei-sama. I said, I think the sama is not necessary. She said, then Issei-sama. Next time we meet, I will give you some tea. I looked at her confused and she said, you lately I have been baking my own cakes, as then I have to receive others, so I'm leaving. Seeing her I just smiled and said, when we see each other will it be a bad time to tell her that I don't like tea? I took her gift without much concern. I realized that Kaneko got excited about something and left the room. I decided to follow her to see what was happening. She got into the elevator and went down. I got into the other one, and when I was about to press the button Bucho entered and I said, Bucho? She said to me, why are you so panicked? I said, Kaneko-chan suddenly left the room. She seemed to be chasing something. Bucho said, I don't want to make a scene yet. Let's look for Kaneko together. In the forest, Bucho's familiar came back to us after finding Kaneko. Bucho said, good job. He turned to look at me and said, my familiar found Kaneko. With Kaneko. Kaneko was running while thinking. I'm sure I felt it, that presence. A voice told me, it's been a while since we last saw each other, right? Kaneko looked at a tree and said, I knew it. A black-haired woman with cat ears and tail said, hello, Chiron. Both of them stared at each other, and Kaneko said, Sister Kuroka, I hope you like this chapter. I leave you a meme that I made while finishing the chapter. Chiron and Kuroka. Kuroka, who was still looking at Kaneko, said, but you came right away. I appeared. That moves me. Kaneko said, what is all this, sister? Kuroka said, don't make that scary face. But there is a meeting nearby. That's why I was a little intrigued. Naya. With Issei. We were looking for Kaneko, and I said to Bucho, will Kaneko-chan be okay? This place is very strange, Bucho told me. Kaneko is currently facing her own existence. Rias's flashback. Rias was in Kaneko's room watching her and said, how did it go? Kaneko said, I'm so sorry. Rias said, I'm the one who knows the most that you try hard. Kaneko said, I want to get stronger. Rias said, I know that, but you can't hurt yourself in the process, Kaneko said. Yuta senpai, Zenobia senpai, Akeno-san, and just like Issei senpai, I want my body and mind to get stronger. I can see that I'm getting stronger, but unlike Asia senpai, I don't have the power to recover, Rias said. Kaneko, but even you. Kaneko interrupted her and said, at this rate I'll become useless. Despite being the tower, I'm the weakest. I don't want to be a hindrance. These words surprised Rias. Kaneko continued while crying. I don't want to use the power of an Nikomata. If I use it, I'll be like my sister. I don't want that. I don't want to go through something like that anymore. Rias hugged Kaneko to comfort her. End of flashback. I told him her existence and her power. Bucho told me this is something where only she can give the answer. No one else can. At the meeting, Akeno was still sad for some reason. Asia said, we haven't seen Issei-san. Zenobia said, now that you mention it, neither the president. Azazel said, yes, good job, Barakil. Akeno turned to look and was surprised to see her father there. He came with a very old man and a woman with gray hair. Azazel said to him, long time no see, dirty old man. The old man replied, I say the same, fallen angel brat. Seraorg said, how long? Main god of the north, Odin. Odin said to him, Seraorg, I came by your invitation. Seraphol approached and said, welcome, Odin-sama. Odin stroked his beard and said, just look at her. Seraphol said, excuse me? Odin said, despite being a feast for the eyes, a young girl has no appeal in that outfit. With Issei, I was with Bucho when one came to me like a prick in the ear and I complained. Bucho asked me, what happened? I told her. Suddenly I felt like killing a god. Bucho looked at me confused, but we continued moving forward. At the meeting, Seraphol said, then, and she began to transform into the magical girl. Odin said, what is that? Seraphol said, wow, don't you recognize it? This is the magical girl outfit. Odin said, not bad at all. The albino woman on his side said, don't be rude, Odin-sama. Don't mislead the name of Valhalla. Odin said, damn, you're always so strict. That's why you don't have a boyfriend. The woman started to cry, saying, now everyone knows that I'm the only Valkyrie without a boyfriend. Everyone looked at her in astonishment, and Odin said, she is my companion. Her name is Rosweiss. She is good but somewhat strict, and she also doesn't have a boyfriend. A voice said, sorry for the delay. Everyone was surprised to see the Archangel Michael there. Michael said, Odin Dano, I am glad that you are as healthy as ever. Irina came with him, and Zenobia said happily, Irina, you came as Michael-sama's companion. She waved at them and Asia said, how nice, we meet again in a place like this. With Issei, we arrived where Kaneko was and we split behind a tree. Kaneko said to a black-haired woman, sister, why did you come? The woman answered, well, to pick you up, since before I couldn't do it because you always ran away. When I saw her I felt something inside me, like many other times, but this time it seemed stranger to me. Bucho said. Kuroka, I said, so that woman is your older sister. At that moment I heard Biko's voice, who said, hey Kuroka. Bucho said, they are here too. Kuroka said, what's wrong, Biko? Biko said to her, do you intend to leave aside those guys who are hiding? With your techniques I think you should have seen them as soon as they arrived. That left us stunned, and Bucho, we left our hiding place and Kaneko saw us. Issei-senpai, president, Bucho said. Kuroka, Kaneko is in my custody. I won't let you lay a finger on her. Kuroka said, wow, what are you saying? That's my sister, I don't know, I'll hand her over to a high-class devil. I looked at Biko and said, hello stupid monkey, how is Vala? Biko said, well, he's fine. Kuroka asked her, who is he? Biko said, he's the dragon emperor I told you about before. Kuroka said, so this is the boy who defeated Vala. I said, that's right, I defeated that boastful. Kaneko said, sister, why? Kuroka told her, Vala and the others will receive you with great joy. It is that you have the same power as me. Kaneko told her, I am part of Rias Gremry's family. I stood in front of her and said, we will not let you take her. Kuroka told me, we will take her by force. Biko said, anyway, if they resist it will be a waste of time. Bucho said, a waste of time? At the meeting, Seraorg spoke to everyone and said, the three factions signed a peace agreement in which we promised that there would be no more wars between us and formed an alliance. Since a certain man was brought here at Vala's request, Odin Dano, without you this would not have been possible. Odin stroked his beard a little and touched a wall and said, I knew it was you, fools. A symbol formed at the top of the hall, and from it came out a man with blue hair who said, I am the true Norse god Loki. Azazel said, we have a strange visitor. Seraorg said, Loki Dano, you have no right to cause a fight or call yourself the Norse god. Loki said, we the main gods have grown tired of fighting each other since the mythological age. Odin said, Loki, even if you return to Valhalla right now, we will not forgive you. Loki said, forgive me? Don't bother me, you stupid old man. Rosweiss said to him, how dare you call my master that? Loki said, why have these peace negotiations, when we should be heading towards Ragnarok, Azazel said. Who told you those stories? You must be related to the Chaos Brigade, aren't you? Loki said. I agreed to cooperate with me, but this is my will. My beloved son appears. A magic circle appeared and from it came a wolf that threatened everyone. With Issei, Bucho said. Issei. Kaneko. Let's hurry up and go back. A barrier appeared and I looked at Kuroka angry. She just smiled and said, the entire forest is closed by a barrier. Biko said, entertain us a little dragon emperor. He attacked us with his staff. Bucho launched an attack at Kuroka but she easily deflected it. I said, they don't mess around. A voice sounded in the sky. This aura feels very dark. I said something happy. Tannen, Bahamut said. So you followed us. Drake said, you arrive at the right time. I was surprised and Tannen said, the pulse of the two dragons is very strong in you, so it intrigued me. Hyoudou Issei. Biko said, hello ex-dragon king. Kuroka said, you look very happy sir monkey. Biko said, Kintu. A cloud came out of his feet and flew towards Tannen. Then he said, extend your staff. Tannen answered him with calls, but Biko escaped and started laughing saying, you are very skilled, ex-dragon king. Tannen said, damn Sun Wukong, you will entertain me for a while. Kuroka said, Sun Wukong and a demon. Well that combines fine. You will have to give me my sister or I will kill you in this place. Tannen said, Miss Rias, Hyoudou Issei, I will take care of the monkey. You finish off that cat. You are the master of the Dragon Emperor, right? I said, that's easy to say. Rias thought. The opponent is Kaneko's sister, and I have to fight her in front of Kaneko. Kaneko started walking towards Kuroka and said, sister, I will go with you. I told her, you can't do it Kaneko-chan. Bucho said, what are you saying? Kaneko said, so let them go. Bucho said, Kaneko, you are from my family and you are in my custody. I will not let you do this on your own. Kaneko said, I am the one who knows my sister's power best. Bucho hugged her and said, calm down, I will protect you. Kuroka said, you know my sister's powers better than me. Come closer, Chiron. I will make you one of the best senjutsu users. Kaneko said crying, I don't need that power. I don't want that power that does so much harm to people. Bucho said, Kuroka, you have become drunk with power but you have left wounds in her. After you killed your master, she saw a hell. The moment I met her she had no feelings. For Kaneko you betrayed her and she came to hate you, losing the path that was ahead of her, being cursed by the other demons, even being sentenced to be executed. She has been through many horrible things. Kaneko said, President Rias. Bucho said, that's why I showed her many fun things. Kaneko said crying more, I don't want to go with you sister Kuroka. I want to stay here and live with President Rias. Bucho said angrily, this little one is the tower of Rias Gremry. Tuja Kaneko is part of my precious demonic family. I will not let you lay a finger on her. In thoughts I said, that's why you are the best Bucho. I will not allow them to make her cry again. I felt in my body energy that came and went throughout my being. I approached and said, I will protect Kaneko-chan next to Bucho. Bucho looked at me and Kuroka said, even though they can't beat me they are idiots. Then Daishi started making symbols with her finger. After that a mist looked appeared and I said, what is this? Bucho and Kaneko fell in pain and I said, what did you do to them? Kuroka said, it's supposed to affect most demons, but I guess it doesn't work on dragons. I said, damn. Kuroka said, how I weaken the power of the poison. I don't think they will die so quickly. I will kill you slowly. I felt more energy running through my body. In the hall, Fenrir roared at everyone. The retinues prepared to attack. Fenrir jumped and caused some debris to start falling on Asia and Gasper, but Akeno destroyed them with a lightning bolt. Fenrir turned to look at her but then more powerful lightning bolts hit him. Betrayal said, I will not let you hurt my daughter. Loki said, idiots. But at that moment a green circle appeared below them and Ajuka told them, we cannot allow you to do what you please. Loki said, Beelzebub. At that moment Loki disappeared along with Fenrir. Betrayal asked Akeno, aren't you hurt? But she did not answer and Betrayal left. With Issei, Bucho launched another attack at Kuroka, but she started moving faster and said, that was a good attack but it was in vain. I shouted, boosted gear, dark blade. Both sacred gear appeared in my hands and I felt more power. Drake said, it's the result of your training with Tannen. The balance breaker has become stronger. I said, then I can keep it for longer. Bahamut said, you need a significant change. That depends on you. I said, but I don't know what to do now. Kuroka said, wow, the Dragon Emperor will stay still while I attack him. Let's see. He threw a senjutsu sphere at me but I absorbed it before with Bahamut. He told me. That was too much. I said, I don't know if I can do it anymore. At that moment Kuroka launched another attack towards Bucho and I covered her by hugging her. She said, Issei. I also hugged Kaneko while Kuroka continued to hit me with her attacks. Kaneko said, Issei-senpai enough. I said, don't worry, I will protect you with my life if necessary. Kuroka said, is this Vala's rival? Did you really beat him? In my thoughts I said, shit, I can't do anything. It's always like this. I can never do it in time. I let Asia die once. I made Bucho cry. If I can't save them, what's the point of being a legendary dragon? Another one hit me and Bucho, scared, said, Issei, enough. I stood up with determination and said, even if you are Kaneko-chan's sister, I will not forgive whoever makes her cry. Kuroka said, even if you are dirty, I can't leave you. How unpleasant. Kaneko said, Issei-senpai. I said, Kaneko-chan, inside me there are 2 legendary dragons. I also fear them. I'm afraid that they will get out of control. Even so, I am a useless demon. Kaneko said, the 2 dragons are very powerful, but as my sister, if you are not kind, they will go crazy. Even if you are not that strong, I want you to be the kindest dragon emperor that exists. In my thoughts I said, I feel more power is inside me. Drake and Bahamut said, you found it. Outside Tannen said, he did it. I said, I'm scared they'll get out of control and I'm useless, but I can't let anyone make those I care about cry. Oh. My power began to increase to the maximum, and my 2 auras rose. Both dragons said, you did it. My armor covered me completely and dragon wings came out of my back and I screamed. Double balance breaker, scale male. Kaneko said, is the best dragon I know. Tannen said, you did it. As expected of my apprentice, your power is enormous. Kuroka felt my power and got a little scared but said, this got interesting. I will give you a mix of my best senjutsu and Yujutsu attacks. I created a circle of power from which fire came out that turned into a wheel that shot towards me. Kuroka was surprised to see that it didn't affect me at all. I told her, that won't work on me. She made another attack and said, don't act cool. But with my fists I absorbed all her attacks, gaining more power. She was terrified when she saw me approaching at full speed. I threw a punch that raised a lot of dust around us. I destroyed the barrier and in front of me was a completely scared Kuroka. I told her seriously, don't make her cry, my cute kohai. She got angry and I said, next time you go after Kaneko-chan, whoever you are, I won't hesitate to kill you. Kuroka jumped back telling me, damn. Biko appeared on his cloud and took her away. Kuroka said, what are you doing? We're not finished yet, Biko said. Haven't you noticed when you got so angry? Kuroka said, Loki's presence. Why? Biko said, I don't know. But it's not time to play. Both went into a portal and disappeared. I deactivated the armor and I felt fine. I approached Kaneko and held out my hand, saying with a smile, are you okay, Kaneko-chan? She blushed and said, why yes, Issei-senpai. In the classroom, we had returned and Bucho was reporting the situation to Seraorg. Seraorg said, so it was the Chaos Brigade? Bucho said, yes, it was Biko and Kuroka. Seraorg said, how is she? Bucho said, it was a shock but she's fine now. After all, she's part of my family. Kaneko was happy by my side. She smiled like I'd never seen her before. Seraorg said, leaving her in your care was the best. You've matured a lot as a teacher, Rias. In the baths, everything happened the same. The girls talked about how hard the day was and Kaneko and Akeno talked about blood ties. With Issei, I was going to take a bath because the battle had left me very dirty. But I ended up getting lost. At that moment Bucho appeared and said to me, whoa Issei, what's going on? I said, Bucho, what happens is that I was going to take a bath and I got lost. Bucho said, I'm also going there. Let's go together. We went to the bathroom while talking about trivial things with the leaders. Azazel said, for now this matter is over. Seraorg said, Ajuka managed to teleport Loki and Fenrir quite far. But that will not be enough. Michael said, yes, there is no doubt that they will attack us again. Odin said, all this is my responsibility as the main god of the Norse kingdom. I hope you like this chapter. I leave you today's meme and with this I say goodbye. The god of deception. We were all in front of a pyramid made of magic that contained great power. We watched it closely until it began to release its power. Bucho said, the seal is being released. Sona said, that's right. Minutes before, we were at Bucho's house after the attack and Sensei told us. To defeat Loki, King Odin went to bring the Mjolnir. However, the place where Loki was teleported will only last a day to contain it. Bucho asked nervously, only one day? Sensei said, if Loki attacks us again he will come directly. Bucho said, if the demon kings were to come out in battle, it is possible that a war would spread, like the ones that occurred in the past. Is that what you mean? Sensei said, yes, but if that happens it will be like Ragnarok that Loki mentioned. The Chaos Brigade also caused this problem. It is the beginning of the end. Possibly this was their objective. Akeno said, let's hope that Odin-sama arrives soon with the Mjolnir. Bucho said, let me meet with Seraorg-sama, with the leaders. Seraorg spoke, are you sure you want to go volunteer on a mission to stop him? I can only transport a maximum of 10 people to where Loki is. And even if they buy some time, we are at the limit, Ajuka said. It is a risky mission, Rias told him. I am aware of the risk, Seraorg said. It seems that you are not the only volunteer. At that moment Sona entered along with Tsubaki and Saji. Sona said, the three of us as part of my clan offer ourselves as volunteers, Seraorg said. After all, they were not going to listen to us. Well, let's take responsibility for this matter. Since Rias-chan and the boys are relatives of the Demon King, they could not remain calm without doing anything. Azazel said, it is already decided. Rias does not have time to waste, asked both of them. Seraorg replied, yes. Michael said. For our part, Irina appeared smiling. Rias, surprised, said, Irina. St. Michael said, she now has no doubt about her strength. Irina said, leave it to me. Roswise said, the opponent is a god of Asgard. I will also go with them. Seraorg said, while Odin Dano transfers the Mjolnir. By some time before leaving, we were in a magic circle ready to go fight. Asia and Gasper were not going, Bucho told them. Even if we are together, you will have to stay here. But I ask you to fulfill the role of defensive squad. Gasper said, yes. Asia told me, Issei-san, please come back at all costs. I told him, don't worry, try to get along with the other demons, okay? Asia said, yes. Irina told Zenobia. Once again together, Zenobia. Zenobia said, yes, you're right, Irina. But now I became a demon. Irina said, you mean it's too dangerous, right? A woman with white hair and armor arrived at that moment and said, I'm sorry it took me so long to introduce myself. I'm Odin Lady's bodyguard. My name is Roswise. Saji blushed and said to me, look, Hyoudou, he is a splendid figure and in that suit. I shut him up with a blow and said, don't be disrespectful. Sona took him by the ear and said, thank you, Hyoudou. I approached Roswise and said, nice to meet you, Roswise-san. I am Hyoudou Issei, Double Dragon Emperor and pawn of Rias Gremory. I smiled and Roswise said to me, nice to meet you, Dragon Emperor. Roswise smiled. What a cute boy. He has a sincere smile and no bad intentions. And from what I know, he is very powerful. What is this that I feel inside me? With Issei. We were about to leave and Seraorg said, Graphia handed us a box that contained some bottles and said, they are Phoenix Tears. Due to the rush, we only got 3. Seraorg said, since they will not have their bishop, this is the best option. Bucho said, thank you very much. Seraorg said, but do not waste them. Bucho said, yes. I only saw her while I was standing with Kaneko and Akeno. Flashback. Kaneko was talking to Rias and said, please take me with you. Rias said, but Kaneko you. Kaneko said, I'm very sure now. Rias said with a smile, understood. End of flashback. With Issei. Kaneko pulled my sleeve a little and said, Issei-senpai, I want you to give me courage. I took her by the shoulders and said, of course I will. No matter the danger, I will protect you. Kaneko blushed and Akeno said, Era Issei-kun, it seems that you have won Kaneko-chan's heart. I said, Akeno-san. She stopped laughing and said, but the truth is, I also want Issei-kun to give me courage. She turned around and I couldn't see her expression. But something in me said that it wasn't right. Sensei said, we will start with the transfer. And he teleported us to where Loki was. Current moment. So our opponent is an evil god from Europe. Saji said, it will be harder than training. But I can't let anyone ruin the president's dream. I asked, the president's dream? Saji told me, yes, the president wants to open a raiding games school for low-class devils in the underworld. I said, I see, but what does it have to do with this event? Saji said, a school for low-class demons. There are many demons who underestimate that dream of the president. I said, they must be the nobles. Saji said, that's right. If we manage to have a peace treaty after this mythological fight, they won't tell us anything or change their minds. I said, I see. Saji said, you know my dream is to be a teacher at the school that the president founded. I told him, it's a good dream. Saji said, I can't let anyone get in the way of my dream or the president's. I said, yes, let's work together. Bucho said, here they come. At that moment the proamide began to shine and give off a lot of power. It rose to the sky and broke. A blue-haired man came out of there and said, Beelzebub, how impertinent. Roswise said to him, Loki-sama, we will not allow him to point his fangs at my master. We will stop him by force. Loki said, Odin's favorite Valkyrie, I heard that you are excellent, but fighting a god will be difficult. Anyway, it's too soon for the Ragnarok. He threw a lightning bolt from which came out a giant wolf that I recognized from the books. Roswise said, Fenrir. After that he threw 2 more lightning bolts from which came out smaller wolves. Roswise said, they are the children of Fenrir, Hattie and Skull. Loki laughed and threw a much bigger lightning bolt from which came out a giant snake that roared at us in fury. Bucho said, a giant dragon. Even Midgardsormr has shown up. Irina said, there are so many legendary beasts. Roswise said, probably tricked us to get here. I realized that Midgardsormr had trapped us with his body and I said, we are cornered. Bucho said, we have to be prepared, but for now, We just have to think about buying time with all our strength. We all said, yes, Loki said. They will regret fighting a god. He ordered the beast to rush to attack us. Saji and I were ready to fight and I said, let's do it. Saji said, we will show you the result of our training. I said, Bucho. Saji said, Taicho. Both nodded and we said at the same time, promotion, queen. I invoked my 2 sacred gear and shouted, double balance breaker. An immense power covered me and the armor was formed. I rose and ended up in front of Loki. He said to me, so the security, this is a fortuitous encounter. I said, so you were looking for me. He threw attacks at me but I absorbed them with my sword. Without realizing it, one of the wolves tore my wings and I fell, Kaneko said worriedly. Issei-senpai. I realized that I was about to be bitten by a wolf. But then Kiba and Zenovia pulled me out of there and hit the wolf with their swords. I said, guys, Kiba said, we are the knights. Zenovia said, don't forget about us. Come on, Durandal. I throw a slash that attacked Fenrir directly. At the same time Kiba said, sword birth. Many swords came out trapping Fenrir, I said, while they have become stronger. But me too, dragon shoot. A giant 2-colored sphere shot towards Fenrir and hit him full on. Kaneko knocked down the other wolf who tore my wings. With Rias. While the others were fighting, both presidents and vice presidents were in front of Midgardsormr, Rias said. So this is our opponent. Akeno threw a lightning bolt at it but it didn't do much damage. The snake started to spit fire and they had to fly so it wouldn't hit them. Akeno thought, I can't hurt it with my current power. Tsubaki said, let's return those flames, mirror arc. I created a mirror that received Midgardsormr's flames and returned them, Sona said. Mirror arc, a sacred gear that when it breaks returns the enemy's attack with more force. Rias said, so it's a counterattack. Our combination isn't very good, Sona said. I won't hold back if it turns into a game, Rias said. Then I'll show you the results of my training. I created a magic circle from which a power of destruction came out that impacted the snake, Sona said. Me too. I created a magic circle that created a water snake that bit Midgardsormr. But this one was released and destroyed the copy, Rias said. It's a copy, Sona said. The base is one of the great dragons. Let's go without letting our guard down, Rias. Rias said, for a long time nothing has changed. With Issei, Irina and Rosweiss were in front of a son of Fenrir ready to fight. Rosweiss said, he may be small, but he is still a son of Fenrir. If he bites you, you are finished. Irina said, I have no complaints about my opponent. Zenovia from heaven said to her, Irina, do not overexert yourself too much, since you are human. Irina said, watch me, Zenovia. This is the new me. Irina grew wings and a headband formed on her head. She was smiling as usual. Kiba said, those wings. I said, she turned into an angel. Irina said, we will talk about this later. In the meantime, receive the judgment of this angel reincarnated by the power of Michael. Amen. I created a ring of light which I threw at the wolf and ended up catching it by the neck. Rosweiss got close to it and started shooting at it with her magic power and said, it seems that its defense is lower than Fenrir's. Irina said, fine. I said while landing next to Kaneko. It seems that everyone has changed. Kiba said, we will suppress Fenrir. I said, fine, Kaneko-chan. We have another prey. Kaneko told me. Yes. We both jumped while heading to another of the wolves. Loki was watching how we were defeating his beasts and said, I underestimated them by taking them as trash. But at that moment something similar to a lasso began to chase him. Saji, who was the one who had used it, said, don't let your guard down, Lord God. Loki said, so my opponent is trash of the trash. Saji told him, if you underestimate the trash you're going to burn. Loki said, don't talk nonsense. He began to shoot at him with his power. Sona said, Saji. When I saw him I said the same thing. Saji, damn Loki. At that moment I heard Kaneko's voice. Issei-senpai. A wolf was trying to bite me but I avoided it in time. Kaneko knocked it down with a couple of blows. When she jumped back, a tail and ears came out of it. She had activated her powers. Happily I said, Kaneko-chan. She told me, I will accept this power so I can handle it. I will not fear my own strength. If I am with Issei-senpai. The wolf got up but Kaneko with great force lifted it, and began to spin it while saying, I will not have. She threw the wolf into the air and lit her fist in blue fire while saying, fear. From Kaneko's fist came out many blue flames that hit the wolf's back. I took advantage and with all my strength I said, Longinus Smasher. I hit it making it crash into a rock. I landed near Kaneko while still smiling. Elsewhere, Akeno looked at Kaneko and thought, I see, Kaneko-chan, you have accepted your own strength. I also have to decide, Akeno said. I am part of the Himejima family, the daughter of Betrayal. The snake tried to attack her but she took out her wings. Only one of them was that of a fallen angel and said, and I am also the queen of Rias Gremory, Himejima Akeno. With Issei, I saw that Akeno had accepted herself too, and I said, smiling, Akeno-san. With Akeno threw a lightning bolt at the snake, but managed to use the sacred lightning, which increased the power of her lightning and knocked down the snake. Rias smiled and remembered when she met her, and said while wiping a tear, finally you have moved forward, Akeno. Meanwhile, Loki saw how his beasts were being defeated and said, Scum, you are good at fighting. Rosweiss approached and said, Loki-sama, please reconsider. If you do, maybe Odin-sama will forgive you. Loki said, do not get me wrong. I am fixing his mistakes. Rosweiss looked at him with disappointment and said, he leaves me no choice. I created several magic circles from which many magic rays came out. Loki avoided them, but Saji caught him with line and said, I caught you. Sona was happy and I said, Saji, perhaps you. Saji said, if it is because of the president's dream, this is nothing. I smiled and said, that is my friend. With both swords I sliced the wolf's head while Saji continued to hold Loki. He said, it is all you have. He tried to break the rope but could not. He said, it cannot be, I cannot get free. Saji said while some small pieces of armor appeared on his limbs, and his eye it resembled that of a dragon. Azazel-sensei taught me a lot, and placed all of Vritra's holy grails within me. The line ignited purple fire and Loki said, so this is Vritra's seal. Saji said, Vritra's curse, it's not something you can get rid of so easily even if you're a god. Bahamut said proudly, I taught him that. Sona said, it's a pain to have a strong-willed demon, evil god Loki. I said, Sensei doesn't miss a thing, alright. I repaired my wings and said, Loki! Loki increased his power and said, impertinent. He freed himself from the power of Vritra, and a lot of wind began to produce. Rosweiss said, Loki-sama, do not do it. If you do something like that, all the mythological worlds will be destroyed. Loki said, I'm just accelerating the Ragnarok. Pieces of ice began to fall and I flew to protect Bucho. Loki said, okay, from the beginning that was my wish. Bucho said, what do you intend to do? You have released your power of God to destroy space-time. I said, what? A block of ice hit Kiba. Zenobia went to help him, and at that moment Fenrir was released, the storm stopped, and Loki said, be eaten by my son, without seeing the Ragnarok. That is the appropriate destiny for scum like you. With some magic circles I caused a shower of lightning that hit us. I hugged Bucho to protect her, and said, shit, this hurts. The others were protecting themselves with magic circles, but Saji was hit and knocked down at that instant. Loki said, I will give you honors for being the first to fight against me in the Ragnarok. Feel lucky. Zenobia and Kiba also fell while Irina worried. I said, I don't care if you are a god, we will not let you do it. Bucho said, that's right. She made a transportation circle and gave the phoenix tears to Sona. Bucho and I flew to get closer to Loki, while Sona healed Saji, Zenobia and Kiba. Saji said, what happened? Sona told him, they are phoenix tears. The battle is not over yet. Saji said, yes, President. Irina, who was fighting, was saved by Zenobia, who told him, Irina, our combination has reborn. Irina said, that's right, Zenobia. We are the best combination of demon and angel. Irina summoned a sword and they launched an attack. Tsubaki healed Kiba and he said, I'm sorry, Vice President. Tsubaki said, it's an order from the President. Kiba said, the battle is in chaos. Do you think we fight together? Tsubaki said, it will be the best option. They both looked at each other, and Kiba said, I feel you strong next to Queen Citri. Tsubaki blushed and looked away to say, let's go, Kiba-kun. He kept attacking Loki, but they didn't seem to affect him. He said, fools. Rias's mind. There are no phoenix tears left. We won't resist if she attacks again. With Issei. Rosweiss, he received a message and said, understood. He told us all. Arrived in time, the weapon of Thor, god of thunder. The hammer that will give justice. A magic circle opened and I said, Mjolnir. A hammer began to fall from it, and Loki said scared, Mjolnir? Rosweiss told me, it's from Odin-sama. He says that if the dragon emperor is here, I should use the pendant. Okay, Loki said, damn Odin. But he was caught by Saji, who said, I won't let you go. Bucho told him, go Issei. I told him, yes Bucho. I flew out and said, here I go. But at that moment I felt some fangs piercing my abdomen and leg. When I realized Fenrir had bitten me, with his strength he carried me in his snout, while everyone looked astonished and Bucho screamed, Issei. When I reached the ground he threw me while Zenobia and Kiba attacked him. The balance breaker broke while I fell on some rocks and bounced to end up on the ground. Bucho arrived and held me while saying my name. The hammer fell to the ground and no one could take it. Bucho said with tears, Issei, resist. I told him, Bucho, I'm sorry. I failed in the most crucial part. She cried and said, don't talk, yes you die. I wiped her tears with the little strength I had left, and said, I'll remember that I shouldn't make you cry. She cried more and said, Issei. I stretched out my hand and said, I must get to the hammer and use it. Everyone continued attacking the beasts with all their power, but I was on my last legs. I took one last breath to fall into Bucho's arms. Everyone looked astonished at Issei. Dead, in Rias's arms, Akeno said. It can't be, Kaneko said. Issei-senpai it was. Kaneko angrily concentrated her fire and hit Fenrir without stopping. Akeno landed near Rias after knocking down the snake. Rias said, Issei, wake up, you must wake up, Issei. Akeno began to shed tears and said, Rias, full of anger, looked at the wolf. Zenobia crying slashed it with Durandal and said, I won't forgive you, damn it. Irina threw light discs at it while crying and saying, Issei-kun. Konini concentrated more fire that impacted Fenrir with more power while she released many tears. Kiba also with tears gave him a cut with all his power. Akeno electrocuted him while crying. Roswise said, Only the Dragon Emperor can use Mjolnir. Space-time will be destroyed before Odin-sama arrives. How can we? Saji regretfully said. Hyoudou. Loki freed himself from his lion at that moment and said, The Ragnarok will begin. Enjoy the end. Rias with her pawn in her arms said while her power increased uncontrollably. I will not let you die, evil god Loki. How could you do this to my Issei? Do your Ragnarok or whatever you want, even if the world is destroyed, or all my blood evaporates. I will not forgive you. At that moment Rias's power rose in a way that no one imagined. In an unknown location, I was floating in deep darkness again. Only this time it wasn't a dream. I was dead, but there was something strange. The darkness wanted to absorb me, but there was a red energy that kept me in that central position. I realized, something or someone didn't want to let me die. In some mountains in northern Europe, a man with long, straight purple hair was saying to a black-haired man, Hey Gadu, I don't feel the Dragon Emperor anymore. Gada said, How is that possible? Look for his consciousness wherever McAllister said, It's okay, wait, I found him. It seems he's dead, but his soul is still in limbo. A small energy doesn't let him leave. It seems like the energy of a demon. Gada said, That's good for now. I told the boss that he would live long enough. Chris, a gray-haired boy, who appeared to be young, said, What's wrong? Gada said, Support that demonic energy. Chris said, Why? Gada said, It is necessary. You are the one who masters the most magic of the entire guild, so do it. Chris said, Fine, I will do it. Gada said to McAllister, Did you give him the nightmares? McAllister answered, Yes, I did. But something protects him. I think he is with demons. Gada said, At least he knows that we will go soon. Chris spoke with emotion. Hey Gada, this boy is incredible. Gada said, Why do you say that? Chris said, He is fighting to not die. Gada with a smile said, It was obvious. I did not train him to die so easily. Here, Phantom, I hope you like this chapter. I leave you today's meme, The Heart of the Fall. I was still in this limbo between life and death without knowing what to do. A legendary beast had bitten me. I was supposed to be dead, but something wouldn't let me. Maybe it's because I hadn't finished my mission on Earth yet. With Rias, while she still had her pawn in her arms and her demonic power continued to increase, Loki looked at her in amazement and thought, What an amount of power! I see, she is the sister of the demon king Xerxes. Akeno from a distance said, You can't do it, Rias. Rias said to Issei's body, You know Issei, you for me. Sona yelled at him. Rias, it makes no sense for you to do that. Sona tried to get closer but a field prevented her from reaching her. Rias had an angry look and released power. At that moment a small oval-shaped box fell from Issei's pocket, which left Rias surprised. Loki said, Damn Odin, it was very clever of you to bring Mjolnir, Fenrir. Bite to pieces those toys. The wolf stood up and attacked the group, Kiba said. It can't be. But at that moment some chains came out and caught Fenrir, Roswise said. The Gripelner chains, how did they get here? Kuroka came out of a portal and said, We planned it, Chiron, that way. I see you finally accepted yourself. Kaneko replied, I will not become someone like you, sister. Kuroka said, We'll see. We are part of a warrior race that cannot be at peace. Loki said, What do you think you are doing attacking me? He launched attacks to the sky that attacked Kuroka. But Fenrir appeared behind her still tied up. A blonde-haired boy came out and said, I am Arthur from Vala's team. Loki-sama, we asked you to give us Fenrir. Loki said, So you only wanted Fenrir. Kuroka said, That's what happens to you for being fooled. The god-killing fangs of this wolf will be very useful. Arthur took out a sword and said, Well, he's taking us back. He couldn't finish because a shadow covered in purple and black flames stuck a sword into Fenrir and said, I won't allow it, Soul Reaper. The flames shot up and revealed Hyoudou Issei. Kuroka and Arthur were surprised, but even more so when Fenrir began to be consumed by the flames and fell dead at the feet of the Chaos Brigade. The whole team rejoiced. A few moments before opening the box that fell from Issei's pocket, Rias found a vial of phoenix tears. She immediately put them on and Issei's eyes opened. With Issei, I felt life return to my body and I saw Bucho. I said to her, Bucho, what happened? She showed me the jar and the box and I said, I see, I'll thank Ravel later. I realized that Kuroka and a blonde boy who introduced himself as Arthur wanted to take Fenrir away. I thought, that can have long-term consequences. Drake told me, we have to test your new power, Bahamut said. It will consume a lot being a legendary beast, but I assure you that it will finish it. I nodded and filled my sword with power. Butcho saw me and asked me, what will you do? I told her, avoid a future problem and then I will finish Loki. I covered myself in black and purple flames and approached Fenrir to stick the sword in him. Current moment. Kuroka and he looked angrily and asked, what did you do to him? I told her, it's my new technique, Soul Reaper. When I saw you use the senjutsu it was released. When it pierced a living being it destroyed its soul completely. But when they are only souls I absorb them, Arthur said. How dare you? I told him. I had to avoid a future problem. I'm not interested in you now, so if you don't want problems leave. Both of them left, angrily leaving Fenrir's body. I jumped to the ground, the gauntlet gave me a boost and I took the hammer, Loki recovering from the shock. Why you? I told him. They were the Phoenix Tears, I thought we had used the last one on Akeno. But it's not my time yet, Butcho told me. Issei now. I told him. Yes Butcho, let's go Mjolnir. The glove began to give me increases and the hammer was filled with my power, I said. It gets heavier every time, but I have to hold on. Loki created a magic circle to attack me and said, I won't let you do it. A lightning bolt struck him. It was Akeno. The rest of my companions attacked him with their power, which considerably affected Loki. He angrily said, I will be defeated by these scum. He wanted to escape, but Saji caught him with 2 line ties and said, we will not let you escape. Loki got angrier and I screamed, do not underestimate. The hammer became giant and fell behind my back. I took it with both hands and screamed. To the young demons, he said, damn dragon, damn Odin. I told him, a god like you will never surpass your father. At the first hit a symbol appeared that began to enclose him and said, don't defeat me so. I shouted, shut your mouth, explosion. I filled with more power and raised the hammer to hit it again. So I sealed it before he said anything. The sky from being green turned red. We had won, Saji said. With this it all ended. Sona approached him and said, good job Saji, thanks. Saji said, what are you saying, President? I should thank you? Tsubaki was smiling, but at that moment Midgarstorm approached. Kiba noticed and jumped while saying, careful. I saved her before the snake did something to her. At that moment I left at full speed and with increases I cut the snake with Ascalon. Like a dragon's slaying sword this caused great damage to Midgarstorm, who slowly disappeared. Kiba told me. Thank you Issei-kun. I told him. Don't worry. But I think you should take down the vice president. Kiba noticed and blushed, as did Tsubaki. At that moment Seraorg appeared and said, I see you don't need reinforcements. I said, Seraorg-san, nice to see you. He said, Hyoudou Issei. As one of Rias's strongest rivals I hope we can fight in a raiding game. Butcho approached and said, I won't lose when I get there. I said, that's right. Seraorg laughed and said, those are good eyes. I would like to have a duel of strength with you. Rosweiss approached and said, however I am surprised by what you did with Fenrir. I said, well, that was to avoid problems in the future. When an enemy looks for resources to defeat you, avoid problems in the future. Rosweiss said, it's a good way of thinking. I said, my father taught it to me. Butcho asked me, but where did that power come from? I said, well, flashback. I was training when I talked to my dragons. Is there any other power we have? Drake said, I can hear women's hearts. But it doesn't always work and it needs a lot of magic power. I told him, that will work as reading minds, only the heart is more sincere than the mind. Bahamut said, there is a technique that absorbs and destroys souls. I told him, tell me more. Bahamut said, it's called Soul Reaper. I learned it during my time in confinement. They are flames of Tartarus that destroy the soul. Only it consumes a lot of power. As an example, after using it you wouldn't be able to use my part of the balance breaker. I said, it would be worth the risk. Well, let's train. No technique is useless if you know how to use it. Both dragons said, yes partner. So I continued training until I mastered the technique, which was relatively easy, since it was like using Black Purgatory, only with stronger and more dangerous flames. End of flashback. I said, that happened. Butcho told me. I see, you used it at the right time. I said, I won't let them have a beast with that power. Elsewhere, Vala said, how is it possible that he killed Fenrir? Arthur said, the Dragon Emperor said he wanted to avoid a future problem. Kuroka said, looking into the void, I hope you're seeing a nice dream, but definitely use Chiron with the leaders. Odin said to the leaders, what the Dragon Emperor did was a last resort, since using Mjolnir requires a lot of power, maybe it was complicated for him. Michael said, but Loki is an important god, won't this affect him? Odin said, the ages must change. With Issei, we were in front of Butcho's family, and she said, so, father, mother and militia, we're leaving now, Milikas said. Ryusoulger, are you leaving now? Bucho said. I'm sorry, Milikas, Grafia said. Rias-san is very busy, she can't waste any more time, Milikas said. Okay, Mom. Zenovia, Asia and I were surprised and I said, so Seraorg-sama's wife is on the train. All my friends looked at me strangely. The reason? Kaneko was sleeping peacefully on my lap while smiling, I said. Kaneko-chan. I didn't know that Kaneko remembered what her sister told her. She got up and said to me, this is where I am Kamas, Nyan. That last thing killed me, I said. Oh, okay, stay there if you are comfortable. Without Akeno and Bucho hearing they were talking, Akeno said to Rias, even Kaneko-chan has opened her heart to Issei-kun. Rias, to think that back then it was unimaginable, Rias said. If it's true, Akeno said to her. Hey Rias, could you lend me Issei for a day? Rias said to her. Hey Akeno, about lending it to you I see, you're going to talk to him, Akeno said. Yes, when everything is cleared up. Due to what happened, Rias said. After all, we have all been saved by Issei-kun, Akeno said. It's true. Rias looked towards the window and thought, yes, I was too, isn't it like that? In Kuoh, Akeno was taking a shower while thinking, Mom, can I get stronger? While in the living room, Zenovia said. She had forgotten about the last enemy. Many books and notebooks were on the table, Asia said. Why do they give so much homework in Japan during the holidays? Zenovia was racking her brains until she fell on her back and said, the other kids in the club must have finished their homework, Asia said. Well, there's someone who hasn't finished yet, but they went to sleep and I think they're already awake. Zenovia looked at her and said, who can be so confident? Asia said. Issei-san, Zenovia said. Let's go see him. See if he has any excuses to be confident, Asia said. You're right, I'm worried he won't do his homework. They both sneaked into Issei's room, opened the door slightly and saw that he was just getting up. With Issei, I was getting up to do my homework feat. I remembered what Bucho said. Going on a trip without having done your homework. As club president, it is my responsibility. Finish it properly. I walked slowly towards my desk and heard Zenovia's voice altered. How can you be so calm? Surprised, I said. Zenovia, Asia, what are you doing here? Asia said. I saw that you relaxed a lot and I worried that you wouldn't finish. How are you so calm? I took the books out of my suitcase and said, it's my things. Zenovia and Asia were stunned to see the speed with which I solved my homework. I wrote, searched for information on the internet, did math operations on the calculator. In less than a few minutes all my homework was solved and done well, Zenovia said incredulously. How is that possible? Asia said. I didn't know Issei-san was so fast. I told them, that's why I always spend my time playing on vacation. I finished my homework in one day, Akeno's voice said. It was to be expected of the first and the second year class, Zenovia said. The first? I said. Oh yes, that I am the one with the best grades in our entire class, Zenovia and Asia said. Impossible. I told them. I study extra since I was 10 years old, and this. Both of them told me. Teach us, I told them. For me there are no problems, Pa, Akeno said. Let Issei-kun rest, girls. I couldn't say anything because she approached with tea and some sandwiches for me. While Asia and Zenovia returned to the room, I said, thanks Akeno-san. She told me, I came to help you with your homework but I see that you already finished. I told her, anyways thank you very much, Ellie said. Issei-kun, can I ask you something? I said, yes, what? A few moments later, I was waiting in a park and I thought, we live together, and he wants to meet outside. At that moment I heard Akeno. I'm sorry, did I keep you waiting? She was wearing a red dress with pink sleeves and a heart necklace. This time it didn't have the yellow ribbon that it always had. I said, Hey Akeno-san, she said, if you look at me like that I'm going to feel embarrassed. Do I look strange today? I said, not at all, you look beautiful. She said, the whole day today you will be my boyfriend. Can I call you Issei? I said, blushing. Yes, there's no problem. She cheered and said, I did, thanks Issei. I thought, how can you be so cute? And I reflected on what she said and answered, wait, your boyfriend for a day? She asked him, what do you usually do on a date? I said to myself, so she brought me on a date. Akeno said to me, the truth is, this is my first date. I blushed more and we started our date. We went to the aquarium, to the plaza, then I took her to eat, and the day passed without us realizing it. We were walking down the street when she took my arm. I said in my mind, I don't know how to react right now. I looked up and realized that there were a few people behind a post watching us. A red-haired girl with glasses and a cap. A white-haired girl with a tiger mask. A blonde with glasses, a blue-haired girl with a mask and someone else with a bag on their head. I didn't need to be a genius to know who they were. With Rias, the girls and Gasper had disguised themselves so as not to be recognized by Issei. Seeing them, Rias said, I gave him permission all day but to take him by the arm. if something else happens. Asia lamented, Kaneko said. In that case we will have to stop this moment between them, Gasper said. I know it's not the moment, but isn't this harassment? Issei looked at them in front with some disbelief, and Akeno said, Let's run. Issei pulled them by the arm and ran with him, Rias said excitedly. She realized. Kaneko said, Let's go. They left their hiding place to chase them, with Issei. Akeno took me running by the arm until we were far enough away, and I thought, Bucho is going to kill me, Akeno said. It seems that we lost them, I thought. At least Akeno-san enjoyed the day. When I realized I saw that we were in a street full of hotels, I thought. I didn't realize why we were running. But this place, I said. Akeno-san, it would be bad if someone misunderstands it. Let's go somewhere else. I wanted to run, but Akeno grabbed me by the shirt and said, Okay, if you want to go in Issei, I will go with you. I'm fine with that. Issei. Yexi has stopped working, restarting system. I reacted and said, wait, that's not what I meant. At that moment we were interrupted by someone who said, Wow, Noon, good job, Brat Dragon Emperor, Akeno said. Odin-sama? It was Odin. They are dressed like a Boy Scout, he told me. I didn't have time to greet them properly. We caused them some problems. I thought, the great Scandinavian father is him? At that moment Roswise came running while saying, Odin-sama, so here you are, I said. Roswise-sama, a person said. Please don't walk alone. Think of me, your guide, Akeno. A man with a beard and black hair appeared at the Hyoudou residence. Rias was talking to Azazel and Odin, he said. After what happened to Loki, I realized that we had to strengthen our forces. Especially since we have no relationship with the gods of this country, Azazel said. That's why Betrayal will take care of him. He knows the human world well, Rias said. Right, with Issei, Betrayal said. Akeno, I wanted to talk to you, Akeno angrily said. Don't talk to me so casually, Betrayal said. Why were you secretly seeing the Dragon Emperor? Akeno said. What do you care? I can do whatever I want, Betrayal said. How about your father? Akeno said on the verge of tears. Then why didn't you go that time? Mom died because of you. You are not my father. I don't want to see you. Betrayal left resigned, I said. Akeno-san. She hugged me and said, Please don't say anything, please Issei. In the room, Roswise was with Asia and Zenobia explaining the tasks to them. If you do this, it seems you will get your answer, Asia said. Roswise-san is amazing. She can even do the task of the human world, Zenobia said. Beautiful, intelligent and powerful in battle. You are the perfect woman. I need to learn from you, Roswise said, blushing. I am not that much, and she thought, even after these compliments, why can't I get a boyfriend? She was still in her internal laments while Asia and Zenobia looked at her. With Issei, I was in my bed thinking, Akeno-san, even after you said that in the battle. Someone knocked on my door. It was Akeno, and I said to her, Come in. We sat on the edge of the bed and I said, Did you want to talk to me about something? She said, I'll tell you my relationship with that man Betrayal. And it began. My maid, Himejima Shuri, was a priestess born and raised in the Shinto temple. One day she met an officer of the fallen angels wounded in battle and fell in love. That's when I was born. My mother left the temple because the Himejima were chasing us. But we began a quiet life with that fallen angel. But those days didn't last long. My black wings were hated by the others, and finally they wanted to eliminate me. My mother protected me, I said. Then she died. Akeno nodded and said, I spent my days running away from the hunters, until I couldn't take it anymore. I was a child after all. When I was about to die I met Rias. I said, So that's how you met her? She said, I wanted to tell you my past and leave it all behind. But I can't. There's no way I can call the man who abandoned us a father. I said, I don't think that Betrayal is a horrible person. I'm sure of that, Akeno said. It doesn't matter why my mother died because of that man, but I really don't know. I lay down on the bed and said to me, what I said in the hotel were my true feelings. I thought at that moment, I know I can do something. Ready, Drake? Drake said. Yes, I said. Boosted gear. Akeno looked at me strangely. But even more so when I put my hand on her heart. The room was covered in a strange barrier, and I heard Akeno's feelings towards her father. She was alone. I saw the thoughts of a little Akeno who was with her father. She told him, I don't hate your wings, Dad. They are black and shiny like my hair. Betrayal said to him. I see, thanks Akeno. In another it was Akeno talking to her mother. Hey Mom, do you think my father loves me? Her mother replied. Of course if, Akeno said. It would be good if my father was always with us. In another was the scene of the murder. Akeno's mother protected her and said, This is my dear daughter and his too. The person told her, Shuri, your heart has also been stained by the dark and demonic angel. There is no other choice. Akeno screamed. Mom, Betrayal arrived very late. Akeno cried and said, No, Mom. Betrayal wanted to approach his daughter, but she told him, Don't touch me. Why weren't you with my mother? If you had been here, my mother would not have died. They said it was because you are a black angel. Black angels are bad people. I hate them. I hate them. I hate black wings. I hate you. I hate everyone. I hate everything. The inner voice spoke. I knew it wasn't my father's fault, but I couldn't help but say it. I am weak, that's why I am alone. I wanted to see my father more. For him to caress my head more. For us to play more. I wanted to live more with my mother and my father. The field disappeared and I deactivated the boosted gear. Akeno stopped hugging me and I said, Akeno-san? She looked at me and said, was it a dream? I told her, no, it wasn't. She smiled and said, okay, I know all this thanks to you. I nodded and she said, Issei-kun, it seems there is something wrong with me. I'll go prepare dinner. It's difficult being a substitute mother. Akeno had left Issei's room and smiled. Outside the house was Odin, Azazel and Betrayal. Azazel asked, are you going home already? Odin said, yes, I spoke with several gods in Japan. I also went to the tit bar that I wanted so much. Azazel said, so that was your main goal? Betrayal said, Odin-sama, it's time. At that moment Akeno left, leaving Betrayal surprised. Odin and Azazel went ahead. The latter touched her shoulder wishing her good luck. Akeno approached her father with a box in her hands. Betrayal asked, is this it? Akeno told him, and bento for your trip. I am in charge of the housework. Betrayal said, I see. I will gladly accept it. Akeno bowed and entered. Betrayal felt happiness within his heart. With Issei, I saw the food and said, today is slow-cooked meat and potatoes. Akeno said, yes, I haven't made it in a long time. Please help yourself. I said, may I? She took some with her chopsticks and said, fine, say ah. I opened my mouth, but what I received was a kiss from Akeno. She looked at me happily and said, thanks Issei. On the train, Betrayal opened the bento and saw a lot of food. He tried some and a lot of happiness came to him and said, delicious. He remembered his moments with his family and said, it's just like Shuri's. Here Phantom. Sorry for taking so long to upload today's chapter, but I hope you like it. Here is today's meme. Back to the academy. I thought as I looked out the academy window, summer vacation is over. I wanted to enjoy it more, but at least I trained and got stronger. At that moment I heard two voices that said to me, hey Issei. It was Renji and Kuoh. I said, what happened guys? Renji said, we just wanted to know why you weren't home. I said, I went camping with the occult club. I heard two whales that I recognized, Matsuda and Motohama. I asked, and now what do you two want? Kuoh said, I heard that pair was harassing women on the beach. I said, I expected it. Matsuda said, how can you be so lucky? I said, I don't harass anyone, maybe that's it. At that moment Aika arrived and said, knowing you two you had a senseless summer. I said, what I was missing. Aika said, you know? Another transfer student is coming, and I heard she's a beauty. We all said, what? In class? Shido Irina, that's what the board said. Irina greeted calmly. I'm Shido Irina. I hope we can get along. Surprised I said, Irina? Matsuda said happily. Kirya's information was true. Motohama was just happy. Irina saw me and greeted me very happily. Issei-kun, we are in the same class. The bald guy said to me, damn Issei, do you know this girl? I hit him on the head and said, you don't care about that shitty pervert. Irina said, Hyoudou Issei is my childhood friend. In the occult club, Zenovia said, I'm glad to see you're okay. Asia said, I'm glad to see you again. Irina said, me too Asia. Zenovia went to hug them but they instantly moved away. Irina asked, what's wrong? Zenovia said, the cross you have on your neck. Asia said, it's hurting us. Irina reacted at that moment. It's true. Devils can't stand crosses, I'm sorry. I was laughing while Kaneko was eating a popsicle in my lap. Gasper asked, is she from the church? Kiba said, yes, why is she in this school? At that moment Bucho came in with Akeno and said, it seems like everyone is here. Shido Irina, I welcome you to this school. Irina said, Rias-san, President Rias and others, please take care of me. I asked, Bucho, what does this mean? At that moment Sensei's voice was heard. I told her we didn't need her. I said, Sensei said, with the Chaos Brigade loose, Michael was worried that the fallen angels and demons weren't enough. In order to protect the school he provided us with his forces. Kiba said, well we formed an alliance. Akeno said, we can't reject it. Irina said, you can rest easy now that a reincarnated angel who received Michael-sama's blessing is here. Amen. I said, self-proclaimed. Gasper said, angels are terrifying. Zenovia said, I'm surprised a human can become an angel. Sensei said, with God's death no more angels can be reborn. I'm sure they use the same methods used by fallen angels and demons. Irina said, a high-ranking angel is a king, and has a family of cards from ace to queen. I was chosen as one of his brave saints. Kiba said, I see, we are chess pieces and you are cards. Asia said, what card are you Irina? Irina said, I'm glad you asked, I'm an ace. I am honored to receive the position of ace from Michael-sama. I could die of happiness, Michael-sama, Asia said. Now the pillar of Irina's life is Michael-sama, Zenobia said. Yes, it can be a lifesaver if you lose your master, just like us. In the square, I was walking with Asia while holding some bags and I said to her, we bought too much, Asia said. Everything is for Irina's welcome party. I told her, I'm sure my parents will be surprised when they return home. We have new guests, 2 of them, at the residence. Irina looked at Rosweiss strangely and asked, Rosweiss-san? Why? Rosweiss was just on a couch in the fetal position, Rias said. Really? After explaining it, Irina said, were you abandoned? Rosweiss said, how terrible. Despite working so hard for Odin-sama, I worked hard, but he forgot to take me with him. Rosweiss was crying and Akeno comforted her. I'm sure he'll come back for you, Rosweiss said. I'm sure the tit bars left him satisfied, and he doesn't care about me anymore. I'm just a woman who can't do her job well, Zenobia said to Irina. So it's that, Irina said. I see. With Issei, I saw a sports shoe store and said, thinking about it, the sports festival is almost here. Asia asked me, what is that? I said, it's a big competition between classes. Our festival is normally right after the start of the second semester. Asia said, I'm not good at that. We were walking but Asia stumbled. I approached to help her but another hand held her. I said, are you okay, Asia? Asia said, why yes, this person saved me. Excuse me, thank you very much, the person said. See you again, Asia Argento. We both were surprised and saw a green-haired boy who said, good morning, Asia, I came to see you. I said, are you one of the young devils from hell? The boy said, have you forgotten about me? Asia said, I stood in front of her and said, what are you saying to Asia? The boy asked, haven't we met before? Long before I met him. We went to a park where the boy showed us a scar on his chest. Asia said, that wound, could it be? He said, that's right. I'm the devil who was saved by your sacred gear. My name is Diodora Astaroth. I was very surprised to see you in hell. But it was hard to talk during that commotion, right? That's why I came to pick you up. Asia asked. Pick me up? Diodora said. Our meeting and reunion. I think it's fate. He kissed his hand and which left Asia surprised and said, damn it, what are you doing to Asia? Diodora said, I want you to become my wife. I'm in love with you. At the Bucho residence, she told us, Diodora is the next in line to the prestigious Astaroth family, which produced the great demon Beelzebub. I'm surprised you know him, Asia. Asia said, I don't remember his face well. Many painful things happened during that time. I thought Asia was exiled from the church because she saved a demon like him, and then the fallen angels. But I still have a bad feeling, Asia said. He just came to say hello today and left then, Bucho said. I'm sure he was excited to see the girl who saved him again. It's part of him to maintain his education. Leave it like that, Asia said. I understand. Gasper came into my room and said, the preparations for the welcoming party are ready. Good job, now let's go, Asia said. Yes. She turned around seeing that she didn't react and said, Issei-san? I said, yes, calm down. If that guy comes back, I'll send him back. Asia smiled and said, yes. In the living room, Irina introduced herself again. Again, I'm Irina Shido. Hell, until now I thought of you as my enemies and I hunted you. Gasper said, the church is terrifying. Irina said, don't worry. Michael-sama said that we should get along. Personally, I wanted to be your friend and maybe something more. I felt a chill run down my spine, but Irina continued, I hope to work hard as a representative of the church. Take care of me. We all applauded her, and Sensei said, our sides have not gotten along for a long time. I guess there are those who feel strange with the sudden alliance. But all of you fought together against Loki. It served as a good demonstration. I should thank you, I said. When you put it like that, I'm glad we worked together, Kiba said. You're right, Sensei said. Well, I feel bad that we couldn't send any fallen angels, Akeno said. No, the fallen angels also fought, well, half of one. I smiled and said, Akeno-san, Sensei said. I see you're right. I wish he had listened to your words. Bucho drank tea from her cup with a happy look, Sensei said. All right, Issei, I said. What's wrong? He said. I went to hell for some business yesterday. You're really popular there, I said. Am I popular in hell? Asia said. Wow, amazing, Issei-san, Zenobia said. Of course you finished Loki with Mjolnir, Sensei said. Well, yes, but besides that, they made a documentary about you as the ideal hero. Many children admire you. I snapped my fingers and the television turned on. I was in my battle with Kuroko while saying, that is my trigger, protect them. I will not forgive anyone who makes Kaneko-chan cry. Then my battle against Vala. Along with my friends, I am invincible. I will not allow you to touch a hair of Rias Gremry. Everyone looked excited and Sensei said, your scenes of heroism are very popular. You are the new hero of the children. I said, hero of the children? Sensei said, yes, you are especially popular with them. They are even making an image song for you titled The dragon hero, I smiled and said. This is something new. At the academy, Irina said excitedly. Yes, I will enter the treasure hunt race. Aika said. It's decided. She wrote down her name and said, the next one is the three-legged race. I only remembered what happened after Sensei's news. Flashback. Drake said. I don't think we're really popular with kids, Bahamut said. And it's for a good reason. And not something stupid like just thinking about boobs. I told them, yeah, I didn't expect it either. End of flashback. I thought. I didn't think they would be happy. Although, well, I've done some very good things. I thought about Diodora and I said to myself, after all this time a guy like that appears, I wonder what Asia thinks of him. The past is forgotten. The image of Yuma came back to me and I thought, why now? Well, it can't be worse. At that moment I heard Aika's voice who said, Hyoudou, you have a tear by your armpit. I was surprised and I started looking for her, and I said, I don't see anything. Aika said, it's decided. I said, what? I saw that she wrote my name where it was missing and I said, damn 4 eyes, you fooled me again. Aika smiled and said, you will be part of the three-legged race, your partner will be. Asia had her hand raised behind me and I said, Asia? Aika said, it's decided. In the courtyard, Irina and Zenobia were at the beginning of the running track. Irina said, let's compete, Zenobia. Zenobia said, as you like, Irina. Both were going very fast and I said, while you are fast. At that moment I heard the pair of perverts say, you are fast. But if you move at that speed, we will not be able to appreciate your breasts. I hit them and said, don't look at Irina and Zenobia that way. Both said, damn, I said, idiots. I saw Zenobia and Irina and said, Irina, Zenobia, can I propose something? Both of them looked strange and I said, compete and whoever wins will run against me. Renji said, you are one of the fastest in the class, are you sure? Hearing that, Zenobia and Irina competed again. Irina won and said to me, shall we run now, Issei-kun? I said, like old times. Kuoh said, ready, set, go. I got a huge lead over Irina and won the race, she said. That's not fair. When did you get back so fast? I said, just me. After that little race I went to practice with Asia. At that moment Saji arrived and said to me, Hyoudou, what are you doing? I said, Saji, I was having a race with Irina. He said, wow, that's new. What event are you participating in? I said, in the three-legged race with Asia. He said, I always envy you a lot. I'm in the bread-eating race. At that moment Sona said to him, Saji, what are you doing? Saji said, yes. Sona told him, the student council is short on manpower. Please work. Saji said, yes, President, Vice President. I said, the student council is the problem that. When I heard moans, it was Asia who was being groped by Aika and said, Asia, did your breasts grow again during summer vacation? Asia said, Kiryu, don't grope them please. I said, if I leave her with that girl her mind will be contaminated. Asia, let's practice. Asia said, yes, goodbye Kiryu. Aika told me, Hyoudou, don't do perverted things with her while you practice. I told her, don't buy me, pervert. She said, that's not how you should treat a woman. I told her, gender equality. I tied my leg with Asia's to start practicing. She said, people are good but it's hard if you're not in sync. I said, okay Asia, let's go. Asia took my waist. I breathed to calm down a bit. I said, let's start walking slowly. 1, 2. I took her by the waist and we stumbled. I held her, and we regained our balance. I thought, I'll have to go at her pace. Asia, blushing a lot, said to me, Issei-san? I realized that I was squeezing one of her breasts and said, I'm so sorry. I tried to move away but I forgot that our feet were tied and we both fell. I thought. I wanted to prevent her from falling and ending up touching one of her breasts. I said, it wasn't on purpose. She got up and said, okay, but tell me before touching them please. I have to get ready. I said, what? I ignored that and said, let's admit him again. Asia said, sorry, I'm not good at sports. I said, okay, we just have to synchronize our steps. Our combination is important. She said, combination? I said, yes, combination. Let's move one step at a time. And so we started practicing. In a dream, I heard Asia's voice telling me, Issei-san, thank you for everything until now. I'm getting married today. I didn't know what to answer. I saw my mother saying, Asia, you've grown up beautiful. I said, Dad? Mom? Bucho appeared and said, Asia, you can come back whenever you want. Akeno told her, Asia, don't worry about what happens to us. I said, what's happening? What is this? Mom told me, come on Issei, you should say something to Asia. She's like a little sister to you, right? I said, but I can't say anything if I don't know who she's going to marry. Diodora appeared and said, brother, leave me in charge of Asia. A millionaire and high-level demon like me will make sure to make her happy. Let's go Asia to the ceremony. And the beginning of our bright future. Asia said, yes, thanks for taking care of me until now, Issei-san. My gaze became empty, and the room began to catch fire, and I screamed, I will not allow it. I do not trust you. I will not let you take Asia. Bucho told me, what is Issei doing? Mom and Dad wanted to stop me, but I hit Diodora and everything started to burn, and I said, Diodora Astaroth, stay away from Asia, from my Asia. The roar of a dragon was heard and I woke up. When I woke up I found Asia, who said to me, Issei-san, are you okay? I said, Asia, I dreamed that you were getting married. It was more painful than I thought. Asia said to me, don't worry Issei-san, I'm not going to get married yet. I said, really? I would die of loneliness if you did. Asia said, yes, it would be terrible if you died of loneliness Issei-san. At that moment Bucho woke up and said, what's wrong? I said, Bucho, we saw a lump rise in the sheets. When we lifted the sheets we saw Kaneko, who when she saw me acted like a cat. At breakfast, I said, I'm glad it was just a dream. Bucho said, I hope it remains a dream. We went to the living room and he showed us many letters and said, they are all for Asia. From Diodora Astaroth. Asia said, since that day he has been sending me one every day. Bucho said, movie tickets, dinner invitations, and even bigger things. Asia said, I'm sorry. Bucho said, you don't need to apologize, he's a troublemaker. I said, not only did he propose to Asia but now all this. I took the letters and burned them completely with the black fire. I left very angry and said in a somewhat low voice, nobody messes with my girls. Bucho and Asia didn't hear me well and said, what did you say, Issei? I got scared and realized what I said. I answered, that nobody messes with my little sister Hihi. At school, we were practicing with the help of Zenobia, who told us, it seems like you're doing very well. I said, sorry about this Zenobia. Asia said, I feel bad for making you help us. Zenobia said, don't worry, how about a light jog now? I said, yes, ready Asia? She looked sad and I said, are you okay? She said, yes. I asked her, what's wrong? She told me, I don't regret having saved him that time. But he likes Kuoh Academy and my classmates from the occult club, your parents and your Issei-san. You are a treasure to me. I am very happy right now. I hugged her and said, I promise I won't leave you alone Asia. Asia said, yes. Irina, who suddenly arrived, wiped a tear with a handkerchief and said, what a nice story. But what about me? I said, Irina, well, I also promise you that we will not separate again. Irina was happy and said, that's good Issei-kun. In the storage room, we were finishing putting things away. Asia said, I'm tired. I said, let's go change to the club room and rest. But at that moment someone closed the door. It was Zenobia, who stayed inside with us and said, Asia, I heard it. It seems that girls start having secret affairs at our age. Asia said, secret affairs? Zenobia said, it's when girls let men play with their breasts. Asia got nervous and said, what are you saying so suddenly? Don't you think you're making a mistake? Zenobia said, Asia, we should experience it soon. Asia got more nervous and said, even if you say that. Zenobia said, if we have a secret affair, you will also be able to do the three-legged race. I said, is that your goal? Zenobia ignored me and said, Asia, we are friends, let's have an affair together. Asia said, yeah? Is that how it works? I said, no, not at all Asia. Zenobia started to take off her shirt and said, well, let's start. It will be good practice for when I want to make a baby. I said, wait, in a place like this. She took off her bra and I said, wait, this already happened once. Do you like these kinds of situations? Zenobia said, come on Asia, you too. Asia said, but I'm not ready yet. Zenobia took off her shirt and said, come on. Then she took off her bra and they pulled me to the mattress and got on top of me. Zenobia put my hands on her breasts. Asia said, Issei-san, I don't want to lose before Bucho. And she put my other hand on her breast. Zenobia said, I knew it is different from when I touched it. Come on Issei. Asia and I are ready. Caress them well. Issei's mind. At the warehouse, Irina came in at that moment and said, they didn't come back and I got worried. But this is indecent. I said, Irina. Irina said, do it in bed. This place is indecent and unhealthy. I said, is that the problem? At the club, Bucho told us that we had to prepare for a raiding game. She said, it's a tournament to test the strength of the new generation. If Loki hadn't attacked, it would have happened during summer vacation. Gasper said, I'm scared of fighting. I said, so should we fight Seraorg? Bucho said, he's the candidate who leads the championship. His strength is on a completely different level. But well, we won't face him in the first round. Kaneko asked, have the groups been decided yet? Bucho said, yes, our opponent is Diodora Astaroth. I said, Diodora. Asia looked nervous and I said, Hello dear readers, this is Phantom. I hope you liked today's chapter. I'll leave you with today's meme and with that I say goodbye. Who stays with Issei? Kuoh Academy afternoon. I was training tirelessly since classes ended. When Bucho said that our first opponent would be Diodora, an uncontrollable rage took hold of me. With some magic I filled the courtyard with many pieces of wood. I broke them with my 2 swords every so often. I was sweating too much. Added to that, the sun was pointing directly at me. Issei's mind. I thought, I can't let that idiot take Asia. I feel like something is not right, Bahamut said. I've felt auras of many demons, but there is something different about him, Drake said. Could it be a snake? I asked. A snake? Bahamut said. Yes, partner. Like the one they gave to the former Leviathan to increase its power, Drake said. Speaking of which, when you killed it you absorbed the snake. I asked, even more surprised. I don't understand. How does all this help me? Drake spoke. The snakes of antiquity are often confused with dragons, but these are the disciples of the dragons. They are like our slaves. There are many snakes that give power close to that of a dragon, but there are 4 that are excessively powerful. I asked him, are those them? Bahamut answered. Hydra, Echidna, Apophis, and Jormungandr. Surprised, I said. Aren't we supposed to kill Jormungandr? He's Loki's son, right? Drake said. You're wrong. That was a Midgar Swarmer dragon. But Jormungandr is a snake, the most powerful of the 4. I said. Who could give Kateria such power? Bahamut said. There's only one who controls the snakes like that. My head split open and I said, Ophis. They both nodded and I said, I guess only the original demon lords can resist the power of those snakes. So does Vala have one? Drake said. Apparently not. I guess it's because dragons inferior to Ophis must take them by force. I asked. Which one do we absorb? Bahamut said. We absorbed Hydra. I asked. What can we do with that? Drake said. Not much, in fact. If we had the 4 snakes we would raise our power a lot. I said. Then I have to defeat the other 4 demon lords. While, without Issei noticing, the girls of the club were watching him, Rias said. Okay, then let's start with this, Akeno said. I won't lose for anything in the world, Asia said. I won't be left behind from the president, Kaneko said. I'll win for Issei-senpai, Zenobia said. If I win I'll be able to make babies with. Rosweiss was writing things down in a notebook, while Irina said, I'll manage to make him keep his promise. Zenobia asked her, speaking of which, aren't you afraid of falling? Irina said. Yes, I was. But I spoke with Michael-sama and he gave me this special bracelet that lets me do anything, as long as it's with Issei-kun, Rias said. Then let the game of who gets to keep Issei begin, Gasper asked. How did you get to be so scared? Minutes before, Rias was thinking and was somewhat jealous of the date Issei had had with Akeno. Issei entered the club room and said, Bucho, good afternoon, can I train outside? Rias said. Yes, no problem Issei, he said. Thank you Bucho. Issei left and Rias was thinking. Akeno entered very happy the following moments. Rias looked at her with jealousy. The rest of the girls arrived, besides Rosweiss, who did not want to be alone at home. Akeno asked, Where is Issei-kun? Rias said. He arrived and went to train, Zenobia said. Then he's outside. Rias nodded and Zenobia approached the window. Seeing him she blushed. Issei ran very fast and split the logs in half. He had a determined and confident look, which Zenobia liked. The other girls approached and saw it. Issei, noticing, turned to look at them and smiled. That smile made them all blush. Zenobia said. Now I want to go on a date with him, Rias said. Don't even dream about it. It will be me, Asia said. It won't be me. Irina calmed them down and said, Why don't we make a game, where he will have to invite us on a date? They all accepted Irina's idea and began to discuss the rules. And we arrived at the present moment. Present moment, Rias said. Then nothing too daring. It's against the rules. Take out the papers to see who goes first. Everyone took papers and the order was like this. Kaneko, Zenobia, Rias, Asia, Akeno, and finally Irina. Kaneko was happy and went out to look for Issei. But she didn't find him. The only one who was there was Kiba. Kaneko asked him, Hyoudou-senpai, where is Issei-senpai? Kiba told her. Issei-kun went to his house. He said he had sweated a lot so he wanted to shower. Kaneko, without saying anything, ran to the residence. Hyoudou residence. I had gotten out of the shower and started playing video games. I thought, we still need to improve in many things. Bahamut and Drake nodded. I said, we have a new objective. To find the other 3 snakes. I couldn't think anymore because I felt someone hug me from behind. When I saw it was Kaneko, I said, Kaneko-chan, what a surprise. Kaneko blushed and said, I wanted to surprise Issei-senpai. I told her, well, you did it, but did something happen? Kaneko told me. Well, the truth is that. I told her, do you want to buy candy? Kaneko's eyes became like stars and she said, yes please senpai. I left the house with her and we went to the store. I bought her a lot of candy, but I realized something. Kaneko-chan, sorry, I forgot my wallet. I went in and asked the store owner for it. He gave it to me without any problem. But when I left I saw that Kaneko was being bothered by some boys who said to her, hey little one, don't you want to come with us? It will be fun. We're only a year older. Kaneko told them expressionlessly. Don't bother me. I'm with Issei-senpai. One told her. That idiot is nobody. He took her by the arm and I kicked him in the stomach. He said, what's wrong with you, damn? I told him, leave her alone if you don't want things to get worse. One of them said, don't get involved in this, idiot. He took out a knife and pointed it at me. but with a punch to the stomach I made him drop it, and I said, "Threatening a human with a gun in a fist fight is cowardly. The one who kicks before I get up and the other one who was left came too. They wanted to attack me but I knocked them down instantly, and I said, if I see them again they won't tell." The three of them left cursing me. I bent down, took Kaneko by the shoulders and said, "Did they do something to you?" She said, "And no." I hugged her and said, "I'm very glad. Are you scared? If you are, can you take my hand on the way back home?" She nodded and I took her hand as we walked back. When we arrived, I gave her the bag of candy and said, "They're all for you. I know how much you like them. Maybe someday I'll make you some myself." Kaneko started to say, "Senpai, do you want some?" At that, she fell silent. Kaneko's mind. Kaneko remembered one of the main rules that Rias said. He has to invite us on the date. If we do, we lose. With Issei, Kaneko said, "Will you teach me how to make sweets?" I said, "If it's no problem." After teaching Kaneko a little, I said, "I guess now you won't need me to accompany you to buy sweets." Kaneko said to me, "But yes, to buy ingredients." Seeing her so blushed, I caressed her head and said, "You are so cute, Kaneko-chan." Kaneko blushed a lot and said, "Tea pretty." I smiled and she said, "Tea, thank you for everything, Issei-senpai." And she went to her room. I went back to my thing. Upstairs, Kaneko went up very quickly and met up with the other girls. Akeno asked her, "How did it go, Kaneko-chan?" She said, "I lost. Issei-senpai is unique." Seeing her, they noticed she was carrying a bag of sweets and handmade sweets. Rias said, "It seems this will be harder than it looks." "Who's next?" Zenobia said. "You'll see. I'll win this contest." With Issei, I was at school when Zenobia approached me. I mentally prepared myself for anything and said to her, "What's wrong, Zenobia?" She said to me, "Can you show me the city after school, Issei?" I said, "Right, you don't know everything yet, no problem." Zenobia said, "Another question, what is the difference between a date and a hangout with friends?" I said, "Normally a date is for two people and it's for romantic purposes. A hangout with friends can be two or more but just having fun." Zenobia said, "Okay." After school, I went out with Zenobia and showed her the highlights of the city. After a while we sat on a bench, while I thought, is it weird that she asks me this after all the time we've known each other? But I guess I'll give her something to remind her of everything. Zenobia told me, "While this is too much, I don't think I can learn everything, despite having the phone. But there are so many places to see." I told her, "I have an idea." I went into a store while Zenobia was thinking, and I came out with a box. She asked, "What is that?" I said, "It's a surprise." We continued walking until we reached a statue, and I said, "Stand in front of the statue, Zenobia." She listened to me and from the box I took out an instant camera. I took a picture of her and gave it to her. "It's a gift for you, as I know you like to see new places. With this camera you can take pictures and they will be printed immediately, so you can save them. And take the picture I took of you. You look very pretty." Zenobia is red like Bucho's hair and said, "Issei, I don't know what to say." I told her, "Don't worry, you are important to me. This is nothing." Zenobia told me, "I would like a picture with you." I said, "No problem." She hugged me by the neck and I blushed a little. We took a selfie and it was printed. Zenobia saved it, and I said smiling, "Then give me a copy. Let's go home." When we arrived, Zenobia went to her room and I thought, how strange. Today she didn't talk about making babies with Zenobia. She went up and Akeno asked her, "How did it go?" Zenobia said, "I give up. I had to leave before inviting him." Asia asked, "What is that, Zenobia-san?" Zenobia told her, "It's a gift from Issei." Everyone was surprised and Irina said, "It's still the same as always." While with Issei, I finished doing my homework and I worried about Zenobia, because we had gone out all afternoon, and she normally had difficulties with her homework. I went to her room and saw her doing her homework with problems and I said to her, "Zenobia, do you want me to help you?" She looked at me. With a quick movement she turned something and said, "Why yes, thank you, Issei." I helped her, and we finished very quickly. I left and told her, I'm glad I could have been of help. With Zenobia, when Issei left she picked up the picture she had turned over in which was the photo she had taken with Issei and went to sleep. The next day was the weekend, so I dedicated myself to training. At that moment Bucho came in to ask me something. "Issei, can you?" I looked at her and said, "What's wrong, Bucho?" Rias's mind. Issei was sweaty and his muscles were noticeable, which made Rias blush and think, I came at a bad time. I saw him and I feel like I'm going to lose, but I have to stay out of it as president. With Issei, Bucho asked me, "Will you join me to buy groceries?" I said, "If it's not a problem." When we got to the supermarket she asked me, "What would you like for dinner today, Issei?" I said, "The truth is I haven't thought about it, but whatever you make will be delicious. I know very well." Bucho blushed and said, "Let it be onigiri then." I said, "Okay." When I left, I carried all the bags and Bucho said to me, "I'm sorry to make you carry everything." I said, "It doesn't matter, Anyways, I am your servant. Besides, I will always help you. What I hear, Rias. I don't care if it's to help you. Anyway, I'm only yours. I'll always be there for you. I saw that Bucho blushed, and I said, Bucho, do you have a fever? She said, No, Issei. It's okay. Do you want me to carry the bags home and we keep walking? I said, Sounds great to me. Bucho made a magic circle, and carried the bags, and we continued walking. As we walked through the plaza, I saw a man selling roses. On an impulse, I bought one. Bucho asked me, Why did you buy that, Issei? I told her, It's for you, Bucho. Roses remind me of you. They are pretty, and their red color makes me think of you. Bucho blushed to the max, and we went back home. The girls were in the living room. I said, Hello everyone, I'm going to my room. When Issei left, the girls asked, What happened? Rias said, It's something impossible to win, I give up. Akeno said, And that rose? Rias said, It's mine. Issei gave it to me. I will take care of it like gold. The next day, Asia woke me up very early and made me go out. When we got to the park, I asked her, What's wrong, Asia? She followed me, pulling my arm until we got to the old church where everything happened. I asked her, Why did you bring me here, Asia? Asia told me, I thought it would be nice to come to the place where it all began. I hugged her and said, crying, I'm sorry, Asia. I couldn't save you that time. I know you're happy as a demon, but the helplessness I felt at that moment hurts. You died in my arms and I couldn't do anything. That's why I promise I won't let anything happen to you again. I don't know what would happen to me if something happened to you, Asia said. Issei-san. I hugged her tighter and said, You are very valuable to me. We went back home and Asia went to her room. I went to train for the rest of the day with Asia. She went to her room and started crying with happiness. Rias asked her, How did it go? Asia said, smiling, I don't regret being a devil and being with Issei-san. With Issei, I finished training and went to sleep. In my dreams I saw the dragons and I said to them, Any idea how we're going to find Ophis? Bahamut said, I don't know. It's hard to find that dragon. Drake said, But I have a feeling we'll meet her very soon. The next day, at school, Akeno called me to the clubroom and said, How are you feeling after what happened a few days ago? I said, Well, I feel good knowing that I managed to get you to reconcile with your father. Akeno said to me, I'm glad to know that. Thanks to you, I was able to overcome many things from my past. I told her, I will help you whenever you need it. I'll be there. Akeno laid me down on the couch and got close to my face and said, I will give you a prize, Issei-kun. I told her, And no need, Akeno-san. I did it because I care about you and I don't want to see you sad. Akeno blushed and left, saying to me, Excuse me for a moment. With Akeno. As she left, Rias said to her, Akeno, you can't participate anymore. We said nothing sexual. Akeno said, Yes, I know. I was going to give up anyway. Issei-kun is too cute. Rias said, That only leaves Irina. Irina said, I'm not so sure anymore. It seems that Issei is impossible to seduce. Rias said, But you have to try. Irina said, I'll do my best. With Issei, I started to think, Is something wrong with the girls? They're looking for more excuses to be with me. Bahamut and Drake said, This guy is an idiot. When we left class, Irina stopped me and said, Issei, would you like to talk to me in a cafe? I said, Yes, I would love to. At least remember that I like coffee. Irina said, No, don't be mean. It's been a long time. We went to a cafe and talked about what had happened in the last few years. But I realized that someone was following us. With the girls, Zenobia said, I feel that it is dangerous for Irina to go. It is better to follow them. Rias said, But we said that it would be private. Zenobia said, When Irina sets her mind to something, she is very determined. And so they ended up following them. With Issei, I was with Irina and she said to me, Issei, I want to ask you something important. I said, What, Irina? She said, I want you to keep your promise now. I was in shock and heard noises outside. I could only say, Huh, with the girls. Hearing what Irina said, the girls reacted very badly. Akeno and Rias began to despair. Asia fainted. Kaneko got angry and Zenobia said, How dare you do that? With Issei, Irina told me, If I remember correctly, you always keep your promises. I said mentally, Has me cornered. Drake and Bahamut said, Is going to stop being a prince. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to have a girlfriend. But Irina had me cornered. Always kept my promises. But I decided to tell the truth. I told her, Irina, I can't do it. She said, What? I told her, You are very pretty as well as a great friend whom I missed a lot. But the problem is that there are things that I still need to do. For now I just want to concentrate on how to beat Diodora's face. I know it may seem like I'm avoiding him, and maybe it's true, but despite everything, I don't want your smile to go away again. Irina said, Fine, I give up, you want Issei. But before we left, she approached and kissed me on the lips. I was stunned as I heard more noise off her. With the girls, seeing that Irina kissed Issei, the girls practically despaired. but even more so when Irina said, "It's the second time we kiss," with Issei. After all, I returned home and decided to continue training, until I fainted. When I woke up, I was in my room. Bucho was next to me and said to me, "Are you okay, Issei?" I told him, "Yes, I just demanded more of him. But I have to get stronger. I still don't trust that everything is a coincidence." "I don't trust Diodora Astaroth," Bucho said, "but don't hurt yourself." After Rias left her room, she met up with the rest of the girls and said, "Well, we all lost. Hyoudou Issei is impossible to seduce, mind of all, and I ended up falling in love with him more." In the dimensional gap, a black-haired loli was strolling leisurely until she said, "I see, the stone dragon absorbed one of my snakes. I guess I can't trust the demon kings. Although who knows, it looks like an interesting dragon." At that moment Ophis felt a pang in her heart, as if something was missing, but she ignored it and simply continued on her way. Deceptive game. We were in the club room when Bucho showed us a recording of a fight between Seraorg. When I saw it, I realized how different our levels were. I said, "Incredible. Is that the power of the one who is above all the young devils?" Bucho said. "Even if he is a substitute, Zephyrdor is not weak. The original successor of the family died in an accident." At that moment a magic circle appeared and Gasper asked, "Where did it come from?" Bucho said, "Astaroth." I said, "What?" From the magic circle came out Diodora himself, and said, "Good afternoon, I am Diodora Astaroth." Diodora sat in one of the armchairs and Akeno served him some tea and decided to talk to Bucho. Asia looked nervous and I took her hand. She smiled and I nodded. Diodora said, "Let me get straight to the point. I would like to exchange bishops." I took Asia's hand tighter but measuring myself so as not to hurt her. Gasper said, "No." "Does he love me?" I gave him a light hit on the head and said, "Of course not." Bucho said to him, "Do you want Asia?" Asia was surprised and Diodora said, "You're quick to understand. It's not a bad deal." He made 2 small circles and some holograms appeared and said, "Finally my proposal is." Bucho said, "Sorry, I'm not interested. Asia is a valuable devil of my clan. I also see her as a younger sister." Asia said happily. "President," Bucho said, "try to get the one you proposed to in exchange. Do you at least understand the meaning of the word chivalry?" I realized something and thought. Bucho was angry. "Of course I am too," Diodora said. "I understand, but I won't give up." He got up from the couch and walked to Asia, took her hand and said, "Our meeting was predestined, even if everyone in the world is against it. I will make sure to overcome it. I love you, Asia." And he kissed his hand. I ran over and said, "What are you doing to Asia?" He tried to move my hand away but I stopped him with mine and held his wrist. Black flames came out of it. Diodora let go and said, "Let me go. I can't stand being touched by a dirty dragon like you." He was smiling and I said, "Damn you," but then to my surprise Asia slapped him and said, "Don't talk to Issei-san like that." Diodora said, "I see, I understand." He pointed at me and said, "Gabriel Hyoudou Issei, I will defeat you in the next game. After that, I hope you accept my love, Asia." I told him, "I will not lose to someone like you, Diodora Astaroth. I will show you the true power of a dragon." At the residence, all the girls except Kaneko and Rias were eating. Asia said, "Are Issei-san and Kaneko-chan still doing the devil job?" Akeno said, "If they received sudden requests." Raswai said, "It's difficult to be a devil." Irina asked, "Rias-san too?" Akeno said, "The president is thinking about a strategy for the raiding game." Asia looked a little scared but Zenobia calmed her down saying, "Asia, don't worry, Issei will protect you for sure." Akeno said, "If we have Issei-kun on our side." Asia said, "Why yes, you're right." Irina said, "I see that everyone trusts Issei-kun." Zenobia said, "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we are all here because of Issei." Akeno said, "Yes, I feel very grateful for everything he did." Irina stood up and said, "And how about thanking him now?" With Issei, we closed the door to our client, and I said, "Thank you for your preference." I was riding a bike with Kaneko, the simple reason, I had promised her that I would take her by bike as soon as they called us. I said, "Morisawa-san suddenly asked for the 2 of us." Kaneko, who was stuck to me, said, "It was fun to do a demonic comedy with you, Issei-senpai." I said, "I hope you are enjoying this bike ride." She said, "Yes, it is very fun, Issei-senpai." I stopped and Kaneko jumped forward. I got off and left the bike to the side. Kaneko said, "That presence is from," a voice said. "How long has it been since?" Kaneko came back to see and said, "Brother Kuroka." I stood in front of her and said, "Did you come for Kaneko-chan again?" She approached me and said, "Your face is more elegant since the last time I saw you. Is it because you reached the balance breaker? Or because you met a girl?" She took me by the chin and I said, "What are you doing?" She licked my cheek and said, "Your taste is very mature for your age." I said, "You don't care about that." She blushed and was happy. She came closer and I said, Hey, do you want to make babies with me?" I just said, "Huh." she told me. I want to have a dragon child. Kaneko stood in front of me and said, Sister, I won't give it to Issei-senpai. I won't give it to you. I reacted and said, Why don't you ask Vala for that? A voice was heard and said, Why did I reject her? My rival came out of a circle and I said, Vala, I prepared for combat. Boosted gear, dark blade. Vala said, It seems you are ready for battle. I said, It's your fault Loki turned against us. Kuroka said, Loki did all that alone. We only guided him to the underworld. Vala said, Although I am surprised that you will end up with Fenrir. I looked at him seriously and he said, Will you participate in the raiding game? I began to listen to him carefully and he said, Your opponent is the heir of the Astaroth family. Be careful. I said, What? Vala said, I'm sure that my advice would go unnoticed by Rias, so at least I will tell you. Then both of them went through a magic circle at the residence. Upon entering I was greeted by Akeno, who was wearing a transparent blouse and a red miniskirt, and she said, Era, welcome Issei-kun. I blushed and said, Akeno-san, what are you doing dressed like that? She said provocatively, What's wrong? Don't you like it? I said, It's not that. It's just that. Asia arrived dressed the same and said, Welcome Issei-san. Zenobia the same and said, Welcome Issei. I said, What's going on? Irina, who was coming down the stairs, said, It was my idea. Everyone wanted to thank you Issei-kun. I said, Really? Irina said, I didn't think they would be so daring either. Akeno stuck closer to me and I was just hoping to concentrate so I wouldn't do anything stupid. Akeno said to me, Should you just be watching? Or would you like to touch? Issei's mind. Windows turning off. At that moment Bucho came out and said, What's going on guys? Akeno said, Rias, we're making Issei-kun happy now. Bucho made an angry face and came back to the room. I said, Bucho? Irina said, Will she be angry for having been left aside? I said, I'll go see her. When I was going up the stairs Bucho appeared in front of me disguised as a demon and wearing provocative clothes. I said, Bucho? She said to me, Come on Issei, don't you think it looks good on me? I said, Well the truth is that yes. She told me, I'm very aware of your taste Issei. Akeno made an angry face and put on a very revealing bikini and said, Era, you haven't won yet. We were both surprised and she approached me saying, Issei-kun, don't you like clothes that show more body? I couldn't say anything because I didn't know what to think. Akeno said, Point your finger up. I don't know what made me do it but I did. She took my hand and made me press her nipple. In my head there was a turmoil of emotions. I didn't know what to do. Akeno moaned and said, This is incredible. That caused me to start to go blank. Things got worse when Bucho took my other hand and put it on one of her breasts and said, That, as I thought, my breasts get hot when you touch me. Issei's mind. Bucho said to Akeno, I won't lose to you. Akeno said, Me neither. Both attacked each other, and Akeno said, My proportions fit Issei-kun better than yours. Bucho said, No, Issei finds me more attractive. Akeno attacked her and said, That's not true, Rias you idiot. Bucho attacked her and said, Akeno you imbecile. Akeno attacked again and said, Rias you idiot. Bucho attacked and said, Akeno you idiot. All this being watched by Zenobia and Asia. I went down to the first floor to avoid any attack from hitting me. Asia said. They started to fight. Zenobia said, No one can stop a battle between the two of them. I kept watching but Kaneko said, Issei-senpai. When I turned around I saw Kaneko with Akeno's clothes and her cat ears and tail. She asked, Does it look good on me? I said, That's an excess of cuteness and beauty. Kaneko moved her hand and said, Nyan, in Issei's room. I was with Bucho, and she was saying, Really that Akeno? I said, Sorry, I think it was my fault. Bucho said, It's okay. It's a good way to release stress. I laughed a little but she got serious and said, Vala is more important now. Seriously, he also has desires in my territory. I said seriously, but he didn't seem to want to do anything. Bucho said, Just in case I will inform my brother and Azazel. I don't trust Vala's words, but Diodora's relaxed attitude worries me. I said angrily, I don't care how strong he is for Asia. Bucho grabbed my face and hugged me in her breasts and I said, Bucho? She said, Do you still blame yourself for dragging Asia into this world? I said, Yes, but Asia told me to be happy with this life. I thought it was good too, but still Bucho said, With me, you and this clan, we will make her happy. But you and the others must find that happiness. I said, Bucho. Bucho said, If that doesn't happen I'm the one who will be sad. We were like that for a while until she said to me, An invitation to participate came for you from the Underworld TV studio. I said, What? Why me? Bucho said, Who knows, it will be after the raiding game, so concentrate on winning first. I said, Yes Bucho. In an unknown place, a person said, I hope to eliminate Xerxes and Odin using Loki. But it seems that was the limit of a pagan god. Although he is one of the main Norse gods, I find it hard to believe that he was sealed without resistance. At the Hyoudou residence, I had just gotten out of the shower when I saw Zenobia training. She was training really hard with Durandal. She noticed my presence and said, "Issei?" I said. "I noticed the lights were on." She said, "The game is approaching." I said, "Weren't you training hard even before the sun came up?" Zenobia said, "Well, I'm weaker than Kiba. I don't want to admit it, but he's more talented than me." I said, "In my eyes you and Kiba are amazing. I'm the idiot who can't handle a sword and has two." Zenobia said, "Thanks." I said, "Then boosted gear. Ascalon release." The sword came out of the gauntlet, and I gave it to her. She said, "What?" I said, "Use it." She said, "But," I told her, "it may not be as strong as Durandal, but it's better than a wooden sword." She asked me, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yes." She accepted it, and I said, "If you need it, ask me anytime, we're partners." She stared at the sword and then said to me, "Hey, eventually you'll leave the president and go your own way, right? To reach the top?" I said, "Yes, it's very likely." I thought, "I'll be at Bucho's level someday." Zenobia said, "Asia said she'll follow you when that happens." I said, "Yes, like we promised we'll always be together." Zenobia said, "Take me with you too." I said, "You too?" She said, "It's more interesting being with you." I said, "Interesting, huh? Okay, Zenobia Corda, you'll come with me when I reach the top." Phantom. Phrase that breaks ovaries. Haha, okay, no. Zenobia said, "I feel like talking to you is calming me." With that she kissed me on the cheek, which surprised me and caused me to blush. I said, "Huh." Zenobia said, "Hey, thank you. Should I have kissed your lips?" I said, "No, it's okay. Why, your feelings surprised me." She said, "Really?" I said as I left. "Yes, good night." In the elevator, I thought, what a scare. When the doors opened, I heard Asia Issei-san. He was with Kaneko and said, "We were waiting for you in bed." I told him, "I was talking to Zenobia. She is trying hard." Asia said, "Issei-san, if we lose the game I will." Kaneko said, "Let her say what she wants. We won't hand you over to anyone." Asia said happily, "Kaneko-chan." I took her by the shoulders and said, "Asia, don't worry about losing, we will win." Kaneko said, "Exactly," I said, "we will win in the rating game, and in the three-legged race." She smiled and said, "Yes." Elsewhere, Azazel was saying, "I'm sorry for not being able to speak personally, Seraorg, about the accidental death of the heir of the Glaciolabelas family, and the sudden increase in Diodora Astaroth's demonic power." Seraorg said from a magic circle, "Yes, they are connected." Azazel, I said, "Probably." Seraorg said, "Then it seems that Rias's report about Vala's notice is not something to be taken lightly." Azazel said, "With us, they do not think uniformly." Seraorg said to him, "It seems we have to put our plans into action." Azazel said, "Michael and old Odin also agree, although I feel bad for doing this with those children." At the occult club, we were ready to go. Rosweiss said, "Have a good trip." Irina said, "Do your best." When all the Gremry nobility left, Azazel said, "Yes, we will go too." Irina said, "Michael Sama ordered that she accompany them to the underworld." But, Rosweiss said, "Why are you keeping the secret from the others?" Azazel said, "If nothing happens, we can say that we went just to surprise them and cheer them up. If something happens, well, I will be hated." With Issei, we arrived at the place, but it didn't look like a place where a raiding game would be held, and I asked, "Is this the main battle area?" Bucho said, "How strange. There is no announcement or referee." Gasper said, "Maybe something went wrong." Asia noticed something and said, "A magic circle?" Bucho said, "It's not the shield of Astaroth, be careful." Many more magic circles appeared, so I activated my 2 sacred gear and stood in front of Asia. Kiba and Zenobia drew their swords ready. Kaneko activated her Nikomata mode. Akeno prepared her sacred lightning, and Bucho began to raise her power and said, "If I remember correctly, that shield." From the magic circles many demons came out, and Bucho said, "They are demons loyal to the faction of the ancient demon king in the Chaos Brigade." Zenobia said, "They are terrorists then," they said, "the hated and false Gremry royal family. We will eliminate them now." I said, "What the hell is going on?" I heard Asia's screams, and when I turned around I saw that Diodora had her suspended in the air with his magical power. I screamed. "Asia!" Bucho said angrily. "Diodora!" I yelled. "Damn you!" he said. "Hello, I'll stay with Asia Argento." I said, "What are you doing with Asia?" Bucho said. "What does that mean?" Diodora said, smiling. "All of you will be killed by the Chaos Brigade." Bucho said, "As I thought, you joined the Chaos Brigade. You are despicable. And even mistreating the health of the raiding game, you deserve death. On top of everything, you touch my beautiful Asia." Diodora said, "Well, breathe one last time through these numbers. During that time I will join Asia in that temple. Do you understand the meaning, Dabiru Yudi?" She launched attacks at us and we had to run away, Zenobia told me. "Issei, Ascalon?" I told her. "Fine, I'll give it to you, Ascalon." I gave her the sword and she launched herself to attack Diodora and said, I don't want you to do whatever you want with my friend. He put Asia as a shield and Zenobia had to turn around to avoid hitting her. The glove kept giving me power boosts without anyone noticing. Zenobia yelled at him. Coward! Diodora started laughing, but at that moment my speed reached its maximum, and with the dark blade wielded I yelled, Damn coward! Soul Reaper! I slashed him in the back. That started to hurt. He got angry and disappeared and I yelled, Asia! Damn it, protect Asia? Not me again, I have to save her now. And I went out to attack the enemies. The fury that consumed me made several of them fall in a very short time. I stayed near Bucho and she said, Those numbers. I don't know if Akeno and I can defend ourselves. I saw a magic circle form and I recognized the symbol that I had studied so many times. I knew what would happen, so I put Dark Blade and Ascalon as an X behind Akeno. She looked at me confused. But Odin came out of the magic circle and I said to him, Don't think I'll let you look at Akeno-san's panties, old man, he said. You brat Daburuyuti. You want to have them all to yourself. I told him, That's not your problem, old man. Akeno blushed and Bucho said, Odin-sama, when was it that? He laughed and said, We found out that Diodora Astaroth was making secret agreements. Come on, I'm the great Norse father. If you take my head you'll win everything. All the demons rushed to attack Odin and he said while putting his staff on the ground, generating a wave of power. The brat Azazel wanted me to take care of them in one hit. Bucho said, Then this game, they used us as bait. Odin said, Hurry up and leave, this old man will contain them for you. You should consider yourself lucky. I said, Okay, let's go. The gods can have any appearance, but they are still gods. I already learned not to judge a book by its cover. Bucho, let's save Asia. Bucho nodded and Odin said, Wow, you say things that make sense, brat Daburuyuti. I told him, Don't make everything I liked about Viking culture ruin, old man. He laughed and said, Gungnir. A lot of water appeared and from it came out a spear that Odin took it and started to move it. With it he eliminated many of the demons and I said to him, Incredible, old man. I knew you were powerful. He said, Don't worry, an old man needs to exercise sometimes. Bucho said, Let's run to the temple. We all said, Yes, President/Bucho. Sensei talked to us and said, Are you okay? I said, Sensei said, I'm sure you have things to say, but listen, not only the field, even the area around the VIP section, is under attack from the old Demon King's faction. We foresaw that too. Bucho said, You foresaw, right? Sensei said, Several units that we concentrated in the area are fighting. Due to the battle plans, I couldn't tell you what happened. Gasper said, What if something happened to us? Sensei said, I am the battle strategist. I will take responsibility. Well, my head alone may not be enough to calm your hatred. I said, Then, Zenobia said, You were prepared to die. Kaneko said, When you used us. Sensei said, Finally, remain hidden until the end of the battle. We will take care of the terrorists. I said, Are you also on the battlefield? Sensei said, I am in the same field. Despite being a large area, it is very far from you. I said, We can't hide. Asia was kidnapped by Diodora. Sensei said, What did you say? I said, We need to save Asia right now, Sensei. Asia is my partner. Asia is my family. I don't want to lose her again. Bucho said, We will save Asia. We must teach her how foolish it is to steal someone from my clan. Sensei said, Well, imagine that would happen. I will take care of the rest. Go and do what you feel. I said happily, Sensei. Bucho said, Thanks, Azazel Sensei. Sensei said, Issei, show that traitorous brat the power of Daburuyuti, and bring Asia back. I told him, I will. Here, Phantom, I hope you liked today's chapter and I leave you the meme of the chapter. Without further ado, see you later. The rescue of the lost bishop. We continued running towards the temple while I thought, Asia, calm down, Asia. I'll go save you right now. You'll be fine, Asia. When we arrived, we saw all of Diodora's pieces in front of us. He said, I knew you would come, Rias Gremory and your family. It's time to start the game. Akeno asked. Game? Bucho told her. Unfortunately, the game's scoring has been deactivated, thanks to you. Diodora said, That's why we played this game instead. If you don't fight, Asia will be mine. Elsewhere, the black-haired man identified as Gota looked thoughtful when a redhead approached him and said, I saw something that worried me. Gota said, What's going on, Trent? Trent said, It seems that the dragon will reach its next phase. Gota put on a macabre smile and said, Perfect, you just have to keep watching its progress. Trent nodded and went back inside. With Issei, there were 2 doors that opened and Diodora said, The 2 battles will take place at the same time. To the right I will send my 2 rooks and 8 pawns, and to the right I will send my queen and my bishops. You can group your pieces as you wish. Bucho said, Issei, Kaneko, Zenobia and Gasper will go to the right of the temple. Gasper said worriedly, 10 against 4? Kiba said, Issei-kun absorbed our 8 pawns, In a matter of power we are balanced. I smiled and Diodora said, then let's begin. Zenobia, Gasper, Kaneko and I were transported to a part of the temple. The combs appeared and Diodora said, by the way, all my pawns have been promoted to queen. He just looked with a very annoyed expression. With Rias, they were also transported and she said, I didn't expect a fair fight. Diodora's pieces appeared and Akeno said, a queen and 2 bishops. They must be very confident. Rias said, let you take care of the rooks Zenobia. With Issei, Zenobia answered Bucho. Well, at that precise moment the rooks went to attack her but she repelled them with ease, and said, I am great in situations like this. Bucho ordered, Kaneko, make sure to prevent the pawns from surrounding them. Issei, give your blood to Gasper. Kaneko began to attack with her Nikomata powers and I bit my finger to give my blood to Gasper. He obtained better control of his powers and I said, very well, we are ready. Bucho said, I trust you. I said, well, promotion queen. I increased my power and said, let's finish this quickly. Mateo Dragonar. A red dragon and a black one came out of a sphere of energy and surrounded the pawns causing a huge explosion. I said, with that he will surely win. A kick fell on my face and Kaneko said, Issei senpai, are you okay? I said, it's not that bad. But it seems that I will have to try harder. With Rias, hearing that her pawn's attack was not enough, she said, Issei, the queen of Diodora said, they should not underestimate my master. Rias was barely defending herself from the attacks and said, Akeno Yuto. Akeno raised her hand and said, lightning. The lightning fell causing the shields to stop being activated and Kiba launched the attack damaging the queen. Rias used her power to give them the finishing blow. But the queen was unharmed. When they saw, they realized that the bishops were using their magic and Kiba said, both bishops are healing her so she doesn't take damage. Akeno said, it may be more complicated than the Phoenix family. With Issei, they kept attacking us when an idea came to my head and I said, their attacks are coordinated in an incredible way. We will not be able to win simply. Issei's mental space. I said, Bahamut, is there enough energy? Bahamut told me, there always is. I said, ready Drake? Drake answered me, whenever you want, partner. Normal, I said. The mind can deceive me but the heart can't. Dragon heart. At that moment everything lit up in a bright red color and I began to hear the girls' hearts. I heard, we have to seal the eyes of that vampire. 3 of us will go. We will finish off the problematic vampire. I said, Gasper, stop those 3. Using his powers Gasper stopped them and I continued listening. Those girls were stopped. He can read our minds, so he knows we're going for the Nikomata. I said, Gasper, those 3 are going for Kaneko-chan, stop them. He stopped them and Kaneko attacked them. One stopped and said to me, damn, you're reading our minds? I said, the mind is not very reliable. That's why I resort to what I find in their hearts is my new technique. Kaneko said, impressive. I told her, I know, but now move away a little, this place is going to explode. Gasper and Kaneko stood behind me. The pawns got up and stayed together. I said, Diodora's bastard gave them snake fragments to be more strong. But now they will taste the fury of the infernal dragon. Hell thunder. From my sword came a lightning bolt that rose to the sky until it disappeared. One of the pawns said to me, that was your great technique. But in that moment many purple lightning bolts shaped like dragons fell from the sky, making the temple explode and leaving everyone out of combat. The rooks said, the pawns, were they annihilated? Zenobia said, it seems I can fight without worries now. The rooks looked at her confused and Zenobia said, when we first met I said horrible things to Asia. I called her a witch, a heretic. However, she accepted me as her friend. Here I go, Durandal, Ascalon. Both swords were in Zenobia's hands, and they shone, she said, so that I can save my dear friend. Answer my prayer. The sword shone and emitted a light that destroyed the rooks as well as the rest of the temple. I said, incredible. I didn't know Ascalon could do that. With Rias, they defended themselves as best they could and Akeno said, we must defeat the queen and the bishops at the same time. But how? With Issei. From a distance we saw our friends in trouble, I said. I wish I could help them. Kaneko told me. I have an idea. An explanation later. Kaneko made a communication circle near Bucho and Akeno and said, Akeno-san. Bucho said, Issei? I said, well, if you defeat the Diodora pieces, we can go on a date this Sunday. I moved away from the circle and said, will it work, Kaneko-chan? Kaneko nodded and I said, I don't think a date with me will make Akeno-san. We heard an explosion and when we looked again we saw a giant yellow aura rise up and I said, this can't be true. With Rias, Akeno's power had increased incredibly, and she smiled with happiness. Rias said, jealous. Issei, despite having me, Akeno said, is proof that my love has reached Issei-kun. Jealousy made Rias increase her power too and said, I don't want to hear that from someone who released many lightning bolts just to get a date. Akeno said, I don't want to hear that from someone who hasn't slept with him yet. Rias said, that's not true. Last time he touched my breasts many times while we were in bed, Akeno said. Isn't it because Issei-kun moves a lot while he sleeps? Rias said. 2 even kissed twice, Kiba from a distance said. I can't believe what jealousy does to women, the queen of Diodora said. Stop immediately. How dare you ignore me and fight over a man? Both of them deactivated their shields and with their powers at their maximum they attacked her while saying, Shut up. The place exploded and defeated the Diodora pieces, with Issei. From afar we saw everything and Gasper said. They won, Zenobia said. As expected of the king and queen, it was a magnificent double attack, Kaneko said. Yes. On the way to the castle Bucho was insulting Akeno, and she only agreed with her. She looked very happy. In my mind I said, how do I tell Akeno that I will not be there on Sunday? At one point they stopped and Bucho said, we will talk after saving Asia, Akeno. She told her. Of course, Rias. Asia-chan is like a little sister to me too. When we arrived, Akeno said, only the king and 2 horses remain. Bucho said, why did you keep the horses instead of the queen? At that moment we heard an unfortunately familiar voice. Hello, 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 how long? I said excitedly. Fried said. Yes, I am persistent. As you see I am still alive, Kiba said to him. Why are you here? Fried said. After all, I was dragged by that damn Vala. In other words, the Chaos Brigade recruited a great guy like me, Bucho said to him. So, did you become Diodora's horse? Fried said. Horse? Ha 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 ha. I ate them both, I said. Damn freak. Kaneko covered her nose and said, has given up her humanity. While she kept laughing, her body deformed until it turned into a hideous monster. Gasper affirmed this, Fried said. Since this meeting is touching, let me tell you something cool. All the girls you defeated just now were all famous sisters or priestess from faraway lands, Zenobia said. What are you saying? Fried said. This boy's hobby is taking holy women and bringing them to hell with sweet words. I took a breath to calm down and said, so that happened with Asia, Fried said. One day, a spoiled little demon found a holy woman who was completely his type. But the woman was loyal to God, so we could not kidnap her so easily. Then he thought that I could be excommunicated if I was seen healing an injured demon like him. I remembered Asia's words. I don't regret having saved him, I said. Then that bastard is to blame for everything, isn't he? Fried said. After being labeled as a traitor to the church and falling to the bottom of the well, he would save her, taking advantage of her body and her heart. That is what the young master loves the most. I walked a little and took up my sword. It caught fire. Butcher wanted to stop me, but I looked at her and said, calm down. These feelings are for Diodora. But I had to do what I had to do from the first time. Fried told me, the bucking demon wants us to finish this. You should be more careful with the invincible Fried. At that moment I appeared behind him and he was cut into many pieces while I whispered, 1,000 divine cuts. Fried with his last breath said, you are very strong. Well, they will not be able to defeat those who are behind him. I approached him and kicked his head while I said, I know who gave the snake to that bastard, Diodora. Your time is running out. 1. The curtain in the background rose and we saw Asia captured. I couldn't describe what it was, but they looked like the roots of a hellish tree. I screamed, Asia! She reacted and said, Issei-san. Diodora started laughing and said, you should have seen Asia's face after telling her the truth. She had the best expression. Bucho said angrily. Diodora Astaroth. Diodora said, I never get tired of seeing the despair of a woman from the church. Asia began to cry while the bastard just laughed, and I said, wretched. Diodora said, but it's not enough. Asia still has hope. In all of you exactly, especially in the Hyoudou. Do you remember the fallen angel Ryusoulger? I was stunned to hear that name, Diodora said. After I kill Asia, I would kill that woman and give Asia an evil peace. Bucho said. What are you saying? Diodora said. Who would have thought the cowardly demon that jumped was the Hyoudou? I made the mistake of waiting, thinking that she would die immediately. Besides that, Rias, you came and saved her, Bucho said. So you were the one behind everything, Diodora said. But I will forgive you. Thanks to you I will be able to plunge Asia into even greater despair. I will destroy all remaining hope, killing them in front of their eyes. Asia is still a virgin, right? I don't want anything that the Hyoudou has used, but maybe stealing her from the Hyoudou would be something more fun. It would be fun to grape Asia while she screams your name. A red and black aura covered the room and I screamed in a dragon's voice. Shut up! I will kill you, Diodora. I entered Balance Breaker at that moment. I said, Bucho. She told me, go and finish him. I said, ready, partners? Both said, yes, destroy him. Diodora started laughing and said, incredible, that's Hyoudou. But I have a snake from the same office. it will be an instant death. At that moment Diodora closed his mouth because a punch to the stomach shut him up, and I said, "Did you think I wouldn't know you had a snake? Yours is not among the most powerful, it's just another basilisk. I absorbed Kateria Leviathans." I threw him aside and he said, "Don't joke, I'm a high-level demon. I'm part of the lineage of the great demon Beelzebub." He started throwing lightning at me while saying, "How could my noble blood lose against the blood of a wild reincarnated demon like you?" I approached him and said, "Do you know how effective dragon slayers are against snakes?" He looked at me scared as my glove filled with Ascalon's power, and I said, "Answer, they are more effective." I hit him in the face, and he stepped back saying, "It hurts. It hurts a lot." I said, "Your barrier is weaker than Vala's." I grabbed his clothes and started hitting him in a row while saying, "How? Even with Ophus's power, I'm losing against a rotten demon like you." He created a very strong barrier that pushed me away, and he started laughing while saying, "You see? My demonic power is much stronger. A crazy idiot like the Daburuyuti can't defeat me," I said. "I assumed a coward like you would do something like that dividing gauntlet." The white glove appeared on my right hand, and with it I hit the barrier while the glove said, "Divide, divide, divide, divide." The barrier began to weaken, and with a single blow I destroyed it. Diodora said, "Impossible." I approached him and said, "How dare you make my sweet Asia cry?" I hit him with a blow that sent him to the ceiling and made him fall near me. As he fell I kicked him in the stomach. While I was shot towards the wall I flew and continued hitting him. I let him get up and he said, "This could be it. I defeated Agars and I plan to defeat Seraorg. I can't lose against the Gremory family. All they have is good public relations. I am the heir of the Astaroth family. Take this." He launched an attack at me with all his power, but I absorbed it without difficulty. Diodora had a look of terror, but it increased more when at maximum speed I appeared behind him and with the sword in hand. Diodora screamed in pain and his arm came out leaving a torrent of blood. I began to give him a series of blows without stopping. With the fire of my sword I cauterized the wound so that he does not fall from the loss of blood. I took him by the head and slammed him against the floor. I put my foot on top of him and began to crush his head, and said, "Never come near Asia again, next time I cut off your head." I kicked him towards the columns and he stayed there. He ran to help Asia, but whatever had her captured wouldn't let go. I said, "Damn it, I can't let her go." Bucho said, "Even the power of the Daburuyuti can't free her?" Diodora said, "It's a special seal that a certain Longinus created for me. The user promised that it would be disarmed when everything was finished, but if I'm defeated, the seal will consume her." Bucho said, "What do you think?" Diodora said, "I'd rather see her disappear than give her up to you." I jumped back and said, "Then I don't have time to waste. 1,000 divine cuts." I passed like a shadow before everyone's eyes and appeared at Asia's side. In front of everyone Diodora's seal ignited purple fire and shattered into pieces, releasing Asia, who fell into my arms. I deactivated the balance breaker and held her like a princess. Akeno said, "Good thing you did it." Kaneko said, "You're the best Issei-senpai." Diodora said, "It can't be. The Longinus seal," I told him, "is another of the many combined abilities of the boosted gear and the dark blade, the 1,000 divine cuts. My sword ignites in purgatory fire while the boosted gear increases the maximum cutting speed, and apparently it is too effective. I was training it before coming here." Zenobia said, "Asia, thank goodness. I wouldn't know what to do if you left." Asia approached Zenobia and said, "I'm not going anywhere, because you and Issei-sen will always protect me." Zenobia said, "Yes, I'll protect you no matter how." Bucho hugged Asia and she said, "President?" Bucho said, "Don't call me that. I also consider you my little sister." Asia said happily, "Yes, Ryusoulger." Gasper crying said, "Thank goodness. I'm happy that Asia-senpai is back." Kaneko said, "Yes, Jai-kun. Asia came to hug me and tell me." Issei-san, I told her. Asia, sorry for taking so long. She told me, "I believed in you. I knew you would come for me." Issei-san, I told her, "Sorry for making you go through painful things." She told me, "I'm fine. You're with me." Issei-san, I told her. "Then, let's go home." She told me, "Yes, but let me pray before I go." I asked her, "Why are you going to pray in a place like this?" She winked at me and said, "It's a secret." Asia knelt down and began her prayer. Asia's prayer: "Heavenly Father, will you hear my wish? Please continue protecting Issei-san until the end, and please, from now until the end, I hope I can live happily with Issei. May I stay by your side forever?" With Issei, we saw how Asia was covered by a light, and before our eyes she disappeared, but I could hear her last thought, which caused something inside me to break and despair to take over me. "Can I stay by your side forever, Issei-san?" Elsewhere, Goto was talking to his companions until McAllister told him. Goto, great news, Goto said. What happened? McAllister told him. It's already started. Those present smiled grimly at the purple-haired boy's words. Here, Phantom with the new chapter. Sorry it took me so long, but take advantage of the fact that I'm free today. I'll leave you the meme of the cap and see you later. Demon King. Before my eyes, Asia had disappeared, and I only said, Asia? A magic circle appeared in front of us, and from it came out a man with brown hair and armor. Bucho asked him. Who are you? The man said. I am honored to meet you, sister of the false Demon King. I am Shalba Beelzebub, the true successor, who possesses the blood of the great Demon King, Beelzebub. Bucho said. Beelzebub? Diodora barely said to her. Help me, Shalba. Yes, if the former Demon King and the current one join forces. A lightning bolt pierced him, and he said, Shalba, you're enough. Shalba destroyed him completely after that, Shalba said. He's an idiot for thinking that we are similar. Serzex's younger sister. Unfortunately, I will declare the end of the current Demon King's bloodline, Bucho said to him. So you eliminated Glaciolabelas, that's why you killed Astaroth, and this incident is also your doing. Besides that, to Asia. I was still lost. While walking and falling to my knees, I said, Asia? Asia, where did you go? Come on, we'll go home. I'll prepare the miso soup that you like so much. I can't find you if you hide. We still have the three-legged race at the sports festival. We have to practice. I broke down and began to scream inconsolably. Bucho hugged me and said, Issei, I said, crying. Bucho, Asia is not here. We must find her. She is our beloved family. Everyone cried, knowing that Asia was no longer there. While Bucho was with me, Shalba said, I didn't know you had such bad taste, Princess Gremory. And you Hyoudou Issei. I sent that girl to the dimensional rift. She must have stopped breathing. She's dead. I was cold and not knowing what to do. Zenobia launched herself into the attack crying, and I said, Damn, why did you do that to Asia? She didn't hurt anyone. But Shalba easily knocked her out. Akeno went to help her. While I got out of Bucho's arms and approached slowly, the sword appeared in my hands and a dark aura began to cover me. Bahamut said, Demon from there, Shalba, right? Shalba was surprised to hear the voice of my other dragon. Bahamut told her, You made the wrong decision. My eyes turned purple and I began to release an immense amount of power. My entire aura was black. Drake appreciated at the last moment in my right hand and said, Rias Gremory, stay away from my partner. Right now he is out of his mind. My balance breaker was completely black and I began. I am the one who will wake up. There were many voices inside me that said, It has already started. This is about to start. Shalba looked at me annoyed, but I continued. I am the infernal dragon who stole the principles of superiority from Satan, the voices said. This is how it has always been. This is how it is. It has always been. I continued. I accompany the infinity and undo the dream. The voices continued. The world desires. The world rejects. I continued. I will become the black dragon of superiority, the voices said, unleashed in a burst of power. It is always for love, I said with my loudest voice. I will throw you into hellish Tartarus. From that moment on my mind went blank. The entire occult club saw Issei's power, Rias said. What is this? Kiba said, covering himself from the power. This aura is very oppressive, Kaneko said. Danger. They heard a distorted scream from Issei as his armor deformed more until it looks like a dragon. Asia. Bahamut's voice was heard saying, Juggernaut Drive. The aura that Issei released destroyed the entire castle. But the club members defended themselves with shields. After the explosion that left a giant crater, Rias said, Issei. While Shalba got up but was surprised by a foot from Issei that crushed him. The sword had become giant and was attached to his arm. With this, Issei cut off Shalba's arm and kicked him that made him crash into some rocks. Shalba made an attack that hit Issei from the air, but only heard, Divide, divide. The attack had no effect and Shalba asked, Vala's power? How much longer will you insist on getting in my way? Issei shot him while the club watched everything from afar. Kiba went to find Rias, who was still watching Issei from afar. Kiba told her, Come on, President. That is not Issei-kun anymore. The rest of the members arrived and only saw in terror the power of their friend who continued to roar with great force. Inside Issei, I was floating in the darkness itself. I didn't know what I was doing. I just felt like something was wrong. I felt someone stick to my back. I also felt that person had wings. When I saw it, I realized it was Ryanair, she told me. I always knew it would only be a matter of time before everyone saw the monster you are. I said, What do you mean? She told me, Right, you don't know what you're doing, idiot. Soon you'll kill all your friends and die with them. I still didn't understand, but I didn't know what to do either. With Rias, Shalba had gotten up again and said, Damn monster, so that's the Juggernaut Drive? I can't die here. Shalba wanted to escape, but at that moment Gasper's eyes lit up, and prevented her escape, Shalba said. I can't move my legs, Kiba said. The power of Gasperkun's sacred gear was heard saying. Boost, boost, Rias said. Does he also control Drake? With Issei. I still didn't understand anything until Rihanna said, aren't you supposed to have 2 dragons? I told her, that's true, Drake, but my gauntlet didn't appear. I didn't know what to do. I still needed to think. With Rias, seeing Issei's power increase, Akeno said, we should go or it will reach us too, Kiba said. Let's move away for now, Rias said. But, Akeno told him. Rias, Kiba grabbed her and said, I'm sorry, President. Everyone took out their wings and flew away. But Rias shouted, Issei. With Issei. Although I heard my name very slowly from outside, Ryanair told me, he's no one important. Do you think anyone would want a monster like you? I told her, I fell in love with a wretch like you. Don't be surprised. Outside, Issei was carrying a lot of power, and Shalba scared said, impossible. I who am a member of the true bloodline of the Demon King, will I be killed by a simple dragon? Bahamut said. Hell lightning. A blinding purple light came out of Issei's mouth while Shalba said, damn. Issei released all the power and Shalba said, damn black dragon, damn white dragon. After that power Shalba disappeared, the club got up seeing only smoke and Kiba said, Issei-kun. But a lightning bolt caused something near them to explode. Issei kept roaring and shooting wherever, Rias said. Issei, Kaneko said. Why? Kiba said. He did not return to normal after defeating Shalba. At that moment Vala's voice was heard and said, it seems they have problems. Vala arrived with Asia in hands and said, I only came to observe the Hyoudou Issei's juggernaut drive. But it seems he released the one from his other sacred gear. With Issei, I felt the presence of another dragon and said, Vala? Ryanair said, I see that you can still feel the power of other dragons. But soon it will not be a problem. With Rias, Vala told them. Also, Rias said, Asia. The club members ran to where Vala was and he gave them Asia. Arthur said, this healer girl is from your family, right? We were looking for something in the dimensional rift, and we found her by chance. Rias looked worried and Vala told her, don't worry, she's alive. Zenobia hugged her and cried saying, Asia, Asia. Akeno made a sign to Rias to confirm that she was okay and Vala said, however, Hyoudou Issei, I don't know what you're doing with him. I've never seen or heard anything about that dragon in my life. Rias said. It can't be. Akeno asked. Can he return to normal? Vala said. No idea. This will depend on Hyoudou Issei. Rias started screaming. Issei. With Issei. I felt someone calling me again, and the voice got louder, until I heard it clearly, and said, Bucho. Ryanair said. Did you hear that woman's voice? I told her. She's calling me. I have to get out of here. She took me by the arm and said, You can't do it. You're not strong enough. Besides, you'll never get over what happened to Asia. I froze and felt how Bucho's voice got further and further away. With Rias, she said, we just have to show him that Asia is okay. Vala said, it's useless. Besides, you can't even get close. If you do, you'll die. Rias walked a little and Vala said, well, I won't stop anyone. Akeno told him, I know we are not in a position to ask for favors, but I ask you to lend us your strength. Kaneko told her, we will help you in any way we can. So please help Issei-senpai. Vala said, I will do what I can to make him react. I trust my rival so he can get out alone. Kaneko and Akeno nodded and Vala took a few steps forward. At that moment Irina appeared and said, what happened here? Kiba told her, Issei-kun lost control and now we don't know what to do. Irina said when she saw Issei. No, Issei-kun, it's more than I imagined. Akeno asked, Shido-san, why are you here? Irina said, the higher-ups know what's going on, but they can't imagine how bad it is. They said there was a song that would calm Issei-kun. Kiba said. Irina-san, wait. Irina asked. What's wrong? Kiba said. Is it the Ape Dragon song? Irina said. Yes, that's it. Kiba said. Don't play it. If you do, Issei-kun will kill us all. Azazel-sensei forced him to sing that. But Issei-kun hates that song with all his soul. Irina said. But Azazel-sama said it would be okay. Flashback. Issei was leaving the program he was invited to and said in front of the mirror, I feel ashamed of myself. Kiba, who was there, asked him, why do you say that, Issei-kun? Issei told him, I had to lie and they made me sing that ridiculous song. I never want to see that again. End of flashback. Irina said, I understand now. Only Azazel-sama thinks she likes the song. Vala said, only me to do it. I who will wake up. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinity and pursue the dream. I will become the bank dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the farthest limits of innocence. Shall we do it? Albion said. Vanishing dragon, balance breaker. While Vala was flying, he transformed once more into his juggernaut drive form and attacked Issei while saying, divide, divide. Vala bit his neck while Issei just roared. At that moment Issei slashed him with the dark blade. But Vala did not give up. He gave Issei a few more blows who began to shoot at him uncontrollably. After that Vala moved away, but he had done enough damage for Issei to react. With Issei, I felt many blows, from someone with the same strength as me. But I felt closer to the outside, I heard things more clearly and I felt my friends with fear. But I still had the problem of still feeling bad about Asia. Rihanna was there just to make me feel bad, until I heard all the girls screaming my name. Outside, Rias and the other girls began to shout Issei's name without stopping. What surprised them was that the dragon was reacting and its aura was reducing. At that moment Rias took the opportunity to approach Issei. With Issei, I felt like the outside was calling me and I wanted to go. Rihanna was trying hard to keep me there, and I kept thinking about Asia. Things weren't clear to me, until both dragons appeared in front of me, manifesting in their original forms. Both of them pulverized Rihanna, and Drake said, "You have to stop holding back and awaken all your power." I said, "But what's the use to me? Asia is gone." Bahamut said, "She's not the only one. Or what happened to the Gremory girl and the others? Aren't you going to protect them?" My eyes opened at that moment, and I said, "They're right. I must continue even if there's no replacement for Asia." I felt that I was getting more and more control over my body and that my bonds were coming loose. With Rias, Issei's aura dropped too much to the point where he no longer emitted more power. Rias took advantage of this to get closer to Issei and succeeded. When she was close to him she said, "Issei, I know you hear me. Please come back to me." With Issei, I heard Bucho's voice demanding me to return. I knew it was really necessary. But Ryusoulger appeared again and said, "Are you really going to go out?" I told her determined, "Yes, I will. You will not stop me." I know that she asks me to have made a mistake, but I can continue improving myself. Ryusoulger began to fade and said to me, "What the heck are you?" I told her, "I am a simple dragon, and also Rias Gremory's pawn." She said, "You have an incredible talent to overcome natural barriers." I told her, "You are talking to someone who died 2 times. Nothing affects me. Now if you excuse me I have to go back to my master." I felt like my whole body was back in control and said, "I know I can do things right." I saw as if Bucho came to hug me and I felt the warmth of your arms. With Rias, she began to see how the armor began to break until it disappeared completely, leaving Issei standing near her. He said, "I'm sorry Bucho. It took me too long." Then he fell unconscious. With Issei, I woke up being hugged by Bucho, Akeno and Kaneko, and I smiled. Bucho said, "I'm so happy." In front of me was Zenobia with Asia in her arms. When I saw her my eyes opened, and I said, "Asia, Asia, Asia." She began to open her eyes and said, "Issei-san?" I smiled with happiness, and so did she. I said, "Are you okay?" "I'm happy that this." At that moment Zenobia pulled me aside and said, "Asia, we'll be friends forever. Please don't leave me like that again." Zenobia hugged Asia and she started petting her head and said, "Yes, we will be friends forever. We will always be together." I got up and said to Vala, "Seems like I owe you one." Vala said to me, "Well, once in a while is not bad, more important." A huge portal opened, and out of it came a giant red dragon. Vala said, "Watch carefully, Hyoudou Issei. That is what I was looking for." I said, "That is," Vala said, "dragon of the apocalypse that they talk about in the Armageddon, Great Red. The mythical dragon known as True Dragon of Dragons. I plan to defeat it one day and become the true White Dragon King." I said, "So that is your dream?" I heard a voice that said, "Great Red has been a while." I saw a very small girl with a gothic look and said, "I thought finding you would be more difficult, Ophis." She turned to look at me and said, "I also did not think I would see a carrier like you in these times." Lo, I said, "From what I know you are the leader of the Chaos Brigade. If so, that makes us enemies." She told me, "You don't want to challenge me." I told her, "I will beat you one day." Ophis with her neutral expression said, pointing to Great Red, "I will definitely get the silence." And then she disappeared. I said, "What a complicated girl." With Ophis, she returned to the dimensional gap and touched her chest, and then said, "I see. So that was what I was missing." With Issei, after Ophis left, I said to Vala, "I see that you and I have similar goals." Vala told me, "You really are a great rival. So I ask you, do you really want to defeat me?" I said, "Of course. But you're not the only one I want to surpass. There are many strong ones out there." Vala smiled and said, "Me too. Instead of just sticking to fate, it might be strange for us to chase our dreams. This time we are 2 exceptional users who oppose tradition." I said, "I guess, remember that another dragon chose my body and interrupted our battle. However," Vala said, "get stronger because." I said, "Yes, one day we will solve all of this." We bumped fists in friendship and he left with Arthur and Biko. When he left, I approached Asia and took her hands and said, "I'm sorry, I promised I would protect you no matter what. and yet. She started shaking her head from left to right, and I said, "This time let's go home," she crying said. "Yes." We heard a voice that said, "I see you defeated Shalba. But now you will feel the power of Apophis," I said. A demon king, a man with black hair and pale skin said, "An honor to meet you, Gabriel. I am the true descendant of the great demon Asmodeus, Kruzri Asmodeus," I said. "Why are you coming here?" Kruzri said, "Easy, we realize that you are a problem, and that I wish to exterminate the lineage of the false demon king." I stood in front of Bucho and the others and said, "I will not allow you to harm them." Kruzri said, "We will see." Elsewhere, a white-haired boy was walking through a field of flowers until he came across a blue-haired boy resting on the ground. The albino said to him, "Shalba was defeated and Vala is not giving up either. Should we, the hero faction, make our move?" The blue-haired boy said, "No, we will definitely need to make our move soon." The albino said, "The most powerful sacred gear within you will propel us forward." The blue-haired boy smiled and said, "True Longinus, the tip of the spear will bring destruction." While in the unknown location, Gota said, "That was incredible, although in fact this does not end." McAllister said, "He is a great carrier." Chris said, "I want to kill him now." Gota said, "Calm down, things must go slowly, and from what I saw, he will also give us Ophis as a grand prize." The rest of the attendees smiled soberly and continued watching. Here Phantom, I hope you liked today's chapter. As I said, I changed many things. Like the Ape Dragon song, I leave you the meme of the cap, and without further ado I say goodbye. Double Juggernaut Drive. In front of us stood one of the true demon kings. Kruzri Asmodeus had just come out of the Juggernaut Drive and I was feeling very weak. I spoke to my dragons inside. "What happened? I thought my life would start to slip away," Bahamut said. "What I did to maintain the transformation was absorb Drake's boosts. But if you didn't have the boosted gear, I would have absorbed the vital and magical energy of everyone around us. And with my speed they would have died almost immediately. And then you for not being able to withstand so much power." I said, "This was a stroke of luck, but I'm tired. I won't be able to do anything against Asmodeus." Drake said, "Use the snake you took from Leviathan." I asked him, "Can it help me?" Drake said, "Besides giving yourself power, it will help you recover. But since you have lost a lot, you will only be at your current level. In simple words, it will be as if you hadn't fought." I told him, "That works for me." Outside, Kruzri was still watching us and said, "It seems they won't put up any resistance to being killed." I barely took a step forward and said, "I'll be your opponent." Bucho said to me, "Don't do it, Issei, you're too weak." Kruzri started laughing and said, "You've already started saying stupid things, boy." I told him, "You're not done with me yet, Hydra." A pink magic circle appeared in my hand and I felt all my energy return to my body. I felt like new and said, "Now let's start." "Balance breaker," Kruzri said. "So you also have an Ophis snake. I'll see what to do with you." I thought, my strength has been restored, but I'm still no match for him. Last time I killed Kateria because Sensei weakened her. Drake and Bahamut Digerin, there is more power inside you. I asked, "How is that possible?" Outside, I launched myself into the attack and began to give consecutive blows to Kruzri. But he grabbed my arm and threw me to the ground. But without giving up, I took flight again and used another strategy. I hit him and moved away. Taking advantage of the speed I had, I hit him while I moved away at full speed. But my blows had no effect. Kruzri hit me and sent me crashing directly into a rock and mocked, "Ha ha ha, idiot kid, you can't do anything." I told him, "I can still beat you." I launched myself at full speed and began to hit him frantically. And I began to hurt him, Kruzri. But he kicked me that made me spit blood and then bombarded me with magical attacks, leaving me on the ground. Bucho said, "Issei, enough." Akeno took out her wings and Kaneko activated her Nikomata mode and both attacked. Akeno with her lightning and Kaneko with her fire. Kruzri covered herself and he attacked with his powers. I flew very fast and protected them, causing the entire impact to fall on me. I fell towards his feet and both took me in their arms and said, "Issei-kun, Issei-senpai." I got up and said, "Calm down, I'm fine." Kiba and Zenobia launched themselves into the attack, but Kruzri defeated them with ease. I went to attack him again, increasing my aura. I gave him many punches and kicks and finished with a dragon shoot. The most I managed was to crash into a rock. But he got up again and hit me in the stomach and my armor began to break. From another side, a white-haired man watched the fight closely and Ophis arrived. He said to him, "You took too long, Ophis." Ophis said to him, he felt some confusing things rise of him. Rise of him said to him, "The important thing is that soon you will have the silence you want so much." Ophis said to him, "That's good. That's what the Chaos Brigade is for." Ophis walked away and Rise of him went to another room. A capsule was there and said, "Soon it will be your time to bring destruction to this world." Ha 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 ha. With Issei still receiving a beating from Kruzri, he broke part of my mask, so I decided to use my last resort, I said. Drake, give me the maximum of increases. Drake said. Okay, partner, the glove said. Boost, boost. I approached at full speed and said, this is my last resort. Hell Thunder. Hell Blaze. Longinus Smasher. 1,000 divine cuts. With all my attacks I gave him, a large explosive wave appeared. I smiled and said, I beat him. But when the dust cleared, he touched his cheek that was bleeding and said, a cut. Wow, that surprises me. He hit me and I fell again. Issei's inner self. I said, what can I do? I can't beat him. Drake said. There's a way. I said. The boosted gear's juggernaut drive only worked on a fallen angel. They're stronger, Bahamut said. It seems you still don't understand the extent of your power. I said. How? Drake said. I'm surprised you're first in your class. I said. That hurt. Bahamut said. I know you're afraid of losing control, but you have to use all your power, otherwise you won't beat him. I said. But if I hurt my friends? Bahamut said. Trust yourself. You had the willpower to get out of the Juggernaut Drive's trance. Drake said. You can do it. You're an exceptional wielder. I said. Do you trust me? They said. We always do. I said. Thank you for trusting me. We'll do our best. Outside, Rosweiss arrived to help and said, how much power? Everyone attacked as they could and Cruisery said, idiots can't against me, our levels are different. I created a magic circle from which a giant sphere of power came out. At that moment I summoned the dividing glove and approached it. The glove began to say, divide, 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 and at the last moment I brought my sword closer so that it absorbs the rest of its power. He hit me and said, you don't get tired, right? I got up and deactivated my armor. I told him, it's not the end yet, now Drake, Bahamut. Both dragons started. Drake, Bahamut, I the one who will awaken. I the one who will awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. I am the infernal dragon who stole the principles of superiority from Satan. I laugh at infinity and despise dream. I accompany infinity and undo dream. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will become the black dragon of superiority. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. I will throw you into hellish Tartarus. My aura began to increase uncontrollably and Bucho said, Issei, don't do it again, you can die. I said smiling, don't worry. I'll come back to your side no matter what way. Cruisery said, that you increase your aura a little does not make you stronger. I said, I hope you choose your last words well. Double Juggernaut Drive. A giant lightning bolt fell from the sky and when it cleared, I was with a two-color Juggernaut Drive. Only the different thing now was that I was aware of my movements, as well as my power, and I said, let's continue Cruisery. He said, don't believe so much just because your armor changed. With my new speed I hit him in the stomach and he spat out blood. He said, how is it possible? I told him, this is the power that equals a god, the Juggernaut Drive. Issei's mind. I said, how am I controlling it? Drake said, it's your willpower and your desire to protect your friends. I said, then we will win. Outside, I began to give him series of blows without stopping. I was causing him a lot of damage. Kiba said, how much power? Bucho said, he is controlling it. Cruisery wanted to attack my friends and I kicked him that sent him flying far away. And I said, are you okay? Bucho told me, are you controlling it, Issei? I told him, I succeeded because I know that I have to protect you. Cruisery launched a magical attack at me but I divided it with the power of Albion, and I threw a dragon shoot at him, which caused more damage. Cruisery used all the power of his snake and began to hit me, but with my tail I threw him flying. Cruisery got up and came to attack me again, but I received him with a blow, and I said, we will end this once and for all. I hit him, then slashed him with my sword and charged my most powerful attack. I shouted, disappear, Longinus Smasher. My fist was covered with a great amount of power, and Cruisery said, I, a demon king, would not be defeated by a dragon as simple as you. I told him, me and my two dragons are not simple, we have a legendary power, idiot. I hit him with a blow and Cruisery disappeared completely. I got to where Bucho and the others were and deactivated the armor. I told them, see, I told you that I can beat him. I fainted in Bucho's arms. When Issei fainted the girls gathered to see Issei worried. Rias touched him and said, Issei, wake up. Azazel arrived at that moment with Tannen and said, what happened here? Kiba explained everything and Azazel said, I see, his physical exhaustion must have been too much, let him rest and take him home. The girls obeyed and let Issei sleep peacefully. Issei did not wake up until the next day for the school festival. But before he woke up Rias went to talk to her brother. Rias informed him of everything that happened and Seraorg said, I see, is Issei-kun okay? Rias told him. Yes, but he's still sleeping, Seraorg said. I'm glad to know that he's still okay and that they managed to return him to normal. Rias told him. Yes, and he also protected us. Seraorg was happy and Rias returned home. She went to the room when it was empty, and when she saw Issei sleeping she said, I don't know how to make you call me by my name, but I'm still glad that you're okay. I love you, Issei. No, I love you. I really love you, Hyoudou Issei. Issei didn't react because he was still sleeping, and Rias went to sleep in her room. Kaneko came in later and lay down next to Issei. Kaneko had already talked to Rias. She was only wearing a white robe. She hugged him and with her Nekomata form she started to heal him, and whispered, You're the best, Issei-senpai. You go out of your way for everyone. I've never met anyone like you. You're definitely the best. After healing him she left the room to leave him alone. Akeno watched from the doorway and said, Issei-kun, you go out of your way for all of us, and you always do it with a smile. Like I said before, all I can do now is love you with all my heart. Slowly she approached and kissed him on the forehead lovingly. Akeno left, and Zenobia said, You are a unique person, Issei, and all I know is that I'm in love with you. I've never felt anything like this, but I'm happy to have these feelings. Zenobia smiled and saw that Irina was. She approached, and when she saw Issei she said, Issei-kun is the only person I've ever truly loved, and now I see that everyone sees how special he is. Zenobia said, That's right. Now I understand why you were excited to talk about him. At that moment they heard a voice that said, Irina? Zenobia? What are you doing in the room? They both blushed and asked. Did you hear everything? Issei said. I just woke up. Didn't I hear anything? They both sighed in relief and left. Issei said, Well, tomorrow is the sports festival. The next day, the sports festival had started and I was getting ready with Asia. The presenter said, The next event is the three-legged race. All participants proceed to the field. I said, Ready, Asia? She said, Yes, Issei-san. We got on the track ready and I said, Okay, let's go for first place. Asia said, Yes. They gave the starting gun and we started running. I said, Asia, stay close to me. Don't let go. Asia said, Yes, Issei-san. In the end we arrived first, and I said happily, We won! After the race I was walking with Asia and I was saying, We did it, Asia. She said happily, Yes, we did it, Issei-san. I felt weak at that moment and Bucho came and said, Asia, please heal him using your sacred gear. There shouldn't be anyone behind the gym. Asia said, Yes, Issei-san, hold on to me. I said, I'm sorry about this. Bucho said, Asia, do your best. She just blushed, and we went to the gym. Behind the gym, Asia healed me with her sacred gear and I regained my strength. I told her, Thank you, Asia. You helped me recover. Now I can participate in the rest of the events. The class team said they would be lost without me. Asia told me, Issei-san, I couldn't tell you this because you were asleep all this time. She came closer and kissed me on the lips. I was stunned, not knowing what to do. When we separated I said, Hey Asia. She told me, Issei-san, I love you. I was very surprised to hear her, and she continued, I will always be by your side. I smiled hearing her, and she said, I will always love you, Issei-san. After that unexpected event I went with the rest of the boys in my class. Rinji gave me a band that he put on my arm and said, Finally you're here. I don't know what we would do without our star player. I told him, It's not that big a deal. But this year Class 2A will take the trophy of all the remaining events. They made us play many sports such as basketball, soccer, volleyball and more. We ended up winning in all of them and I realized that the girls from the club supported me from the stairs. After all the events I went to the club. When I arrived Bucho said happily, Well done, Issei. Thanks to you our class won all the prizes. She gave me a towel with which I wiped the sweat and I said, It's not that bad. Kiba said, I didn't think you would beat my class that easily, Issei-kun. I just kept smiling. At that moment Rosweiss came in and said, Everyone was very good today. I said, Rosweiss-san? Are you still here? Bucho said, That's right, Odin-sama never came for her. Rosweiss started to shed tears and said, Yes, despite all the work I did. I approached and wiped her tears and said, Don't worry, Rosweiss-san. Something better will come. Bucho said, That's right. That's why Rosweiss-san decided to become the missing tower. I said surprised, Really? Rosweiss spread her wings and said, It's the best decision I can make. I told her, In that case, welcome to the Gremry family. Rosweiss smiled, seeing Issei so happy and receiving her in a good way. In addition to wiping her tears, Rosweiss thought, Now I understand all the girls. The next day, it was a school day like any other. But in the afternoon when I arrived at the club the Phoenix family circle appeared. I prepared for the worst, but only a blonde girl came out and I said, Ravel, what happened? She said, Rias-sama, Issei-sama, I need your help. Everyone in the club stared at her while she bowed. Elsewhere, Goto and his friends were celebrating. Trent said, I can't believe it. That boy is exceptional, Chris said. I want to face him now, McAllister said. Patience, there's still a long way to go, Gota said. I knew the bearer of this time was exceptional. At that moment 2 other people arrived, a tall and serious albino, and a blonde who said, Go to I received everything related to the bearer. But it's not time yet, something worse is coming. It's best to find out what it is first, Gota said. As you order, boss. Here Phantom with today's chapter. I hope you like it and I leave you the meme of the cap. Without further ado, see you later. The phoenix that could not be resurrected. We were on a train heading to the underworld. Rosweiss was playing cards with the others and said, I can't do it, I lost again, Asia said. Rosweiss said, it's very easy to read your expressions, Irina said. It's true, it's very obvious. Butcho and Akeno were looking at them while drinking tea, Akeno said. It's been some time since we visited the Phoenix Count, Butcho said. Yes, it's true, I was with Ravel. The reason why we were going to the Phoenix territory was very simple, and it happened relatively recently. Flashback. Ravel was in the occult club and said, Rias-sama, sorry to visit you so suddenly. The truth is, I came to talk about my brother. Butcho asked her, Reiser? Do you want to talk about Reiser? Ravel told us. I thought you all know that after that, he is locked up. Zenobia wondered. Reiser? I only heard rumors about him. Irina asked her. Who is he? Asia said. He's from the Phoenix family, and he is Rias's ex-fiancé Onissima, Irina said excitedly. Fiancé? That sounds so romantic. Rosweiss approached and said, I love the culture of royalty. Irina reacted at that moment and said, but if he is the ex-fiancé, Asia told her. Yes, that's right, Akeno told them. It was an arranged marriage, and we lost the rating game to cancel it. Irina asked. But then, Asia said, Issei-san interrupted Rias Onissima's engagement party and brought her back after fighting with Reiser-san, but Reiser-san after losing. I felt everyone's gaze on me. But Butcho said. So he hasn't recovered since then, Ravel said. That's right. I know it's not right to come here for this, but I thought maybe Rias-sama, Butcho said. In me? What do you mean? Ravel said. I thought that one way to fix things is to learn the guts that your clan has. That's what they advised me, Butcho said. Guts? Zenobia said. Guts, huh? Irina said. He's like someone familiar. We all laughed a little and Ravel said. In other words, my brother is pathetic. How is he able to lock himself away for half a year and be afraid of dragons? Now he is no longer able to participate in the games. He doesn't even do it for his cute sister. Because of Issei-sama he can no longer participate in anything that has to do with dragons. I would understand if he hated him as a man. He should continue fighting despite having lost. Seriously, he is so pathetic. But despite all that, he is my brother. When I saw Ravel I realized that all his hopes were placed on us. I stood up determined and said to him, I'll take care of it, Ravel. I will do something about it. Well, after all that time I exaggerated a little, Kiba said. A little? I ignored him and said, Leave it to me. Besides, I have guts, so don't worry. I saw him blush and said, I have no choice. I'm counting on you, Issei-sama. I worked hard for an ultimate class devil. Blue, well, I also thank you. Butcho smiled and said, Well, it will be Issei and Reiser's training. Zenobia asked Kiba, Why did you tell Issei a little? Akeno approached and said, Well, Issei-kun exaggerated a bit too much when fighting against Reiser-san. Irina asked her, Was it that bad? Kiba told her, There are videos that the underworld has. Zenobia said, Can we see? Kiba showed them and Zenobia said, Wow, your exaggeration. I just smiled somewhat uncomfortable. End of flashback. With Issei. I was talking with Ravel and we were laughing while the train arrived at the Phoenix territory. When I arrived I saw a giant castle and I said, It's bigger than I thought. Butcho's house is also big. But this one is not far behind. And Reiser-san, what does he do? We entered his house. Reiser's entire entourage was there. Strangely, they didn't say anything to me. I had mentally prepared myself for anything. After all, it was my fault, Ravel said. He locks himself in his room, and all day he spends time in a game simulator or calls someone he plays chess with for a long time. We stood in front of a giant door, and Ravel knocked while saying, Brother, you have visitors. I heard Reiser's voice. I was surprised not to hear the same degree of superiority in it. Reiser said, Ravel, I don't want to see anyone. Come back later. I don't feel like it. Ravel sighed and said, It's Rias-sama. We felt like something fell and Reiser said, Rias? Butcho approached and said, Reiser, it's me. Reiser said angrily, What did you come for now? Have you come to make fun of me? Or perhaps have you come to tell me about your relationship with the Dabiru Yudi? Butcho told him, Let's talk a little. Go out for a moment. We heard loud footsteps and Reiser opened the door. He said, What are you going to talk about with the man you left? He looked up and saw me, His voice started to tremble and said, Dadabiru Yudi. I told him, how long Reiser? He screamed in fear and got under his sheets and said, go away. I don't want to remember what happened. I don't want to anymore. I don't want to go through that anymore, Bucho said. Reiser had never lost a single time since he was born. Ravel, annoyed, said, really? Then he came in and started pulling Reiser's sheets and said, brother, Rias-sama took the time to come. Get out of the bed at once. Reiser, scared, said, go away at once. I sighed and said, I think the first thing will be to get Reiser-san out of this room. Reiser kept screaming, no, let me. After managing to get him out of there, we went out to the main courtyard and he said, what the heck is wrong with you? Don't bother me, Bucho said. And what's your strategy? I said. He's about to arrive. A deep voice said, long time no see, guys. It was Tannen, I said. Tannen, thanks for coming. Reiser fell back in fright and said, TT Tannen is the ultimate class demon and legendary dragon. When Tannen landed, Reiser gave a squeal of fear. Tannen looked at him and said, Reiser Phoenix, recently a candidate to be king, but I see you have a big problem, I said while putting on a backpack. Do you think it can be solved with some training like me? Tannen turned to look at me and I said, we want him to learn to have guts. Tannen said, I see, so guts, that's good. So let's go to the mountains. Reiser tried to run away and said, I don't want to. Tannen caught him with one hand and said, don't run away, make up your mind. I climbed onto Tannen's back and said, Bucho, let's go. Bucho said to me, if something happens let me know. I said, yes Bucho. Ravel came closer and said, I want to go too. I want to support my brother. Tannen said to me, that girl has good eyes, Hyoudou Issei. Take care of her in the mountains. Bucho said to me, I ask you to Issei, take Ravel. Ravel said, Rias-sama. I extended my hand and said, fine. Let's go, Ravel. She was happy and started to fly. Then with her power she changed her clothes into an explorer one. Reiser shouted, I don't want to. Why do I have to go to the mountains? Ravel, who was next to me, said, it's for your own good, resist. Reiser said, I don't want to. We arrived at a land full of dragons, I said. Great. But with Reiser it was another story. He was very scared. Tannen said, this is my old habitat, the niche of the dragons. A blue-scaled dragon came and said, Tannen-sama, my name is? Tannen said, this guy is heir to the dragons. I was thinking of leaving him in charge of Reiser Phoenix. I told him, but I'll take care of it. Tannen told me, but you won't be strict with him. Reiser Phoenix, in these lands I'm going to reform you from scratch. Reiser said, it can't be. Tannen told me, Hyoudou Issei, you will also train. First go run. I smiled and said, I expected it. The snow was falling but I was running at full speed. But Reiser could barely hold on. The dragon said to him, come on, you're too slow. And he shot him with his breath, making Reiser's fire wings disappear. Reiser said, my fire is going to freeze. The dragon said to him, Reiser Dano, when you train you must shout, dragon. Come on, say it. Ravel, who was riding on the dragon's back, said, brother, don't cry just with this. Come on, say dragon. Dragon? I took off my protective glasses and said, it reminds me of an adventurer who is being attacked by a dragon. Reiser said, I don't want to anymore. Meanwhile, in a hot spring resort, Rosweiss was relaxing and saying, the hot springs are amazing. They take away all your stress. Rias said, were you that stressed? Rosweiss said, yes, they abandoned me and I'm in unknown lands. I'll never forget this, Odin-sama. Akeno said, Era, you're scary. Asia wondered, how is Issei-san? Rias said, he must be fine. After all, Issei takes care of everything. Zenobia said, I'm sure they're getting along well. Irina said, it's fantastic that they're going to the mountains to train a dragon and a phoenix. Kaneko said, I hope it is. With Issei, we were climbing a mountain. Reiser was barely there and said, I'm going to die. I told him, it hasn't been long since we started training. He told me, I am an ultimate class devil. My skill and fine blood should be enough for me to live. I don't have to do this nonsense. He took out his wings and began to rise, which didn't last long because our trainer shot him with his icy breath in the back and said, don't think about running away. Reiser said, holding onto the rope. Do you want to kill me? I said, this is worse. My training continued as usual, running, practicing new fighting maneuvers, and meditating. But at that time while Reiser was training I was eating with Ravel. I had created a table and set plates. She protected us from the wind with a magic circle and she said to me, it's been 3 days of training. How is my brother? We heard Reiser's screams of suffering, and I said, I couldn't tell you. Tannen can be exaggerated in his training. I ate a little of the pancake that Ravel gave me and I said, if he gets used to it, he won't have problems anymore. Ravel said to me, I see, that relieves me. I sneezed and I said, aren't you cold? Why are you like this? She had on a dress and she said, I am not cold, royalty should wear clothes until having tea. She sneezed again and I said, I see, on the other hand this pancake is delicious. Ravel asked me happily, really? The dragon lords of the village gave me the ingredients, do you think I prepared it well? I said, of course, what do I gain by lying to you? It's very good, Ravel, you're good at making pancakes. Ravel told me, it's obvious, you should be happy to be able to eat my pancakes. Be thankful for every snack you eat. I said somewhat skeptically. Yes, she told me. Why is that reaction? And that you prepared it so early. I asked her, did you start early? Ravel got nervous and said, no, I can make something like this anytime. It's just that today I woke up early. She started eating and I said, by the way, I feel like it's a little late but thank you. She told me, thank you? I took her hands and said, you saved my life, Ravel. She blushed and said, why do you say that? I told her, when we fought with Loki, Fenrir bit me and I thought I was going to die. If it weren't for the phoenix tears you gave me at the party I wouldn't be here anymore. She told me, it was just a sign of our friendship. I told her, even if that's why it was very helpful, thank you. She told me, I see, well I'm glad I helped. I approached her, and she asked me nervously, what happened? I told her, Ravel, based on the human school system, what grade are you in? She told me, well I'll tell you this once, I would be in first grade of what they call preparatory. I told her, I see, you're younger than me. In my mind I said, I thought I was older. Ravel told me, I would like to wear the uniform sometime. I said, I'm sure you would look good in it. She said, of course, it would look great on me. Can I visit your club again another day? I said, if you come whenever you want, visit my house while you're at it. Ravel said, then I will. An ultimate class devil should know how common humans live. By the way, Rias Sama and her people are coming tonight. I asked. Bucho? Ravel answered me. Yes, she says that there are very good hot springs near here. I said, I see. At that same moment we heard Rias's screams again. At night, I was trying to sleep but something wouldn't let me rest. Besides, I couldn't hear Rias's complaints. I got up to see what was happening. As I approached Rias's sleeping bag there was a doll and I said, it's supposed to be here, unless… I got worried and said, he heard me talking to Ravel and now he's going to the hot springs. I shouted with a dragon's voice that echoed throughout the mountains, Rias Phoenix, activate my balance breaker and followed his trail. It was very easy, plus I saw a light that was obviously flames in the distance. I increased my speed to the maximum. When he saw me he said, he discovered me. I said, so you were going to the hot springs? He said, what's wrong with spying? If there are women in the hot springs a man should spy. Kara power, and hit him saying, a true noble wouldn't do that. I dodged him as best I could and he said, your attacks are more fixed than before. But can you beat me in a flying duel? Gabriel or Hyoudou, don't interfere. I want to see Rias's breasts. It's unforgivable that only you enjoy them. I told him, you crossed the line. No one is going to do that to my Bucho. Created a sphere of power that I shot at him while he came to attack me. He said to me, I am her ex-fiancé. I can't give up without having seen them. Put yourself in my place. He gave me a kick that I received, then he took me by the arm and threw me into a mountain. I got up and told him, don't think that just because you threw me into the mountain you won. You're a pervert who restored himself just to see breasts. As a defender of integrity I can't allow it. Besides, you say you don't have the guts. But you do have them. So many that you can match me. I was hitting him and I grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. They are prepared to hit him in the face. But he stopped me with his fist and said, I prefer that you don't compare me to you, and by the way, I also want to see Rias's queen. Those are great too. My aura increased to an incredible strength, and I said to him, I won't allow it, you damn perverted fried chicken. He said, don't bother me, let me see. His aura also increased and we started hitting each other in the air without stopping. In the hot springs, the girls were relaxing and Rias said, let's rest for today in the hot springs and tomorrow we go visit Issei. Akeno said, Era, then we have to wash our bodies well. Ravel said, I heard that these hot springs are good for the skin. Zenobia said, I see, so my femininity will rise a level. Irina said, won't it be a sin to become more beautiful? Forgive me, Michael-sama. Raswai said, listen girls, at school you have to study. Don't get distracted so much and do your homework. Asia on one side complaining said, you all have such a good body. Kaneko said, don't worry Asia-senpai, that's the least of Issei-senpai's concerns. Asia said, are you sure Kaneko-chan? Kaneko said, yes, besides it's just the beginning. With Issei, I continued to frantically hit Reiza until we separated. Reiza said to me, you've gotten quite strong, I have an advantage for being in the air. But you still don't give up, the Dabiru Hyoudou is really fearsome. I told him, thanks, Reiza said, but I can't give up. I hadn't realized we were near the waters. I continued acting as if they weren't there, and I said, "Don't think I'll let you see the breasts of any of my friends, damn perverted fried chicken." My aura increased and the dragon said, "Explosion!" I filled with power and said, "Receive your punishment, Longinus." In the hot springs, the girls continued relaxing until they heard Issei's voice saying, "Don't think I'll let you see the breasts of any of my friends, damn perverted fried chicken." They went out a bit to see and realized that Issei was fighting with Rias, and Ravel said, "Oh no way, my brother came here to spy." "But what about Issei-sama?" Akeno told her. "What happens is that Issei-kun defends integrity at all costs," Rias said, "but from what I see he's charging his most powerful attack." Ravel asked. "The most powerful?" Rias said. "Longinus Smasher. All the power that Issei accumulates with his 2 sacred gears comes together in a fist to deliver the final blow." Ravel said. "What will happen now with my brother?" Rias told her. "Calm down. Issei didn't gather much energy. Besides, he's holding back." Ravel said. "Well, let's hope for the best." After that, a blinding light appeared and revealed Issei holding Rias in one of his arms. He had one. But when he turned around, he saw the girls naked, and Ravel's reaction to seeing him was to release her power, causing a lot of damage to Issei. Then, I was lamenting in pain on top of the sleeping bag, and I said, "I had a bad time. It's good that the Phoenix are immortal." Rias told me. "Of course, if the low-class devils are nothing compared to us." I said. "I see," he told me. "But hey, that kick was very good for being low-class." I was surprised by what he said, and he continued, "Rias has a good pawn." I got up and I said, "Rias-san." He told me, "I'm going to give up on Rias." I told him, "Rias-san, you?" He told me, "That's why. Let me see Rias's breasts another day." I told him, "That will never happen. I won't let you." He increased his aura and said, "He confirmed it with me once for being supreme class. That's why let me see them." I activated my balance breaker and I said, "Never." We both started fighting again and he said, "You're a stingy dragon." While Tannen and Rias watched from a distance, Tannen said, "I think Rias or Phoenix is fine now." Rias said, "Yes, Issei, thank you." Hello everyone, here Phantom. I hope you liked this last chapter. In a few days I will start uploading the 4th part. I leave you with the meme of the cap. And without further ado I say goodbye. Prologue 4. Am I here again? I wondered as I wandered around aimlessly. I said, "I know what you're looking for, but I must warn you that my anxiety attacks have reduced thanks to Mom and a little meditation. You won't affect me that much." A voice told me. "Who said I want to hurt you?" I saw that from the darkness itself came a boy very similar to me, but not entirely. This one looked different. For some reason I felt concern and closeness. He said, "You know? I can read your thoughts." Not knowing what to do, I said, "What do you want from me?" The boy said. It just seemed like the right time to introduce myself. I asked him, "Who are you?" He said, "I am the one who watches over different universes and appreciates how order and chaos collapse into each other. I am known as the Vigilante." I said, "You got that from a comic, right?" He said, "Shit, I thought you wouldn't notice." I asked him, "So will you tell me who you are?" He said, "Fine, I'll do it. I'm the one who watches over everything that happens in different parts of the multiverse. My name is Phantom." I asked him, "Phantom?" He told me, "That's right, at your service." Well, not really he. I asked him, "Do you have any powers?" Phantom told me, "The real question would be, am I missing any powers?" I looked at him somewhat strange and he said, "Well, if you don't believe me, let me show you." Before my eyes he began to show me all his powers. He had every ability I had seen in games or movies. I was stunned and said, "Could you help me or train me?" Phantom told me, "Sorry, Issei, but I'm just a spectator and I cannot interfere with the events that happen in the future in different universes. But well, I think it's time for you to wake up." I said, "Wait." I woke up and what I saw was the typical. The girls were sleeping with me, only this time Kaneko was too. Now that my bed was bigger, this was no longer uncomfortable, because before I would have had to juggle not to touch anything I shouldn't. But what worried me most was the dream I had. When I left my room heading to the bathroom, I found a note that said, "It was not a dream. I am really seeing everything you do, Phantom." When I tried to take the note to have a proof, the text of it changed and said, "Only you can know of my existence." At that moment the note was consumed by fire that appeared out of nowhere. I washed my hands and looked at myself in the mirror. I said, "Another problem to add to my list. At least I haven't had anxiety attacks during all this time. I'll take advantage of the fact that it's early and the girls are sleeping more." I went out for a run to clear my mind, and when I returned my parents welcomed me. My mother gave me some tea and my father asked me, "Have you had any strange dreams lately?" I told him, "If you mean that I dreamed about him, no, nothing. I guess it was just a concern at the moment." Dad told me, "We can't let our guard down in this situation. Any hint can bring us more problems, son." They were as serious as ever. But all seriousness went away when they heard the girls coming down. My parents changed their gazes to smiles while they did their things normally. Bucho asked me. What happened, Issei? My dad replied. I was just telling my son how he should treat a woman, how he's a pervert. On the outside I said, seriously, Dad? But on the inside I said to myself, I will always admire how they change so radically just to protect me. While in hell, a girl with pigtails was playing with a flower and saying, I want it, I don't want it, I want it, I don't want it. Another very similar girl approached her and said, Sister, I have to go now. Thank you for letting me come for a while. Another girl with straight black hair said, We appreciate your hospitality, Seraorg-sama. Seraorg said, Don't worry, you can come whenever you want. Sona-chan and Tsubaki-chan both bowed and left. Seraorg stared at the flower and said, This love thing is more complicated than I thought. In Grigori, a woman with purple hair watched attentively everything our black-haired man did and said, I don't know why they praise him so much. All men are the same. In heaven, a blonde woman was doing the same thing and said, Isn't it bad to be a demon's guardian angel? Of course, I've been one since he was a child and I've seen him grow up. But what is this feeling in my chest? In the dimensional rift, the infinity dragon wandered as always until she said, What I feel in my chest is starting to bother me. But a memory came to her, one where she was at the mercy of many people and in front of her there was a boy with a sword who stared at her. But in a blink the boy was no longer there, were only corpses. Ophis realized. I have to find that boy. Somewhere else, no specific location. I watched everything from an armchair with the TV remote at my side, and I said, Everything is happening just as it should. This thing of being the guardian of the multiverse is great. Wait, I need to say hello to my readers. Hello my dear readers, this is Phantom. I hope you liked this prologue and starting tomorrow we will return to our regular programming. See you. We're going to Kyoto. Even Kaneko? Asia noticed and said, It can't be, I'm always the one left behind. But even me. She lunged at me and said, I won't let Issei-san go, we'll sleep together tonight. Akeno said, No, he'll sleep with me tonight. Kaneko said, His treatment is priority. In simple words, the girls were fighting over me. I thought, how does it always come to this? Besides, I can barely breathe. Bucho said, Gee, why don't my subordinates listen when their mistress gives them an order? The three of them stopped and said, Because Bucho said, Heavens, you're wrong. She took the towel off her hair and came running to the bed. She jumped to fall in the center where I was and said, He's mine. I ended up with her breasts in my face. That's how my day began. At Kuoh Academy, the girls were talking about our trip, Aika said. So we'll visit the best tourist spots in one day. Irina asked her, Where will we go first? Asia said, How about we start with Kayamizadera? Zenobia said, Or that place with the really bright temple? I'll be able to take lots of pictures with the camera Issei gave me. Aika said, Oh, are you talking about Ginkakuji? Then we'll add it. The girls looked at Zenobia with jealousy for saying that she had given her a camera. But the reality is that she had given her two, an instant one and a digital one. Because I realized days after giving her the first one, that Zenobia was somewhat clumsy when taking photos. I heard the perverts say, leaving Kiryu aside, I can't believe our field trip is with so many beauties. The bald guy said, Well, I'm a little upset that it's because of Hyoudou. I told them, I'll only say this once, stay away from my group. Renji and Kuro arrived and took them from my side. They sat next to me and Renji said, Do you have something planned to do at night? I told him I really do, and no, although I would like to buy some things, for my parents, for Bucho, Akeno-san and Kaneko-chan. Kuro told me, I would also like to look for souvenirs. And maybe I will look for my aunt. Renji said, It's true that she lives in Kyoto. I told him, I can't believe that a woman like her fell in love with a psychotic like him. Kuro told me, Calm down, at least she and your cousin are out of danger. I told him, I know, but I still feel angry. Aika approached at that moment and said, Hey guys, why don't you join our conversation? Kuro said, We still have preparations to arrange. I felt someone take me by the arm. When I saw it I realized it was Kaneko. She said to me, Issei-senpai, come here a moment. She took me to the club and I said, Shall we continue with the treatment? Here? Kaneko said. Yes, the fact that I can't treat you for 2 days worries me. The strength and energy you used in the double juggernaut drive has finally gradually recovered from the multiple treatment sessions. I said I understand. She started to take off her clothes and said, There are a lot of people at home so I can't concentrate. I will use the clothes Akeno-san gave me to channel all my energy. She activated her Nikomata mode and smiled at me. I took off my shirt and started to carry her. She asked me, Issei-senpai, how does it feel? I said, It feels good. Kaneko said, If it's okay for you, I should perform some love techniques too. I said, Love techniques? If I remember correctly, it's supposed to be the union of a man and a woman until wait, we can't do that. Kaneko said, If that's what it takes for you to recover, then I'm ready. I asked, Ready? Someone coughed to get our attention. Seeing them, I said, Bucho. she said. I accept that the senjutsu treatment is necessary for your recovery, but you must follow the school rules. In addition, I must gather my entire family and report to the Gremry house a little before the school trip. In the Gremry territory, we were sitting at the table eating with Bucho's parents. Irina said, I can't believe that I, being an angel, have been invited to the mansion of a high-class devil. I feel honored. Venelama said. I'm glad to hear that, Bucho's father said. I heard that you finished the supervision of your educational lessons. Rosweiss-san. Rosweiss answered me. Yes, I plan to establish a Nordic magic academy here in the Gremry region. I hope to see the first Valkyries among the devils, Bucho's father said. As leader of the Gremry house, I look forward to your achievements. Venelama said. By the way, Issei-san and the others are about to go on their school trip, right? I said. That's right, we'll go to Kyoto. Venelama said. The Kyoyosaki that Rias brought last year was delicious. I said. Then I'll buy some. Venelama said to me. Oh, I didn't mean for you to do it. You don't have to be so formal. I said. Whatever, Bucho's father said. Which reminds me, Seraorg will come from his residence. Bucho asked. Will my brother come? We went to a courtyard in the mansion with Milikas and found Seraorg, Bucho said. Brother, Seraorg answered her. Rias, Bucho said to him. It's good to see you. I heard that you were on your way back. Seraorg said. You shouldn't bother seeing me, but thank you. Next to her was Seraorg, who said. I also came to visit. You both look good, Rias. Dabiru Bucho said to him. Seraorg, you should have told me that you were coming to visit, Seraorg said. He brought fruits and some other things from the Bale region. Also, he has some matters to discuss about the next raiding game he has with you. Besides the field rules, he plans to remove all the other unnecessary rules from the combat guidelines, Bucho said. Does that mean that he will allow us to use our abilities? Seraorg said. If that's correct, I won't be able to proudly carry the title of the great royal family without facing you, all right? Seraorg said. Good timing. You mentioned that you wanted to trade blows with Issei-kun, right? Seraorg nodded and Seraorg said. Then how about a little training session? I said. What? Seraorg said. What do you think, Rias? Bucho said. Yes, my brother, no, if the Demon King orders it, I have no reason to refuse. Bucho asked me. Issei, can you do it? I said. Yes, if it's okay with me. Seraorg said. Then we will witness the exchange of blows between the number 1 young demon and the Dabiru. Will they show us? In the fight, Seraorg said. I'll let everyone witness my strength. I looked at him with determination and Seraorg said. Okay, start. I said. Okay, let's do it. Drag Bahamut. Both said. Double Dragon Balance Breaker. My armor appeared and I started to move around to analyze it. But he followed me with his eyes. I said internally. I have to go straight to the attack. Analyzing it will not help. I went at full speed and hit him in the face, Seraorg said. That was a good blow. Powerful and honest. Now it's my turn. He hit me and I covered with my arms. But it sent me flying. I felt pain in my arms and I thought, he is very strong. I can't feel my arms. Guys, I entrust the healing to you. Both dragons said. Yes, partner. The next thing that happened was a series of repeated blows from Seraorg that made the air cut by the force of this. Each blow was stronger than the last. And I thought, is this guy really in the same league as Bucho, or what English? Diodora Astaroth? Drake told me. I thought so too, I said. From what I see, he took his body to the limit and surpassed it. But I also have my tricks, I said out loud. Tower promotion. The glove gave me boosts and I felt how my strength and defense increased. I launched myself to attack, but Seraorg came before and gave me a blow that I covered with both hands. I managed to hold it, but I still received a lot of damage. So I used my last trick. I channeled all the power I had accumulated and said, Longinus Smasher. I hit him in the face, but he didn't flinch much, and I said to myself, I just have to increase my power, but I can fight against him. Seraorg told me, your defense and offense were fantastic. I said, thank you very much. Seraorg said to me, what happened? I feel doubt in your body. Does it bother you that I am your opponent? I said, no, it's just that high-class devils always look down on me. Seraorg said to me, don't worry. As someone who fought and finished off the ancient Demon King's faction and fought against the evil Norse god Loki and survived, it's impossible for me to look down on you. I said, thank you? Seraorg-san. Seraorg said, I enjoy fighting against someone who is like me. That's why I asked you not to be content. Attack me with all your strength. I said with my determination and power at its maximum. Yes. Seraorg-san. In my head I thought, I must give it my all. It's the best I can do against an opponent as good as him. I decided to launch the attack with everything. But even using my techniques did not hurt him. But I decided to rely on my physical prowess. So I was willing to hit him in the face, and he thought the same because he was coming towards me, until Asia said, Issei sent a power increase. I looked at her and asked, what? Asia said. Issei-sen gets stronger by touching Ryusoulger's breasts. Zenobia said. It's true. Issei is the Issei dragon. Seraorg said. I thought it was just a rumor. Akeno told Bucho that she was embarrassed. What will you do, Rias? But I was cold. In my head only that name, Issei dragon, resonated. The reason for all this was when I was talking to Azazel. Flashback. Issei was talking to Azazel after his fight with Vala and he said, You know, Vala could have reduced the size of your friend's breasts by half. Issei looked at him astonished and said, Is that possible? Azazel said, Why do you worry so much? Do you want to protect them? I said, Of course I want. What Issei meant was that nothing disturbs the well-being of his friends, but Azazel tricked him into saying that he liked to protect the breasts, and everyone heard him. To which Issei said, Wait, Elmi, Azazel said, then you will be known as the Issei dragon. End of flashback. They all kept looking at me, but to their surprise my power increased abysmally and I screamed, I'm going to kill Azazel. I hate that name. I hit Seraorg a few times that caused a lot of damage, but that increase didn't last long and the armor disappeared. I fell to my knees and Seraorg told me, Impressive. Anger is one of your sources of power. Well, the fight ends here. I told him, Whatever you want, Seraorg-san. But keep this in mind. I won't lose in the rating game. Seraorg told me, I know you will reach new levels of power. I hope to see them. A fight where we give our all. That is the fight I want to have against you, Ryudi. We clashed fists and Seraorg said, Rias and her family. We will see each other later in the battle for our dreams, and I will defeat you all. Seraorg left and Serzek's approached to ask me, How was your strength? I said, Incredible, but it seemed similar to mine. Serzek said to me, It's because he's the same. He fought tirelessly to be the strongest. On top of that he gained something that no other devil has, being brutally honest and direct. I said, So he really is similar to me. Now I understand. There is no other way to beat someone if not by attacking head-on. Serzek said to me, Although Issei-kun, you are also incredible. Meeting him often breaks the challenger's resolve. He can make their magical abilities useless and overwhelm them with his strength. For devils who have magical talent it is much more heartbreaking, especially those who are at the highest level of the most prestigious families. I said, I have yet to win a rating game properly. Next time. At Rias's house, Bucho entered and said, Mother Venelama said, Are you leaving already? Bucho said, Yes, there are preparations for the school trip. Venelama said, I see. Bucho said, I will come visit you later. Milikas approached me and said, Issei-sama, will you continue calling her president after graduation? I froze and said to myself, I hadn't thought about that. But if it was just once I would like to call her that. Rias, at the Hyoudou residence. I was fidgeting and said, Tomorrow is the field trip and I'm too excited to sleep. Beside me Bucho said, Oh? Are you excited because you won't see me starting tomorrow? I turned around and said, I don't mean that. I'm excited for the trip. Bucho said to me, I know, I'm just teasing you. With her hands she grabbed my head and brought it close to her. She said, I won't be able to see you for a while, so you can order whatever you want tonight, Issei. The libido and excitement made me hug her, and I said, Yes, Bucho. I won't say anything else about what happened that night. The next day, we were at the station and Bucho handed us some stuff and said, This is your pass. A free pass for any devil who plans on visiting Kyoto. I said, So with this we can easily go to any temple? Bucho said, That's right, keep it close and you won't be affected if you go near those places. Go and enjoy your trip. This is for Asia. It was a black card and Bucho said, Enjoy my beloved Kyoto, okay? We all said, Yes. Asia said, Then we go. Ryusoulger. Zenobia and Irina said, We go. Kiba said, I'll make sure to buy souvenirs. Bucho said, I'll be waiting for you. I looked at her and said, Then I'm going. She took my hand and said, I tried hard to look calm but in reality I'm like Akeno. I'll be very lonely without you. Although I'm better than before, but it's still difficult even if it's just a few days. I told her, You worry too much. Even without me, Gasper and Kaneko-chan are there. Bucho said to me, I know, but you know. She came closer and kissed me on the lips, and said, It's my goodbye kiss. Gosh, what are you thinking? It's not like it's the first time. I said, Even if you say that, you still take me by surprise. Bucho said, Now I can bear that you're in Kyoto. Go and have fun, Issei. I said, Yes, I'm going. I ran to the train while saying, Bucho's kiss was the best. I feel like this trip will be incredible. With a smile I got on the train that would take me to Kyoto. How are you, dear readers? Here is Phantom with today's chapter. I hope you like it and I leave you the meme of the cap. The Temple of the Fox. At the hotel, Sensei said to me, How the hell were you attacked here in Kyoto? I kept the details about Kuna being my cousin to myself and said I should ask you that. Should I report this to Bucho? Sensei said, Technically nothing has happened. We will deal with this ourselves. I said, I understand. At night I started to meditate and thought, Did that bastard take her? Or does Kuoh know her father? I'm too worried. I was going to talk to Ankisaka about this once we arrived, but now it's essential that I rescue her. I heard the perverts disturbing my peace and realized they were going to the girls' locker room. I ignored it until I heard Hyoudou say, "You can't come in here, they're your classmates." I went over there and saw them. As I got closer I snapped my fingers and said, looking at Hyoudou with a smile, "Leave this for my sensei." I hit them and threw them back in her room. Hyoudou said to me, "Thanks Issei-kun," I said. "Protecting the girls is my duty. By the way, I just realized that jersey is new, it looks great on you." Hyoudou blushed and said, "Why you think?" "It cost me 980 yen, I said. "Well, it was a good buy." "Well, I'm going to my room, sensei." I wondered, what is Bucho doing now? In Kuoh, Rias was bathing with Akeno and Kaneko. Then Akeno asked her, "Which breasts do you think Issei likes more, yours or mine?" Rias looked at her surprised and Akeno said, "Mine are bigger." So both of them started arguing about which breasts Issei would like more until Kaneko said, "Akeno-san, does Issei-senpai really care about breasts?" The three of them were thinking about that. In Kyoto, I was in my room when Sensei came in. I said, "Sensei, what brings you here?" Sensei said to me, "The Demon King girl summoned us." We went to the living room and met Saji, he said. "Oh, Hyoudou and the others," I said. Saji said, "Busy with student council stuff. We can't go anywhere because we're helping the teachers." I said, "Are you having a hard time on the school trip?" Seraorg came in. She was dressed in a kimono and her hairstyle had changed. "This made my heart start racing for some reason," she said. "Well, all the fish dishes here are high quality. Everyone make sure to fill your stomachs," I said. "Seraorg-sama, what are you doing here?" Seraorg said, "For work. We came to form an alliance with the Yukai. But something serious happened." Kiba asked. "Something serious?" Seraorg said. "The current leader of the Yukai clan, the nine-tailed fox, disappeared." The news fell on me like a bucket of cold water. Asia, Zenovia and Irina said, "That's why they attacked us at the temple." Saji said, "Wow, I guess you guys have it hard too." Seraorg said, "I heard it from Azazel-chan's reports. You could be right." Sensei said, "It's probably an infiltration." Seraorg said, "From the Chaos Brigade." Sensei said, "Damn, my hands are already full taking care of the students and now this." Seraorg said, "There are Yukai here in Kyoto who are willing to help us. We're about to make contact to make a deal." Sensei said, "I'll move too. What's wrong, Issei?" Everyone turned to look at me because my hands were shaking with fury. Seraorg looked worried and said, "Are you okay, Issei-chan?" Without realizing it I spoke. "How dare you do that to Kuoh, and take my Ankisaka?" Everyone looked at me strangely, until Sensei said to me, "Aunt?" I realized and said, "Sorry, I got carried away." Sensei said to me, "Issei, what relationship do you have with the leader of the Yukai?" I told him seriously, "None, I just got carried away. I've been getting into Japanese culture books for a long time. So don't ask me anymore." Everyone looked at me strangely, but Seraorg helped me saying, "Let's eat the feast ahead of us." Everyone nodded and started to eat. When I left I walked without saying anything until Kiba told me, "Tell us the truth, Issei-kun. What do you know about the Yukai leader?" I said something annoyed. "I already told you nothing. If they don't want to believe me, that's their problem." Zenovia said, "Wait, Issei, you can trust us." Asia said, "That's right, Issei-san." Irina smiled to give me confidence. But I only thought that I wanted to be alone. I took out my wings and started flying. Kiba said, "Wait, Issei-kun." I flew at maximum speed away from there, without giving any answer to my friends. Hello dear readers, it's Phantom here with the new chapter. I want to present something new that the chapters have besides the memes, the heart counter. In this there will be hearts that represent each girl who is in love with Issei. I will leave it before the meme from this cap. Without more to say, I leave. Heart counter for not having a normal white heart. Rescue plan. Step after he participated in the three-legged race with Asia. We were all in some kind of bunker, exterminated dark matter monsters. All of them controlled by a single person, Bucho said. "So you are a member of the Chaos Brigade. The three great powers gave me their blessing, so I must protect this city. I will not let you do what you please." The boy got angry and raised a barrier of dark matter, Kiba said. "So it really is a sacred gear," I said. "I will not let you lay a finger on Bucho." But simply the power began to increase, and cover everything, then disappeared. In Kyoto, Asia was drying my face after my hard training and I said to her, "I'm sorry about this, making you join me in my training session." Asia said, "It's no problem, Em. I like spending the morning together in Kyoto." Kiba appeared and said, "With daily training our strength increases, maybe you want more partners." Zenovia also arrived and said, "Fine, let's do it." I said, "Hey Zenovia, do you also want to join us today?" She said to me, "Yes, of course, we will go out once more, and not just for the memories. Kiba opened a magic circle from which he took out a sword and said, Zenobia, if something happens, it would be better if you use this. Zenobia said, thanks. With this I can seal it and summon it if they attack us. I said, enemies huh? The truth is that the Chaos Brigade is still active around these parts. Kiba said, a confrontation with them would be dangerous. I said, you're right, fine. Let's do a round before the first itinerary of the morning. We had gone out to continue visiting tourist sites, until Aika said, Asia, this place is called Sananzaka. They say you can die here if you stumble. Asia got scared and said, that sounds very scary. She grabbed my arm out of fear. I told her, well, that's what tradition says. I felt like my other arm was being taken. It was Zenobia who had also been scared. I asked her, what's wrong, Zenobia? She told me, so the slopes and hills in Japan contain dangerous curses. I asked her, are you believing that too? Irina came to me and said, are you sure it's okay? I was confused and Aika told them, you three take it too seriously. The three said at once, but the perverts had followed us and looked at the whole scene angrily until Renji and Kuoh got them out of there. We arrived at a temple and Asia said, what a good view. Irina said, the main deity of this temple is Senjukanen, right? Zenobia said, the Sanskrit is called Sahasrabhaja Arya Avalokitesvara, if I remember correctly. I saw them from afar with Aika and said, the church trio gets along as always. Aika said, however, we won't escape unscathed if we fight with the three of them. We continued walking until we reached a place where they gave love fortune. Aika said, hey Hyoudou, why don't you and Asia take a love fortune? We both took one out and I said, according to this our compatibility is perfect. Asia said, that makes me very happy. Zenobia said, I want to try too. Irina said, me too. I accepted and I was surprised to see that both of them also had perfect compatibility with me. My friends saw me from afar smiling. Aika said, well, we will head to our next destination. We continued moving forward until we reached a temple. Zenobia excitedly approached and said, wow, it's not Jin, Jin equals silver, Asia said. Zenovia's eyes shone when she considered that the temple was shining. I said, then what was shining were her eyes. We continued walking until we reached another temple. Zenobia, even more excited, approached and said, hey, it's Kin, Kin equals gold. Asia hugged her and said, I'm happy for you. I said, how in love is this girl with shiny things? I took a picture of them and sent it to Bucho. Then we stopped to eat. Aika said, Zenobia, your matcha tea is getting cold. Until we heard a girl sigh. It turns out that a man was flirting with her, but too intense. People wanted to stop him, and we heard him say, let me go. My love is as pure as spring water. Renji said, I saw that this is happening very often. Kuoh told him, people in Kyoto are very strange lately. I received a call from Akeno. When I answered, she said, Issei-kun, sorry for the sudden call. Kaneko-chan told us some worrying things. I said, Kaneko-chan? Akeno said, they seem to have been captured in the image you just took, the Yukai foxes. We couldn't talk anymore because those mentioned appeared in front of us. I said, I'll call you later, Akeno-san. We prepared to fight, until Rosweiss arrived and said, wait a moment, Azazel-sensei asked me to come find you. I said, Sensei? The foxes bowed and took us to their world. We advanced through that place full of lights until we arrived at their main temple, where Kanu, Sensei and Seraorg were waiting for us. Sensei said, they're here. Seraorg said, Yahoo, guys. I said, Sensei, Seraorg-sama, what is all this? The fox who was our guide said, I brought everyone here. Kanu said to us, I am the daughter of the leader who rules both sides of Kyoto, the daughter of Isaka. Kanu, I apologize for the incident the other day. We attacked you without investigating properly. Please humbly ask for your forgiveness. Kanu knelt down, and everyone looked at me strangely since I had said her name a day before. But I said nothing. Zenobia said, well, it doesn't matter if the misunderstanding has already been resolved. Irina said, yes, after all, a forgiving heart is one of the important traits of an angel. Asia said, yes, a peaceful arrangement is preferable. I approached her as if she were a complete stranger and said, can I call you Kanu? Hey Kanu, you're worried about your mother, right? She stood up and said, of course. I said, so your reaction that moment was fine. You came to apologize to us after finding out you made a mistake, right? In that case, we won't blame you for anything, she said. Thank you, I said a little more quietly. By the way, I have to talk to you about something in a little while. Seraorg said, forgive me for being so direct, but we have to tell you what has happened so far. We entered the temple and Seraorg continued. A few days ago, the leader of the Nine Tails, Yusaka, left this place to formally meet with the leading disciple of Taishikutan. However, she never appeared at the agreed place and time. After investigations by the Yukai, they discovered that she was attacked, and confirmed that she was kidnapped. While following leads in Kyoto, they met the Dabiru Ryudi and his friends. Sensei said, I spoke of the matter with Seraorg. The underworld seems to know nothing about the case of Princess Yusaka. Knowing this, the information they gave us makes us think that members of the faction of the heroes of the Chaos Brigade are responsible. I said. Them again, huh? A yokai who was there said. Governor General Dano, Demon King Dano, is there any way to save Princess Yusaka? We have forged an alliance with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for centuries. We are prepared to help you in any way you need. He unrolled a scroll and said, In this scroll is the image of Princess Yusaka. Kuoh said, I humbly ask you to lend us your strength, to help us save my mother. I said to her, Kuoh, can I talk to you for a moment? She said to me, It's okay. We were walking out to the courtyard when I saw everyone and I told them, I don't want you to spy on me or listen to me. Seeing that my eyes were glowing green and purple, they decided to listen to me. When we went out to the courtyard, I said to Kuoh, I know you're worried about your mother, Kuoh, and I'll tell you the truth. Kuoh looked at me strangely too and said, But if this is the first time I've seen you, I told her, Maybe you do. We met when you were just a baby. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Hyoudou Issei, and I'm your cousin. Kuoh's mind. Kuoh remembered what her mother had told her. Daughter, if something ever happens to me and you need help, don't look to your father as the first option. Who you have to look to is your cousin Hyoudou Issei. Kuoh told me. How do I know you're not lying to me? I told her. Give me your hand. When we shook hands, I felt heat running through my veins and I knew she felt it too. Her eyes started to tear up and she hugged me saying, If it's you, I had forgotten about you. Will you help me rescue Mom? I told her, Yes, I promise we'll find Aunt Yusaka. Kuoh was happy, and I asked her seriously, By the way, did you ever see him before all this happened? Kuoh told me knowing what I meant. Yes, she normally came to see me. I told her, We'll solve that later. Everyone went out and saw that Kuoh was hugging me and the girls looked at me strangely, and I told them, I'll only say two things. First, Kuoh is my cousin. Second, I won't give more explanations of how we are related. I'd prefer to die than to explain that to you. The coldness of my answer left the girls speechless. Even Sensei was surprised. So they didn't ask me, Sensei said. Well, as a token of apology, the princess will guide you through the city, Kuoh said. With pleasure. In Kuoh, the same conversation as in the anime happened. In Kyoto, Asia came to my room and I asked her, What's wrong, Asia? She told me, Well, I came to visit. Zenovia-san and Irina-san will come later. I said, Those two too? I heard the voices of the perverts approaching my room. For some strange reason, the only reasoning my brain had was to hide Asia in the closet. When they appeared, I was already in the closet with Asia. I was listening attentively to what they were saying, until Asia hugged me and said, Issei-san, you kissed Rias at the station before coming here, right? I told her, That was just a goodbye kiss. Asia said to me, Really? So, will you kiss me too? She slowly approached, and we ended up kissing. At that moment, Irina opened the door and said, Wow, hey Zenovia. That's a lovely view, Zenovia said. Wow, a kiss scene, Asia. So this is what you meant by visiting Issei. Impressive, Asia. Asia fainted from embarrassment, and I said, Hang in there, Asia. Zenovia went into the closet just like Irina. They closed the door, and so I was locked in a closet with three girls, Zenovia said to me. Then I'll continue, and after that Irina continues. Irina said, What? Me too, Zenovia said to him. It's a good opportunity, Irina. You should learn how to please a man too, Irina said. You know I'll become a fallen angel as soon as I do, Zenovia said. Okay, don't think, just feel. Just focus on what comes next. Maybe you won't even become one. Irina said, Then I'll have the children of the Dabiru. Heaven will gain great power, Zenovia said. Then Issei, let's start making babies. I read an article that Kyria showed me. It says doing it in Kyoto makes for a wonderful memory. With that she took off her clothes, while Irina illuminated everything with her angel aura, and I said, Those angel powers are very convenient. Zenovia took off my shirt and said, Once Asia wakes up you should do the same to her. But for her sake make me a woman first. Irina said, What a sinful heart. My brain was in a dilemma. On one hand I was leaving her, and on the other were my heightened dragon instincts that told me to keep going. With Rosweiss, she had stopped the pair of perverts again, until Aika came out and said, Hey Rosweiss-chan, have you seen Asia and the others? With Issei. Asia woke up, and when she turned around she saw Zenovia and me in a compromising position. Zenovia said to her, Oh Asia, you woke up. I'm in the process of receiving Issei's genes. Asia said, Genes? Zenovia said, Calm down, I'm here to do my part. Just a little is fine, right? Asia said, That's not the problem. But if we're at it, I'll also give birth to Issei-san's child. Asia took off her clothes too. Zenovia said to her, Hey Asia, I'm already in the middle of doing it. Irina said, Unbelievable. A battle of women for Issei's Hennes, I said. Stop this if you really are an angel. The two are stuck to me, Asia said. I'll have Issei-san's child, Zenobia said. No, this means that I'll have his tits at least once. I also want to have my own babies. I got up as I could but hit my head on the ceiling and ended up falling on Irina's breasts. And I touched them by accident, she said. It's my first time, so I'm not sure what's next. I tried to get up but my foot had tangled with her legs and I fell back on her. At that precise moment Rosweiss opened the closet door and saw the whole scene. The next day, I was thinking, I was happy when they told me that the three of them are fantastic. But I can't take the last step without having completed the first. Also, as I am now, I don't know if I will get further with my relationship with Bucho. I know that I am trying to reach a flower that is far from my reach, but I still love her, if there was a way to start. At that moment Renji and Kuro arrived and said to me, "What happened? Why that face?" I told them, "No, nothing's wrong." Aika approached me and said, "Hey Hyoudou, are you waiting for someone?" Kunu appeared near us and said, "They finally arrived, guys." I saw her and said, "Oh Kunu, you arrived." Renji saw her up close and said, "Who is this girl Issei?" "Kuro, she is adorable." Aika approached him and said, "You are very cute, Hyoudou, where did you meet her?" Kunu angrily said, "Let me go. This woman is very clingy." Aika hugged her more and said, "That delicate princess voice, your character is perfect." I said, "This is Kunu. She's my cousin." My friends were surprised and Aika said, "I didn't know you had such an adorable cousin." Renji pulled me to the side and said, "Do they know she's your cousin?" I said, "Yes, but I warned them that I wouldn't tell them how we are related." Renji said to me, "Don't you think you're raising too many suspicions?" I said, "Maybe. But once this is all sorted out they'll forget about it completely." Renji said, "I'll let Kuro know then." We went back to the rest and Kuna said, "I'll be your guide for today." I said, "I'm sorry for making you do this at such a bad time." Kuna said to me, "Don't worry, my mom would be disappointed if I go back on my word." I said, "It's okay." Kunu took us around to many places all over Kyoto where we appreciated every single thing the city had to show us. After all that we ended up at a restaurant. Kuna said, "Our boiled tofu is the best." I tasted it and said, "Yes, it really is delicious." Kuna smiled as we all ate and said, "I could eat boiled tofu all day long, it's excellent." I said, "You must love it to want it every day." Kuna said, "But my mom cooks the best boiled tofu." I said, "I see Aunt is the best." Irina was looking at me, but this time it wasn't to ask about my relationship, she was just looking at me when I turned her around. "Let's see." She blushed. Kunu poured me more and I told her, "Thanks Kunu." We kept moving until we met Kiba. He said, "What a coincidence." I said, "Kiba," he said. "Hello everyone. You must be Kuna-san. Azazel-sensei told me about you. I hope we get along." Kuna said, "I see you too. It's a pleasure." I said, "Then our next meeting point is Togetsuyo." Someone from inside said, "The stormy autumn mountains move." Looking inside I said, "Sensei." He was drinking inside and Rosweiss was with him. I said, "Wait, teachers shouldn't drink during the day." Rosweiss said, "That's right. There's also a student meeting later." But he never listens to me. Sensei said, "Come on, don't say that. It's just a short break. Besides Rosweiss, you always follow the line. That's why you don't have a boyfriend." Rosweiss said, "My non-existent boyfriend has nothing to do with this. If someone like you drinks then." Rosweiss took the alcohol from his hand and drank it in one sip. I said, "Rosweiss-san." After that drink she was already in a bad mood. Sensei said to her, "Do you get drunk after just one drink?" Rosweiss said, "Are you making fun of me? I've been drinking with that damn old man Odin for a long time, and that's exactly why I don't have a boyfriend." Sensei said, "You guys go ahead, I'll have to listen to you for a while." Rosweiss said, "But that's the truth, Azazel-sensei. You really are a good guy." Sensei said, "The hell, what did I get myself into?" Rosweiss said, "-10 more servings of sake please." Sensei said, "What?" We continued walking until we reached the Togetsuyo Bridge. Aika began to say, "Did you know that if you look back while passing through the Togetsuyo Bridge, if you look back you lose all the knowledge you had?" I said, "That would be a big problem for perverts." Aika said, "Besides they say that couples break up too." Asia came running to hug me and said, "I'll never look back." At that moment everything lost color and a purple mist appeared. I said, "This mist seems familiar to me." Kiba came running and said, "Dimension lost is the ability of a Longinus. Is the type that Sensei noticed." Sensei appeared at that moment and said, "Guys, are you okay?" Everyone but us disappeared. We have been transported to another realm. Kuna said, "Perhaps." I said, "What's wrong, Kunu?" Kuna said, "When my mother was kidnapped, they said a similar fog appeared." I said angrily, "Then this." Many silhouettes appeared. One raised a weapon and a beam shot out of it. Sensei tried to stop it with many magic circles, but they were all destroyed and Sensei was thrown back by the impact of the beam. All the silhouettes seemed to have weapons and I prepared to fight. A blue-haired boy appeared through the fog with a spear and said, "A pleasure, Ruler General Azazel and Dabiru Yudi." Hello dear readers, this is Phantom with today's chapter. I hope you like it. I'll leave you the counter and the meme. Without further ado, I'll say goodbye and see you tomorrow. The hero faction. Sensei turned to us while the blue-haired boy introduced himself. I am Cao Cao, that famous hero of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I let you know to begin with, Kuoh said angrily. Were you the ones who kidnapped my mother? What do you plan to do with her? Cao Cao said. She will be the subject of our small and delicate experiment. Kuoh got scared and said, Did you say experiment? An uncontrollable fury invaded me when I saw him smile so calmly, Cao Cao said. But before that, I thought about greeting the ruler General Azazel and the famous Dabiru Yudi. With a small exchange of blows, Sensei said. I would not mind, but will you return the nine-tailed leader to us? I want to end our conversations with the Yukai in a good way. Cao Cao smiled and said, In that chaos feel free to take it by force, Leonardo. Prepare the anti-monsters for the demons. A child with white hair and somewhat dark skin said, Yes. And then he summoned many monsters that came out of the ground, Sensei said. Annihilation Maker. Cao Cao said, Correct. When the user concentrates intensely, it is a Longinus that can create monsters of all kinds, Sensei said. The power that is rumored to be able to destroy the world is in the hands of your group. I said, Damn, this one looks complicated. Double Dragon Balance Breaker. My armor appeared and Sensei said, Judging by the fact that they haven't sent Colossus-class monsters to the three powers yet, their power hasn't been mastered. Cao Cao said, As expected of the ruler general, he's just as you say, the boy hasn't matured yet, however he is excellent at one thing. One of the monsters fired and Cao Cao said, Leonardo has the ability to create monsters that target the weakness of his opponent. He specializes in creating anti-monsters. Several of the monsters fired at once and Sensei stopped them with protection circles. Zenobia started getting rid of some of them and said, They are no threat if you can avoid them. Kiba attacked another one and said, We must defeat them before they hit us. I thought, the whole team is not here. I must think about how to win. I must do what Butcho does in these situations. I said, Kiba, can you hear me? Kiba nodded and I said, Create with your ability swords effective against light and give them to the others. Kiba said, Understood. I said, Zenobia, Asia, focus on protecting Kuoh. Create a holy base aura that you two can use to knock down any approaching enemies. Zenobia said, Leave it to me. They threw what Kiba had created at me and I followed. Use that as protection if things get out of control. Both of them said, Yes. I said, Irina, forgive me for this, but please, go with Kiba in front. You're an angel, so light attacks don't affect you, right? Irina said to me. Well, they don't affect me, but the hit still hurts me. It's okay, I'll try. Anyways, I'm Michael-sama's ace. Irina began to attack all the monsters with rings of light. Using what Kiba gave me, I said, Asia, Bishop promotion. She said, Yes. She showed her card and I felt how my magical abilities increased. With this I began to destroy the monsters, while Sensei was with Cao Cao and said, Shall we begin? Sensei went into Balance Breaker and said, Here I go. Cao Cao said, To think that I would have the honor of facing you. Sensei said, So the reason why you sent assassins to each side was to gather information for the anti-monsters. Cao Cao said, Correct. Thanks to them we now have enough information. Sensei said, However, it seems that you still can't make monsters capable of destroying gods. Cao Cao said, I'll take care of the gods. Both of them continued fighting. Meanwhile, with us, some girls came up behind me and said, Dabiru Yudi, we are your opponents. I said, Then I'll use that technique now, Dragon Heart. The dimension turned pink, and I thought, Hearts of these women, reveal your intentions. Listen, after confusing him with our movements, we will proceed to attack him with our combined relentless attacks. I will attack from the left. I will do a frontal attack. I said, Before you do something like that, 1,000 divine cuts. I appeared behind them as they fell to the ground full of cuts and said, I measured my strength enough to not kill them. Kuoh said, You're great, Itoko. Itoko equals cousin. It's the first time I see such a powerful technique. Asia smiled until a voice came out of the fog and said, As expected of the heroic dragon, you showed surprising powers in front of your enemies. But with me it's different. A boy with white hair and exorcist clothes came out of there and I said, We'll see. The boy said, It's a pleasure to meet you, members of the Gremry family. My allies call me Siegfried. Zenobia said, I remember that name. I said, Do you know him? Zenobia said, He's a demon exorcist, and is considered one of the best warriors among all the factions. Chaos Edge Sieg. I said, What a troublesome subject. Is he a traitor exorcist? Siegfried said, Let's finish the introductions. Shall we begin? Kiba came out of the smoke to attack, but Siegfried dodged him and counterattacked him with a sword. Zenobia went to attack, but Siegfried took out another sword with which he began to weaken Zenobia's attacks. Kiba came out from behind, but at that moment an arm came out of his back with another sword that blocked Kiba. Irina attacked him with a ring of light, but with a spin he completely freed himself from everyone. Zenobia said, "Damn, does he have 3 arms?" Kiba said. "It's frustrating, but he's strong," Siegfried said. Demonic sword Graham. "With this sword I can face any opponent. Also Balmung and Nothing, both are legendary demonic swords. And this arm is twice critical, the dragon arm," Kiba said. "He actually has his own sacred gear, and has not activated any of the abilities of his swords," Siegfried said. "I would like to add that I have not used the balance breaker state." Meanwhile, Sensei and Cao Cao continued their fight, until they reached where we were. Cao Cao said, "So this is the Gremry family. As expected of you, Hyoudou Issei, you have taken good advantage of the powers of all the members of your team," I said. "What the hell are you talking about?" Cao Cao said to me. "You may not have noticed, but despite your low magical power and limited abilities, you have an excellent ability to unite your allies and lead them, and you possess the potential to become the most dangerous security to date," Sensei said. "Cao Cao, why is the hero faction making their move now?" Cao Cao said. "Ruler General Azazel, our goal is simple. We want to unearth the full potential of humanity," Sensei said. "What?" Cao Cao said. "Demons, dragons, fallen angels and all the other races. Humans have always been able to eliminate those who stand on top. No humans should be the ones to do it. A kernel of hope for a race that would otherwise be under siege, for example. I want to see how far we can advance while looking completely human." Sensei and I stared at it, until a giant monster came out of the sea and I said, "What the heck is that thing?" Sensei said. "Gogmagog, the war machine built by the ancient gods eons ago. They sealed all its functions. It should be wandering in the dimensional rift. Why is it here?" A magic circle opened and from it came out a ray that took the form of a girl who was riding a broom. She was blonde and dressed in a school uniform. She lifted the witch hat she had and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Lefei Pendragon, a magician from Vala's team. I came here to deliver a message from Vala-sama." Tozio a little and put his voice deeper to say, "Dash. I told you not to get in my way with your daring acts." Normal voice, "That's what she said. Cao Cao-san, that means punishment." The Gogmagog attacked Cao Cao, but the blow destroyed the bridge. I deactivated my armor and focused on my reflexes, so I ended up standing on a part of the bridge that was falling. Lefei smiling flew to where I was and said, I am a fan of the heroic dragon." I said. "What?" Lefei said. "Although the previous name caused me something more grace," I said. "Don't remind me, please." At that moment I felt a connection with her, a connection that I felt with many girls I knew. Lefei said to me, "If you can please shake my hand." She stretched her hand towards me and I said, if it's not a problem, thank you." I shook her hand and she said happily, "Hooray." But at that moment the Gogmagog was pierced by Cao Cao's spear. Lefei worried went and said, "Oh, my precious Gogquin," and flew off towards the Lefei's mind. "I can't believe it. I met the heroic dragon, and he's a good one. But what is this connection I felt with Issei?" Cao Cao said. "Well, the plague is gone. Shall we continue?" Members of the Gremry family. At that moment someone who looked like a zombie came saying, "I was enjoying a good nap. Gosh, all this commotion. You're all very noisy. Take this." It was Rosweiss who was just recovering from the alcohol. Angry, she created many magic circles that shot directly at the hero faction, while we avoided falling into the water. Cao Cao said. Many other things happened in the opening, but let's start the festivities with a bang. After attacking so often Rosweiss fainted, Cao Cao said, "General Ruler Azazel, tonight we will use a powerful force field with the power of Kyoto and the nine-tailed leader, and we will carry out a great experiment in Niji Castle. Attend our festivities," Sensei said. "What did you say?" Cao Cao said. "We'll see each other again." I shouted. "Don't run away, damn it. Go back to Anchisaka, son of a hitch," Sensei said. "We're going back. Guys, take off your weapons." We returned to our world, Kuna said sadly. "My mother, why?" I was with my fists clenched and full of anger while looking ahead. After the bridge incident I calmed down a bit, and we went back to the hotel where Kuoh put the photos he had taken. We were having a bit of fun with that, but I thought, we'll all go back home no matter what. We'll go back to Kuoh Academy where Bucho is waiting for us. After that we went to an emergency meeting with Sensei. Upon arriving he said, "Mobilizing all the forces we possess, we are on high alert at Niji Castle and Kyoto Central Station. The hero faction has not made their move, but we have observed an ominous aura in the air." Kiba asked. "An ominous aura?" Sensei said. "Kyoto is historically associated with yin-yang, feng shui, and other similar disciplines. Large-scale rituals are predominantly used. That makes this place a power point, and there is dark energy surrounding Niju Castle as we speak. Saji asked. So what will happen? Sensei said. To be honest, I'm in the same situation as you guys. But it's certainly not a good thing. Now I'll say our plan. The Citri family members will go straight to the station and protect this hotel as well. All of Sona's family members said. Yes. Sensei followed. And the Gremry family and Irina, they will go directly to the offensive. We will go to Niju Castle. We all said. Yes. Sensei said. Rescuing Princess Yasaka is our first priority. Since we don't know how many more members Cao Cao will bring, I don't plan on sending them alone. I have asked for some help. Suitable professionals for dangerous times. Kiba said. Did you ask for help? Sensei said. Well, what you need to know is that someone capable is coming. In any case, hold on until they arrive. And something else. I'm sorry to say this, but we only prepared 2 Phoenix Tears this time. He put the vials on the table and Saji said. In this situation? Sensei said. I'm sorry, but that's all we have. I'll give one to each team. Use them wisely. And Saji said. Yes? Sensei said. You will support the Gremry family. Your Vritra, the Dragon King state will be useful there. Support Issei with it. Saji said. But, Sensei told me, if Saji starts to go crazy, then you must contain him, Issei. I said. Yes. Saji told me. I'm counting on you. I told him. The member of the Citri family that gave me a hard time in the game is now my ally. There is nothing more reassuring than that. Saji said. Thank you, Hyoudou. Sensei said. One more thing. This city is full of angels. Fallen angels and demons. They were deployed to find the hero faction. Seraorg said. Leave them to me. We will punish all the bad children who try to leave. I said, smiling. You never change, Seraorg-sama. But that's a good thing. Seraorg blushed and said. Why you think so? Sensei stood up and said. That's the whole plan. Proceed to your designated station as soon as you finish the preparations. I will take care of the whole operation. I can't accompany you. Try not to die. This school trip will end when we are all home. We will protect Kyoto with everything. We all said. Yes. In Kuoh, Rias and the rest of her family were resting in an alley. Akeno said. I didn't think there were still remnants of the Demon King faction. Gasper said. We almost didn't make it. Rias looked at the sky thinking. Kaneko told her. President. Rias told her. I'm just worried. Kaneko told her. Are there more enemies? Rias told her. No, it's Issei. I feel like he's hiding some things from us. Akeno told her. Are you referring to Asia's call the other day? Rias told her. Yes, but Issei doesn't want to tell anyone what his relationship is with Princess Yasaka. Kaneko said. I'm worried. In Kyoto. Kamibamoa by the lobby when Sensei called me. I said. Yes, what's wrong? Sensei said. Well, a moment ago there was another flirting incident in front of the hotel. I was there by chance, so I caught it, but I found this inside it. He showed me a pink gem and Drake and Bahamut got excited, so I said. What's wrong? Drake said. That's the content of the box. Bahamut said. The thing that flew out when we were coming to Kyoto. I was frozen and Sensei said. I guessed it. I got a reaction from your aura after analyzing the gem. Drake said. It's definitely this one. Bahamut said. It's incredible. Your potential has been getting into humans and traveling around Kyoto, generating pure love for whoever it crosses. I said. What? So all the incidents are because of me. I was speechless, Sensei said. So Drake, Bahamut, what power does that gem contain? Bahamut said. I don't know, Drake said, but it's an enormous power. Rosweiss said to me. We have to interrogate all the men who started flirting because of you. I said. I'm counting on you. At that moment Rosweiss felt like throwing up and went to the bathroom. Sensei said. That's not good. She still hasn't recovered. Sensei saw me thinking and asked me. What's wrong? I said. I was thinking, what exactly is being a hero? For someone average like me, being a hero was always one of my biggest goals. Sensei said to me. So you were thinking about heroes and comparing them to your current demonic self. Geez, what is it that you want to be? I said. Well, I'm still not clear. But I know that now I want to strive for Bucho and my friends. Sensei said to me. That's enough. Just stay yourself. Your friends will be strengthened by your resolution. I said. I understand, then I will go together with my friends. We left for the station, and when we were waiting, Kunu fell on my back and said, Itoko. I said. Kunu, what are you doing here? She said. I'm going too. I said. They told you to wait in Alta Kyoto because it was dangerous, right? Kunu said to me. I want to save my mother. Please, Itoko, take me with you. I saw that everyone was happy and I said. Then let's go, whispering. Also you can use that power to your advantage. Kunu looked at me strangely and I said, I won't do it, Kunu, so I leave it in your hands. At that moment purple fog appeared and clouded our vision. When I opened my eyes I saw that we were somewhere else. Kunu said, this place. I told her, it seems like we got kidnapped again. Kiba called me and I said, what's going on, Kiba? Where are you? Kiba told me, we're on the edge of Kyoto, Saji-kun and Raswai-san are here too. Who's with you? I told her. I'm with Kuoh, at Kyoto Central Station. Kiba told me. So shall we meet at Niji Castle? I said. Yes. Kiba told me. Understood. What about Asia-chan and the others? I told him. Leave it to me, Kiba said. Also Issei-kun. With the absence of the president, our king is you. I realized something on the Togetsukyo bridge. Without your command we would never have gotten out safely from there. So I'm counting on you for the confrontation that is approaching. I told him. Understood. Asia called me and after talking to her and knowing that the trio from the church were together I told her. Yes, be careful. I told Kuoh. Everything is fine, the trio from the church is together. Kuoh said. That's good. I lowered her from my back and activated my armor. Kuoh got excited and began to touch it. I bent down and told her. We will definitely save Anchisaka. Kuoh, you must not move away from me. I will protect you, okay? Kuoh said. Yes, I'll keep my word. But then we felt a presence. When I saw it I realized it was the boy we had faced before the trip. He said to me. I was waiting for you, Daburuyuti. You probably don't remember me, since I was nothing more than a pathetic and forgettable subordinate. I told him. I remember you well, sacred gear user who manipulates shadows. He said to me. That's right, this time I will show you the real power of a shadow user. Balance breaker. Shadows began to cover his body completely until an armor was formed and I dick. How about it? Just like yours, right? I wanted an armor like yours after our previous battle and so, I was able to obtain this Night Reflection Death Cross. So let's continue our fight from before. I said to him. That's fine by me. I launched an attack but my blows only passed through him without hurting him. I kept trying to hit him but he just laughed. And at one point he threw some kind of shadow whips at me leaving me trapped in a column. I couldn't get free and he said to me. You can't escape Daburuyuti. Para then showed me a sword with which he planned to kill me. Hello dear readers, this is Phantom. I hope you liked today's chapter. I'll leave you with the counter and the meme. Without further ado, I'll leave and see you tomorrow. The potential of Daburuyuti. I was still trapped in the dark whips. The boy was ready to cut me with his sword but I released him at the last moment. I approached Kuoh to protect her, and the boy said, You may have escaped but it won't be enough to beat me. I said, I won't give up anyway. Dragon shoot. I shot and managed to damage her. At that moment Kuoh said to me, I'll help you Otoko, I'll use that power. I moved away and Kuoh threw fire. But unlike the will-o'-the-wisp I normally saw, this fire was yellow, even reaching gold. As soon as Kuoh threw a little of it the whole station caught fire and the boy began to scream in pain. The sprinklers activated but they did nothing to the fire. When the fire was about to reach me Kuoh stopped it, and it went out completely. The shadow boy cursed Kuoh and I said, Why are you doing this? You can die, the boy said. I'll fight instinctively if it's for him. I said, Why are you going so far for Chow Chow? He told me, You should know the tragedies that happen to sacred gear wielders. Everyone looks at you like trash. But if someone capable of killing you speaks to you, wouldn't you dedicate your entire life to that person? I said, You are nothing more than a simple puppet to him. He said, What's wrong with that? My pathetic life now has a meaning. Daburuyuti, my power is related to the death of demons, angels and fallen angels. I can surpass such glory, that makes you my enemy. He lunged with his sword to kill me and I told him, I know, I am a demon. I struck him with a blow that completely defeated him, and I said, However, you and your companions hurt people with your actions. No matter the reason, I have no choice but to fight those responsible. Kuoh told me, Itoko. I told her, Yes, let's go to Anchisaka's. Kuoh nodded and we left from there. We arrived at the castle and I saw everyone there. I said, Hello, sorry for the delay. Kiba said, I'm happy that you're okay. I told him, Me too for you. Everyone said, Yes. I said, Well, almost everyone. Saji was with Roswise helping her vomit. I saw that Zenobia had a blue sword and I asked her, Zenobia, what is that? He told me, Oh, it was delivered by the church. It's my refurbished Durandal. I said, They delivered it just in time. We heard debris moving and Kiba said, It seems you're tired of waiting. I said, Yes. We went inside until we met the hero faction and they told us, You all are a threat. I said, Chow chow. Something made a noise behind us and when I saw it, it was some men holding Anchisaka. Kuoh was desperate and said, Mother, mother. It's me, Kuoh. When I saw her I also screamed, Anchisaka, please wake up. Kuoh saw the hero brigade and said, Damn it, how dare you? Chow chow with a smile he said, I had already told you little princess. Your mother is only helping us with a little experiment. He hit the ground with his spear and Anchisaka began to grab her head in pain and then a blue light covered her completely, and she transformed into the nine-tailed fox. But now as a beast, her howl towards the ground rumble. Seeing her, my hatred for Chow Chow increased, and I said, "Damn it, how dare you?" Kuoh sadly said. "Mother," Chow Chow said, "the nine-tailed fox is the strongest of the yokai, and Kyoto, that has a link with the nine-tailed fox, is the ceremonial capital to which everything is connected. We will use the power of this city and the nine-tailed fox to summon Great Red." I said, "But what's wrong with you? That creature that only passes through dimensional rifts has no intention of hurting anyone." Chow Chow said, "I know, but its existence is a nuisance to me, boss. It does not allow it to return home." I said, "So this is Ophus's plan? Do you plan to eliminate Great Red?" Chow Chow said, "I wonder that. I guess I'll have to capture him first. Aren't you at least a little interested? For example, if the Dragon Eater can tolerate the so-called true god Dragon Emperor Red." I said, "I don't care what you say, but I will save Aunt Yasaka." Zenovia said, "It's like Issei says, his actions have endangered everyone, and we can't let him go." Kiba said, "I agree with Zenovia." Irina said, "Same as." Saji said, "It's always like this when I'm involved with you." Well, it's the same for whoever has a precious being. When I saw it, I realized that his body was surrounded by black snakes with yellow behind him. There was a dragon, and Saji said, "Vritra, it seems you can go all out tonight." Vritra said, "My other half, what is the prey you speak of?" He looked at Chow Chow and said, "That being, or perhaps the nine-tailed fox. I don't care which one you choose." At that moment Zenovia raised her sword and a lightning bolt that reached up to the sky came out of it. Then this. Zenovia directly hit them with the lightning. When the smoke cleared, I saw how everything was destroyed. Zenovia sighed and said, "This is no time to be complacent. It looks like you're going to collapse from exhaustion." Zenovia said, "The opening move is important. This new and improved Durandal has been fused with Excalibur thanks to alchemy. That's why I gave it a new name, X-Durandal, although it would be an easy task if I used this weapon." From the rubble the hero faction rose. Chow Chow said, "Wow, that was splendid. I have a hard time deciding the difference between your group and the family of a high-class devil. To think that Shalba Belzebub underestimated someone like you. He was turned off to the past and never paid attention to the new generations or something like that." Siegfried said to him, "So what do we do?" Chow Chow said, "We see for now. George starts the experiment." A brown-haired boy said, "Yes." George created many magic circles, and Roswise said, "Even with just one glance, they created Nordic magic circles, of angels, demons, fallen angels, also black, white and spiritual magic. It seems they have a talented magic practitioner on their team." All the circles suddenly disappeared and a sphere came out of them along with a circle that formed under George's feet. The circle entered Aunt Yasaka's body, and she howled louder. George said, "I set the distance between the sacrifice and the spell circle. All that's left to see is if Great Red will fall for this power nexus bait." Chow Chow said, "Fine, I'll leave the rest to you. Siegfried, which partner would you choose?" Siegfried pointed at Kiba and Zenovia with his swords. Chow Chow said, "Jean, Heracles." The girl identified as Jean said, "I want the angel." The man named Heracles said, "I want the silver-haired lady." Chow Chow said, "Then I will fight with the Daburur Udi." Looked at him angrily and he continued, "What about Vritra-kun?" I said to Saji, "Saji, your priority is my Aunt Yasaka. Find a way to free her." Saji said to me, "I understand, then I'm on the rescue mission. Hyoudou, don't die." I said, "Yes, you resist with everything." Saji said, "Vritra promoted." Saji fused with the dragon's body, and Chow Chow said, "Wow, one of the dragon kings, the prison dragon Vritra, really resurrected." I said, "Asia left Kuoh with you." She said to me, "Yes." I said, "Kuoh, can I leave Asia in your hands?" Kuoh said, "Leave it in my hands, Itoko." I said, "I will save Aunt Yasaka." Double balance breaker. My armor appeared and I said to Chow Chow, "Are you stronger than Vela?" Chow Chow said, "Who knows, although I am not weak, despite being a simple and fragile human." Vritra and my aunt attacked each other with fire, and it clashed with too much intensity while we were preparing to fight. In Kuoh, the girls were talking before going into the bath. Akeno said, "Issei-kun hasn't called us again. Aren't you worried?" Rias said, "No, just I feel uneasy about not being by his side. But I'm sure it's nothing." Kaneko said, "He must be enjoying his last night in Kyoto right now." Akeno said, "Issei-kun can be in one night, huh?" "That underwear," Rias said. "Oh, this? It's new, what do you think?" Kaneko said. "It's cute." Akeno said, "Gosh, Rias, you're putting in a lot of effort even though he's not here. It seems like you miss him a lot." Rias became thoughtful and said, "Issei, in Kyoto, I had shot at Chow Chow but he deflected all my shots. Zenovia and Kiba were fighting with all their might against Siegfried. At that moment Zenovia took out another sword from her X-Durandal and said, 'As I thought, it suits me better to use two swords.' Siegfried said, 'While we're at it, I'll show you something special. balance breaker. 3 more arms came out of Siegfried's back and he took out 3 more swords. Zenobia said. Does he use 6 swords at once? Siegfried said. The demonic sword Turfing, and Daneslef. I also have a sword of light to use against demons, Kiba said. It's like an Azura, Siegfried said. This is my Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. The balance breaker of my twice critical has been reached. While Irina threw discs of light at Jean, while she avoided them, she said, Not bad. It was what I expected from an angel. Now let this beautiful lady show off a little more. When she slashed with her sword, a structure made of swords appeared blocking Irina's attacks. Jean said to him, This is my blade blacksmith and my sacred sword version of her sacred demonic sword. Also, here I go balance breaker. All the swords began to come together until they formed a dragon, Irina said. A dragon made of sacred swords? Jean said. This is my balance breaker Satake victim dragon. Like Sequin, it is the peak of its activation, Irina said. Saint Jean Dark, having to fight against the incarnation of a saint, but this is for the good of all, and Michael-sama. Peace is the best. While Rossweiss continued fighting with Heracles, he said, Everyone go with that, huh? Balance breaker. A powerful aura made Rossweiss and Asia back down. An armor with spikes covered Heracles' shoulders, arms and legs to finish with some pointed projectiles, he said. This is my balance breaker. Detonation Mighty Comet. Heracles fired the 2 comets at Rossweiss, and although she wanted to avoid them, she ended up being hit by them. Asia healed her from a distance, and Rossweiss reacted. But Heracles attacked again. I was still in my fight with Chow Chow, and he said to me, How are you? Do you like our collection of sacred gears? I asked him. Are you going to activate your balance breaker as well? Chow Chow said. No, I can wipe the floor with all of you without doing that. Leaving small talk aside, let me enjoy the full extent of your power. Daburuyuti, now come, I said. You'll see. I went all out to attack, but he blocked my attacks with his spear until it pierced my abdomen. He said, You're not weak, but you have too many openings. I fell to my knees and a green field began to cover me. I heard Asia's voice. Issei-san. I used the Phoenix Tear and healed myself, and I said to myself, I have no other choice. Chow Chow told me, For your information, you almost died before. It can be surprisingly sudden, right? I hope you don't forget, that was a divine blow. No matter how strong you get, you can never resist it. You are a demon after all. I stood up and he said, Wow, that's surprising. I thought you would be more scared. I said, Fear doesn't matter to me. Don't succumb to it. Everyone will get mad at me if I don't give you a good hit. That's the mission of the Daburuyuti. Chow Chow said to me, I see. I understand why you attacked Vala. I fused my dragon shoot and hell thunder attacks with which I blocked his vision. At full speed I launched myself to attack him. He wanted to defend himself, but with Ascalon I cut off his arm and stabbed him with dark blade in the abdomen. Chow Chow jumped back and I said, Given your current state, Ascalon's cut was perfect. I saw how he uncorked a jar of Phoenix Tears and placed it on his abdominal wound. I said, Why do you have Phoenix Tears? He put his arm back on and said to me, I obtained them through illegal routes. Are you able to increase your aura with your anger? Depending on the emotion you instill, it could be your end. In your case, it has already manifested once in the form of the Juggernaut Drive. I told him, I will destroy you with that power. At that moment I felt my armor break from my abdomen and Chow Chow said, I cut you as you lunged at me. However, it was a splendid combination. I guess I'll have to do a little better. I said, Drake, Bahamut, I'm sorry to ask you this. Can you repair the armor? They both said, I understand. Bahamut told me, but that divine weapon is dangerous. I heard Jean's voice say, You two are still here. I brought Irina carried and fainted. I said, Irina! Siegfried appeared and said, Well, it's the Daburuyuti. At least it surpasses the rest. I brought Kiba and Zenobia carried and I said, Kiba! Zenobia, Heracles said, I should have chosen you, Daburuyuti. He threw and knocked out Rossweiss, and I despaired even more, saying, Rossweiss-san. Green shields appeared and began to heal them. Chow Chow said, All of you are really strong, but you can't beat us with that level of power. How things are going there, George? My aunt continued fighting with Vritra and George said, Just a little more and he will surely come. Chow Chow said, I think the 9-tailed fox will end up over there. Asia cried, trying to heal us all, and remembered Sensei's words. We will defend Kyoto with everything. And I said, I'm sorry, Sensei. I'm not capable of doing anything. Kuna screamed. Mother, I said, crying. I promised I would save her. But I haven't made any progress. Why am I so weak? At the crucial moment of things I always lose. Is it that I have reached my limit? Chow Chow told me. That was funny, Daburuyuti. My armor was deactivated and I said, Even if I try hard my hand can't reach them. And now my friends are hurt. I couldn't save Aunt Yasaka and all of Kyoto is in danger, me. A thick voice that was not from any of my dragons spoke inside me and said, will you tolerate it? Or what will be your decision? I felt my body burning and my dragons tried to understand what was happening. That's when I screamed. I can't allow it. A fiery aura came out of me, making the hero faction turn to look at me. The healing field that Asia had made around me broke and a lot of smoke came out. When the smoke cleared, I was standing there in front of them, without any sacred gear activated. But Cao Cao looked strange and worried. That's when my thoughts were lost. In front of the brigade of heroes was Issei, only this time his eyes had turned red, just like blood, while his right arm was covered by red flames that gave off a lot of heat. His left arm had them in smaller quantity, but they were quite high. On his back there were also many, and his right eye was covered by the same flames. But before everyone they saw that these did not burn him, Issei told them, "You will pay." He then raised his right arm with great speed and a trail of fire was directed towards Cao Cao and his team. They barely avoided it, but when it hit something it generated a huge explosion. Issei got angrier and put his hands together to throw a very strong flame at them. Jean and Heracles wanted to stop it with their balance breakers, but both were easily destroyed by the flames, even angrier and giving off more aura. Issei began to throw small fireballs at them while saying, "Die, die." The small fireballs proved to be very destructive. Without anyone noticing, Issei's friends had already reacted but were very weak. Seeing Issei like that, they felt terror by the aura he emanated. While Issei, tired of his attacks not impacting the faction of the heroes, summoned Ascalon and took it out of his glove. Strangely for everyone, Ascalon seemed to react to Issei's power. The blade of the sword ignited in the same flames. Siegfried took his swords to attack, but Issei seemed to have obtained a better handling of the sword and attacked him. The force and power of his attacks made Siegfried's 6 swords fly, and with a kick to the stomach Issei got rid of Siegfried. Jean and Heracles wanted to attack him, but just by pinning Ascalon to the ground, it split and released flames that wounded their attackers. Full of anger, Issei went straight to Cao Cao and began to overcome him with his cuts and quick movements. Everyone seeing this felt scared, everyone except Kanu, who, seeing her cousin out of control, said, "Itoko, react, that's not you." I heard Kuna's voice and reacted. I saw what I had done and calmed down as much as I could. I felt like I had been sunburned, but that pain slowly subsided. But I fell to my knees. In front of me was Cao Cao, and seeing him I could only feel even more miserable for not doing anything. Cao Coa said, "Seems like that was your maximum." I heard a voice inside me. "Are you just going to cry?" When I opened my eyes I realized it was Elsha and I said, "Elsha-san." Elsha told me, "Yes, that's right, why are you giving up?" I said, "I'm frustrated by my own weakness. I can't do something when it's really important." Elsha told me, "I see, it sure is frustrating, but did you forget?" I remembered Sensei. "Heroic dragon, it's something incredible, it's very different from Vale. You simply must master the dragons in your own way." I stood up and said, "I am the heroic dragon." Elsha told me, "That's right, you are unique, the first Abiru Yuri. That's why I know that now is time for you to unleash your full potential. The power that Belzerd and I saw in you. Hold that gem tight and call it." My armor appeared again and I asked, "Call it?" Elsha said, "Yes, the love you have." The hero faction had risen again. But then I began to shine red and black. From the dream many red and black silhouettes came out that said the same thing. "Love," I said. "What is all this?" Elsha said, "That gem has met many people in Kyoto. Its purest feeling materialized and took human form." I said, "So all of you who spent your time flirting, did you do it because of me?" "There are too many of them." They all started to form a circle and Cao Cao said, "Oh, what is this? Love zombies, I guess." They all transformed into a circle, Elsha told me. "Okay, now call it." I said, "What?" Elsha told me, "I already told you. No, the love that you formed and want." I said, "Okay, summon love." A dark red light shot into the sky and I saw how Bucho began to descend from the sky covered by a pink aura. Hello dear readers, Phantom here. I hope you liked today's chapter. I'll leave you the counter and the meme. Without further ado, I'm leaving. Illegal try in a movement. Summon love. That's what I had shouted before Bucho came down from the sky. I said, "Bucho?" She was surprised, and when she finished coming down she said, "Issei, where am I?" "Kyoto?" "That means I was summoned," Elsha told me. "Do it, do what your heart tells you." I said, "What it tells me," Elsha said. "Yes, you know what you want deep down in your heart. Because love is what drives you to be more powerful." I said, "I understand now." At that moment Bucho began to cover herself with energy while Elsha told me, "Do it and reach a new power." I walked towards Bucho and took off my helmet, and said, "Bucho, I'm sorry if this bothers you, but now I need to do it. Bucho looked at me confused, and said, "Do what you have to do, Issei." I said, "Thank you, Bucho." I approached her and kissed her. The moment our lips separated, she began to emanate power and rise, until she disappeared, and I said, "Bucho?" Chow Chow said, "What was that supposed to be?" I felt a giant pressure, and Elsha said, "Here it comes." I felt like my whole body was starting to fill with power, and I said, "This is very different from what I've felt before, but it feels very nostalgic." Drake and Bahamut said, "We felt them too, partner. This is the aura that we possessed with our original bodies." I felt like my power was increasing to a really high level. When I opened my eyes, I was inside the sacred gear. Elsha told me, "The door to your potential has been opened." I said, "Elsha-san, thank you very much. It was somewhat complicated, but I managed to do it with my wish." Elsha told me, "That's right. Well, that was what you wanted. You can do it." I said, "Wait, does that mean what?" Elsha said, "Yes, after having been a conscience for a long time, I'm thinking of parting ways with this sacred gear." I told her, "But Elsha-san, I need you to guide me." Elsha told me, "You can do it. Besides, I don't like women. That's part of you. You've done incredible things for love. As long as you have your 2 dragons and your friends, you can do anything. Go Daburuyuti." I told her, "Elsha-san, she said to the man next to her, "Belzard, please give a few last words to this young man." Belzard told me, "You are the first bearer of an exceptional power. Protect those you love the most." He smiled, and then Elsha said, "It seems that he is also satisfied then. Let's go, Belzard." They both said goodbye, and I knew I was ready. In the real world, I shouted with all my might, "I will show you my power, boosted gear, dark blade." Red and black energy began to envelop me completely, and I said, "I see this is the original power of Drake and Bahamut." Both nodded and said, "It's time to release it after so long." I said, "The Juggernaut drive put me in danger until now." Chow Chow said, "What is that?" I yelled at him, "It's our potential, mine, Drake's and Bahamut's. It's our release power, mode change. Double blaster bishop." I felt my magic increase and something grow in the armor, and I said, "You dared to hurt my precious companions." 2 cannons came out of my back and from my legs some stakes that were stuck in the ground. I said, "All my fury and all my helplessness, I will send them with this attack. Finish them off, Mateo Dragonar." 2 giant dragons made of energy shot out of the cannons. Heracles said. This got interesting. In my hands came out a pair of magic circles with which I controlled the trajectory of the dragons, and although they wanted to avoid it, I impacted them with my power. Although they came out without serious damage, the faction of the heroes was stunned seeing the power I demonstrated. Heracles said, "Incredible." Siegfried said, "What great power." The altered space was deformed. I told them, "It's not finished yet, Chow Chow." I took out my wings and began to fly while I said, "Mode change. Double sonic dragon knight armor purge." I felt lighter and faster, and with that speed I approached Chow Chow, hitting him in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood. As I continued flying, I said, "Mode change. Double dragonic rook." I felt how my strength increased and my armor grew larger. Chow Chow moved away from me and wanted to pierce me with his spear. Only this time I blocked it with the arm and said, "Don't underestimate the heroic dragon, you damn bastard, Longinus Smasher." I hit him with a charged blow with all my power, which made Chow Chow fall at high speed to the ground, where he impacted, creating a crater. I changed to night again, and at full speed I finished sweeping the floor with Siegfried, Jean and Heracles. I returned to normal and approached where Chow Chow fell and said, "So this is my new power." Drake said, "That's right. In addition to our release powers." Bahamut said, "You can use the evil piece's promotion without the king's permission." I said, "However, it is very tiring. If I continue like this, I will be able to maintain the balance breaker for only a few minutes." Chow Chow stood up and said, "It seems you were able to gain a sudden surge of power in the middle of the battle. I would have died if I hadn't used my spear defense. However, it feels like you made an illegal move. In chess terms, it's something that isn't possible. I see that your attacks use the evil pieces system," Drake said, "although to me it looked like a triana." I said, "What do you mean?" Bahamut said, "Trident or triana. It is a legendary weapon used by the god Poseidon. Your attack uses 3 pieces, so it resembles the sharpness of a trident." I said, "I like the sound of that. Then it will be the illegal move Triana." Chow Chow said, "But it seems like it won't last longer." I said, "This will be difficult. He was underestimating us before, but now he's being careful. But shall we continue?" He said, "I would love to continue this battle, but it seems we are done over there." A gap opened and I realized it was too late. I had not managed to stop his plan. I said, "Damn it," Chow Chow said. "It seems it has just begun, George. We must prepare the stage to summon the Dragon Eater." Instead of a red dragon, a green dragon came out of the gap. Chow Chow said, "No, that key is from It can't be, mischievous dragon Yulong, I said, one of the 5 dragon kings. On his head was someone and that person jumped. He looked like a humanoid monkey and said, "Oh, it's been a while, sacred spear user Chow." Chow Chow said, "Wow. But if it is the great victorious fighter Buddha, I never thought you would come here." Buddha said to him, "Damn brat, this time you went too far. There are heroes who ascend to godhood through their perseverance, and others who produce descendants that destroy the world. I believe there's a saying that conquerors only live for 1 generation. Don't you think, Chow Chow?" Chow Chow said to him, "Conquerors, you say? I suppose it's an honor to receive such condemnation from people like you." Buddha said to me, "Now leave the rest to the 1st generation Sun Wukong." I said in surprise, "1st generation Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong said to me, "You did well, Hyoudou," Bahamut said. "Yulong, how have you grown?" Yulong bowed in the sky and said, "It's been a long time no see, master." Sun Wukong said to him, "Yulong, take care of the 9 tails." Yulong said, "Vritra is fighting her." Sun Wukong told him, "Once you're done, I'll let you have a feast with all the Kyoto food you want." Yulong told him, "I hope you keep your word, but also, if it's to help my master, I'll do it." Come on, come on. Don't underestimate a dragon king." Yulong launched an attack and I said to Bahamut, "He respects you a lot even if you're just a sacred gear." He said to me, "I already told you, buddy. To them I'm like a father." Sun Wukong said, "Let's see. It's time for your punishment." Siegfried stood up and said, "Damn monkey." He launched an attack but Sun Wukong without flinching said, "Extend your staff." The staff he had stretched out until it hit Siegfried in the abdomen, sending him crashing into a rock. Sun Wukong said, "You're not strengthening the bull correctly. Do it again while running." George's mist wanted to cover him, but Sun Wukong said, "I summon the thunder from the sky, infused with the indolence of the dragon's grace, disperse and disappear." The mist disappeared completely. Entusaka tried to attack but Vritra and Yulong were surpassing her. Sun Wukong said, "Wow, I see they are by finishing there too. The 9-tailed fox won't last long without his blessing." Chow Chow wanted to make a surprise attack but Sun Wukong stopped his spear with a finger and said, "You can't hurt me with a holy weapon if all it takes to stop your attacks is 1 finger." Chow Chow said, "As usual, you display great mastery of your monstrous abilities." George said, "Chow Chow, let's finish this now." Chow Chow said, "Time to go." He jumped back and rejoined his group. He said, "See you later." I looked at him but I felt the armor weigh me down. That's when I took out my dark blade from the black glove and said, "I just want to hit him hard. Drag, Bahamut, purge all the armor and give me maximum speed." The armor disappeared and I was left alone holding my sword while my glove gave me boosts. Sun Wukong said to me, "You plan on doing my job, right, kid?" "Well, what does it matter?" He touched me with his staff and I felt more power. I began to run but at too much speed wielding the sword. Jean and Heracles barely saw me pass by them. I jumped and stabbed Chow Chow in the eye, then fell behind them. I said, "Take that, you bastard." Chow Chow grabbed his eye in pain and turned to look at me and said, "Daburuyudi, O spear, O true sacred spear that pierced God, drains the king's ambition of domination." Siegfried covered his mouth and said, "Chow Chow, it's too early to release truth idea. Leonardo is also at his limit." Chow Chow pulled him aside and said, "I understand, Daburuyudi, no Hyoudou Issei. Become strong, stronger than Vala, that way I will show you the true power of this spear." I looked at him defiantly with my sword in hand, and then they disappeared in a cloud of purple smoke. Entusaka had fallen, and Kuoh was near her saying, "Mother." I ran worried, when Sun Wukong told me, "Boy, you have the ability to communicate with a woman's heart, right?" I said, "Yes, I have it." Sun Wukong said to me, "Then I will help you. Would you be so kind as to put that spell on that little lady and her mother?" I said, "Right away, Dragon Heart." Sun Wukong spun his staff a few times and the pink field turned green. He said to Kuoh, "Little lady, try talking to your mother now." I approached Kuoh, also worried. Kuoh said, Mother, can you hear me? Please come back to normal. I won't be selfish anymore." I approached and said, almost crying, "Please, Aunt Jisaka, come back." Kuoh said, "Please, I want you to come back to normal, Mother." I told her, "Aunt, help Kuoh, as I had promised you," crying, "Please come back." Aunt Jisaka began to open her eyes and said, "Kuoh Issei." Kuoh said, "Mother, I'm here. I'll be a good girl. I want to walk the streets of this city with you again, Mother." I was crying next to Kuoh when a blue light covered the entire transformed body of Aunt Jisaka and Kuoh, and I stepped back. The light disappeared and Aunt Jisaka was there in her normal form. Kuoh and I were happy, and said, "Where am I?" Kuoh said happily, "Mother." I followed her. "Aunt." We both went to hug her, and she caressed our heads while she cried and told us, "My children, I miss you so much. Don't cry anymore, I'm here." My friends saw the whole scene but I didn't care. I was happy to see my aunt again. They just smiled when they saw me cry with happiness. At the station, we were in front of Aunt, and she said to us, Azazel Dano, Issei, and the rest of the Gremory family, I want to offer my gratitude for everything you did. I thank you. We plan to continue talks with the demon lord Leviathan Dano and the great fighter victorious Buddha, so that Kyoto will never succumb to such people again. I wish to proceed with the planned mutual alliance. Sensei said, Yes, we are waiting for that, Miss Leader. He shook her hand and Seraphol said, I plan to enjoy Kyoto a little longer before I leave. By the way, Yasaka-chan, will you tell us what relationship you and Issei-chan have? And Yasaka said, Only Issei can answer that question, but it's up to him to do it. She saw me serious and said, For now just know that I love my nephew very much. He's like a son to me. She hugged me and then let go. Seraphol said, Okay, changing the subject. Make sure you get home safe and sound, I said, because it's part of the school trip. Kuoh said to me, Itoko, will you come to Kyoto again? I said, Of course I will. We are family after all. Kuoh said, It's a promise. I'll be waiting for you. I said, Yes. We got on the train and I said, Thank you for watching us leave. We'll all come next time. The train doors closed and Kuoh said, Yes, Itoko, everyone, thank you very much. Let's see each other again. It's a promise. I said, Yes, it's a promise, see you. The train left and Kuoh, along with Kyoto, walked away. As the train left, Yasaka looked seriously at the train where her nephew was leaving, because what they had talked about before leaving left her uneasy. With Issei, I was in the wagon and I took out of my pockets 2 pills. One had some dark green ones that were shaped like a cube, and the other were common purple pills. I remembered what I had talked about yesterday with my aunt. Flashback. Issei was with his aunt talking when no one was looking. She asked him, Did you free him? Issei told her, Yes, while I was fighting with the hero faction. I did it accidentally. Yasaka gave him the bottle of green pills and said, These inhibitors are stronger than the previous ones. The dosage will be a little less. If you need more, come immediately. Issei told her, Yes, I will. By the way, and Yasaka asked him, What's wrong? Issei said, He appeared in my dreams. I got anxiety attacks again. Yasaka got quite worried and said, Any other closeness you've had? Issei told her, No, it was just a nightmare. But it hasn't happened again. Yasaka gave him the bottle with the purple pills and said, Take these, he won't be able to enter your mind, and the attacks will decrease. Issei said, Thank you, but does Kuoh know him? Yasaka said, I can't forbid him to see his father. Sometimes he comes to see how Kuoh is. But I think he's planning something, since he hasn't come for a long time. Issei said, It's best if I stay away from that dam. Issei began to cry. Yasaka hugged him and said, Calm down, he won't come again. Without realizing it, they were both being spied on by Issei's friends who upon hearing everything only became more confused, but did not have the courage to ask Issei. End of flashback. I took a pill out of each bottle and swallowed it, turned to look at the window and ended up sleeping with some peace of mind. At the Hyoudou residence, Bucho said to me, Why didn't you inform me? Akeno said, You said you would call us again when you were in Kinkakuji, and you didn't do it either. Kaneko said, That's right, that was terrible. Gasper said, But everyone returned safely. Sensei said, Well, he was busy courting another girl, the daughter of the 9 Tails. I said, Don't say those things, Sensei. Kuoh is my family. I wouldn't do that. Sensei said, Well, Rias, Issei got a power boost. Bucho said, Well, I'm very happy to be summoned and for him to kiss me. I said, Bucho, I apologize for that, but thank you very much. Raswai said, In any case we take care of everyone you affected. At least the school trip is over. Sensei said, Now the school festival continues, huh? But well, Issei, will you explain to us? I got up and said, If you'll excuse me. I went to my room and took out an inhibitor and took it. Bucho saw me from outside and said, Issei, why? I told her, These are unimportant things, Bucho. Now I only care about the raiding game with Seraorg-san. I'm going to sleep. I got into my bed, closed my eyes, and the world went completely silent. When Issei fell asleep, Azazel approached Rias and said, He was like that the whole trip. Yasaka-san and Kuoh-chan, they claimed to be his family, but he didn't want to tell us more. Besides, the boys saw him manifest a strange power in the fight at the castle. Rias said to him, What does all this mean? Azazel said, It seems that the Hyoudou keep more secrets than we thought. Rias just looked at Issei and said in a low voice, Issei, what is the truth? Hello dear readers, this is Phantom. I hope you liked today's chapter. I'll leave you with the counter and the meme. Without further ado, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. The school festival is approaching. Many children were shouting happily, and a presenter said, Everyone, heroic dragon is in trouble. Let's send him our power. 1, 2. The children raised their hands and said, Power! Then I went out to the stage flying and said, I can't be defeated. not after receiving the power of everyone. Kiba, who was disguised, laughed and said, "The end is the same no matter how much you fight." I said, "What?" Kiba said, "You have no chance of victory against me, Darkness Knight Fang." Bucho, who was by his side, captured, said, "Save me, my dear heroic dragon." That day before the preparations for the school festival, we, the Gremory family, went to do a live heroes show in the underworld, in front of all the children. He was fighting with Kiba, he said, "Bastard." And he flew out with the help of some cables. While laughing, he slashed the ground and lights came out of it, making people believe that he was hurting me, Kiba said. "Fine, ready to give up?" While backstage were the others watching us, Zenobia said. "This is impressive," Gasper said. "It's so intimidating," Akeno said. "Those are specially set up explosion effects and wired acrobatics," Roswai said. "It seems they have learned all about the actions of the entertainment from the human world." While I continued with my show with Kiba, he said to me, "This is the end, heroic dragon." I said, "No way, if only I had the princess." The narrator said, "Heroic dragon, it's time to shout those words." I said, "Okay everyone, summon love." All the children shouted with me and kept saying, "Love." Bucho came out of a platform and I said, "The princess is here, come on kids, louder." The children shouted more, and Bucho made the gesture of giving me her power and I said, "I feel all the power flowing through me." A red and black light illuminated me, Kiba said. "That's enough of this stupidity, Hiya." He launched an attack and I said, "Same here, dragon attack." We both collided hard, and Kiba went backwards. The presenter said, "We did it. Thanks to our powers, heroic dragon won." The children were happy while Bucho and I greeted them. At that moment the presenter said, "Wait, who is it? Look over there." She pointed to a column where Kaneko was disguised. The presenter said, "It's Hellcat-chan." Kaneko greeted and a group of men said happily, "Hellcat-chan." The presenter kept looking at them and stumbled, falling on her back in the middle of the presentation. In the dressing rooms, I was drying myself in sweat, while Kiba did the same and said to me, "Your presentation was incredible, Issei-kun." I said, "Yours was also spectacular. I'm glad that the children like it." Kiba said, "Surzek-sama is incredible, making all this popular. You are a hero to all those children." I said, "I'm glad to be one." At that moment someone knocked on the door. Irina poked her head out and I said, "Irina, what's wrong?" She said, "Just come for a moment, accompany me." And that was how I ended up with her in a room, while I tried to zip up her cheerleader outfit. The problem was that her breasts were too big, and it wouldn't close. I said, "Why are you wearing this?" Irina told me, "The commentator girl hurt her foot a while ago. They asked me to replace her." I said, "Oh, that reminds me. I remembered that a few minutes ago, while she was giving the show, Irina was one of the most excited along with the children." I told her, "You were totally into the show." Irina told me, "I don't mind being the commentator, but the important thing is the suit. No matter what I do, I can't make my breasts fit." I said, "I see, then let's try this." I tried to zip it up too fast, and the suit closed for 5 seconds and then it broke, revealing Irina's boobs as she fell on me. I said, "Wait, why aren't you wearing a bra?" She said, "I thought it would fit easier if I took it off, right in this situation." I asked her, confused. "What?" She said, "It's the same as the field trip." I told her, "Wait, not that." Irina said, "I guess it's like that, right?" She got on her knees and said, "I want that situation to happen to her and Issei-kun. I'm sure that's what the Lord thinks." I said, "Hey, but you said something about becoming a fallen angel." Irina put her hands together and said, "Oh Lord, I beg your forgiveness. My mission is to take the son of the Daburuyuti, the child who will strengthen the ranks of heaven." I said, "Oh wait." But it was in vain. Irina pounced on me, starting by shoving her breasts in my face while saying, "Ah, I'm falling. I'm falling." The door opened and Zenobia came in saying, "Irina, that's not fair." Asia came behind her and said, "You can't do that to Issei-san." Akeno arrived too and said, "It's not good to jump right in like that." Kaneko made her way and said, "I won't let that happen even if you're a senpai." Irina hugged me and said, "No, but I'm first." Everyone lifted up their shirts letting me see their breasts and Kaneko said, "Issei-senpai belongs to everyone." Akeno said, "That's right. We should share it equally." Asia said, "That's right." Zenobia said, "That means I have to go first." And so I ended up with 5 girls with their breasts exposed on top of me, while my mind said, Issei's mind, "Dad, Mom, I think I'll die and go to paradise. Everything feels soft here." But at that moment Bucho appeared and said excitedly, "You all just finished the preparations and pay for the next act already." All the girls covered themselves and left while Bucho looked at them angrily. After that mishap I turned to Marino and said, "Thank goodness. I almost didn't make it on time. I have to get ready for the next act." That's when I heard a child's voice saying, "I don't want to." No, no, no! I went out to see what was happening, and the child said, I want to see the heroic dragon. It was clear that he was a big fan of mine. Because he was crying, he had a cap of my red armor and a doll of my black armor. That's when I thought, is it so difficult to make the two colors in the correct pattern? But the boy was more important. He was crying, and the manager said to him, I'm sorry, but the handshake and autograph events are over. The boy's mother said, Really? They say the event is over. It's a shame, but we have to go home. The boy kept crying and said, I don't want to. Love. I couldn't stand seeing him cry, and I transformed. I took off my mask and approached. I said, What's wrong? The boy's eyes shone with joy and admiration. He approached and said happily, It's the heroic dragon. The manager wanted to tell me something, but I ignored him. I said to the boy, What's your name? He said, Lorenkus. I told him, It's a good name, of a child who will be great. Thank you for coming here to see me, Lorenkus. I signed the cap and I said, Children should not cry like that. They should be strong to protect those they care about. Lorenkus said, Yes. I gave him his cap and he very happy said to me, Thank you, heroic dragon. He left with his mother very happy. While I said goodbye, the manager told me, Hyoudou-san, please avoid doing something like that again. You will not be able to personally attend to each child, if you treat some children specially. I said, I'm sorry. I entered my dressing room and started to drink water. That's when I heard Bucho's voice, who told me, That's my Issei. I said, Bucho, were you watching? Bucho told me, You were great. I told her, No, in fact I did something unnecessary. Bucho took me by the chin and said, No, you protected that child's dream. I looked at her. At that moment Milokas came in and said, Issei-sama, I really enjoyed the event. Bucho said, Mother, and Milikas too. Venelama said, It was a wonderful show. I said, Thank you very much. Venelama said to me, That special effects show I present to you as a character. You will be a wonderful asset to the Gremory clan, and you will be an irreplaceable part of the memories of children throughout the underworld. As a member of the Gremory family, for the underworld, for our clan, and for our daughter, I hope you continue with that from now on. I said, I will, Bucho's mother, I will try. Venelama said to me, Such trustworthy words, but I can't stand being called Bucho's mother. Please call me mother too. I said, That would be somewhat rude. Venelama told me, It's not rude at all. In fact, it's somewhat rude not to refer to me like that in society. Also, it's not good for you to call Rias. Bucho, do you love Rias? Issei's mind screwed me. I said without thinking, Yes, I respect her, and she is very precious to me. I will protect her even if it costs me my life. Venelama told me, I see it. That confirms their relationship between master-servant. In that case I will go a little further. What do you think of her personally? Think about it. I didn't say anything, because a traumatic memory came to my head. Venelama said to Bucho, Rias, make sure you tell Issei-san properly, okay? Bucho said, Yes. Venelama went out with Milikas. After that I saw her still wandering in my thoughts, and she left saying, Well, let's go back and prepare for the school festival. There must be other things on your mind. I knew I had hurt her, but I only thought of one thing. Flashback. Issei was tired, full of bruises, very sweaty, when the black-haired man said to him, Are you going to give up? Issei said, It's very difficult. The man said, I'll change my question. How powerful do you want to be? Issei said, The most powerful. At Kuoh Academy, some girls were asking Ravel, Hey, where are you from? Phoenix is a very rare last name. It sounds cool. I never thought another foreigner would transfer besides Gasper-kun. I'm so lucky to be in this class. Do you want to go to a cafe with us later? Ravel said nervously. That would be nice. And laughed nervously. Bucho and I watched her from outside. Bucho said, I came here to see her after hearing that she already transferred because I was worried. I said, She looks different. Usually she is more. Chijoho, just ask what you want, I'll answer your questions, or something like that. Ravel stood up and said, Excuse me please. She walked out to where we were and I asked her, What's wrong? Ravel said, Well, it's my first time transferring schools. Also, I'm a demon. I don't know how to deal with humans. I said, Then was that it? Bucho said, In that case, it would be convenient if you have a classmate you can partner up with. Kaneko came and said, Did they call me? I said, We have a favor to ask you. I want you to be the acquaintance, or a guide of my school for Ravel. Kaneko said, I don't care but, incompetent yakitori. Ravel angrily said, Did you say something? Kaneko said, Incompetent. Ravel said, Watch your tongue when talking to someone from the Phoenix clan. Kaneko said, You bothered the president and Issei-senpai as soon as you arrive in the human world. That's why I say you are incompetent. Ravel said, This Nikomata really is a nuisance. Kaneko said, Yakitori. Then Gasper appeared and said, This is terrifying. I said, Come on. Both of you should get along. you are in the same class, Kaneko said to me. Whose side are you on, senpai? I said. What? Were there sides? Ravel and Kaneko looked at me waiting for an answer, and I said, well, as the senpai responsible for both of you, I want you to get along. The two looked at each other angrily, and I slowly backed away while I said, I'm worried about the storm that will start here. Bucho said. Yes, it is worrying. At the club, Bucho said. Let's start the activities. We all said, yes. Akeno was cleaning a crystal ball and said, the entire old academy building is about to be used by the occult club. I'm waiting for it. Zenobia and Irina were fixing some things, Zenobia said. A haunted house, a fortune teller stand, even a maid cafe. We have a lot of work. Asia was helping Akeno and said, but can we do all of that? We have a limited amount of time to prepare all those events. Kaneko, who was painting with Gasper, said, it's up to us to do it. Gasper said, let us do our best. After a while, I had finished doing what they had told me, but I still didn't know what I would do at the club stand. That's when Kuoh called me and said, come right now. I talked to him for a while and then I went to Bucho and said, Bucho, Kuoh called me for something. I'll be back in a while. Bucho said to me, but Issei, why? I smiled and said to myself, it's a secret. I didn't say anything else and left. When I got to where my friends were, they told me their idea and I said, I don't know, it sounds risky. Kuoh said to me, you can't refuse, we've planned everything. Renji said, also, think, this way you can impress Rias senpai. I said, if I do it, will they stop bothering me? They both nodded and I said, fine, we'll blow up the gym. I went back to the club and Bucho said to me, do you remember I told you I was worried? I was referring to the personal request from Seraorg's butler. I said, Seraorg-sans? After that, we were already in a car through the Citri territory, and I said, it's my first time in the Citri territory. There is a lot of vegetation here. Bucho told me, yes, this region has the best medical institutions in the underworld. I said, I see. Bucho said, we will visit one of them right now. Seraorg's butler asked my mother for this. You know that my mother is from the Bale clan, right? I said, yes, that's why Seraorg-san is your cousin. Bucho said, his mother was one of the 72 pillars, a member of Vapula, the high-class devil family. They were known for their mastery with lions. I said, lions, huh? That sounds like Seraorg-san. We arrived at the clinic where a butler greeted us and led us to a room where there was a sleeping woman and said, this is Missa Bale-sama, Seraorg-sama's mother. I called you here of my own free will. Seraorg-sama is not aware of this. Despite the circumstances, it is my request. Rias-sama, Hyoudou-Issei-sama, could you use your power to wake her up? Bucho told me everything about Seraorg, about how he wasn't born with the power of destruction and how he passed his frustration on to his mother. The butler said, she raised and cared for Seraorg-sama, inevitably within the Bale region. Then she told us everything about how Seraorg had decided to strengthen his body more than anything, and how his mother fell ill, the butler said. Unfortunately, after Seraorg-sama grew up and forged a path, his mother fell prey to a demonic disease. Bucho said, a rare disease that only affects demons, causes the afflicted to fall into a deep coma, curbing their life energy and ends with their death. Right now, keeping Ternika alive is an arduous task, the butler said. I heard that the Dabururuyuti has the ability. I said seriously, I will do it. I looked determined and said, Dragon Heart. I failed, I didn't make it, not even when I entered Balance Breaker to do it. We sat on some benches outside and I said, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything. Bucho told me, don't feel distressed, Issei. Maybe we reached her heart, but you did everything you could. You even went over the limits to help her, so it's someone else's. The butler also understood and accepted what happened. I was depressed when we heard Seraorg's voice, who said, you guys. I said, Seraorg-san. Seraorg said, I heard what happened. I appreciate it, really. I told him, there's no need for you to do it. I failed. Bucho said, besides, I have to apologize. I told him everything about you, although our game is close. Seraorg said, don't worry. It's not a rarity in the demon clans. However, if you plan on having you during the confrontation, taking that into account, it's a different story. I told him, determined. That won't happen. Seraorg said to me, that's right. You don't need to think about anything else. I wish to face the Gremory family with everything I have. This is the only path I can take, and this is what will lead me to absolute victory. One defeat and everything I have obtained until now will disappear. Therefore, I will definitely defeat them with these fists. I said to him, of course, the past has nothing to do with our fight in the game. Anyway, I don't think I can win by feeling pity or holding back. Fight you with everything, Seraorg-san. Seraorg said to me, if that's fine, that's enough. It seems that your strength and confidence has reached new heights after a short time. Rias, Hyoudou Issei, I will also give my all in the game. Bucho said to her, we will not lose. With those smiles full of determination we returned home. Rias's mind. She looked at Issei and thought, "You look like a worthy man now, that's why it's my duty." Issei looked at her and said, "What's wrong?" Rias smiled and said, "Nothing." "Hello everyone, Phantom is back. Although it was for a short time, I was busy, but I'm back now. I hope you liked today's chapter. I leave you the counter and the meme. Without further ado, see you tomorrow." Raiding game preparations. We were all training our attacks for the raiding game, all talking to Kiba and saying, "I guess the bishop is the downfall of the Triana combo." Kiba said, "Unlike the rook and the knight, the bishop requires charging the cannon attack." I said, "I don't think my opponent will wait for me." Zenobia and Rosweiss continued practicing their skills. Kiba told me, "That means you have to synchronize your skills." I said, "That's true. It's better to let one of you help me by some time. It mitigates the risk of executing it, and allows you to focus and stay in place. However, the consumption of the Triana combo is astronomical. I can probably only use it 2 or 3 times," Kiba said, "and if you try to use it, Seraorg-san must be the target." I said, "You're right." Zenobia and Rosweiss kept colliding attacks, but Zenobia got out of control and Rosweiss said to her, "Why don't we rest for a while?" Zenobia said, "Yeah, it's okay. I complained about it, and Ravel came to tell me." "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah." Ravel said to me, "By the way, about what I heard, what do you think if you focus the cannon's energy on something else instead of just firing it?" Kiba and I said, "That's a good idea." Ravel said, "That will make it more useful as a support fire technique." Kiba said, "If you can sour a charged attack and instead of doing it you give the power to an ally, it could work." I said, "I can even choose whether to shoot or evade. It could work to confuse the opponent." Bucho approached and said, "The problem is the rules of the game, right?" I said, Bucho said, "It may be useful in a team battle, but Seraorg only made a request, to the higher-ups, to allow us to fight without restriction and that was approved. Based on that modification a new set of special rules will be established, especially since this confrontation will be held in the airspace of Lord Agar's region. A large crowd will converge on the area, so don't expect this fight to last long. After all, raiding games are also a form of entertainment. There are things that we can't adjust with the fans of the opposing side," Ravel said. "Besides, this confrontation already has a lot of media attention." I said, "It doesn't matter. The only thing we can do is train to win." "Thanks, Ravel. Your idea before was great," Ravel said, blushing. "That's obvious," I said excitedly. "Great. Let's see if your idea works." Bucho told me, "I'm sorry to say this, but we're done for today. The press conference will be tomorrow. If you overexert yourself in your training, you'll look tired in front of the media. It will be broadcast on the media, so it's best if you don't make funny faces, okay?" In the studio, we were sitting waiting. The girls were putting on makeup. Kiba was drinking tea and said, "Gaperquin, will you be okay wearing the girl uniform?" Gasper said, "Yes, there's no reason to put on the boy uniform now. Forget that, I'm very nervous." He went into his box where he started crying and said, "I'm not ready for a press conference. I don't want to go out." I laughed a little while Kaneko was sitting on my legs, but I saw Bucho a little worried and said, "Kaneko-chan, excuse me for a moment." Kaneko told me, "The yakitori is not here, so I want to stay on your lap." Akeno said to her, Era Kaneko-chan, are you worried that Ravel-chan will take Issei-kun?" I said, "Really?" Kaneko told me, "You're too kind and that sometimes gets me in trouble." I said, "I think you're very cute, so don't worry." Kaneko wagged her cat tail happily, and if she would listen Bucho said, "He's right, he's too kind to everyone." I saw her a little worried, but at that moment the manager arrived and said, "Everyone, it's almost time." When we went out to the classroom Saji was there and said, "Hello, Rias-senpai, has it been a while?" Bucho said, "Wow, Saji-kun." I said, "Saji." Saji said to me, "Hello, Hyoudou." I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Gee, what a way to ask. Well, I guess it's strange, we're not in the spotlight right now. You see, our team will participate in a game against the Agar's family at the same time and the press conference is also today." I said, "What? Nobody told me about that." Bucho said, "Wow, did I forget to mention?" I told him, "It's something new for me." Saji said, "That's why I tell you that we are not in the center of attention, but you and they are, right?" Momo told him, "Genchan, it's time." Saji said, "Then see you." I told him, "I'll be waiting for good results." Saji said, "Me too." At the conference, the Bale family was already there, and the mediator said, "Then the arrival of the Gremery family." They opened the doors for us and we entered. Many cameras pointed at us. The mediator said, "Now that both families are present, we will start the press conference. First, the kings of each side, Seraorg Bale-sama and Rias Gremery-sama, will say a few words about their upcoming confrontation. Please go ahead." Seraorg said, "Let's see. Above all, I am excited for this confrontation. to be able to fight with everything and without restrictions, that is all. Bucho said, we are very honored to face Seraorg Bale's family. We have no intention of losing, even though we know that it is in a higher rank. No, we are going to win. The mediator said, thank you very much. Now we will proceed with the questions. Go ahead. A reporter said, I want to ask the famous heroic dragon Hyoudou Issei 1. Will he kiss Princess Rias again this time? I was shocked and said, what? The reporter continued and said, if so were according to your special effects show along with other sources, it seems that you get stronger by kissing her. It also seems that she has passed many tests with the same technique. I said, well, it only happened once, Another reporter said, then, what will happen if you kiss her again? I didn't know what to say and another said, so if you plan to do it? Princess Rias, we would like you to make a comment on it. I dropped my head on the table and said, kill me, while Bucho said, I have no comment. Akeno laughed and the same reporter from before said, Participant Seraorg, what do you think of this? I said, now yes, kill me. Seraorg said, well, if he plans to kiss Rias, I suppose he will receive a significant power increase. Everyone was surprised and I got up surprised and thinking, Seraorg-san, why did you say something like that? After the conference, Seraorg was laughing and said, I see. It seems we misunderstood. I said, it only happened once, but everyone misunderstood. Seraorg said, I don't care. All I know is that we will meet again in the final battle. I said, yes. Seraorg said, a bold expression. Then our confrontation awaits us in the sky. Watching him walk away, my determination only increased. Then, I decided to relax in the sauna to clear my thoughts and said, I don't want to see the covers of the underworld tomorrow. At that moment the door opened and Bucho came in. Seeing me, she said, wow. But it's Issei. I got nervous because she was naked. I don't know why she is like that. I've seen her naked many times. Maybe it was because of the heat. Or because I had a feeling about something. But I said, then I'll go first. Bucho took me by the arm and smiled at me saying, everything is okay. Come here. She made me sit down again and she sat next to me. She said, it's just the two of us. You usually attract a lot of attention. She looked at me with a sensual look and said, hey, I wonder what would happen if you take advantage of me? Although, you're already used to seeing my body, maybe you're not in the mood right now. Issei's mind. Current moment, I said nervously. Not at all. You have a very good body, Bucho. Bucho said, in that case. She took my hand and put it on one of her breasts. She said, if that's what you think, do it with me right here and now. She approached me and said, hey, I want to ask, what am I to you, Issei? And I said something stupid. Bucho is Bucho. Bucho said, it seems I have to go to the next level. She made me lie down on the seat and got on top of me, pressing her breasts to my body. My brain wasn't thinking clearly, and Bucho approached me and said, let me feel you, Issei. Kissing me at that moment, I thought, with our bodies so close, I can feel her heartbeat. Something strange runs through my whole body. Her saliva enters my mouth, and with each swallow, my eyes feel like they are about to be consumed by her splendor. What should I do in this situation? Bucho stopped kissing me and I said, I Bucho. Bucho said surprised. Bucho? The woman you are about to do it with. Even in this situation you call me Bucho? So for you I am. Bucho got up and went to the door, but stayed there for a while. I wanted to get closer and I said, Bucho, what's wrong? She said, don't come closer to me, and then she left the room. At the academy, I was looking at the newspaper headlines, still thinking about what happened yesterday. Gasper and Kiba came in and I said, hey Gasper, how are Kaneko-chan and Ravel doing? Gasper said to me, well, they start fighting as soon as one rejects the other. I said, I expected that. Gasper said, but Kaneko-chan keeps leading her even if she complains. And even though Ravel-san argues back a lot, she makes sure to follow her. Kiba said, it seems like somehow things are going well. I said, it's really hard to know what women are thinking. That or I'm really an idiot. Sensei said, they dress up in a way to understand each other's intentions. That must be the reason why they constantly clash with each other. I said, Sensei, what do you mean? Gasper said, I don't think I can be as useful to Ravel-san as Kaneko-chan. In fact, I think I won't be of any use in the fight. I told him, Gasper, you better engrave this in your mind. Rule number 1 of the Gremmy Family Boys Club. Boys must always protect the girls. Now repeat it after me. Gasper said, boys must always protect the girls. I told him, number 2, boys get up no matter what. Gasper said, boys get up no matter what. I told him, number 3, no matter what happens you should never give up. Gasper said, no matter what happens you should never give up. I told him, fine, that's how you talk, keep that in your mind and fight as a member of the Gremmy family. Gasper said, yes, I will try hard. Sensei told me, what did it suddenly bite you? Did something happen? At that moment Bucho and the others came in. Seeing her she just sighed and looked away. Sensei said, then I will begin. First I would like to tell you all something. From today I was appointed advisor to the Gremory family, I asked. Is there also an advisor like Sensei on Seraorg-san's side? Sensei said. Yes, it seems the Emperor has arrived, Bucho said. Daihauser Belial, I said. The champion of the raiding games, I see, Kiba said. Yes, he was the leader of the Bale clan, and has dominated the games by far. He is the supreme king, Sensei said. I am with you, so do not worry. Well, let's continue. A screen came out of a magic circle where all the members of Seraorg's family were, Sensei said. You all remember the information we have on Seraorg's family, right? Like you, they are the type that train. A rarity among demons, Zenobia said. That means they will be stronger by the time the game starts, Sensei said. That is the case. Rosweiss pointed at something and said, That pawn over there, hasn't it participated in any fights? Kiba said. He was not present at the press conference, either, Sensei said. Yes, we do not have information on that pawn, so we assume that it is one of Seraorg's aces. Now Rias will explain her strategy and combat tactics. Bucho began to explain the strategy to us. A while later, Sensei said, Well, that's all. I also inform you that all of you are already for the professional league. All of you have reached that level of power, so you all must have that confidence and move forward. We all said, Yes. Then Sensei left, and we continued preparing things for the festival. Akeno was talking to Bucho and she told her, We will also need more details in this part. At that moment a small magic circle appeared in front of Ravel. The hologram of a woman very similar to her came out of it, and said, Very good day, Ravel. Ravel said, Mother, Lady Phoenix said, Are Rias-san and the Daburuyuti over there? Bucho arrived and said, Good morning, Aunt. It's been a while. Lady Phoenix said, Wow, Rias-san, good day to you. And I approached and said, Good day, nice to meet you. I'm Hyoudou Issei. Lady Phoenix said to me, So it's you. It's a pleasure for me too. Excuse me for the sudden introduction. I said, It's no problem. Do you need something from me? Lady Phoenix said, Well, I thought I'd say hello to start even though I would usually do it in person. Bucho said, You don't have to be so formal. Aunt, we appreciate your effort. Lady Phoenix said, Thank you. Well, Hyoudou Issei, I leave my daughter in your care. I said, Well, but besides Bucho there are more qualified people to take care of her. Lady Phoenix told me, However, I would like you to take care of her so that she doesn't end up in bad company and you, the Daburuyuti, are the best candidate for everything you have achieved. My husband and I will be relieved, knowing that she is returning home safely thanks to you, along with other good news. I said, Understood. In that case, I swear that I will protect your daughter. Ravel was surprised and Lady Phoenix said, You have my gratitude. And Ravel, you know what to do. Listen to your senpais and Rias-san, and strive not to stain the name of your family. Ravel said, I understand. Lady Phoenix said, You must also improve your relationship with Hyoudou Issei. And one more thing. I said, Yes? Lady Phoenix told me, I heard that you want to become a high-class devil. My daughter is officially my family for the moment. I exchanged her with Reiser. Remember this well. My daughter is a free piece now, do you understand? I said, Yes, I understand. Lady Phoenix said, I see, I'm glad. Have a nice day. And the magic circle disappeared. Bucho walked to the door and said, Bucho, where are you going? Bucho said, Issei, will you protect me? I said, Of course I will. Bucho said, Will you protect Asia? I said, Yes, I definitely will. Bucho said, Even Akeno? I said, Yes, I will. But why suddenly? Bucho said, Hey Issei, what am I to you? I said, Huh, Bucho said again, What am I to you? And as if I hadn't learned from the last 2 times, I said something stupid. This, for me, Bucho is Bucho. Bucho stopped and said, Idiot. Then she left the room. Asia followed her and said, One-isama. Issei-san, that was terrible. Kiba said, That wasn't good at all, Issei-kun. I said, Wait, what did I do now? Kiba said with disappointment. Gosh, you're a. Akeno said, Of course both of them would get mad at you. Zenobia said, I think you finally crossed the line, Issei. Irina said, Gosh, Issei-kun really is hopeless. Kaneko said, You're the worst. I wanted to go but Akeno stopped me and said, Don't go. The current you will only hurt her more. I said, Hey Gasper, was it that bad? Gasper said, This, yeah, a lot. Ravel said, This it's my mother's and my fault, right? Akeno approached her and said, You have nothing to worry about, Ravel-chan. This is Issei-kun's fault that he never paid attention to the bond between him and Rias. I felt helpless, and I transported to a faraway place. When Issei transported, Akeno made a magic circle that watched Issei. He was destroying rocks while saying, Why am I so idiot and insensitive? Do I not care about feelings? A hooded man said. It seems you don't care, huh, Issei? Hearing that voice, everyone saw how Issei froze. When he recovered, he said, What are you doing here, you wretch? The man took off his hood and revealed black hair and brown eyes. He said, You don't greet properly anymore. Issei didn't move and said, Kill me now if that's what you want. I just ruined it. I don't care anymore. The man pulled out a sword and the whole club worried. But the man just put the sword near Issei and said, I could never kill you. You are a very valuable piece. That's why I took away your ability to perceive feelings. You break anyone's heart, and you can't fix it. You are always alone and you come back to me. Issei said to me, I know it's all your fault. You condemned me to this, damn it. What more do you want from me? The man said. I already told you, you are an important piece. But it's not the time yet, and I know your friends are watching us. Issei said. What? The man went to the occult club saying, That's right, I know there are demons and angels there. Did you think I wouldn't notice? But it doesn't matter, Issei said. Leave them alone, the man said. I wonder how they would react if they found out what kind of monster you are, or rather, what I think. Issei said. Shut up. Issei launched an attack, but the man dodged him and said, If you used all your power you wouldn't do so badly in your fights. You have become very weak. But for now I'll leave it like that. Go if you want, or continue to vent your frustrations. Ha 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 ha. The man disappeared and Issei shouted, I hate you. Hello my dear readers, this is Phantom. I hope you liked today's chapter. I leave you the counter and the meme, and without further ado I say goodbye. Healing my heart. I thought, lately everyone including Bucho and her mother has been expecting something from me. I can only think of 2 reasons. The first is that I hurt Bucho, who always cares for her servants, and the other is, and if that's the case, there are 3 males in the Gremory family, even considering how much she cares for her servants. I always thought it was strange that she treated men differently. Plus Bucho has been careful about treating others affectionately lately. Having said that, no matter how much she adores her family, would she feel comfortable becoming so close? I finished arranging what I was doing and said, No, I don't think she would. Taking all that into account, her attitude towards me must be because is she in love with me? No, that can't be. Bucho is our master, and I am her servant. I am nothing more than a pawn in her family. But if she loves me, I love her too, as my mistress, yes. But above all as a woman, I have been with her for the last 6 months and I have been able to appreciate her elegance, her strength, her glamour, her kindness, even her spoiled tendencies. She is older, and we are more or less the same age. That is why I could consider her as a woman. She is definitely the perfect woman. I want us to be more than master and servant. I want to be with her. I want to tell her how much I love her. But will she feel the same way? If I am wrong, it would be the end of our relationship. I don't want that, but that attitude, damn, the heart of a maiden is very complicated. I heard a laugh and Akeno said, I guess that's how it can seem from a man's perspective. When I turned around I saw Akeno and Kaneko, both in healing suits. I fell down the ladder in surprise. I said, Were you listening? Kaneko gave a thumbs up and said, Clearly. I laughed and said, Haven't I taken her feelings into consideration? Akeno said, You haven't. Along with mine, Asia-chan's, Zenovia-chan's, and Kaneko-chan's who's here with us. I said, Yes, I think I'm a big jerk, Asia said. But maybe we haven't made an effort to understand you, Issei-san. I saw her at the door shirtless and topless, I said. Understand me? Asia closed the door and Akeno approached me to say, Yes, that's right. Akeno took off her jacket and said, Is this Akeno-san? Akeno said, We all realized Rias is important, but we thought that you're the one who needs healing first. She took off her shirt and stripped down saying, I will absorb the dragon's power right here. She hugged me from behind and started sucking my fingers. Kaneko felt herself on my lap naked and said, Issei-senpai, take me. I looked at her confused and she said, I meant hug me. I'll also perform the senjutsu treatment we did the other day. She activated her Nikomata mode and said, That's it. Both of them started healing me and I said, Akeno-san, Kaneko-chan. Asia took my hand and activated her sacred gear saying, I'll join too. I looked at her and said, Asia, Akeno said, When you look at us, you sometimes seem scared. We weren't sure what it meant. We are not fully informed about your life before, but we finally realized a part of it. Kaneko said, Probably, only those who know about that incident would notice. Asia said, Reincarnation, she still has a place in your heart, right? I remembered as if it were a bullet that brought back all my memories. Everything Reincarnation had done to me. I cried, and said, She was my first girlfriend. But she ended up being an enemy. She killed me and then she killed Asia. I hid her, even begged for her life. But I don't want to experience that again. Even now I'm scared that something similar will happen. Asia said, I love you so much, Issei-san. I want to be with you forever. I said, Asia, she told me, I respect you so much. I adore you. You are the man I trust the most. I want to always be with you from the bottom of my heart. Besides, there is no way that Ryusoulger hates you. you are the one who fights the most for her. I know it for sure, and I'm sure the others feel the same. So do not fear, I know it will work. You have come so far, I know that you will overcome this obstacle. I smiled at her, and Akeno told me. I love you too, Issei-kun, Kaneko said. Me too. I don't think so. You need to look at that fallen angel for longer. Smiling, I said. Kaneko-chan, Akeno said. That's right. As a fallen angel, I am perfectly capable of making you happy, so trust in yourself. Issei, I said. Yes, Akeno-san. Asia said that's right. Everyone wants to be close to you. I said. Asia. She said when Isama, Zenovia-san, Irina-san, Raswise-san, Kiba-san and also Gasper-kun, they all appreciate you. Don't you believe in the three of us? I said thank you. I guess I'll take your words seriously. Since everyone agrees, Asia, I will promise you again. We will be together forever, no matter if it's 10,000 years or more. I don't care, I love you too. Asia. Asia said happily yes, together forever. I love you too. Issei-san. Akeno said. Oh, I also want to be with you forever, Issei-kun. Kaneko said. I will also be with you for eternity. Without realizing it, Zenovia passed by at that moment, and was shocked to see us like this. She opened the door and said, Irina, come here. Irina arrived confused, and Zenovia undressed and said, I can't relax whenever there is something going on. You should come too, Irina. Your childhood friend is about to be taken. Irina was startled and Zenovia said, Actually, I will be the one to take him. Irina thought for a while and said, I am Michael-sama's ace, but the heavens would be blessed if I can take his son. In that case, I will also claim Issei-kun for myself. Irina activated her angel abilities and made her clothes disappear. Startled, I said, You guys. I've told you to stop exaggerating when it comes to these matters, Asia said. Issei-san was with me, Zenovia said. I'll just take it for a while. What's wrong with that? Irina came and said, That's right, let's share, Asia-san. Zenovia, Akeno said. Stealing under the rug is as wonderful as it sounds, don't you think, Kaneko-chan? Kaneko said. They say the fastest comes first, Akeno-san, and that's how I ended up surrounded by naked girls in a room. I thought, looks like there's still a lot I need to learn about girls, but thank you, Asia, Akeno-san, Kaneko-chan, Zenovia, Irina. I'll try my best to believe in myself, strengthen my resolve, and move forward. It might not be the answer Bucho wants, but I'll definitely make my feelings reach her. We were ready to start, and we were heading in a cable car towards what would be the arena of our raiding game. I said, It's more incredible when you see it up close, Sensei said. Rias, the floating city. The truth is, the Baal faction held a meeting at their main headquarters. They discussed how Lord Agars will be presiding between the Demon King and his lord. Kaneko said. That explains why it will be held in the Agars region. Kiba said. So you are treating our game as a representative match between the Demon King Lucifer and Lord Baal? Sensei said. Well, I guess there are many people who think that way, so you can think the same. I said. What a bother. We push them for our wishes and goals. Sensei told me. Just continue on the same path. Even if you lose, it's not like the Demon King Seraorg will lose his political power. Having said that, those behind the Demon King's family and Seraorg probably don't feel that way. I said. You re-talking about politicians supporting Seraorg-san? Sensei said. Yes. I saw Bucho and I felt she was worried. When we arrived, many cameras received us, and in the car Ravel was waiting for us, who said, We were waiting. They took us to a hotel and Ravel said, The confrontation is in the afternoon, so until then, we will stay in a room in a hotel near the tournament venue. Upon arrival we saw an army of skeletons walking with a larger one, Sensei said. The inhabitant of Sheol and God who presides over death, Hades Dano. I never thought that you, who detests demons and angels fallen, would come so far. Hades laughed and said, I heard the loud cause that echoed across the surface lately. It intrigued me a little. Double dragon, didn't it? The era when the Welsh dragon and the vanishing dragon rampaged through the depths of hell. Brings back many memories. Well, no matter what, I hope to enjoy this occasion. Try not to die. I didn't come to claim your souls tonight. We were taken to a waiting room, I said. Leaving aside the god of the underworld, even Zeus-sama and Poseidon-sama came. I'm surprised. Sensei said to me. Now you know the important role you play. Someone said. I'll go in. Hello, I came to visit. It was Reiser, I said. Reiser-san, Ravel said. Oni-sama. Reiser sat near Bucho and said, Everyone is waiting for tonight's game as a professional one. If you can show your strength here, it will be very valuable. Bucho said. I'm not a great strategist like Sona, or as powerful as Seraorg. The only blessing I have is my family. Reiser said. Strategy and battle strength will prove their worth when experience and effort come into play. However, Rias, serendipity, the talent of allowing excellent and talented individuals to be under your tutelage is different. I believe that everyone present converged to join your family because of your talent, Bucho said, but Issei deserves praise for a large part of that. Rias told her, meeting you in Hyoudou is your achievement, and that is your destiny, Rias. They are all your valuable and irreplaceable assets. Trust in their power. Rias stood up and said, sorry for the trouble, and Hyoudou, the blow that time was unforgettable. I would like to return the favor another time, so win this match and enter the professional league. I said, yes, of course. I'll win next time, Rias said. Also, I entrust you with my dear little sister. She is a sincere girl. If you make her cry, I will incinerate you. I said, yes, leave it to me, Ravel said. That's none of your business. We all laughed, and Rias said, oh, that's right, Seraorg-sama asked me to tell you to go see him. I went to Seraorg. As I sat down with him, he said, some of your beloved fans sent something amazing. I asked, is it a video or something? Seraorg said, yes, a video message. In the video, children appeared and said, I like the heroic dragon, win the game, okay, win. Heroic dragon, win. Heroic dragon, I can't go there, but I'll cheer you on from here. Please win, Seraorg said. Later today, many children of the underworld will be watching you. He showed me a box full of cards and I took one. Seraorg said, although adult political issues are also present in that meeting, I guess that can't be helped. For that reason I would like to ask you something. Could you fight for these children's dreams? I want you to protect their dreams like you do your own, I said. I understand. After all, I am giving the heroic dragon. The underworld screamed with excitement. The game was about to begin. Gasper said, I'm very nervous. Kanino said, everything will be fine. Just think that everyone is a pumpkin. Asia said, is it true that Irina-san will lead her cheerleading troupe? Zenobia said, yes, she said that she would be the Nei-san for that group of fans of the heroic dragon. The announcer said, through the door on the left, Seraorg Bale's team, and on the right door Rias Gremery's team. Bucho said to us all, guys, I would like to thank you all for accompanying me here. Now go, my family. We all said, yes. We went out to the main box and were greeted by the public. The announcer said, once again, good evening everyone. The commentator for tonight's event is me, Nod Gamajan. The referee who will observe the match is none other than Rudiger Rosenkreutz, and our special guest is the famous ruler of the fallen angels, Azazel-sama, and one more person, the number one in the rating game rankings, the Supreme King, Daihauser Belial-san, regarding the rules of tonight's game. We will have a dice figure game, a popular variant of the rating game. Nod explained the rules of the game. Bucho and Seraorg rolled their dice. When they fell, the commentator said, Rias rolled a 2 and Seraorg a 1, the value is 3. Because the pawns of both teams have a high default value, the only ones allowed are knights or bishops. Now who will be the first choice of each family? Rudiger said, we will give you 5 minutes to choose. Choose the player you want before time runs out. Ravel and Irina watched everything from their seats. Irina said, the first confrontation. I wonder who will go first. Rudiger said, time is about to end. We decided to send Kiba. I told him, Kiba, don't lose the first match. Kiba said, of course I will win. Kiba was teleported to the battlefield, Nod said. Both players from both teams are being transported to the battlefield. The Gremery family chose the noble of celestial speed, the knight of Princess Rias, Kiba Yuto. Everyone watched attentively the start of the rating game. Irina from the seat said, it finally starts. Hello my dear readers, here is Phantom with today's chapter. I hope you like it. I leave you the meme and the counter. Without further ado I say goodbye and see you tomorrow. Gasper, the man of the Gremery family. Kiba was on the battlefield waiting for his opponent. Nod said, your opponent from the Bale family is. A man dressed as a medieval knight appeared, took off his helmet and said, I am one of the knights who serves Seraorg Bale-sama, Baruka Furkas. He was riding on a horse, and said, my partner, Altabrow has heavenly speed Kibadano. I would like to have an open battle with you, Kiba said. It is also a pleasure. Rudiger appeared and said, then let the first confrontation begin. Kiba and Baruka looked determined. Baruka started riding towards Kiba. Kiba also moved at great speed and both began to clash their swords. At one point Baruka said to him, I didn't expect someone to be head-to-head with Altabrow. What an excellent knight the Gremery family has, Kiba said. I say the same, your coordination with your horse is impressive. In that case, swords equal to Kiba's came out of the ground and Baruka made his horse jump to dodge them. When he was in the air, Kiba pointed at him and said, Sacred Demonic Sword Beam. Baruka threw his sword to use it as a boost and prevented the beam from affecting him. From 2 portals he took out 2 identical swords and said, no matter how effective your Sacred Demonic Sword is against demons, It's useless if it doesn't hit the target. Baruka cloned himself and charged with force, and Kiba blocked all the clones, summoning another sword. When threatened, Kiba said, "Revealing my cards so soon was not what I wanted, but I'm sure I'll regret it if I don't have the opportunity to do it." He disappeared his 2 swords and created a larger one, and said, "I must correspond to your trust, for all who support me and for the president, balance breaker." Larger swords came out of the ground and turned into warriors, Kiba said, unsheathing his sword. "This is the Glory Drag Trooper, the balance breaker subspecies Dr. La Blade Blacksmith," Baruka said. "It can't be, your balance breaker should be Sword of Betrayer," Kiba said. "Furkazdano, here I come." Kiba launched himself into the attack with his warriors, and Baruka said, "I hope." So Baruka's clones and Kiba's warriors collided as if they were rays of light, ending up at different ends. Kiba's warriors disappeared, as did Baruka's clones, but unlike this one had a cut began to fade and said, "Impressive," Kiba said. "You too." The crowd cheered Kiba's victory. Irina and Ravel were happy, Nod said. "One of Seraorg's knights retreats. The first victory goes to the Gremry family," I said. "Great," Nod said. "Now, what kind of match will the second round be?" "Roll the dice." Both of them rolled, and Nod said, "The result is 10. Players can send pieces with a value of 10. On our side we sent Rasweiss and Kaneko," Bucho said to them. "Rasweiss, Kaneko, I trust you," I told them. "We'll entrust them to you," both of them said. "Yes," Kaneko said, "and we hope you cheer us on." Both were transported to the battlefield. A blond boy told them, "I am one of Seraorg Sama's knights, Liban Crossel, and this Giganton is a Gandoma bound tower. We will be your opponents in this match." Rasweiss introduced herself along with Kaneko. "Rasweiss, a tower. And this is Kaneko-san, another tower. It's a pleasure," Rasweiss said to Kaneko. "Let's proceed with caution," Kaneko said. "Yes," Rudiger said. "Then let the second confrontation begin," Kaneko said. "I must go all out against these opponents." Activated her Nikomata mode, but this time she had 2 tails. I said, "That's it, his new technique, Nikomata mode level 2. You can do it, Kaneko-chan." Kaneko lunged at Gandoma and kicked him. Rasweiss created many magic circles and shot at her, but Gandoma stood up and took a pillar to hit them. Rasweiss said, "It's tough." Kaneko destroyed the pillar, and gave a series of repeated blows with her Nikomata power. Rasweiss stepped back a bit, but then Liban appeared and said, "Your guard is down, miss." His eyes lit up yellow and Rasweiss began to be pulled to the ground by gravity. Rasweiss said, "A gravity ability?" Bucho said. "The ability of her sacred gear allows her to control gravity in the place where her vision is, unless she looks elsewhere. Her ability continues to have effect." Liban said, "Not yet." And he created a magic circle, and Rasweiss began to freeze. Liban unsheathed his sword and Rasweiss said, "Now I remember, you are a magic swordsman." Liban said, "On one hand my magical abilities as Crossel, and on the other the gravity effects of my sacred gear, Gravity Jail." Rasweiss said, "However, having an ability that depends on your vision, it is easy to know its weakness." Rasweiss created a magic circle, but Liban created another one that turned into a mirror and said, "You are naive, miss Rasweiss." She fired, but the beam was stopped by Liban's mirror. He said, "It is obvious that I am capable of countering anyone who tries to exploit my weakness." Suddenly the beam changed color, and Gandoma appeared in front of Liban, being affected by his sacred gear. Rasweiss stood up and said to Kaneko, "Kaneko-san, were you able to inflict considerable damage?" Kaneko said, "I was able to do it. I hit that giant to the point that he can't effectively use his magical defenses." Rasweiss said, "Understood, take this. I completely surround them with magic circles and shoot them with all my power." I said, "They did it," Kiba said. As expected, his attacks would be repelled, so he used his position exchange magic. Liban said, "Didn't I tell you you had your guard down?" Seeing only him, Rasweiss said, "Just one?" Liban activated his sacred gear and affected Kaneko and Rasweiss. Gandoma came out of the rubble and with his 2 fists together crushed Kaneko. Rasweiss said, "Kaneko-san." Liban began to fade away, as did Gandoma. When Rasweiss arrived where Kaneko, she was in the same situation. With her last strength she said, "Thank goodness, with you still in the game our family can continue." Rasweiss said to her, "Forgive me, Kaneko-san." Kaneko said, "Do not apologize, I am happy, since we managed to defeat both." Rudiger said, "The Rook and the Knight of Seraorg Bale, and the Rook of Rias Gremry, have been withdrawn." Nod said, "With the second confrontation over, the Bale team has a total of 3 retired players, while the Gremry team has 1. Kiba said to me, "Stay calm, you did not get upset even though Kaneko-chan was withdrawn." I told him, "It is frustrating, but I should not do it. I should just let it explode when the time comes." Nod said, "Team Gremry may have the advantage now, but the game is just beginning. Roll the dice, please." This time it's 8. Both teams have several options. Who will it be? Seraorg said. We'll decide immediately. I'll send out my bishop, Coriana Andriofus. A blonde-haired woman stepped onto the platform, and Nod said, Oh, is this some kind of preliminary announcement? Contestant Seraorg, what's the reason for that? Seraorg said. If we assume that she has the ability to counter Hyoudou Issei's abilities, how would you respond? I said. Something that counters my powers? Sensei said. That is an interesting statement. The contestant Hyoudou Issei has proven to be able to access great amounts of power against female opponents, Daihauser said. Hyoudou Issei is impressive. I heard that he is always able to show new abilities, Sensei said, and if they will show us a counteroffensive against them, that is something I want to see, I said. That's fine by me. I accept the challenge, Bucho said. Okay, go, I said. Yes, Hyoudou Issei leaving. I jumped towards the platform and Nod said, Wow, it seems he has accepted the challenge from the contestant Seraorg. The heroic dragon is finally at the center of the stage. My entire audience was shouting, Love, 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 and transported to the battlefield, Rudiger said. Then let the third match begin. I activated both my sacred gears but didn't go into balance breaker, I thought. I don't need to go into balance breaker. I can do it. I'll fight my way. Coriana also appeared. I stared at her, and she took off her jacket. I got confused. Then she started to take off her skirt, and I thought, why does this always happen to me? Then she got on her knees and looked at me erotically. Nod said, Pay attention everyone. The contestant Coriana is trying to hit the Dabiru Ryuti with her sensuality. I'm sure our male audience is succumbing too. Sensei seemed surprised and Nod said, I knew it. The men in our arena are totally ecstatic. While I continued with my dilemmas. Why? Why does this always happen to me? Of course Hyoudou Issei does something good and nobody cares. But when I do something perverted, all the underworld newspapers have me on the front page. Coriana continued to undress and began to take off her blouse button by button. Bucho spoke to me through a communication circle. Issei, what are you doing? I said. Sorry, I got distracted. I took my sword while she continued with her show and said, Promotion night. I jumped, and as if it were a flash of light I was already behind her. Coriana said, Was that your attack? It didn't do anything to me. I told her, You should get dressed. 1,000 divine cuts. Several cuts of dark fire appeared on her, and she fell to the ground defeated, Rudiger said. A bishop of the Bale family retreats. Nod said, It seems that the strip show strategy was defeated. When I returned, Kiba told me. It seems that it was a terrible encounter. I said exalted. Why does everyone think I'm a pervert? I sat frustrated in my seat and Nod said, Then, let's continue. They rolled the dice and Nod said, The result is 8. It came up 8 again. The Gremry family can't send Hyoudou Issei for consecutive rounds, so who will be the next participant? Zenobia stood up and said, I guess it's my turn. Bucho said, Yes, you're right. I guess I'll leave this round to you, Zenobia. Then the other player should be. Gasper raised his hand and said, I'll go. Since the game is almost halfway through, we can't predict what will happen next. Yudo-senpai and Raswise-san are strong fighters. That's why I think we should save them for the second half, Bucho said to him. Then Gasper, can you support Zenobia? Gasper said, Yes, after all I am a man. I must avenge Kaneko-san. I said, That's the spirit, try hard. Gasper said, Yes. They transported and Nod said, For the next confrontation, the Gremry team has chosen the bearer of the sacred sword Durandal, Zenobia a knight. A group of girls fans of Zenobia screamed with excitement, Nod said. The other chosen player is none other than the famous and renowned transvestite, Gasper a bishop. A group of boys supported him and screamed with excitement, Nod said. The Bale team has sent a tower, Ladora Bune and a bishop Mestita Sabnak, Rudiger said. Then let the fourth confrontation begin. Gasper began transforming into bats and Zenobia attacked with Durandal. Mestita shot fire, but Gasper with his sacred gear stopped it, and Zenobia cut it. Mestita said, Ladora, take care of the swordswoman first, I will make the necessary preparations. Ladora said, Understood. And in front of everyone she transformed into a dragon. Bucho said, Bune is a devil that belongs to a clan that specializes in dragons. Although only a few of its members have the ability to transform, I can't believe that one of them is a member of Seraorg. Sensei's family said, It means that he managed to train him until he awakened his ability to transform. Seraorg just smiled. Zenobia said, Gasper, I will defeat that thing. Can you buy me some time? Gasper flew into a bat to distract Ladora. Zenobia began to charge her power. But at that moment Mestita said, Now. She pointed her staff at Zenobia and said, Holy sword, seal your powers. A circle of purple and black fire appeared around Zenobia and covered her with matching marks. Durandal fell and Zenobia said worriedly, Durandal is not responding? Sensei said, Trick vanish. By consuming a large part of its physical and magical strength, that sacred gear is capable of temporarily sealing the target's abilities. Mistita smiled and Zenobia looked worried. Gasper pulled her away from there, and they both hid behind a rock. Zenobia said, "I'm sorry, Gasper. I don't think I'll be much use at the moment." Gasper said, "That's not true. I know a way to remove that curse." Ladora was looking for them and said, "I won't let them run away. Where are they?" Gasper took some things out of his bag when Bucho spoke to him through the communicator. "Gasper, can you remove Zenovia's curse?" Gasper finished drawing a circle with symbols on the ground and said, "Yes, I have this. By making Issei-senpai's blood flow through this magic circle, the curse should be removed. However, it will take time for it to complete its flow." Gasper uncovered the jar and the blood began to flow. He said, "Zenovia-senpai, I know what to do. I'll buy you some time." Bucho said to him, "This is crazy, Gasper. You have to hide." Gasper said, "I can't do it. If I don't buy him some time, we won't be able to win. We need Zenovia-senpai's strength." Ladora saw him and said, "I found you, vampire boy. I'll eliminate you and that swordswoman." Gasper surrounded him and said, "I won't let you do whatever you want." Ladora said, "Challenging me alone? I congratulate you for making such a brave decision." Ladora threw fire at him. Gasper stopped it. But it wasn't for long. The fire passed through his shield and injured him, making him crash into a rock. Zenovia told him. "Gasper, don't exaggerate," Ladora said. "That's the voice of the swordsman, so she's close." Gasper flew towards him to attack him. Ladora said, "Let me go," and caught him in her hand, squeezed him and threw him against another rock. Bucho had her hands covering her face and said, "Please stop this." Gasper got up and said, "It hurts, but I'm one of the men of the Gremry family." Hearing him, I was surprised, and even more so when he said, "Rule number 1 for the boys of the Gremry family: boys must always protect girls." I saw him like never before. There was bravery in him. He was determined to win and said, "Gasper." Ladora charged the rock and said, "You are in the way." Gasper rolled on the ground but got up again, saying, "Rule number 2 of the Gremry family: boys. The boys get up no matter what." Mistita hit him in the face with her cane and said, "Surrender, you can't defeat us." Even on the ground, Gasper said, "Rule number 3 of the Gremry family: boys. No matter what happens, you must never give up. I must protect Zenovia-senpai." Ladora stepped on him, but Gasper still said, "I'm a member of the Gremry family and I must win for them." President, Bucho was crying, and I told her, "Bucho, please don't look away, look closely, he's trying hard and putting his life at risk." Bucho stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Issei." She wiped her tears and said, "Gasper," Ladora said to Gasper, "you can still move, huh? Your tenacity is admirable. But right now I'll send you to rest." Zenovia said, "I won't allow it. It's my fault that he had to suffer." Seeing her, Mistita said, "The suggestion was removed?" Zenovia raised her hand that was glowing with power and said, "My resolve wasn't enough, and it consumed me. Gasper, you came with a determination greater than mine. The only thing I can do to answer it is this." Seeing the power emanating Zenovia, Mistita said, "I won't let you once again." But she froze. Ladora turned her gaze and saw that Gasper had his sacred gear as it faded away and said, "The ability to stop time? Impossible," Zenovia said. "You were defeated by Gasper," and he slashed, unleashing all his power, eliminating them from the game. Rudiger said, "A rook and a bishop from Seraorg Baal, and a bishop from Rias Gremry have been removed." Nod said, "We are halfway through the match, and Team Gremry has 7 members left, while Team Baal has 3 left. However, the rest of the players are their trump cards. Will there be a sudden reversal? Then please proceed to roll your dice." "The result is 9-9. Akeno stood up and said, "I'll go. Our opponent will probably also be queen." "Bucho," she said. "Okay, Akeno, do it please." Akeno said, "Yes, let's win all of this." Kiba said, "Our chance of winning this match would be high if Issei-kun participated, but that would mean you using Triana. It's probably best to use it near the end." That's what Akeno-san considered when she decided to fight the next match. Despite being at a disadvantage, she intends to reduce the strength of the opposing team, leaving the rest to the president and Issei-kun. Everyone strengthened their resolve after watching Kaneko-chan and Gasper-kun's matches. Akeno attacked, but Seraorg's queen repelled it. Akeno said, "You are more capable than I thought." In that case, Akeno summoned a sacred lightning from the sky, but Seraorg's queen summoned many spheres that absorbed Akeno's power and said, "My holes are capable of redirecting the attacks they absorb." In this way, several holes appeared surrounding Akeno and returned all the power she released, which caused her to lose the game. Nod said, "Winner of the 5th match, Keisha Abaddon, was able to defeat Himejima Akeno using the whole ability. Asia looked worried and said, Akeno-san was. I didn't say anything because anger was consuming me and I felt very hot. Bucho said, calm down, we must proceed with the next plan. This battle will decide the final phase. I said, yes, Bucho. Nod said, with this we are approaching the end of the game. What will be the next result? Roll the dice. Well, finally came up 12. This means that the player Seraorg will be able to fight in the next confrontation. Seraorg approached the platform and prepared to fight. I did the same, ready to give him my final battle. But Kiba stopped me and said, Issei-kun, would you allow me to fight in the next confrontation? You and the president should focus on diminishing the enemy's fighting ability. Zenovia, Raswai-san, will you accompany me? Zenovia said. Yes, of course, Raswai said. I will lend you my power. I saw them and Kiba said, we were all saved the moment we met the president. Our affection for you has brought us here. Bucho said. Okay, I'll leave them to the three of you. Kiba said. Let's advance towards another victory. I'll entrust the rest to you. I said. Yes, leave it to me. The three were transported to the battlefield along with Seraorg. He said to them, is this Rias's idea? It seems that your decisions have matured. Kiba said to him, we will not fall in vain. Seraorg told them, good words. Kiba said to him, we will face you with everything before your fight with the Daburuyuti. Seraorg laughed and said, how much entertainment will you three give me? Rudiger said, then let the sixth confrontation of the game begin. Hello my dear readers, this is Phantom. I know it took me a while to upload the chapter, so I'll make it up to you with a double chapter today. I'll leave you the counter and the meme. Without further ado, see you in a bit. Seraorg vs. Issei. Kiba, Zenovia and Raswais were preparing for battle. Something shone in Seraorg's arms and he said, these load shackles are tied to me and now I will free myself from them. The symbols disappeared and made the rock he was standing on explode. The boys looked at him surprised and Seraorg just smiled. Sensei said, what an immense offensive aura flows around you. It is so intense that you can see it. Seraorg said, you three have strengthened your resolve. Therefore I will not hold back. Seraorg advanced at high speed and Raswai said, I will not allow it. And he put many magic circles from which many rays came out that went directly to Seraorg. But he avoided them. Zenovia went to attack him and threw a slash with the power of Durandal. But again Seraorg avoided it. He made his way and stepped next to Kiba and he said, careful. But it was too late. Raswais received Seraorg's blow and fell into the water as he faded. We looked at him astonished. Seraorg said, one less. Zenovia said, is very fast. Kiba made a shield, but Seraorg destroyed it and said, advancing little by little maintaining that impressive skill. But defense is your weakness. He hit Kiba that sent him flying and making him fall on the ground. Seraorg said, however, you don't have to consider my attack as your defeat, since no other has survived an attack from these fists. An attack from Zenovia appeared but Seraorg repelled them, and appeared behind Zenovia. While hitting her he said, that was a good attack wave, as expected of the sacred sword Durandal. Unfortunately it is not enough to stop me. Kiba's warriors appeared and went straight to attack Seraorg and said, the new balance breaker I see, very good. I see that you are not only skilled with the sword, you are also fast, but against me. It destroyed all of Kiba's soldiers and said, none of your attacks will have any effect. I wonder if they can entertain me anymore. Kiba smiled and a shower of lightning fell on Seraorg. Raswais said, you lowered your guard. Raswais hit Seraorg with all her power. Nod said, what does this mean? The contestant Raswais should be retired. Bucho said, the one Seraorg defeated before was a copy made by the Excalibur mimic. The one we see is the real one. With the Excalibur transparency she is also capable of becoming invincible. I said, so she was using an Excalibur. Bucho said, yes, with the new design of X-Durandal she is able to store all the Excalibur inside her. Zenovia lent them to her to use. Also the light you saw under the lake was a manifestation of magic. They did all this to make it seem like she was retired. I said, great, I didn't think they would do that in a fight. Seraorg stood up and said, you have a unique way of fighting. Besides my praise, I offer you this. I punched in the air, but the power of it turned into energy. Energy that eliminated Raswais. Rudiger said. A tower of Rias Gremory was withdrawn. Kiba attacked him with his speed, but his sword broke. Zenovia went to the attack and tried to cut his arm, but Durandal did not pass through it. Kiba helped her and the two with their power managed to cut Seraorg's arm. He told them, well done. He kicked Zenovia and said, now I am forced to use our Phoenix Tear. He gave her a repeated series of kicks with which he knocked her out. He grabbed Kiba by the face and slammed him into the ground. As he advanced he said, because I want to fight with all my power in the decisive confrontation. He threw Kiba and as he fell he gave him another blow, In his last moments, Kiba said. Then we also did well. The only thing what's left is for my best friend and our president to defeat you. Seraorg told him. You have my gratitude for this confrontation. As Kiba disappeared, he said, Issei-kun, president, defeat him. Rudiger said. 2 of Rias Gremory's horses have been withdrawn. Bucho said. Hyoudou, Zenobia, Rosweiss, the 3 of you fought well. I was too angry. When Asia and Bucho saw me, they were surprised. Because I didn't realize that my eyes were turning red, Nod said. Now we are finally in the final phase. The result this time is 9. I was transported to the battlefield, also to Kisha, Nod said. The Bale team has chosen Kisha Abaddon, and the Gremory team has sent Hyoudou Issei. Rias was watching the fight, and Asia approached her to tell her. Rias Onisama, Issei-san. Rias told her. Yes, he is the one who cares the most about his friends. His emotions are about to explode, Rudiger said. Then let the 9th confrontation begin. I activated my 2 sacred gears and said, I won't be able to hold back. If you don't want to die, please put all your strength into your defenses. If you do, you will only be pulled back. Kisha said to me. A bold statement. I said. Balance breaker. Both dragons said. Double dragon. Balance breaker. My armor manifested explosively and I said, I warned you. Double Sonic Dragon Knight. Both dragons said. Change Star Sonic. My armor transformed and I appeared in front of Kisha and said. Double Dragonic Rook. Both dragons said. Change Solid Impact. I hit him and he disappeared, Rudiger said. Seraorg Bale's queen was withdrawn. Nod said. What a magnificent blow. Kisha didn't even have time to use her trump card. Sensei said. No, you're wrong. Abaddon disappeared before his attack connected. Seraorg said. That's right. I forced her to retreat. She was about to be killed by the Dabiru. I appeared on the platform again and said, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to contain my emotions. Consider that an attack by my Kuoh. Seraorg said, That is quite a powerful look. Your killing aura reaches me. I dreamed a lot of the day I would exchange blows with you, Dabiru. That's why I think that from this moment on, keeping our fight within the confines of these rules is useless. Therefore, I request that the next match be a team battle with the remaining members. Nod said. Oh, participant Seraorg has announced a proposal, Daihauser said. Certainly, the next moves after the last match are predictable, so it's boring. Because of the rule of not sending consecutively, the only legal move is to send the Bale Pawn and the Gremory Bishop to fight. After that, the main match between Seraorg and the Dabiru will begin, Sensei said. That means the team match. It's the only way to keep the crowd excited, Bucho said. I don't oppose to that. The entire audience cheered and Nod said, Well, at this time we received a confirmation for the proposal from participant Seraorg. Then, the next match will be an all-out fight between the remaining members of both teams. Seraorg said, That's what they said. There's a chance we'll overdo it in this fight. I'm not asking you to make peace with the idea of dying, but I at least want you to prepare for that possibility. I told him, Fight with the intention of killing. If I don't, I won't be able to win. And I won't be able to see the faces of my friends who were taken away. Seraorg told me, I can't get enough of this. Nod said, We are in the final battle of the strongest young men of the Bale and Gremory teams. With the exclusion of the Gremory Bishop, the participant Asia, this will be an all-out clash between the rest of the fighters of the Rudiger teams, I said. Then let the final confrontation begin. Seraorg said, Rias, I will tell you this now. I am envious of the love your family has for you. Not only that, they are all strong fighters. Hyoudou Issei, the time has finally come. I activated my balance breaker and said, I will avenge my comrades. I am not so mature to let you go so calmly after eliminating all my friends. Seraorg said, Yes, it's fine by me. Your thinking really is worthy of a decisive battle. I said, Then I will begin. We both approached at high speed and I hit him in the face. But he also hit mine. I said, This is just the beginning. Let's go, Drag, Bahamut. Both dragons started to give me more power. Being stronger, I made him back off and said, That was for all the attacks from my friends that didn't connect. Seraorg wiped the blood and said, That was a very well-trained blow. It seems as if your soul will pass through my body. While Bucho looked at the pawn, it transformed into a giant golden lion. I said, What the hell is that? Nod said, Wow, the mysterious pawn of the Bale team was a giant lion. Sensei said, Perhaps, the Nemean lion? Nod said, What do you mean? Sensei said, It was originally a beast mentioned in the myth of the labors of Hercules. It was eventually sealed into a sacred gear. It is one of the 13 Longinus. The user of this sacred gear can shake the earth with its power. That battle axe can also transform into the mythical lion, Regulus Nemea. I heard a few years ago that the user disappeared. Seraorg said, That's right, the user died. He was killed by a mysterious group when I found him. But the battle axe transformed into a lion and eliminated that group. That was when I decided to accept it into my family, Sensei said. A Longinus with consciousness that can move without a user. An interesting specimen, Seraorg said. Maybe it's because it doesn't have a user, but its power is unstable. I can bring it into battle as long as I accompany it, Bucho said. That explains why you didn't use it until the end, I said. Bucho, I'll leave it to you, Nod said. Now that the shocking revelation of the mysterious pawn is over, the battle is resumed. Bucho began to attack the lion with her power while it jumped to attack her. I continued fighting against Seraorg, but I could no longer hit him as many times as before. I got up and attacked him again. We continued hitting each other without stopping until I realized something. Mentally, I said. His right punches are significantly weaker than his left punches. One is also a little slower than the other. I remembered what Kiba said and said, I received the pass, best friend. I hit him in that arm and changed to Rook mode and punched him in the face, I said. My friends found a weakness even though you didn't have one. I changed to Bishop mode and shot him with a Dragon Blaster at maximum. Seraorg fell to the ground weakened, and said, You are strong. At that moment I heard Bucho suffer. I saw her covered in blood and the lion on top of her. Regulus, the lion, told me. Rias Gremry will be retired due to blood loss. You must use your Phoenix Tear if you want to save her. When I saw her I just said, Bucho, Seraorg said. What did you do? Is what I would like to say, but that would put my authority as king in doubt. Very well, I accept it, Regulus said. I apologize. I went running to Bucho and heard her say, that I am a burden to you. It's pathetic. When I arrived I uncovered the tear and said, Bucho, I will use this. I poured the tear on it and Regulus said, Seraorg-sama, use me please. With that it will. Seraorg told her, Shut up. I decided to use only that power if the underworld entered into crisis. I said, Can you increase your power even more? If that is the case, use it all, Bucho said to me. Issei, I said, this fight will be meaningless if you don't use all your power. All my efforts to improve will be in vain. Today I will defeat you with everything and claim victory. We are supposed to fight for our dreams. What's the point of defeating an opponent who does not go all out? Bucho stuck to my arm and lovingly said, You really are an idiot, Seraorg said. I apologize, I was being an idiot. I never thought I could fight a battle like this, and that bothers me. Fine, let's do it, Hyoudou Issei, Regulus. The lion transformed into a ray of light that covered Seraorg while he said, My lion, king of Nemia, you carry the title of Lion King, hear my call and lend me your being. Balance breaker. Seraorg appeared with a golden armor and said, Regulus King Leather Rex. He said to me, You have guts to force me to fight with all my power. But you have my gratitude. Now show me that powerful tower. I said to him, Yeah, here I go. I switched to tower mode and went to hit him. But he stopped my blow with his hand and broke the solid impact booster. He let go of me and said, So this is your limit. He hit me with a blow that destroyed all the armor and sent me rolling towards Bucho. When I saw her I could only say, Be Bucho, we must win, F for the children. She just looked sad. And something broke inside me. I got up with the little strength I had left, and began to say in a psychopathic way, I must win, Bucho must win, Bucho must win. Seraorg and Bucho looked at me strangely. I just continued, Kiba, Kaneko-chan, Zenobia, Gasper, Roswise-sen, Akeno-sen, all of them worked hard for us to get to this point. That's why, Seraorg, he must die. Hostile aura started coming out of my room and my mind was lost again. In full view of the entire underworld, Issei stood up, giving off an overly offensive aura. Asia recognized him from the fight in Kyoto. In Rias's view, Issei had red eyes, and in front of Seraorg and her Issei had both arms covered in red flames, the right side of his face too, only his eye was visible, his knee was the same, and his back the same way. Issei said, Seraorg Bale, you will regret what you did. Seraorg looked confused. But he didn't have much time to think because Issei launched an attack. To everyone's surprise he launched himself without activating his balance breaker. Issei began to rain down blows on Seraorg, but they didn't seem to affect him. Despite that, Issei was very fast, so much so that Seraorg couldn't reach him. Seraorg said, Rias, what's wrong with Hyoudou Issei? Rias told me, I don't know either. Issei kept hitting him, but when it didn't cause the damage he expected, he created a giant fireball and threw it at him saying, Die. Seraorg stopped it with his fist, but he felt the pain. But a rain of fireballs from Issei began to fall on him. Seraorg saw truly murderous intent in Issei's gaze. Issei simply got angrier seeing that he didn't dominate over Seraorg, and Issei's fire grew more and became hotter. He approached Seraorg to continue hitting him. Seraorg only covered himself but didn't receive much damage. Issei angrily increased his power and said, Second gear. Issei's power increased and the fire turned into lightning that covered him completely. At a monstrous speed, Issei kicked Seraorg. The kick broke his defense and made him retreat. Seraorg couldn't think much because Issei began to hit him non-stop. Only now they were stronger and faster. Issei stepped back a bit and shot a lightning bolt at Seraorg that affected him too much. Rias, seeing this, screamed with tears. Issei looked confused. Seraorg took advantage and hit him, which left him next to Rias. At the same time, the lightning bolts began to disappear and Issei's eyes returned to their brown color. Only now he didn't react. I saw a light, and when I opened my eyes again I was inside the sacred gear, some lives said. The Juggernaut Drive. Yes, the Juggernaut Drive. Use the Juggernaut Drive, I said. What is this? Something is emerging inside me. Outside, Issei reacted, but only screams of suffering were heard, in addition to Issei expelling a lot of aura. In the sacred gear, one of the voices said. It's the only way to defeat that man, I said to myself. Resentment? Pain? Hatred? The voices said. That man also wants you to use him. And they just kept going. Use the Juggernaut Drive. Use the Juggernaut Drive. Use the Juggernaut Drive, I said. I hate Seraorg-san. I want to erase him from this world. I felt like my being was being corrupted. In front of the screens, the children only saw Rias, who was next to Issei, who seemed to have a horrible nightmare, until a child with a cap signed by Issei himself said, You can't cry like that. It was Laurenkus, with Issei. I heard the voice of Laurenkus, the boy I had signed the hat for. He said, You can't cry like that. The heroic dragon said, Boys shouldn't cry like that. You must get up no matter how many times you fail and become strong enough to protect the girls. I also heard Irina, who said, That's right, guys, the heroic dragon has stood up many times and defeated many strong opponents, so we should cheer for him. The heroic dragon is everyone's hero. I felt one of her tears come towards me and I heard her say, Do you love the heroic dragon, everyone? The kids said, We love him. Irina said, Me too. He can be clumsy and usually doesn't understand people's feelings. But he's more passionate and persevering than anyone. Everyone knows how far he's willing to go for the sake of those he loves, right? The kids said. Of course, Irina said. Then, let's make our voices reach him. Love. Love, all the kids said in chorus. Love. 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 I cried, knowing that they supported me, and I heard Bucho. No, I heard Rias telling me, Hey Issei, can you hear it? The voices of those calling for you have reached here. I thought, how red. His hair is redder than any I've ever seen. It's true, I saw it that day. It was also a bright crimson. It's supposed to be the same color. But right now it's not. It's warm and gentle. A crimson color that envelopes me completely. It all started with this color. The voices of the ancient wielders told me, Hyoudou Issei, let's activate the Juggernaut Drive. Defeat that man with your true dominant strength. I told them, Shut up, you all just want me to lose control. Don't you hear the voices calling me? They said. The nature of a celestial dragon is to become an absolute tyrant. I said, No, I will not become a tyrant. I am Hyoudou Issei. I'm just an idiot. If I will become anything, it will not be a dictator. They said, No, you must do it. Activating the Juggernaut Drive is your destiny. A different voice said, Why not? A white-haired man appeared before me and said, I am one of the previous Hakuroku. I am here because you absorbed one of Albion's gems into your sacred gears. This must be destiny. Besides, he came with me. A boy around my age appeared and said, Hello, I am Lancelot, the first wielder of Bahamut. We will help you solve this. I had many questions, but the ancient white man said, With you, a celestial dragon, not the two celestial dragons and the infernal dragon, can go down a different path. Lancelot said, That's why. Both of them raised their hands and everything was filled with light. The former bearers said, Resentment, revenge, that is the sacred gear of the Hyoudou Issei. He must only accept his curse and let all his hatred out. I told them, Idiots, I am not the Hyoudou Issei. I am the first possessor of two sacred gears. I am the first Ryusoulger. I concentrated and visualized Rias and said, Rias, I was salted by Rias, and I will love her strongly. The former bearers began to recite the chant, but I changed it. I the one who awakens. I am the Ryusoulger who renounces any principle of domination. I will hold infinite dreams and hopes in my heart, and move forward. I will become the Double Dragon King. I will take the oath to show them the bright light of our future. They said, Future? Will you show us the future? I said, That's right. No, rather he will see it with me, my friends, the woman I love, and with the children. They said, We will see the future. I said, Come on, my predecessors. I am the Ryusoulger, the heroic dragon, the man who fell in love with Rias Gremory, Hyoudou Issei. A pink light covered everything and I felt the strength return to my body. I got up and looked into Rias's eyes with a smile. I was determined to win the battle. A promise is a promise, and here is today's other chapter. I hope you like it. I leave you the counter and the meme. Without further ado, Phantom leaves, and we'll see you tomorrow for the end of this arc. Explosion of feelings. The future. Will you show us the future? That's what my predecessors said, I told them. That's right. I will show you the future. No, you will witness it with me. A pink aura covered me, and it grew too much. Even being without armor, I got up with all my wounds healed and looked at Rias with a smile. She only said, Issei. Nod said, incredible. The Hyoudou stood up and is covered in a scarlet aura, all with the help of the ruined princess. Sensei said, that is his true aura, one of the same color as that idiot's beloved. The power wanted to get out of control, but I stabilized it. Drake and Bahamut appeared. Drake said, partner, the curse was almost eliminated. I said, I see. Thanks to the former Albion user and the first Bahamut. Bahamut said, you will be able to unleash more power from the two of us and transform while I promote you to queen. I said, very well, let's end this. I looked at Seraorg straight on and said, for the sake of my dreams, the children's dreams, and for the dreams of Rias Gremory, I will defeat you. I am in love with Rias Gremory. My power increased explosively and I said, promotion queen, balance breaker. My armor appeared. Only this time it had changed significantly. I felt stronger, faster, and with more power, Seraorg said. Double cardinal promotion, I guess. That scarlet color is that of the Gremory clan. Seraorg laughed and said, it seems you have finally woken up. Then all that remains is to defeat you, for the sake of my dream. I said, then, let's go. I launched myself at full speed to attack. My speed had increased a lot with the Star Sonic booster, and I could increase my strength more with the Solid Impact booster. That's what I did, and we began to exchange blows in a frantic and quite equal manner. Nod said, they are exchanging blows. It's a crazy face. Such hand-to-hand combat is youthful and simple, but they are creating enough impact to damage the battlefield. Seraorg gave me a hard blow, and Drake said, comrade, your body is not suitable for the powers of Queen Bahamut, he said. If this continues, the balance breaker can be cancelled. I told them, then do something. I thought, I just want to defeat this guy and rise to the top. With the Solid Impact booster I hit him with great force, which made Seraorg step back. When he tried to get up, his leg trembled and said, what's wrong with my leg? Why is it trembling? We've only just begun. In this battle, can I consider myself the leader of the Bale clan, when I'm unable to enjoy it to the fullest? I said, his determination is intense, but I have to defeat you here. We both ran towards each other, but I kicked him. That sent him flying and said while changing to Fang Blast booster, take this, Mateo Dragonar. The beam came out with great power and caused great damage to Seraorg and left him in a crater. But upon looking closer I could notice something. It was the spirit of his mother who was next to him, and said, get up. Seraorg opened his eyes and his mother said, yes, get up. I said, get up, Seraorg. Seraorg stood up and his mother said, you clench your fists for the future of the underworld, so that no one else has to live the same, right? A world where one can reap the fruits of their labor regardless of lineage. You will create that kind of world, right? My dear Seraorg, fulfill your dream. Make the world you long for come true. Seraorg shouted and his power started to rise. He said to me, Hyoudou Issei, I have a wish that must be granted. And he came towards me. I started to get closer as well and said, me too. We hit and started trading blows again. I thought, this guy, even after taking damage still, Vala and the others were definitely strong, but this guy, he is different from them. He has a mental strength that fuels his fervor. He won't get a second chance if he loses, and he's putting his life on the line. Such is his will that he gives everything for his dream. It pushes him so far. Seraorg's mind. I have no other choice. If I lose, I will lose everything. Everything I have built up until now will collapse. For someone like me who did not inherit any magical power, the only way is to keep winning. I have to win this fight. Maybe it is not considered great, but this is the fight between my inner self and all of you. I thought, that's great, you're amazing. You're such an amazing man that I have no words. But that's why I have to. I want to defeat you. I have my own dreams. I want Rias to be the supreme king, and I to be it someday. Seraorg was still determined to keep hitting me, and I said, Drake, Bahamut, let's use all the power. Both said, yes, partner. I moved away a bit and changed Fang Bang booster and said, at full power. Mateo Dragonar. The beam came out with a lot of power. I advanced towards it at full speed and activated the Solid Impact booster and said, Longinus Smasher. The giant glove began to depend on energy of different colors, and at full speed I got behind the beam. I hit and combined both attacks. I shouted, "This for my dream! Dynamo Smasher!" I hit him with my fist covered in the energy of both lightning bolts and the Longinus Smasher. A giant wave of power swept away Seraorg. When the smoke cleared, he was still standing, and the armor disappeared. I said, "I exhausted all the power. Was it still not enough?" "No, I can still fight as long as I can raise my fists." It was when Regulus's voice said, "Dabiru, it's enough." I looked at him surprised and said, "My master, Seraorg-sama, was unconscious after the final blow. Even so, he managed to do everything happily. He genuinely enjoyed the battle between both of us." Regulus cried, and I said, "If willpower was the only thing that kept him standing? He fought until he fainted, with his own dream driving him." The helmet broke. I hugged him and said, Thank you very much." I cried while the whole audience cheered for my victory. The children smiled. Irina and Ravel too. Nod said, "The contestant Seraorg Bale has been removed. The winner is Rias Gremory." Rias smiled while I continued crying, hugging the now deceased Seraorg. We were resting after the fight. I woke up and Seraorg said to me, "Have you woken up yet?" I jumped up and said, "Seraorg-san," he said, "it wasn't bad at all. This is perhaps the first time I feel accomplished by a defeat. Although I only remember a flash of the end of the fight, it was the best fight of my life." I said, "Me too. It's strangely satisfying." The doors opened. It was Seraorg who said, "Excuse me." Seeing him, I said, "Seraorg-sama." Seraorg said, "Don't worry. Continue lying down, Issei-kun." Seraorg, "That was a great match. The higher-ups are satisfied. It was a moment that made me want to witness your future." And Seraorg, "Do you mind if I talk to Issei-kun for a moment?" Seraorg said, "I don't mind. Should I leave the room?" Seraorg said, "No, I want you to hear this too, Issei-kun. We considered promoting you to middle-class devil." I was surprised and said, "Will I be promoted?" Seraorg said, "That's right, specifically you, Kiba and Akeno. There are still many points to improve, but we take your future potential as consideration." Seraorg said, "Accepted, Hyoudou Issei. You are the right man to be the hero of the underworld." I looked at them without getting over my surprise, and Seraorg said, "We will discuss the details of this matter another day. Now, if you'll excuse me." He left and we stayed in silence for a while, until Seraorg said, "Being promoted is a good thing, but the most important thing now is Rias." I blushed and Seraorg said, "How about you convey your feelings to her again? This time just the two of you seeing each other's faces. Tell it once more. Don't you want to confirm her feelings for you?" I said, I can have trust, right?" Seraorg said, "Come to me if it doesn't work. I'll comfort you with a good cup of coffee and I'll listen to you." I said, "Thank you very much, Seraorg-san." Back at Kuoh Academy, it was the day of the school festival, and a lot of people were going to our club stand. Asia was receiving them, saying, "Welcome to the occult mansion." Rias was taking pictures with the people who came, and they were serving all the customers. While I was looking at everything, I said, "That Bucho is in a maid outfit is wonderful." When Kiba came out behind me and said, "Issei-kun, I'll leave the scaring part to you, okay?" I said, "Fine." I went to the scare house, where more than being scared, the girls wanted to take pictures with me and Gasper. When I left there, I ran into Sensei and I went out to talk to him. After listening to him, I said, "What? All the high commands that supported Seraorg-san left him?" Sensei told me, "Skill is the only thing that matters. That's the way of business in the demon realm. If you wish to remain in it, you'll have to take it easy." I said, "He is the heir to his clan." Sensei said, "There is no change there. He is a capable fighter. He is also popular. They can't take him away that easily." I said, "That relieves me a little." Sensei said, "Before worrying about others, there is something you must do, right? Your incomplete queen form. Make sure you level it up." I said, "Yes." At that moment, Renji and Kuro came running. Renji said to me, agitated, "You didn't forget, right?" I said, "No, not at all." Kuro said, "That's great, here it is." He gave me a paper and I said, "I'll be there." Then they left. I went back in, and I saw that things were going well in the club. Only when I looked at Rias she blushed. After the school festival, I went to the main hall of the club. She was there, watching everyone enjoy. I said, "I knew I would find you here." Rias smiled at me and said, "It's my last year. I want to enjoy seeing everything for the last time." I said, "So that was it." We both smiled and I remembered what Seraorg had told me. But I needed to make it special. I said, "Will you come with me? I need to tell you something, and I want it to be private." She looked at me confused. But I approached the door and knocked lightly. It opened, revealing everyone spying. I told them. I think I made it clear that I don't like being spied on. Everyone looked at us laughing. But I took Rias by the hand and carried us outside. I knew I had little time, so I went straight. Before everything, she asked, "Why is all this Issei?" In my mind I thought, I should call her by her name. I must be brave. I told her, Rias. She was surprised and I said, I want to be honest with myself and with you. Everything I said in the rating game is true. I love you. I've loved you for a long time, but I didn't have the courage to tell you how I felt. Rias cried and I thought I had done something wrong, but she said, I'm very happy. You called me by my name. I said, so does this mean? She nodded and said, yes, Issei, I love you, more than anything. I told her, I don't know what the future holds, I just know that it makes me happy to be with you. She approached happily, and we looked at each other. While we said our names, we kissed while the fireworks lit up the sky. Everyone arrived at that moment. Rias and I separated, and I said, why are you here? Asia said, congratulations to both of you. Cheer up when Isama's blossoming love from now on. Zenobia said, then I can tell Issei too. Akeno said, Era, now I can cheat on her. Kaneko said, you were about to do it right? Kiba said, sorry, I got curious. Gasper said, I'm touched. Raswai said, I'll only allow this rule breaking this time, okay? Rias said to them excitedly, oh my goodness, this is the most important moment of my life and you ruined it. After that Rias looked at me and said, this is also your fault you know. I said, my fault? She said, it was too much mystery, and you declared yourself at this moment. Everyone laughed, and I said, right. Rias said, what's wrong, Issei? I said, I almost forgot the promise I made to Renji and Kuoh. Rias saw me confused and said, what did you promise them? I said, well, it's just. At that I heard Renji's voice coming from the gym stage saying, Hyoudou Issei, where the hell are you? I said, well, something like that. I ran to the gym, and entered from behind. Renji and Kuoh hit me a couple of times for being late. They gave me a guitar, and made me leave. They also got on their instruments. Practically everyone had their eyes on me, since nobody knew who was going to play in the school festival concert, and my nerves increased when my friends and my new girlfriend arrived to see what was happening. I calmed down, and trusted my talent. I took the microphone and said, good night Kuoh High School, I'm Hyoudou Issei, and today to close this great school festival we will give a special voice. They turned on the speakers. I took a deep breath, looked at Rias and let myself go. Everyone clapped and I saw that our friends looked surprised, so I decided to keep playing with everything. Then I thought of Rias and remembered her favorite song, so I decided we would play it. I told Renji and Kuoh, and they agreed. Imagine a man singing. The applause came in excess while I just smiled. When Rias came down she hugged me and said, did you remember? I told her, if it's for you I'll do anything, I've always told you. We both smiled while the other girls in the club looked at her with jealousy. I just smiled. Days later I found out that Seraorg's mother had woken up and that they had said that she had achieved it with my dragon heart. Things were going too well. Meanwhile in the Citri territory, Seraphal looked very happy and was talking to Sona. She said, apparently I already deciphered it Sotan. Sona said while taking a sip of tea. What thing? Seraphal told her crudely. I'm in love with Hyoudou Issei. Sona spat out the tea in surprise and said, are you sure about that, sister? Seraphal told her, yes, after seeing the rating game the other day I can say that I am in love with him. Sona only said, what awaits Hyoudou? While in the mountains, two hooded figures arrived and go to receive them. Chris, Trent, how good that you arrived. Both took off their hoods, Chris said. Wow, that was impressive. Goto told him. I know, and that's not all of his power, Trent said. The fact that we were able to infiltrate the underworld was too much, but we recorded it just as you asked. Goto took the recorder, and in it the scene was played where Issei is covered in fire and was fighting against Seraorg. When he saw it he just smiled and said, wait a bit, and the whole supernatural world will know the kind of monster you are, dear nephew. Hello, how are you my dear readers? Phantom here with today's chapter. I hope you like it. In a moment there will be an announcement. I'll leave you with the counter and the meme. Without further ado, I'll leave, and see you later. Prologue 5. I was a little nervous, and Aunt Chisaka was looking at me angrily. She said, then, it happened again. I said, yes. Aunt told me, the inhibitors I gave you are supposed to prevent that. I said, I know, but I got really angry. Aunt Chisaka told me, well, you'll have to increase the dose, and stay away from fights. I said, I don't think it's possible, because I'm the hero of the underworld. Aunt told me angrily, then you'll have to accept the power that runs through your veins. I said, never. Aunt told me, I can't help you forever. At some point you'll have to accept it. I didn't say anything and she continued, I already told your parents, they will keep an eye on you. I said, thanks for the help, Aunt, and sorry for bothering you. She told me, don't worry, but remember, find a better way to control yourself or accept yourself. I told her, I'll see what to do. I teleport back to Kuoh. I entered my house silently, but it wasn't enough, because as soon as I crossed the hall the lights turned on, and Rias was staring at me. She said, where were you? I didn't know what to answer and I said, well, Rias told me. Were you in Kyoto, right? I said, yes. Rias came up to me and hugged me, she said. You know you can trust me. Tell me what's wrong. I looked at her fixedly and said, let's sit down to talk about this more calmly. She gave me some tea and we sat together. I showed her the bottle that Aunt Yasaka had given me and I said, I went to get more medicine. She asked me, why? I said, do you remember what happened in my battle against Seraorg-san? She said, yes, why? I told her, I lost control and let that cursed power take over me again. Rias asked confused, that power? I looked at her and decided to be honest with her. I want to tell you the truth, because I trust you, you are my girlfriend after all. I took a deep breath and told her, you were not reincarnated into a normal human. Rias looked at me strangely and I told her, my parents and I are part of one of the oldest tribes of humanity, and it is almost extinct. Dragon hunter blood runs through my veins. Rias was stunned by my statement, and I told her, if I'm telling you this, it's because I trust you, but I don't want you to tell anyone else. She told me, I promise I won't, but I'm really surprised. I didn't expect it. My father's voice but and said, it seems you finally told him. I said, Dad, my mother was also with him. She told him, well, we already knew you were a demon when you moved Rias. Rias said very surprised. What? My father told her, well, you see, we are both part of the two most powerful families in the Dragon Slayer tribe. Issei is the result of our union. Rias said, but I think that tribe was just a legend. I told her, it's not a legend, it was just exterminated. She said, by whom? I told her, by the Red Death, the most powerful hunter that exists. But I don't want to talk about it anymore. She hugged me and said, thank you for trusting me. I told her, I didn't want to keep lying to you. This cursed power can harm the people I care about the most, and you are one of them. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. That's why I tried to control myself. Rias said to me, what do you think if we go out tomorrow so you can relax? I said, thanks, you're the best. We kissed and went to sleep. The next day we were walking down the street holding hands. We were both smiling, but there were boys who looked at me with jealousy. I decided to ignore them and went with Rias to eat and to the movies. After being together almost all day, I met Renji and Kuoh, who were surprised when they saw me because I had forgotten to tell them. I greeted them. Renji, Kuoh, hello, Renji said. Hello Issei, how are you? Kuoh couldn't articulate a word. Rias said, are they your friends? I said, oh right, I forgot. Guys, this is Rias Gremory, my girlfriend. The two of them fainted in front of us. When they woke up, Renji said, what a bad dream. I dreamed that Issei had a girlfriend. I told him, actually it wasn't a dream, and I'm still here. Kuoh had woken up earlier, and he didn't believe it. Rias said, it seems like you took you by surprise, Issei. They both said, I don't believe it. I just smiled and left with Rias. As we walked away and the sun set, she asked me, what will it be like at the academy? I told her, I have no problem with it being made public, even though many boys will want to kill me. Rias smiled and said, okay. I told her, besides after everything that happened I don't want to call you Bucho anymore. She said, well, there was a lot of confusion, but everything is okay now. I told her, besides I don't mind showing how much I love you in public. I hugged her and she blushed. I told her, you are as red as your hair. She said laughing, it's your fault, Baka. I looked at the sky and said, we are the perfect couple. She saw me confused and I said, it's what you told me. Red and red. Rias smiled and we went back home. When the couple left, some people stopped covering their faces with the menus. They were Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, and Gasper. Akeno said, I can't help but feel jealous seeing them together. Kaneko said, I agree Akeno-san. Issei-senpai is more affectionate with the president. Asia said, it was to be expected. Issei-san is now One-Isama's boyfriend, but I still feel jealous of them. Zenobia said, I was supposed to have his son. Irina said, as an angel I'm not supposed to feel jealous, but I can't help feeling this way for Issei-kun. Ravel said, Issei-sama. When the girls came back home they saw me with an apron and Rias eating. I saw them and said, hello girls, let me serve you some. Rias said with a smile, it's special food that my Issei made. I told her, don't be like that with them, Rias. She said, I'm sorry, I'm just happy that you cook for me. I told her, you always cook for me. It's the least I can do for you. Rias said, thank you so much Issei. Mind of others. Excess of love. Meanwhile in the underworld, Seraorg was very happy and Seraorg said to her, I see you very happy Seraorg. What happened? Seraorg said, it's that I already solved my problem of feelings. Seraorg said, then what is it? Seraorg said, easy, I'm in love with Hyoudou Issei. Seraorg looked at her in surprise while Seraorg continued to smile. While in Grigori, a purple-haired woman kept investigating Issei and watching what he did from a distance. When Azazel came in and said to her, Penemu, are you going to keep doing that? Penemius said. Yes, and I will until I find out why girls fall in love with him. Azazel said. You are a lost case. While in heaven, a blonde was still bored, while her brother Michael arrived and said, Gabriel, what do you think? Gabriel said. Only in what has happened so far. Michael said. I know it feels strange that you are the guardian angel of someone who is a demon. Gabriel said. Although I have not always been looking out for him. Michael said. Do not worry, he can take care of himself. While in the dimensional gap, Ophis just floated while she continued thinking about that boy who saved her, and who at the same time exterminated a dangerous group that threatened her. Ophis said. It can't be that difficult. While in the vampire world, a blonde girl was walking through her mansion while saying, I don't understand what people are looking for with love, although maybe this war of the Carnestein against the Teps should stop. While in a part of Europe, a girl with purple hair was sleeping with no signs of waking up while a couple watched her quite sad. Hello my dear readers, this is Phantom, I'm back. I hope you take this prologue more seriously than the others, and without further ado, I'll see you tomorrow for another story. Mating season. My morning started a little complicated. Rias and Akeno were fighting while I tried to get up. The reason was simple. They were arguing about why it seemed Akeno wanted to kiss me good morning. Rias, being my girlfriend, was not going to allow it. But she was firm and sure. Nothing compared to all the insecurity she gave off before, she said to him. So you want to kiss me, Issei? Well, it doesn't matter. Since he already cuddled me last night, I will forgive you, Akeno said. It seems that Issei-kun made you have a wonderful night. In my defense, the only thing we did was kiss and sleep hugging, of course. But Rias wanted to show it off at all costs. Although of course this also affected me, because her attitude towards me had changed. It went from being, Issei, good night, to, Issei, I want you to kiss me before going to sleep. Otherwise I don't know if I will be able to sleep peacefully. I love you. I was happy with that. Our trust as a couple was also much greater. I didn't just tell Rias everything. She knew what I was and I was not afraid of it. I had always felt insecure about telling someone that I was a dragon slayer, and she accepted me. But returning to the topic, Rias triumphantly went to the kitchen while I stayed with Akeno and told me, although she shows the confidence of the legal wife, she is putting too much pressure on herself. I asked her, is Rias putting too much pressure on herself? Akeno said, yes, in the rating game she felt like a burden to you, since she couldn't do anything against her opponent. I said, but that was because her opponent was very strong. Rias had been badly damaged in her fight, but I didn't believe what Akeno said. I told her, Rias is not weak. Besides, she was preparing many strategies. Akeno said, in terms of strategy, the match between Sona and Agars has had better results. So much so that she was rated as a professional. I started to think about it a bit, but it was true. The newspaper had an article about it. Akeno told me, Rias has to learn a lot as a king. But besides that, Seraorg-sama told her that he will start researching the power of destruction more seriously. I asked her, more seriously? Akeno told me, what happens here is that Rias and Seraorg-sama have the same potential. Only Rias needs something to help her improve, so to speak, she doesn't have a special move. I said, so that was it. Akeno said, even I had an embarrassing match. Seraorg's queen turned out to be very skilled, even more so than Yubelina or Tsubaki. I told her, it wasn't your fault, Akeno-san. The queen of the Bale family was very skilled, she told me, but you ended your battle in an instant. I told her, well, that was because I was enraged and I used Triana. Sometimes I feel like that is my weakness, not being able to control myself. Akeno quickly changed the subject. But well, I just want to know, what do I have to do to make you call me by my name? I said nervously. She approached me and kissed my nose and said, that will be enough for today. Besides, I don't want Asia-chan to get jealous. When I saw the door, I realized that Asia was there, and said, no! Akeno-san kissed Issei-san. Zenobia appeared at that moment and said, the vice president already started making her moves. Irina also appeared and said, I see you wait? Since so early, after I had confessed to Rias, the girls began to seek my attention more, but I couldn't concentrate much on that, because Irina said, Issei-kun, what happened in the battle against Seraorg-san? Zenobia said, now that you mention it, we all saw their fight, and it was similar to what happened in Kyoto. Akeno said, are you referring to Issei-kun with fire in his body fighting without armor against Seraorg-san? The two nodded and Akeno said, did it already happen in Kyoto? Issei-kun, will you explain to us? They turned to look at me, but as if it were a matter of life or death, I had already left the room and headed towards the kitchen. When I arrived, I realized that the others were not there, and that only Dad, Mom, and Rias were there. When he saw me, Dad used his serious tone and said, they asked you again, right? I said, yes, but they're paying more attention to it since the Kyoto incident, and I don't know how to tell them. Rias hugged me and said, "Don't worry, I'll be with you at all times," Mom said happily. "I'm glad you found someone who accepted you, son." I smiled and sat at the table while Rias went to cook. The rest of the inhabitants of our house began to go to the kitchen, so Mom and Dad acted like ignorant fools again. Rias began to prepare the lunch that she was going to take to the academy, before they would throw themselves between Mom, Asia, Akeno and Rias. But now she is the one who prepares my lunches. We sat down to have breakfast and Ravel came to visit with a lunchbox. "Only it was not hers," I asked. "Ravel, whose lunchbox is that?" she said. "It's Gasper Sands, he's training." That surprised me quite a bit. "But I feel like he must have felt really frustrated after the last battle," Zenobia said. "I know he'll be very strong." She was the one who was more on his side, since Gasper had protected her in the battle, Ravel said. "Kaneko-san, are you okay?" Ravel wanted to put his hand on Kaneko's forehead, but she took it away and said, "It's nothing." "I saw her and realized that she looked sick," Ravel said. "I'll prepare you some apple remedy from the Phoenix house," Kaneko said. "I wasn't asking for your help." Ravel got angry and said, "That's why I don't like cats," without being very proud. Kaneko said, "I don't want to hear that from a yakitori like you." Their arguments were something every day, so I could say that he was used to it. I drank some tea when Mom said, "Issei, a question," I said. "What thing, Mom?" Mom said, "When will I see my grandson?" I spit out the tea in surprise and said, "What?" Mom started laughing while Kaneko said in a low voice, "Grandson, drink happiness." Those days Seraorg went with Azazel to talk to us about the promotion to middle-class devils that Kiba, Akeno and I would have. The team congratulated us, while Seraorg explained to me that everything I had done made me a candidate for a high-class devil, even the heroic dragon program, which makes me think that the Gremry family has a big business with me. But besides that, they told me that the exam would have 3 parts. A report, a written exam and a battle. I don't know if luck is on my side lately, but with my brain power and my skill as a fighter this would be easy. But in order not to waste any more time I decided to study. Rias offered to help me. Akeno and Kiba also accompanied us. While we had that in mind, our companions were thinking of improving their skills. After the raiding game it had become clear that we are at a disadvantage, and that is why our team must improve. Sensei made the decision to send Rosweiss to Valhalla to train, and I thought it was all over there, but I had forgotten an important detail. I said, "Second semester exams." I realized it was the same day as the promotion test, so once again I would be mixing the problems of the supernatural world with those of my normal life. Seraorg laughed a little and said, "Ravel, are you considering the proposal I made to you?" Ravel said, "Of course, Seraorg-sama." I asked, "What's wrong?" Seraorg said, "Well, the thing is that since you keep getting more and more things to do, I decided that it would be best for Ravel to become your manager. And I'm sorry to say this, Ravel, but could you help Issei-kun with his test?" Ravel got up and said, "Don't worry, Seraorg-sama. I, Ravel Phoenix, will make sure that Issei-sama passes his test, gather information and everything necessary." I smiled and Sensei said, "Be careful, Kaneko-chan. It seems that Ravel will snatch the senpai she loves so much." I felt scared because Kaneko could take it the wrong way, but she didn't say anything. I continued to worry about her. I decided to go out at night when everyone fell asleep. It was to clear my mind, so I started walking through the city that was only lit by all the buildings. Near a park I stopped and said, "I know you've been following me since I left, so don't hide anymore, Kuroka." A black cat came out of the bushes and took its human form and said, "Nyan, it seems you felt me, Issei Nyan." I told him, "Your presence is similar to Kaneko's, and I recognize the people I've already defeated." Kuroka said, "That sounds right." "Very arrogant of you," I said to her. "Let's put that aside. What's wrong with Kaneko-chan?" Kuroka said with a mischievous look. "I see you want to know, Nyan." I told him very seriously, "Don't try to be tough with me. I know you care about her, so tell me the truth once and for all. Why did you kill your teacher?" Kuroka changed her expression and said, "That's none of your business. It's a matter between Chiron and me." I told her, "Kuroka, don't try to leave me with doubt. Besides, I think I already showed you what I'm capable of when I killed Fenrir before you and Arthur took him away. So tell me the truth." Kuroka exhaled and said, "Well, this man had given my sister and me a home. I was happy with that. I could have Chiron, who was everything to me, until I discovered that this man wanted to hurt us and sell us as slaves. I killed him so he wouldn't hurt Chiron. But I preferred to run away alone. I didn't want to involve her." I saw tears coming out of her eyes and I said, "I believe you." Kuroka looked confused and I said, "I may not have done it before, but you care about Kaneko and that comforts me." Kuroka said, "But all hell is looking for me." I told her, "Then keep this in mind. I will protect Kaneko." Kuroka. She blushed seeing me so close, and because of what I said, she said, but, I told her, I know everything will be cleared up. Trust me, Kuroka. I will take care of Kaneko until you can do it. It is my duty. So, can you tell me what is happening to her? Kuroka said. Chiron went into heat, and that is why she is like this. I told her, avoid anything that will hurt her in the future. Kuroka had a sparkle in her eyes and said, thank you. I went home after that. The following days I spent studying, although doing it at school was not so easy, since all the boys wanted to kill me, because the rumor spread quite quickly that I was Rias's boyfriend, which made thousands of idiots come to challenge me or tell me that I was unworthy. To bother them, I went hand in hand with her, while everyone looked at me with murderous eyes, and things got worse when they discovered that Rias made me food. But today there was not much to worry about. I went to the student council where Saji received me well. I heard about your promotion, congratulations. Practically the entire Citri entourage congratulated me on my promotion, and when I spoke to them about Kiba and Akeno, the vice president Tsubaki got nervous, which confirmed something she already suspected. Tsubaki is in love with Kiba. Maybe I will help him with that later. But the important thing was something else. Now I was sitting in the council room with Sona, who looked at me fixedly, and we began to talk about my relationship with Rias. Sona told me, I have not seen her so happy in so long. I told him, I guess something changed. Sona said, you don't need to be nervous, Issei. I told him, it's not that. It's just that I think this is the first time I've talked to you, Kaicho. Sona said, you're right about that. I told him, well, but why did he want to see me? Sona said, well, now that you're Rias's boyfriend, I'd like us to be friends. Although I must be honest, I'm a little jealous of you. I asked him, jealous? She said, you've been with Rias for 6 months and you solved all her problems. You saved her from her engagement with Ryusoulger. You solved the case of Kiba, Akeno, Kaneko, even the Gasper thing. Thanks to you, Rias's entourage has become stronger. I said, well, I can say that I only wanted to help my friends, but I've also done everything for Rias. Sona smiled and said, I'm glad she found someone like you. I told her, I hope you also find someone, Kaicho. I don't know, maybe she can be in your entourage. I left the council with a smile and said, I hope it's not too much of a clue that Saji likes Sona. Although I couldn't sing victory yet, because when I went out with the girls, many boys came to confront me. Among them were the perverts who always bothered me. They said to me, damn Prince, how come you are with Rias senpai? Unfortunate. Damn. Rias smiled at me and I gave her my briefcase. I cracked my fingers and said, well, I assumed this would happen. I got into a fighting stance and said, who's first? The bunch of guys came running towards me and I said, then it will be like this. They wanted to hit me, but I dodged and returned their blows with twice the force. A shower of blows later, the boys were on the floor and the whole school saw how I had left them. I said, first of all, if Rias is my girlfriend, you don't care. Secondly, you have no idea about anything. And thirdly, don't do anything that you will regret. Rias gave me back my briefcase, and we went back home. During the way, she told me, don't you think you went a little too far? I told her, in fact, I was holding back. When we arrived, we sat down to dinner and I told her what I had talked about with Sona. Rias said, so you talked to Sona about that? I said, yes, although I felt a little bad. Rias said to me, well, she tried. I said, Rias, did Sona ever have someone? Rias told me, yes, like me, she was also engaged. I said, but what happened? Rias said, Sona said she wouldn't marry someone who was less intelligent than her, and they played chess. Sona won and the engagement fell apart. I said, I expected it somehow. Well, I'll go study for the test. Rias wished me luck and I went to my room to study. Ravel followed me and gave me all the books she had collected. In 3 hours I had already finished them. Ravel was stunned and said, how is it possible? It took me a long time to find all the books. I told her, right, I didn't tell you. I can read and solve problems at the speed of light. Ravel said, how is it possible? I told her, I didn't tell you that I already knew about the supernatural before all this happened, right? Ravel said, no. I told her, well, I had read it, and I had investigated about it before Rias reincarnated me. Ravel went to look for more books while I lay down to rest in my bed. But my rest didn't last long, because someone opened the door. I thought it was Ravel who had returned with more books, but it wasn't Kaneko, who was in her Nikomata mode and dressed only in her healing robe. I said, Kaneko-chan, what are you doing here? She approached me and took off her robe. Revealing that she was naked, she hugged me and said, I can't resist it anymore, Issei-senpai. I want a baby. What she said hit me like a bucket of cold water, and I didn't know what to do. Kuroka had warned her, but I was in shock, Before things got more complicated, Rias arrived and grabbed her by the back of the neck and said, "She's very hot." I quickly went to get a towel with cold water and put it on her, Rias said. "She seems sick." I told her, "She's in heat." Rias looked at me surprised and I said, "This is the mating season for the Nikomatas." Rias said to me, "How do you know?" I said, "The night I went out for a walk I ran into Kuroka and she told me. Only I know how to stop her, so we'll have to think of something." Rias said, "We'll talk about Kuroka later. Now we have to keep her calm." I nodded as we tried to lower Kaniko's fever. While in another part of the city, Kuroka appreciated everything and said to herself, "Now I understand my sister, because with just a few words you stole my heart, Hyoudou Issei. I want to have your kittens, but now the reason is different." While in the mountains, Gota said, "So he's going to be promoted." Chris said, "That's right, he'll be a middle-class devil." Gota said, "Then there's no need to get impatient. Let's wait until he's high class." Trent said, "How are you so sure?" Gota said, "It would be an insult to the Hyoudou family if he didn't aim for the maximum." The promotion test. Kaniko had a high fever. Sensei arrived and said, "I see, the mating season of the Nikomatas." I said, "It's like that of cats." Sensei said, "When the body of a Nikomata matures enough to procreate it goes into heat. But Kaniko-chan hasn't reached that maturity yet." I said, "So?" Sensei said, "It seems that seeing your relationship with Rias, Kaniko thought she had to be the first, and chose you to procreate." I said, surprised. "Mimi?" Rias said guiltily. Kaniko entered mating season because of my and Issei's attitudes. I also felt some guilt with myself, because I should have paid more attention to her. But after confessing I only had eyes for Rias, besides that I thought that this could affect the other girls, I said, "Then it would be best if I keep her under control until I finish." Sensei said, "That's right. If we overload her with medicine, it is possible that we will do long-term harm to her." I looked at him determined. Rias smiled and said, "I'm glad to know that you're still you." I took her hands and looked at her fixedly. I said, "You know that no matter how many tests I have to face, I'll do it for you." We were about to kiss when Sensei said, "Stop that silly couple." We both blushed, and Sensei said, "Wow, you guys really love each other, although that could affect other people." Asia said, "Well, I'm a little jealous, but I still feel calm." Zenobia said, "It's true. Although it is annoying for us, they give off a feeling of relief." Irina said, "It's like flowers grow every time they are together." Akeno said, Era, our desire to have an adventure has only increased since he confessed." Ravel said, "I already finished recording them to send it to Oni-sama and make him suffer in agony." I laughed nervously, but Sensei changed the situation completely and said, "Well, I want to talk seriously with you." Rias asked her, "What is going on?" Sensei said, "Well, tomorrow I want to bring some visitors home." Rias said, "What's the problem with that?" Sensei said, "Possibly you feel hostility towards them, but I need you to be respectful." I said, "So it is Vala's team, right, Sensei?" Sensei said, "How are you always quick to understand?" I said, "It doesn't matter if they come, but if they try something I'll show them where their place is, although to be honest they are not as big a threat as the Heroes Brigade." I noticed that Sensei looked a bit worried, so I thought that I had him like that. The next day the doorbell rang, and I was already prepared for anything, or at least that's what I thought, because when I opened it the first thing I found was a girl that I recognized because she was my target, Ophis Ouroboros. I said in a hostile way, activating my 2 sacred gears. Ophis, Rias and the rest arrived and prepared to fight. In my head only went, how the hell am I going to beat Ophis? Through my head crossed the risk of using my dragon hunter powers. But of course if I did I had the risk of losing control, although with a guaranteed victory. But Ophis approached me, grabbed my face. I began to shake. She had the power to destroy me. But in her eyes I saw her differently than the time we saw each other. Then she let go of me and said, "How bad, I thought you were red. But your eyes are not the same." That left me confused. Rias began to complain to Sensei, but he said it was for the good of the factions. After all the help he had given us we couldn't distrust Sensei. I served tea to Ophis, and I realized that no one else came with her. I said, "What happened to Vala's team?" But at that moment a light appeared and from it came out Le Fay, and said, "How are you all? I am Le Fay Pendragon. I have been under your care in Kyoto, although I would really like to introduce you to someone else. But she is no longer here." I saw that in her hand she had a dog collar and I remembered when I killed Fenrir. But at that moment a magic circle appeared and from it came out a woman I recognized. It was Kuroka. She saw me and hugged me saying, "Long time no see Gabriel Yudi." That was not true, because we had seen each other days ago. But I didn't want to talk about it. Somehow we all ended up sitting in the VIP lounge of the house, drinking tea. Sensei said. She wanted to talk to you, Issei. I said, fine. And I was left talking alone with Ophis, she said. Drake, do you want to stop being a celestial dragon? Drake manifested himself and said, what do you mean? Ophis said, I say this because you and Vala have had a different development. Where is the other one? Bahamut manifested and said, I'm happy to see you too, Ophis. Ophis said, I don't know what to expect from you too. It's the first time a human gets 2 sacred gears. That surprised me. Not only was it the first with 2 dragons, but the first with 2 sacred gears, Sensei said. Can you let her stay here? She just wants to watch you. I knew inside that I didn't want to do it, but I also knew that it was best for the factions, and I said, no problem, as long as there is no altercation for my exams and the promotion test. Sensei said, don't worry about it, she'll just watch you. I said, fine. Sensei said, Kuroka Ophis, you're fine with that, right? Kuroka said, yes, that's fine with me. Ophis nodded. Lefei approached me nervously with a notebook and said, your fight with Seraorg Bale the other day, it touched me quite a bit. Could you give me an autograph? I smiled and remembered that she was my fan. I did it willingly. Over the weekend I continued studying. Of course, although I considered it unnecessary, Ravel forced me to do it. But today I did it with everyone while Ophis stared at us. While she ate the cake that my mom gave her, it was a surprise how our parents controlled themselves. Because they acted like idiots once they saw Ophis. Of course, that did not take away the feeling of danger we had. Lefei and Kuroka were playing in the indoor pool. I had told them not to leave the house. Strangely, they agreed to do it, so I did not have much to worry about. Rias gave us an exam to Akeno, Kiba and me. To her surprise, I passed it with a higher grade than both of them. Kiba did not believe it. Akeno thought I would have problems with the economy and that kind of thing. But the reality is that besides being smart, I have a great memory, something that hunters are born with naturally. Because if you do not remember where your prey has hidden, you are useless as a hunter. But that is not the important thing. What really matters here is that I felt ready for the test. This suddenly changed when I was going up to my room and I found Kaneko and Kuroka. Kuroka had her look of superiority and malice. But after our conversation the other day, I knew that she wanted to protect Kaneko, of course, but the actions she took at that moment made me doubt it. Because apparently Kuroka and Kaneko had been arguing, and Kuroka pushed Kaneko towards me. The fact that I was in heat caused her to start trying to grape me, but Kuroka pushed her away and got on top of me. Also, she took off the top of her kimono, seducing me with her breasts, causing Kaneko to attack her to be the one on top of me. But Kuroka paralyzed her by touching her neck and said, I know how much you love this boy, but if you do it now, you and your son will die. Kaneko calmed down a bit, and Kuroka too. But just at that moment Ravel appeared, who said, so the black cat is bothering Kaneko-san. Kuroka said, oh, I see the daughter of the Phoenix clan is upset that I'm with Issei Naya. Ravel told her, and it's not that, it's just that I can't stand indecent acts. I said, Sundara. She got angry and started releasing flames from her body, which caused me some fear. On the day of the test, Kiba, Akeno, Sensei, Ravel, Rias and I transported directly to the stadium where the test would take place, while the rest of the team would go to a hotel near the underworld, because the fact that I confessed in the middle of the raiding game generated great attention towards us too, and people supported us, perhaps because they really liked that the heroic dragon is the Crimson Princess's partner. Or it was because of the fact that they were afraid of me for having defeated the strongest young demon in addition to having a relationship with all the leaders. But despite that, the media would be on us. I must also say that Rias was selling the story of when I interrupted the engagement, which the media did not know, but well, details that do not matter. We were ready to go in when Rias stopped me and kissed me on the cheek. She said, good luck, Issei. I know you'll pass the test. I smiled and said, I will, and when I get back we'll go on a date together again. She smiled, her smile giving me warmth, and said, it's a promise, we'll go on a date when you pass. I love you. Smiling, I said, I love you too. Sensei said, wow, it's good to be young. I smiled and we transported to the stadium, where they gave us the instructions of what to do, and everyone was watching us, especially me. But I decided to act naturally, and we went to take the written exam. After taking an exam that was easy for me, we were waiting in a room. Ravel brought me another cup of tea, which I appreciated, although I told her I didn't like tea. While we were talking about the practical thing that I had more confidence in, Akeno said, as I understand it, the examiners will observe the battle in depth and evaluate everything. Kiba said, then we can't just attack. I said, you're right about that. We can't go directly with all our power. We have to plan different strategies depending on what enemy we have to face. I got number 4, which made my clumsy immediately. My friends wished me luck while in the meantime I prepare for whatever. I went to the stadium where a man with light blue hair was waiting for me. The examiner gave the order to start the battle and we both began. I activated my 2 sacred gears, but I did not enter Balance Breaker, because first I had to analyze it. He threw 2 giant fireballs at me, but I absorbed them with Dark Blade. But then I began to feel very cold, and the man said, "Freezing Archaeopteryx." I said mentally, "Bingo, that's his sacred gear." An ice bird appeared where he was and I thought, well now I'll just activate my Balance Breaker and finish this quickly. But my dragon stopped me. Drake said, "Wait partner, there's something wrong with the Balance Breaker." I said, "What?" Bahamut said, "That's right. I feel like we don't have the same connection as before." I ignored him and kept fighting. I concentrated all my power and defeated my rival. The examiner said, "The winner is number 4 Hyoudou Issei." I heard voices saying, "Look at that level. Poor thing, he didn't have a chance. He's a monster. Look at that power. That's the Daburyudi who defeated Loki and Seraorg Bale, and he didn't even use all his power." These were comments I was used to. We left the stadium. Kiba and Akeno also defeated their opponents, and went to the hotel. On the way I decided to talk seriously with my dragons about the Balance Breaker. Well, what happened? Both of them made me see an illusion that explained it to me. You are the first specimen to obtain 2 sacred gears, which is a miracle in many ways. The fact of having 2 sacred gears makes the Balance Breakers complement each other. But if they do not reach their perfect duality, it is very likely that the union will break and cannot be activated anymore. That phrase stayed with me. Reach perfect duality. After that we arrived at the hotel where Rias greeted me with a kiss, to which I reciprocated, and I looked at her happily. We decided to celebrate while we waited for the results, until I remembered that I had to take another exam. Akeno told me, Era Issei-kun, you and Hyoudou-kun have to take another exam. I told her, "You're right, I completely forgot." Rias said, "Issei, you are a super powerful idiot." I told her smiling, "You're right, I am a super powerful idiot." What we didn't know is that the little peace we had would not last long, because death was waiting for one of us, the renegade heroes. Sensei was celebrating with us at the restaurant. We had passed the test. We were all happy. Sensei was drinking until he couldn't hold back while congratulating us. Rias was next to me and asked me, "How did it go?" I told her, "The written test was very easy, and I easily won the practical test." Kiba said, "It seems it was easy. Why didn't you activate the Balance Breaker?" I don't know if Kiba said it on purpose or because he was very curious, but everyone looked at me strangely. Sensei said, "Didn't you use the Balance Breaker?" I said somewhat nervously, No, I didn't feel it necessary. I can't go against mid-class demons with everything." I said this especially because I had already defeated high-class demons. My power was overwhelming, but something bothered me, is that I still had no answer to get the perfect duality. The problem was that I couldn't activate the Balance Breaker until I got it, and if they attacked us we would be lost. Because I can't fight strong enemies just with my sacred gears, Drake said inside me. "We still don't know how to get to that state," Bahamut said, "but one thing is certain, if you achieve it, the power you have now will suffer an abysmal increase." I said inwardly, "Are you serious?" Drake said, "From the little we know is that your previous Balance Breaker was incomplete." Bahamut said, "It's like when you mix 2 liquids and they don't mix properly." I said, "Well, I understand that, although I know who can help me with that." Drake said, "We know, but it hasn't appeared for a while." A voice said, "Well, I'm here now." A boy exactly like me, only with red eyes and a brown lock. He was smiling at us. I said, "So you finally show up, Ayato." Ayato said, "You know how I am, little brother." I said, "Do you have any idea?" Ayato said, "Not the slightest. Maybe it's because we are divided." I told him, "You may be right on that point, so we have to find a way to solve it, because if we don't activate the Balance Breaker." Ayato continued, "Rias and the others are in danger." Small pseudo-spoiler for Phantom. Why is Issei's hunter power so strong? Why does Issei have 2 sacred gears? The answer to all this is Ayato, Issei's twin brother, but we'll address that in the Hunter arc. In the meantime, I'll leave you with the intrigue. I reacted to Sensei's pats and he said, "Issei, are you okay?" I said, "Yes, I was just lost in my thoughts." Rias looked at me worriedly even though I didn't notice. Sensei continued with his topic. "Well, as you were saying, Asia, if you can reach the Balance Breaker, although the most important thing now is that you learn to defend yourself, since you are a fundamental part of the team, you are the one who allows Issei and the others to continue fighting." Asia said, "I understand, Sensei. Thanks for the advice." Sensei said, "Besides, being with Daburyudi has made everyone have a considerable development, the first of their generation." I smiled, but at that moment we felt an overwhelming presence, which put us on alert. "Kuroka, who was disguised so as not to be recognized, said. It seems that they ignored Vala and decided to attack. A familiar fog covered us and I realized who they were. We reacted that there was no one in the hotel, Zenobia said. Issei, maybe this is it, I said. Yes, it's the fog of the idiot George. We were transported to a pocket dimension. That was when a ball of fire shot towards Asia and Irena. I realized that it wouldn't reach her, but Ophis acted as a shield and broke up the ball, I said, surprised. She just saved Asia and Irena, Asia said nervously. Thanks. But Ophis didn't react, but I noticed something special, someone who was there, and she said to me, we haven't seen each other since Kyoto Dabiru. I said, quite neutral. Oh, what a surprise, the bastard whose eye I pierced, the imbecile Chow. Chow said, from what I see you're not happy to see me. I said, who would be? He just smiled, then said, I must say that the game the other day was spectacular. Seeing two men fight with everything they had with their balance breakers. I must say it was amazing to see your team, Rias said, and should I feel flattered? I stood in front of her protectively and said, then you will explain to us why you sent us to another dimension. Chow said, that's simple, we need Ophis. I didn't think to reason it much until Kuroka said, I thought you would go where Vala is. Chow said, yes, I already sent a team there, they are possibly fighting. I realized something. Someone was after Ophis, I said. Then, someone is after Ophis. Chow said. You are quick to understand, Kuroka said. Biko was supposed to go disguised as a fake Ophis, I said. But it seems that this bastard is smarter than he appears. Chow made a sound with the tip of his spear, causing it to be covered in light, and with a quick movement it pierced Ophis's stomach. That made me desperate for some reason, and I shouted, Ophis! But she didn't flinch. Chow pulled the spear out of there. When a different fog covered us, it was Kuroka and LaFaze. It was to be able to reduce the light of the spear that would do damage, while Ophis's wound closed. I didn't think twice. I activated my 2 sacred gears and launched the attack. But there was a problem. I was weak against Chow. Chow equals 50, 000 Issei without balance breaker equals 30, 000 to give you a rough idea. I defended myself as much as I could, while he said, it's strange to see you without your characteristic armor. Dabiru Sensei said, this is not the time for games. Issei, enter balance breaker. I shouted, I can't do it anymore. Something happened before the test. I can't enter balance breaker. The face sensei made me realize that we were going to be defeated. Before Chow finished me off, a ray of white light appeared and hit him. I got up while Asia healed me and I said, you took a long time, friend, Vala replied. I arrived on time, friend. Besides, they would have more defense if you hadn't killed Fenrir, I said. Will you still be resentful about that? We both smiled. After what had happened in Diodora's castle, we became closer to friends than enemies, Chow said. But what a pleasant surprise, Vala said. I suspected that you would come here, so I sent one of Fenrir's children along with Biko. I said, so in the end you did get a pet. Chow talked to someone who was there. It turned out to be George, and I said, I already knew that idiot was hiding around here. George said, is it time, Chow? Chow said, yes, Ophis is here, the Dabiru is here, and Vala is here. It's the best chance we could ask for. At that moment George created a giant circle, from which a black cross came out that was covered by limiters. I recognized it, and my head was attacked by a horrible pain while I said, get out of me, get out at once. My companions looked worried while Chow looked surprised. Sensei, seeing it well, realized what it was and said, it was not sealed in Cocytus. It is the dragon-slaying serpent Samos. Hearing the name I was completely lost. Or to be specific, my will changed. My eyes turned red. But this time there was no fire, and Samos was released, Sensei said. Where the hell did you find him? Chow said. I don't know. Who is the Olympian god of the underworld? Sensei said. That bastard didn't like that Zeus made the treaty with the other factions, Chow said. Although he gave me many limitations. Wait, what's wrong with you, Hyoudou Issei? I approached Samos without fear, which left Valley breathless. I knelt in front of him and repeated a prayer. Snake of the evil intentions of the God of the Bible, accept your servants who were born from your blood and inherited your poison. Those who live hidden hunting those who caused God's wrath. The snake spoke to the surprise of even Chow and George. It is surprising to see one of my servants here, and that he possesses so much power. A horrible smile appeared on his face. While the rest of the group did not understand anything, Vala did not understand what was happening. While I summoned Dark Blade and in front of all my friends I cut my arm. While I pressed hard so that the blood came out in piles, I brought my arm closer and said, drink the blood of your servant Samos-sama. My blood started to go directly to Samos' mouth, and he said, an exceptional servant. No one said anything, until Chow smiled and said, I did not expect this. "You are a box of surprises, Hyoudou Issei," Sensei said to him. "What are you talking about, Chow Chow?" Chow Chow said. "What Hyoudou Issei just did is a loyalty ritual," Akeno asked. "Loyalty ritual?" Chow Chow said. "There was a tribe that was believed to be extinct. This tribe worshipped Samos. It could be none other than the Dragon Hunters tribe, the most exceptional humans that exist with great power, and Hyoudou Issei is one of the last members of this." I stood up and said, "That is none of your business, Chow Chow." Chow Chow said, "I see that you hid it well, since the hunters are recognized by their red eyes. But it turned out to be more obvious than I thought." Samos said, "Hyoudou Issei, you have pure blood, that's amazing, and it is from the two strongest families in the tribe." I said, "Thank you, Samo-sama." Sensei said, "That is impossible. Issei was a normal high school boy before being a demon." Rias said, "It is not like that." Everyone looked at her surprised, and she said, "Before we went out on our first date he told me the truth, and his parents too." I said, "You're right, I told you, but now I must follow Samo-sama's orders." Akeno said, "Rias, do something, he won't fight against the hero brigade." At that moment Samos spit on Ophis, which turned into a black block while Ophis looked at me and smiled, to tell me, "I found you red." That made me react and my eyes returned to their normal color. While my friends tried to free Ophis from there, nothing worked, and I said to myself, "Aunt Yasaka was right, it was time to accept me, or at least I will, because they are in danger." I shouted, "Ascalon!" The sword came out and I took it by the handle. I said, "I am a dragon hunter, although I am only taking desperate actions." Ascalon ignited in my hunter fire and cut the block in half, releasing Ophis. Sensei said, "What just happened?" I said, "It's an effect when hunters see Samo, but it's easy to break." Sensei said, "You will explain that to us in more detail later." I realized I couldn't win with my sacred gears, so I covered my arm with hunter's fire and got into position ready to fight. Zenobia raised Durandal and slashed straight at Samo. But something stopped her. Chow Chow put the spear in the middle. Vala said, "Well, it seems we will have a big problem to deal with." I put my friends behind me. Besides exposing Kuroka and Lafay to safety, I said, "Leave this to me, Vala." Rias wanted to object. "But Issei," I said, "this is not just any enemy, Rias. None of you are at his level." Sensei put on the Fafnir armor and said, "Then it will be 3 against 3. I said, "Vala, you go after Chow Chow. I will take care of Samo." The snake spoke again and said, "I see you are too confident of winning, rebel servant." At that moment a power of destruction hit Samo's face. I turned and saw my team ready to fight. Rias said, "Let Kaneko take care of Ravel." I said, "But if I said..." She gave me a kiss and said, "Remember that I am still your master." I just smiled and said, "Well, now I don't think you can take us on, Chow Chow." Chow said, "If I couldn't do it I wouldn't have the right to carry this spear. Balance breaker." A red ring of light appeared on Chow Chow's back and 7 orbs of light appeared. I said, "So you deign to fight with all your power. But it won't be enough." I summoned my 2 sacred gears, increased my hunter power, and shouted, "Balance breaker." Although the armor didn't appear, I felt my power increase and I said, "All right, Chow Chow, let's finish what we left off in Kyoto." To give you an idea, Chow Chow balance breaker equals 80,000 Issei with his 2 sacred gears, and his hunter power at 45% equals 140,000. That was enough for Chow Chow, but at that moment he sent one of his orbs and said, "Destroy." Zenobia's Durandal fell to pieces. At the same time a hole opened in her stomach. I looked at her without knowing what to do. Asia went to heal her. But at that moment another orb went in the direction of Rias and Akeno. This one enveloped them in a light, and when they tried to attack they couldn't, and Chow Chow said, "That orb blocks the powers of women." With this I already neutralized 3, or well 4. I couldn't react, I only felt the tip of the spear being stuck in my stomach. I fell to the ground defeated. Or so Chow Chow thought. Vala and Sensei launched themselves to attack him. But Chow Chow defeated Sensei, causing too much blood to come out of him. Vala got angry and attacked him with his demonic power, but Chow Chow used another of his orbs to attack and redirect the power to where Kaneko was, who couldn't move. At that moment Kuroka put up a shield and said, "Why aren't you moving, Chiron?" A loud bang was heard. The attack had hit Kuroka, and I couldn't do anything. Vala was furious and wanted to activate the Juggernaut drive, but George, controlling Samo, wrapped him in a block just like Ophis and released him, leaving him without armor and spitting blood. Chow Chow stood in front of him and said, "How does Vala feel?" "The poison god." Vala looked at him with hatred, and Chow Chow kicked him, defeating him. Chow Chow said, "Well, it seems the only dangers left are the sorceress, the angel, and the bearer of the sacred demonic sword." Irina cried in helplessness, Lafay trembled, and Kiba clung to his sword very tightly. Chow Chow smiled and said, "Also, I did not tell you about my new eye, the Medusa eye." Without the imbecile noticing, I got up with the hole closed, and I said, "Why you hide many tricks, bastard?" Chow, when he saw me, he was surprised and said, "You should be seriously injured." I said to him, "Do you know why hunters are so dangerous?" I showed him the arm where I had taken the blood for Samo, and when he saw it he was scared. "How is it possible you got a deep cut?" I made another cut with Ascalon and smiled. As before his eyes the cut was covered in my fire and healing. I said to him, "You dared to harm my friends, my sensei, even my girlfriend. You just signed your death warrant." Chow Chow Chow. Chow said, "Just because you got up doesn't mean you can win." I said, "Remember when I pierced your eye? I used my dark blade and said, 'Purgatory cut.'" At that moment Chow Chow's right eye began to burn in purple flames as he screamed in pain. "What did you do to me?" I said. "Easy, I have control of where I make my cuts, and I can use the flames of Tartarus wherever I cut, like your eye." His eye was finished consuming in the flames, and I said, "Now it's my turn to finish you off. And it's surprising that you've made me reach 50% of my hunter power." Chow Chow grimaced in fear. The gauntlet gave me an increase and I launched myself into the attack. The flames in Ascalon burned more. Chow Chow wanted to use his orbs, but I destroyed them with a single blow. He put the spear to defend himself, but to everyone's surprise I split it in half, and I kicked him in the face, which made him crash against the wall. At full speed I went towards him and began to fill him with blows while I said, "Now laugh at my friends again, son of a hitch." I started beating him up. George wanted to try the same, but I cut out Samuel's tongue, which made him writhe in pain. Before George could do anything else I hit him in the face, and when I saw Samuel I knew what I had to do. I increased the hunter's power until I reached the second gear, and at full speed I gave him many cuts. Chow Chow said, "Let's go, George." George said, "But we couldn't get the power." Chow Chow said, "We'll steal that later. Listen to me carefully. Hades' Soul Reapers will come with my team. Let's see how many survive." And they disappeared in a magic circle. Still with my rays I approached Kuroka and took her hand. In front of the sight of all my rays began to heal Kuroka, until she was in optimal state. I did the same with Sensei and said, "Asia, heal Vala." Vala said to me, "Why don't you heal me?" I said, "If I tried to heal a dragon this power would kill you. But I can do something about Samuel's curse." Vala told me, "Do it please." Asia came and I called Lefei too. I said, "Both take my hands." I gave some of my power to both of you. While Asia healed him with Lefei's magic, she exterminated the curse from his body. Rias said, "That was great, Issei." I said, "Too bad it won't last long." The rays disappeared and I fainted. When I woke up I realized that we were on the 30th floor of the hotel and that they were making plans to escape. Sensei was thinking of sending Irina to inform Heaven of everything. But there was someone who worried me more because I had cured them all with the hunter's power. So I went to Ophus's room. When she saw me she smiled and said, "You haven't changed at all, Red." I told her, "I'm also happy to see you again, Ophus. But you know that's not my name." Ophus hugged me and said, "You saved me again." At that moment the girls entered the room and saw me. I said, "I can explain this, I swear." Ophus was just saying, "I didn't recognize you at first, but now what are you?" The girls looked in surprise as Ophus hugged me, but as I could I saved myself and said, "You still need to rest." She reluctantly agreed and I said, "What's the plan?" Rias said, "We are surrounded by soul drainers." I said, "But that's easy to solve." They looked at me strangely, but I summoned the dark blade. I went to the first floor. The Reapers looked at me and approached. But I took the sword and said, "Lost souls who wander and cannot find the path to eternity, answer my call." At that moment all the soul reapers were absorbed by the gem of my sword and the way was free. I returned to our small base and said, "I told them, it was easy." Rias smiled and Sensei told me, "That gives us more time to think about our escape. But you did well, even for the fight against Chow Chow." I said, "No, it was my fault that we ended up injured. I still can't solve the problems with my sacred gears, so it was my fault." Sensei said, "By the way, I didn't know you were a dragon hunter." I said reluctantly, "I am a hunter, my parents are hunters, yes, but I don't want to talk about that subject. I'll go see Vala." I went to Vala's room and found him. Looking at the wounds on his chest I said, "Yes, they hit you hard enough." He said, "You were the one who surprised me." I told him, "If we fight, I won't use that power, much less Bahamut. We'll fight like the celestial dragons." He said, "You're full of surprises, Hyoudou Issei." I just smiled. Like a celestial dragon. Although I had finished off most of the Reapers, there were still more. The god Hades was acting beyond his jurisdiction, and that was giving me the creeps. So Sensei began to explain to us what the strategies to escape would be. The first option we have is for the spellcaster to remove the spell, which I don't think George wants to do. The next thing we can do is send a limited number of people outside. This would be to ask for help. they would be Irina and Zenobia, and Lefay would take them outside. But we could escape by destroying the barrier devices, which according to Kuroka and Lefay are statues of Ouroboros. I told him. Then I just blow them to pieces and that's it, Sensei said. About that, I think the fact that you can't use your power at 100% is a problem. I told him. I assumed it would be like that, Sensei said. That's why Rias formulated a plan. Sensei told me and I was stunned. I said, that's incredible. Rias blushed and Sensei said, she formulated all that because she's crazy about you. Rias called everyone and said, okay, let's get out of here. We started to execute Rias's plan. I was with Kaneko helping her look for something, she said. I finished Senpai. I said that. That's good, Kaneko-chan. I helped her get down and talked to her about Kuroka. The truth is, Kaneko-chan, I still don't completely trust Kuroka. But I feel that despite everything she is your family, Kaneko said. I had painful experiences because of her. I hate her. I will only trust her until we get out of here. I realized that Kaneko was stronger than before, which made me feel calm. I caressed her head and said, if she tries to do something to you, I will protect you. Kaneko hugged me and said, I became strong thanks to you, Senpai, Gyakuen too, and I feel like I can be stronger. I smiled and said, I'm sure you can. She told me, I love you, Senpai, although behind Bucho, Asia Senpai, and Akeno Senpai, I will catch up to them. Of that, I want to be your girlfriend when I grow up. I was in shock. I didn't know what to say at that moment. I heard Rias's voice say, hey, did you propose to her here? I saw Rias with the rest of the girls and my nerves increased to the maximum, Kaneko said. I will become the best girlfriend for Senpai. Before we said anything, Lefay said, ready. That was the signal. With my two swords I pointed one up and the other down. I activated my hunter powers, and said, double hunter thrust. The Ouroboros statues were upon us, and my mission was to destroy them, and I succeeded. With this Lefay, Zenobia and Irina could now escape. Both of them stood in the magic circle with Lefay. A light began to cover them. I looked at them and said, I'll leave this to you too, Zenobia said. Don't die, Irina said. I'll tell Michael-sama. They managed to escape, but I realized that more Soul Reapers surrounded us. Sensei blew up a window with his power, and Rias, Akeno, Sensei and Kiba went out to attack the Reapers. Asia healed me for having used the hunter's power. She did it more than anything so that whoever is going to use it can resist, because this fight would be long. Ravel, Kuroka, Kaneko, and Vala also stayed in the rear. The latter was barely recovering from Samos' curse, and said, maybe I can't enter Balance Breaker, but still it's still me. He launched a sphere of demonic power that destroyed many enemies. I told him, you're impressive. I can't absorb any more Reapers unless I release their power, but I need the Balance Breaker for that. Ophis said, I want to help too. She released a little of her power and caused great destruction. After Samos' attack, controlling her power became more difficult, and could harm others. I approached her and said, Ophis, better not attack. Your power is out of control. She said, whatever you say, Issei. To comfort her, I decided to start releasing my power in bursts, while destroying Soul Reapers. The space seemed to want to break from the constant attacks of me and Ophis. But I was still standing, which showed me George's ability. I decided to go out to face more Soul Reapers and activated my hunter form. To make things simpler, I increased my power to second gear, and with the speed I had, I shredded the Reapers that surrounded us, of course destroying the garage too. I saw that Rias and Akeno were having problems, so I charged a lot of power and transferred it to them. That's when a different Reaper appeared, and crouched down in respect in front of Sensei. Sensei recognized him and said, you are Pluton. Pluton said, that's right, I am the Grim Reaper. I said, the old skeleton wants to come with everything. Sensei decided to face him, when a familiar voice disturbed my ears. But if it is the famous Daburer Yudi, it was Siegfried, I said. Wow, but if it is the hero Siegfried. Siegfried told me, I came to finish what we started in Kyoto, although I do not know if I should kill you. I said, why are you hesitating now? He said, Jean seems very interested in you, but she will see you very damaged. I heard that you cannot activate your balance breaker, so this will be easy. He activated his balance breaker and looked at me threateningly. I took my two swords tightly and said, I did not use it with Chow Chow because I was confident and did not understand the balance breaker. But I created a technique for this situation. Now with all our power limit breaker, a red and black aura covered me completely and my body was covered by rays of the same color. Siegfried said, surprised. What the heck is that? I told him, it's my limit breaker. It gives me all the power of my sacred gears. It's like I'm in a pre-balance breaker. It gives me all the power I need. Siegfried said, then let it be an even duel. I need to make this clear, Siegfried. 60,000 Issei limit breaker and the hunter's power in second gear. 160,000, I said. I don't think so. I launched myself at full speed and began to cut with my swords while Siegfried only tried to defend. By the speed they had, it seemed that he was wielding 6 swords instead of 2, which made Siegfried retreat. But it was at that moment that Siegfried was enveloped by the same fog, and near him more soul reapers came out. I began to slice as many as I could, but there were too many. Even with the limit breaker activated, the wear and tear on my body was too much. Kiba went against Siegfried to cover me, so I decided to return to my normal hunter power. Rias came to my side and said, "It's amazing, isn't it?" I realized what he meant. Kiba was getting Siegfried into trouble. Plus he had a sword with an aura that recognized the dragon slayer. I said, "Yes, he can keep up with me. That's why he's my best friend." Rias smiled. When a pillow with demonic power fell on my head, when I turned around I saw a valley, and I said, "I remind you that you tried to kill me." Vala just smiled and continued attacking. But a voice echoed in my head, "Let's use it. The power you taught us. The power of love." The old drag wielders spoke from deep within me, and I said, "They have changed their minds." My predecessors said, "You taught us how far that power can go. Your love for Rias Gremory has taken you to unthinkable limits. Now use it to finish off your enemies." I told them, "You are right. If so, I will do it without problems." I looked at her and said, "Rias, let's combine our power." She looked at me surprised, and I said, "I spoke with my predecessors, and they were right about something. The love I feel for you has made me reach an incredible power. That's why to defeat our enemies we have to unite our power. The power of this love." She smiled with happiness, and with a kiss she confirmed that this feeling was mutual and pure. Sensei laughed and said, "That's it, show them the power of the love you two have." For each other we held hands and kissed, while my glove only gave increases. Siegfried wanted to approach, but Kiba got in his way and Akeno launched a ray that exterminated many soul reapers. Siegfried shouted, "Prepare to attack. We will not be defeated by the power of love." A crimson-red aura covered us completely while I felt the warmth of Rias's lips. At that moment I felt how Rias's power enveloped me completely. It was like the light of Asia, warm. It gave me confidence. We separated our lips, while we continued holding hands, and Rias's aura covered me completely. I closed my eyes while I felt a bond that united us forever, the same bond that made me break my limits. I opened my eyes again. I had more power than before, but when I turned to look at Rias I realized that she had shrunk, or to be more exact, it seemed that she had rejuvenated to 12, she told me. "No problem, Missy. I'll get back to normal by resting. Now the important thing is them. Be careful. I love you." From the bottom of my heart, and with my power to the maximum, I said, "I love you too, Rias. I love you more than anything." She smiled and said, "We will be together forever." I flew to a high enough distance, and raised my arm while a giant sphere with the power of destruction began to form. I threw it at it while shouting, "Crimson Emperor of Destruction!" The sphere transformed into a dragon that completely destroyed all the Soul Reapers, and caused damage to Siegfried. Sensei gave a final blow to the Grim Reaper and said, "Checkmate, we win!" It was when a magic circle opened from above, and a brown-haired man stepped out of it. A man I recognized. I said, "So you're still alive, Shalba Beelzebub?" Shalba said, "That's right, you're incredibly strong, but not enough to take me down." I said, "Don't be so conceited. I assumed you were working on your own." Seeing Siegfried's face, Shalba said, "Yes, that's right. Although I also know that you noticed the other one who is hiding." I said, "A hunter's nose is never wrong. I know George was hiding, but now I have a new target." Shalba smiled grimly and said, "Me too." From her cloak she pulled Leonardo, who was barely holding on. Shalba created a sinister magic circle and brought it closer to Leonardo, causing him to scream in pain. While giant monsters were created, Shalba said, "It's not incredible. This child can create monsters that destroy the current demons. I will destroy them all equally, thanks to my partner." "Siegfried," she said, "George, come out at once. We have to get Leonardo back." George came out of hiding, but Shalba gave them Leonardo after having created a large number of monsters, opened a magic circle to transport them to the underworld. But I tried to stop them. My cuts did nothing to them, and with a great glow the monsters were transported to the underworld. I did not know what to do. But at that moment the space began to break, and Shalba took advantage of it to capture Ophis with some demonic whips, and said, "Now I will make Ophis give me another snake and I will become more powerful. So I will exterminate everyone, supreme or low class, children, elderly, whoever. It will be the equality you were looking for." I stepped forward and said, "You just want revenge, you cheap king." That's when Kuroka said, "We have to transport now. It's our chance." Everyone approached, and Rias called me. But I didn't pay attention. She said, "What do you plan to do, Issei?" I told her. I'll stay. I'll save Ophis and finish off Shalba, she said. But, I told her, I'll find a way to get back to your side. I've always done it, right? She just looked thoughtful while I smiled. I walked directly towards Shalba while everyone looked at me worried, until Sensei said, I'll transport you back. I said, okay, Sensei. I took out my demon wings and with all my power I approached Shalba and said, let's finish this once and for all, Shalba said. And I thought that the one who would come would be Vala. But I also have unfinished business with you. I told him, I will not allow you to destroy the underworld and much less take away the future of children. For something I am the heroic dragon, he said. Your ideals are stupid, take this. He created a large amount of demonic circles and launched many bursts of his demonic power at me. I countered it with my behemoth sword. I approached him at full speed and attacked him with the power of destruction, and he said, that despicable power of that despicable family. I hit him in the face with all my strength, and said, I will not let you talk like that about the family of my precious Rias. I began to hit him non-stop while dodging his attacks, until I cut him in the chest with a dark blade and Shalba screamed in pain. Damn Daburuyudi. But you'll see. A small magic circle appeared in his hands and an arrow came out of it, and said, I thought it would be for Vala, but I'll feel better if I shoot it at you. Before I could react, the arrow nailed in the side of my stomach. I spit out blood and took it out as I could. I saw that my KO hunter power healed me and I realized. So he has Samos blood, damn coward. Shalba laughed like a madman and hit me that caused me a lot of pain, then enclosed me in a cocoon of demonic power that hurt me little by little, while Seraorg said, that's the difference between a dirty reincarnated demon and a true demon king. I was breathing heavily as I touched where the arrow was, but I remembered Rias's smile and said, she is waiting for me. I can't let her down. I got up and increased my power to the maximum, and I freed myself from Shalba's cocoon. He was surprised and wanted to attack me, but I dodged it, and he said, is that aren't you afraid of dying? I said, I don't care as long as I can destroy you here and now. HHHH. I took my hunter power to second gear. While the lightning covered me and my power was at its limit, I took Ascalon with all my strength while it reacted to my power, and I took out my demon wings that were covered in red lightning as well as my body. Shalba wanted to lock me up again, but I broke all his magic circles. At full speed I approached him while saying, this is my power. I will use it so that no one else suffers. That's why. I will exterminate you right here. At full speed Shalba felt the stab of my sword in her stomach while I yelled at her, disappear. Release all the accumulated power you had, completely destroying Shalba. I went straight to Ophis and cut her ties. She said to me, thanks Red, but I can't help but wonder, why are you doing this? We're supposed to be enemies. I told her, the Ophis I know is too innocent, and very curious about the world. I know you're the same as a long time ago. Besides, are we friends, right? She smiled. I fell to my knees while Ophis's eyes began to shed tears. I told her, it's been a while since I saw you cry. I felt like my strength was leaving, and with my last breath I said, damn, Rias will give me a good scolding. Everything was blurry. Ophis had me on her back. I could barely breathe, while she despaired and said, calm down Issei, hold on, we'll get there. I just smiled, but I couldn't say anything. I remembered my whole life, and thought about everyone. Asia, who is like a baby, Akeno, who is quite fragile, Kaneko, who I hope takes good care of Ravel, Zenobia and Irina. For them I was so sorry. I broke our promise. I also knew that I would not be able to see the progress of my Kuoh, nor fight against all my rivals again. I was also aware that I would never see Rias smile again. Ophis said crying, Drake Bahamut, he's not moving anymore. I heard the sobs of my companions. Drake said, I know Ophis. Bahamut told him, he's not breathing anymore. Nobody said anything, until Drake broke the silence. Before moving on to another carrier, could you listen to the story? Bahamut said. The story of the first Daburuyudi, Ophis said. Yes, with pleasure. While back in the underworld, Azazel drew a magic circle that would get Issei out of there. The former drag king Tannen was also helping him. Vala was also there. Kiba watched everything attentively, while Rias and the others waited anxiously. The monsters attacked the underworld and the power of Hyoudou Issei was more than necessary. Zenobia and Irina were not there yet, because they had managed to give the message of the attack, and were repairing Durandal in the sky. At that moment Azazel managed to open the portal and said happily, I did it. But instead of Issei coming out of there, only his 8 pawn pieces fell. Nobody understood anything, until Azazel said with noticeable sadness, you are an idiot. Everyone began to understand what had happened. Akeno fell to the ground lifeless. Rias, who had returned to normal, began to cry while covering her mouth. Ravel hugged Kaneko, who shook her head. Asia said quite badly. Where is Issei-san? Vala hit a wall with fury and said, Idiot, you were supposed to come back. Kuroka shed tears without anyone noticing and Kiba cried bitterly. Azazel stood up and warned all the factions to prepare their best men. And with just one sentence all the leaders knew that the worst days were approaching, because Azazel told them, Hyoudou Issei has died. The Gremry without the Daburuyuti. Dear readers, this chapter will be a little shorter than the others because it will only explain how the underworld is 2 days after Issei's death. Chaos. Everything in the underworld was chaos. The monsters that Leonardo had created were too powerful, and their advance through the underworld was inevitable. 2 days had passed since the Alliance leaders were informed of the death of Hyoudou Issei. Very few people knew about this. But on television the reporters had no idea of anything. The children said outdoors that they were not afraid, that the heroic dragon would save them. Kiba turned off the television and said sadly, Do you see Issei-kun? The children are waiting for you to come back and save them. The invincible Gremry team was now separated. Rosweiss and Gasper were still training. Zenobia was in heaven with Irena. None of them knew about Issei's death yet. Rias was locked in her room and wouldn't open it to anyone. Akeno just stayed on a couch without answering to anyone. Kaneko tried to look stable, but the pain was too much. Ravel was crying a lot. Asia locked herself in one of the rooms to cry. Kiba was the only support for the team. Vala looked quite hurt and angry. Kuroka was crying without anyone seeing her. It was at that moment that Rias arrived at the room where Kiba was, and sat down to talk to him. Kiba didn't open the door for me, he said. She hasn't left there in 2 days. She locked herself in with Issei-kun's pieces. Rias said. I'm sorry I couldn't talk to Rias-kun, Kiba told him. I thank you for trying to cheer up the president, Rias told him. But I know someone who can cheer her up. I'll call him now. A blonde man resembling Rias entered the room and said, I went to see our sister Rias. She's very bad. It was Ruvel Phoenix, Rias' older brother. He said to him, Yes, I know. She's been crying a lot. Kaneko arrived at that moment and served them both tea. Kiba said, I'm surprised how calm you are. This is because Ravel was devastated. The latter complained to Kaneko when they were alone. How can you be so calm? Kaneko started to cry and said, And no, I want to be strong for Senpai, but I can't. Ravel hugged her, and they started to cry together. While Kiba continued talking to Rias, he said, I'll go to the front along with all the demons. Kiba said, Really? Rias said, Maybe you should go too. Kiba said sadly, We're not in a condition to fight. Rias said, Well, I just hope that whoever she calls can help her. Rias left and Kiba was left alone with Valley. He looked quite angry. When the Citri entourage arrived, Sona said, He didn't let me pass. He's very bad. Sona had gone to comfort Rias, but she didn't want to see anyone. Saji approached Kiba. He looked depressed and said, How did he die? Kiba began to cry and said, I don't know. Saji said, What? Kiba told him. He stayed in the dimensional gap to defeat the original Beelzebub. I trust that Issei-kun defeated him before dying, and when we wanted to bring him back only his pieces returned. Saji said angrily, Then, I will avenge him even if it costs me my life. Kiba thought, It's reasonable. Issei helped him a lot. Both are pawns. Sona said, That would be very serious, Saji. We still need your help. Throwing yourself into battle without a strategy is stupid. But I know it hurts you that Hyoudou is no longer here. Sona took Saji, who was crying very badly. But before Sona said, Hyoudou-kun, don't tell my sister anything. Kiba said confused. Serafal-sama doesn't know? Sona said. Surzek-sama preferred not to tell him. Kiba said. Why? Sona said. My sister fell in love with Hyoudou. If she finds out he died, she will be devastated. Kiba understood quickly and Sona left. Time passed. It was slow, but the destruction was undeniable. It was then that Betrayal arrived to see his daughter. Kiba guided him to the room where she was. For once Akeno reacted. Betrayal approached her and hugged her and said, I heard everything, daughter. Akeno began to say curtly, Father, Isecwy. She began to cry while her father hugged her. Another person arrived. Seraorg Bale, Rias's cousin, went straight to Kiba and said, Where is Rias's room? Kiba took him to it. Seraorg knocked on the door but received no response. He abruptly opened the door, and Kiba saw his president quite haggard, and her eyes were swollen from crying so much. Her room was a mess, Seraorg said. This face is very bad, Rias. Rias said. Seraorg, why did you come? Seraorg said. Rias Phoenix called me. All this in secret. No one else knows. Rias did not respond, Seraorg said. Come on, what are you doing here? You have a strong entourage. What's the point of all of you being here doing nothing while the underworld is in crisis? Rias said reluctantly. I don't care anymore, Seraorg said. I see. You fell low because the whereabouts of your man is unknown. Rias furiously threw a pillow at him, while Kiba watched everything. Rias said furiously and crying, I don't want to live in a world without him. He was everything to me. If he's not here anymore, nothing matters to me, Seraorg said. And do you think he died? Rias and Kiba remained silent. Seraorg said, Hyoudou Issei loves you too much. Besides, I don't think he will die before enjoying time with you. Besides, there are more women in love with him. That man would never fall so low as to die without saying goodbye. At least, that's all I will say. For now I will concentrate on protecting the underworld that Hyoudou Issei loves so much, and that has changed so much. That was like a stab in the back for Rias. If Issei came back, how would she look at his face knowing that he didn't protect the underworld and just sat down to cry? After 2 days, Rias got up and decided to gather the rest of her entourage. Kaneko, Asia and Akeno, who had heard everything, went with her, Vala said. So they finally got up. But it's not necessary, Rias said to him. What do you mean? Vala said. I myself will avenge Hyoudou Issei. Vala's attitude surprised them. Biko and Arthur arrived at the castle as well. Vala's team no longer represented a danger, at least for now. The original Sun Wukong also arrived at the battle. He only said, I have you long outside, so I'll take care of this while you look for your friend. No one understood what Sun Wukong said, but another person arrived, the Yukai leader, along with her daughter. Kuoh quickly went to Kiba and said, Where is Itoko? Yasaka, who had only been called for help, also wanted to know. Kiba didn't know how to answer, and on impulse he hugged Kuoh while crying and said, I'm sorry, Kuoh-chan, I couldn't help you. Kuoh began to cry, as did her mother. Yasaka said, quite angry, What happened to my boy? Rias began to cry and told her everything, even that she accepted her hunter power. Yasaka cried, That cursed power condemned him, and I told him to use it. This is my fault. Rias hugged Yasaka and Kuoh, who were lamenting Issei's death. Yasaka stopped blaming herself when Vala told her that it had been the hero faction. She got up angrily and said, Then finish off those cursed monsters and then I will tear out their throats myself. I just have one more question. Everyone saw the Yukai leader. Did you tell Goro and Mickey? Everyone remained silent. Yasaka said, When I finish I will tell you. When practically everyone went to battle except for the Gremry entourage, Graphia arrived and said, Go find King Ajuka Beelzebub. Rias said, Why? Graphia said, He is the only one who knows everything about the evil pieces. He will know if Onii-san, I will clarify this after the Proto revives, is still alive. Rias and the rest of her entourage went to look for him, while Kiba thought, You have a very strict but very kind sister-in-law, Issei-kun. Buddy. They had arrived in the human world, because they were looking for a specific person. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Kiba and Ravel. After everything that had happened, Graphia had given them a glimmer of hope, so they went to see the demon king Ajuka Beelzebub, the creator of the evil pieces. They were surprised to learn that Ajuka had a base in the human world, but they went anyway. When they arrived, they saw many people outside Ajuka's office. They were surprised, until Kiba remembered that Ajuka worked in the world making entertainment for humans. Ajuka saw them and let them in. She said, Well, I didn't expect to see the Gremry group here. What brings you here? Rias said while trying to take out Issei's pieces. We want you to help us with something. Ajuka stopped her and said, I would love to, but first I have other matters to attend to. She pointed to her courtyard and the group saw many demons from the ancient demon king's faction looking at Ajuka with hatred. One of them said, What are you waiting for, false demon king? Ajuka came out and said, So the terrorists are coming to attack me? A voice came out of the shadows and said, Not at all. What we want is to form an alliance. It was Siegfried. The group was surprised, but Akeno showed a murderous aura and said, Those who killed him, they killed Issei-kun and everyone. Tried to appear calm, but inside they wanted to kill Siegfried. Ajuka continued speaking. What kind of alliance? Siegfried said. As we know you do not fully agree with the ideals of Seraorg's Lucifer. That is why we would like to ally. Ajuka said. Ally to overthrow Seraorg sounds interesting. I would like to see your face at that moment. This surprised everyone in the Gremry group, and caused Siegfried to smile evilly, until Ajuka continued. But I will refuse. Siegfried was surprised and said, But what? Ajuka said. We may have different thoughts, and each demon lord fights for their ideals. But I know Seraorg better than anyone, and he knows me. He's my friend, and I would never do something like that to him. Kiba was surprised to learn that Ajuka and Seraorg had been rivals in the past. The demons of the ancient demon lords faction Seo Elsterin and attacked. Ajuka calmly said, It seems they showed their wild nature. Ajuka created a magic circle that deflected all the attacks. Then with a snap they fell on the demons, leaving them completely out. Siegfried said. As expected, surprise. He activated his balance breaker, but Ajuka stopped him. I don't think fighting me is the right thing to do. The Gremry Knight is holding a lot of grudge against you for now. It would be the most correct thing for you to fight him. Kiba was quite angry, more because he remembered a promise he had made with Issei. Hey Kiba, if one day one of us dies, let's maintain the level we have, and fight with the best to avenge that death. But what are you saying, Issei? We will never allow that. But each time we will face stronger enemies. If something happens, I want us to keep that promise, although I will not leave without having made Rias and the rest happy. Kiba angrily approached Siegfried and said, I'm sorry, but the only way to release this pent-up anger is to finish you off. Siegfried smiled and said, I was waiting for this. Both of them launched an attack and began to clash their swords. Kiba began to create swords without stopping while he dominated over Siegfried. Having previous experience, Kiba already knew how to fight against Siegfried, and he was in trouble. They managed to separate, and Siegfried said, Wow, the knight improved his ability to fight. Even now he would die from an attack from Rias Gremry or her queen, that's why I will have to use this. Siegfried took out a gun, which had a tip, and said, This is a drug made to improve the abilities of the sacred gears. He shot himself in the neck with it while Kiba looked at him astonished. Siegfried pointed at him with Gram and said, Do you know why I can't use Gram's ability? Kiba said, That's because your sacred gear is a subspecies of dragon and Gram is a legendary dragon slayer sword. It would cause damage to you too, Siegfried said. What a brilliant answer. Siegfried recited a chant, which was to release the demonic force of his sacred gear, which turned him into a monster. Kiba was still standing ready for battle, but with a quick movement his arm came back. Siegfried had cut it, and said, Hyoudou Issei is very stupid. If he had left office, he would have prepared better to face Xiaoba. But he is such an idiot that he died in vain. That echoed in the head of the wounded Kiba, until he said, Shut up, Issei-kun did not die in vain. The only friend I've ever had would not die that easily. Siegfried just laughed, until Issei's pieces began to shine. Rias looked at them with hope, but inside she knew that Issei would not return. But one of his pieces went to where Kiba. He himself heard Issei's voice. You did not forget our promise, right? Kiba opened his eyes with more energy than before. While the pawn turned into Ascalon, to everyone's surprise, Kiba took the sword and felt Issei's aura cover him. While Gram trembled and began to weigh on Siegfried, he said, Gram has chosen another bearer. The sword approached Kiba and stabbed in front of him. Kiba thought, Even if he chose me, I can't use it with just one arm. At that moment Asia approached Kiba and healed his arm. Kaneko and Ravel also approached. All three had Issei's pieces. Asia said, crying, Issei-san told me to keep fighting. That's why I will heal you, Kiba-san, so that you follow his will. Kaneko said, She told me. Take care of my friend. And she began to heal Kiba with her senjutsu. Ravel said, I also heard his voice. He told me to help you fight. He is so good. Rias approached with a piece and said, Yes, that's definitely what he would say. The man I fell in love with always kept that will of steel. That's why we can't give up my adorable servants. Rias increased her aura a lot, and with the power of destruction in her hands she attacked Siegfried, who could barely cover himself. He said, Impossible, that man must have died. How is it that he can continue fighting even after death? Akeno rose to the heavens also with a piece of Issei and took out her fallen angel wings that had increased and said, Maybe he is not here, but that smile he always shows to everyone gives me the strength to continue fighting. A lightning full of power hit Siegfried, causing him a lot of damage. Akeno's power had increased, this because of a bracelet that helped her release her powers. Seeing this and having his arm working again, Kiba took Gram and Ascalon. That's when he clearly heard Issei's voice. See? You can do it. I believe in everyone, even though I'm gone. Fight, Kiba. Even though you can't see me anymore, fight, Kiba. As long as you can still wield your sword, fight with all your might, Kiba. Kiba began to increase his power and said, My friend's will is for me to protect everyone, and that's what I will do. Ascalon ignited in the hunter's flames while Kiba went at full speed to attack Siegfried, while Issei's voice kept telling him, Fight. Before Siegfried said anything, the two swords had pierced him. With his last words he only said, SS. He was supposed to be dead. It's impressive. With cracks all over his body and the flames consuming him, Siegfried was finally defeated. Ajuka analyzed Issei's pieces after the battle, and said, Apparently 4 of his pieces became mutated with different values. Rias asked him, But what can you tell us about Issei? Ajuka said, He received the curse of Samos, so I'm not sure. But that boy has made a lot of miracles happen. So I suggest you save these pieces, since they can only be used in the. Meanwhile, Azazel, Serzek's and Vala's team were in the Olympian underworld. The reason for this was to talk to Hades about what he was doing. The conversation was summarized in threats from Hades. But Azazel and Serzex did not flinch. In fact, they were very upset, because they found out that the one who gave the arrow to Shalba was Hades. After a conversation full of threats, Serzex ended everything by saying, "I'm fed up with the evil spirits that are on my sister and my brother-in-law, so I will say this once, Hades, either you leave them alone, or I will destroy this whole place without measuring myself," Azazel said while holding a spear of light. "In that Serzex is right. Stop making my students cry." With that threat and Vala wanting to avenge his friend/rival, he went back, since everything depended on the young demons to protect the underworld. In the dimensional gap, I had woken up. Had I been sleeping? No, it was something else. I saw all chaos in the sky and I was only surrounded by red rocks as well as red earth. I vaguely remembered what had happened, and I had a strange dream where I was giving support to Kiba to fight. Talking about that, where are my friends and Rias? I continued with my thoughts as is. Ophus's voice called me. "So you finally wake up, Issei," I said. "Ophus, where am I?" Drake's voice spoke to me. "It seems you don't remember anything," Bahamut said. "It really affected your memory." "I remembered everything in that instant," I said. "What happened to me?" "Samos' curse was supposed to have completely destroyed me," Bahamut said. "That's how it should have been. But with a supreme effort we were able to activate the balance breaker and seal your soul in it. This thanks to the sacrifice of Drake's former bearers." I felt some sorry and said, "They sacrificed themselves for me, when we were already starting to get along. I owe them a lot. They became friendlier after freeing them from the Hyoudou curse." Drake said, "They see enormous potential in you," I said. "So my soul is trapped in the balance breaker. But what about the perfect duality?" Drake said, "That's the problem. We don't know how much we can hold out without you having released the perfect duality." I said, "And where am I?" Ophus said, "In Great Red." I got up and saw the dragon of dragons below me. Surprised, I said, "How is it possible?" Ophus said, "When the artificial dimension was destroyed we ended up in the dimensional gap, and Great Red was passing by." I said, "So it's luck. What is that?" I pointed at a kind of grain that was there. Ophus said, "How your body was destroyed. We were thinking about creating another body for you with Great Red's flesh in addition to my power." I thought about everything and said, "How are the others?" Drake said, "We don't know." I said, "Sensei wasn't supposed to take me back." Bahamut said, "Only your evil pieces came back." I said, "That explains the emptiness I feel." "Oh no, Leonardo's monsters," Ophus said. "They are possibly attacking the underworld." I said, "Everyone is in danger and I am here." Ophus said, "But you are not here by your own choice." I said, "Why are you still with me?" She said, "You told me, let's go back home." I felt happy. The Ophus I had known was still the same. That's when a deep voice spoke and said, "You should worry about something else for now, boy." I looked closely and realized that Great Red was talking to me. I said, "Great Red," he said to me. "That's right. I paid more attention to you than I thought." I said, "To me?" Great Red said, "That's right, you are the first specimen with 2 sacred gears. That's why you caught my attention, and I would like you to explain to me why." I said seriously, "One of the sacred gears was originally intended for my deceased brother Hyoudou. Great Red said, "I see. Listen to me one thing, Gabriel. I will train you." I said, "But what?" Great Red said, "With your body made from my flesh you will be able to enter here without problems. Besides, I think you will need that to obtain new levels of power." I said, "Thank you very much, Sensei." Somewhere in the supernatural world, Azazel felt a pang. Serzex asked him, "What happened, Azazel?" Azazel said, "I feel like someone replaced me as a teacher with Issei." Great Red, he told me. "But before starting your training, you need to fix your own problems. Master the perfect duality once and for all." I told him, "Yes, Sensei." Ophus created a protective field around me and told me, "I trust you can do it." I closed my eyes and concentrated like never before. When I opened them again, they were in a black place that slowly lit up until I saw a deserted land with a black starry sky. There was fire all over this place, and in it I saw a person. That person was incredibly similar to me, only with the difference that he had brown locks like my mother's, and red eyes. When he saw me, he said, "I suppose it was time to fix all this, right, Oniai-chan?" I said, "Stop playing games, Ayato. You are the only obstacle that does not let me release the full power of my sacred gears." Ayato said, "You mean your sacred gear and the one you stole?" I told him, "It's not my fault that your body was so weak from not being able to withstand the power of a hunter." Ayato said, "Maybe I was weak, but this is the weak-minded who doesn't use his hunter power talking." I approached him at full speed to hit him and said, "You have no idea the things I had to go through. I also used it against Chow Chow." Ayato dodged my blow and kneed me in the abdomen while saying, "Was that acceptance or desperation?" I didn't know what response and I accepted the whole blow without resistance. Ayato continued, "Your whole life has been a lie. I wonder how everyone would react to knowing the things you did. I yelled at him. Shut up forever. Dark blade. The sword manifested in my hand, but Ayato raised his and said, so let's get this started. Boosted gear. The glove appeared. I launched myself to attack and began to clash my sword with his glove while my brother told me, you are pathetic. You cannot release the full power of your sacred gear, and you do not use the one you stole from me at all well. I got angry and entered Balance Breaker. Ayato did the same. My armor was the same, only it was completely black, and Ayato's was red. We launched ourselves to attack and began to exchange blows. I told him, I will defeat you, and return to Rias. He told me, we will return, because I will never stop being part of you. Angrier than before, I attacked harder, but our fight only ended in destroyed armors and both of us full of bruises. Ayato told me, I couldn't live a life like you, and you waste every moment, idiot. I told him, you don't know what I had to go through, he said to me, and you think being a consciousness trapped in a sacred gear is fun? I said, I know it isn't, but I can't do anything. My armor disappeared, and I fell to my knees and started crying. Ayato deactivated his armor and stood next to me. I said, I feel bad, knowing that I could never see you, and taking you as a nuisance. I wanted to make you disappear to take this weight off my shoulders. But you're my brother, Ayato told me. I saw everything you had to go through, but I'm as scared as you, and I also want to protect you, because I also love Rias. I smiled and sat admiring everything with my brother. He told me, we have to find a way for you to master the perfect duality, and save everyone again. I told him, I know, but I still don't know how to do it. With this still in my head, I continued to see my entire subconscious next to my brother, tears still coming out of my eyes. I knew that I could never do anything to save him, and these feelings consumed me inside. Hello my dear readers, here's Phantom with today's chapter. I hope you like it. I'm back with the memes and the counter because we know that Issei is still alive, or something like that. Without further ado, see you. Alliance of Young Demons. The Gremry group left the territory of Ajuka Beelzebub and returned to the castle. While they were still worried about Issei, as he was not giving any signs of anything, Zenobia and Irina arrived at that moment. Worried about Issei, Zenobia said, President, we're back. Zenobia had her Duran now wrapped, while Irina had a new weapon. Irina said, where is Issei-kun? Rias began to tear up a little, as did her subjects and Ravel. Kiba said, could we consider this the first promise Issei-kun breaks? Irina and Zenobia fell into tears. Zenobia was quite angry while Irina cried more. Rias said, I couldn't bring him back when I could. This is my fault. Zenobia calmed down a bit and said, I know it will come back to him. He's like that. Irina, wanting to believe the same, said, yes, he never breaks his promises. The group wanted to quit watching television. They were greatly surprised to see that the factions were taking control of the battle, so the monsters began to retreat. In a channel there was a battle between Sarah Fall against the monsters. She had not remained calm just by watching and had jumped into action. She said happily, these monsters are no rivals for Leviathan. Kiba thought, he looks very happy. If Sarah Fall-sama found out about the death of Issei-kun, who knows what would happen? In another channel, Kunu was seen firing her hunter's fire as much as possible, while her mother attacked with all her power. Yasaka only said, they will regret what they did to my child. Kunu and Yasaka looked very angry. They had taken away a member of their family, for which it was justifiable. Kiba was still in his thoughts. It is true that almost no one in the underworld knows that Issei-kun is related to the Yukai leader. A familiar voice echoed, it seems we are winning the battle. It was Rosweiss. She had returned and said, I'm back, Rias-san. Rias said, how good, Rosweiss? Rosweiss said, I found out about Issei-kun, and I'm very sorry, but I trust that he will come back. He always keeps his promises. Kiba's surprised thought, even Rosweiss, friend, we all trust you. Ravel entered somewhat scared at that moment, saying, we have a problem. Rias said, what's going on? Ravel told him, the Citri group that was evacuating civilians is in a fight with the Chaos Brigade right now, but there's something else. Rias asked, something else? Ravel told him, yes, that's right. The member of the hero faction known as Jean Dark is helping the Citri group. This took everyone by surprise, especially Irina, who remembered her battle in Kyoto. The capital of the underworld, Lilith, was being seriously attacked, so the Gremry group, one more person joined them. It was Gasper, who was happy from his training. The group received him happily, until he asked, where is Issei-senpai? Before they could answer, Kaneko said, over there. They arrived where Kaneko was pointing and saw an incredible scene. Saji covered in blood being held by Heracles, Tsubaki and Sona on the ground, and Jean, who was wielding her sword but was beaten and threatening Heracles. He told her, stupid and traitorous girl, Now you and these demons will cease to exist. Jean replied. You lied to me, and on top of that you killed Issei, when you told me you wouldn't do it, Heracles furiously said to her. Did you join the demons just because you like that stupid kid? Jean said. That stupid kid beat all of you up in Kyoto and beat that idiot Chow Chow twice. Besides, if I like him or not is not your problem. Issei is much more of a man than all of you, that's why I fell in love with him. Rias and the others were stunned to hear Jean. While Heracles was still going to attack them, Kiba pointed Graham at him. Jean said, So you defeated that idiot Siegfried? Kiba nodded, because besides Graham, he had the other demonic swords of Siegfried. These had chosen him as their new wielder. Heracles said, That guy must have been pathetic to lose against you. Kiba thought, This bastard has no compassion for his companions. When Kiba was ready to attack him, George's mist appeared. He also appeared and said, Sorry Heracles, Vritra's flame was denser than I thought. Plus he had the curse they assumed. Damn Vritra, Heracles said. As expected from the bearer of a Longinus, you defeated a dragon king. Kiba pointed his offensive aura at them, but Heracles dodged it. With his speed, Kiba went to help Sona, Sabaki, Saji and the wounded Jean. George pointed at him while saying, You are fast. Kiba quickly created a troop of dragon soldiers. The troop carried the wounded and got them out of there. George shot a fireball at him, but with Graham's power he easily cut it off. George said, How strong you are. You think you can save your friends having two of us as your opponents. You are really only the shadow of Hyoudou Issei. But you are a knight to fear, Kiba said. Should I accept that compliment? I'm fine with being Issei-kun's shadow. He's the hero. I just need to be Rias Gremory's sword. Asia began to heal the wounded and Saji said, A child was clinging to something precious to him. A figure of the heroic dragon. If you don't help him, he would not be able to look him in the face again. Rias said, Sabaki, we will take care of them. Can you take care of the evacuation? Sabaki said. But, Kiba said, Please Vice Gaishu, we will make them pay for what they did to you. We have inherited your feelings and Saji-kun's. Sabaki said. Kiba-kun, if I understand. Irina said. Kiba-kun used the power of the handsome in Vice Gaishu. You can't complain about Issei-kun anymore. Zenobia stepped forward and said, My sword has been forged once again. It would be no good if I don't make a ruckus with it. While Rias was talking to Jean while being healed by Asia. Why did you betray your companions? Jean said. I don't know where I was born. My parents abandoned me. But they accepted me in a nunnery when they found out I was the reincarnation of a saint. Everyone expected great things from me, that I would reach my balance breaker at an early age. But I was very weak. Even so, all those people trusted me. It was a feeling of trust, and that even if things went wrong, the people I trusted would help me, until one day. I was returning from training in the forest, and I found the nunnery destroyed. Everything was on fire, and all my loved ones, all those who trusted me, who took care of me, were dead. I cried all night while everything burned, and I ended up wandering aimlessly for a long time. I hunted my own food, until Chow Chow recruited me. He didn't give me confidence, but it was the only thing I had. In the end I got used to that life, until I met Issei in Kyoto. I saw him fight with all his power to protect his friends, and as they trusted him, Issei's gaze gave me the confidence I needed, and I began to harass him after he defeated us, because also despite being a demon, beings which I believed were garbage, I saw him, being so human, crying, laughing, getting upset. He was what I was looking for. He was the light at the end of the tunnel that guided me. I did not understand the feeling at first, but then I realized that I had fallen in love with him. And this increased more when I saw him fight with all his heart in the raiding game. I would have liked him to also have those feelings for me, although he possibly hates me for what I did to Irina. Rias, I could not believe what I heard. A girl betrayed her team for Issei, while Kiba threatened George. Why did you attack the bus? And what are you doing in Lilith? George said. I'll answer the second question. Chow Chow wanted to do some sightseeing while everything was in chaos, Kiba said. And why did you attack the bus? George said. We were lucky to find the bus where we saw the carrier of Vritra. As our faces were already familiar, we couldn't help but start a fight. It was then a man riding a golden lion appeared and said, I heard that the hero faction was having a meeting with the heroes who were trying to fight the abnormals. But apparently there was a lot of trash among them, Rias said. Seraorg. That's right. Seraorg Baal had arrived at the fight. Heracles saw him and began to mock him. So you are the heir of the Baal house, the one who has no demonic power and only knows martial arts, in addition to the one who defeated that stupid Daburuyudi. Seraorg did not flinch, and only said, You are the one who possesses the soul of the hero Heracles. What a disappointment I'm taking, Heracles said, somewhat annoyed. And I see that you bring the Nemean lion with you. How curious that the original Heracles killed it. But I would love for you to use it against me. Seraorg, without changing his expression, he said, I will not use it. It is not necessary. That was a direct blow to Heracles' pride that shot 2 rockets at me, saying, Do not think you are so powerful, bucking demon. A large wave of smoke rose and Heracles smiled. But that smile was erased when he saw Seraorg standing there unfazed. Even more angry, Heracles entered Balance Breaker and fired a rocket at Seraorg. Full of rage, Seraorg hit the rocket, destroying it, and returning the shock wave to Heracles. At that moment, Seraorg at full speed hit Heracles in the face, causing him to crash into a building. Heracles got up angrily and fired a rocket, but now at the children who were there. Seraorg could not reach, but a shield protected them. It was Nordic magic. Rosweiss LLS had protected and his shield was still standing, she said. In Kyoto I could not defend myself from your attacks, but now that I trained and improved my magic, I will defend everyone from you. The Gremmy group felt proud of Rosweiss. But in that carelessness Heracles hit Seraorg. He got up while the children encouraged him. You can, Sir Lion. Do not lose. Seraorg looked at the sky and said, How does it feel to be encouraged by children? Is part of your power, Hyoudou Issei. With the support of the children and all his strength, Seraorg hit Heracles in the abdomen. It was so strong that it pierced Heracles and destroyed what was behind him. Heracles got up again and seemed unharmed, until he grabbed his abdomen with both hands and began to vomit blood. He saw Seraorg and said, What kind of demon are you? To then fall defeated. With Heracles defeated, all that was left was to defeat George, he said. Wow, they're impressive. At this rate even the vampire and the Nikomata will become stronger than we thought. Gasper looked nervous when Rias asked him, Is something wrong, Gasper? Gasper answered nervously, I couldn't get stronger. Even though I went to the Grigori Center they told me I couldn't get stronger than this. Crying, I can't protect anyone, I'm pathetic. George said, Wow, the deceased Daburuyuti must be disappointed in his student. Stop, Gasper. The news hit him right where it hurt the most. He wanted to deny it. Where is Issei-senpai, President? He's not here. Why is he fighting with the giant tricks, right? Rias couldn't say anything to him until George spoke again. Oh, I see you don't know. The Daburuyuti died fighting against the faction of the ancient demon kings. In short, we the Chaos Brigade killed him. Gasper's face became that of a dead man, and his eyes activated his sacred gear. Then he spoke, cursing him. Die. Everything turned dark. To everyone's surprise, it came from Gasper, who only said, I will kill them until none remain. That was not Gasper's voice. Something was wrong with him. Gasper began to head towards George, who began to shoot him with his magic circles, but it was no use. He was devoured by Gasper's darkness. George, in a desperate attempt, wanted to use his sacred gear to defend himself, but again Gasper devoured him and said, All your magic and your mist I will devour. George tried to escape, but Gasper's power caught him and caused him a lot of damage. After this the darkness dissipated and Gasper fell into Rias's arms. She said, What was that, Gasper? Why were you expelled from the Vladi house? George, in a desperate attempt, captured a child and threatened him with a magic circle. Jean stood up to confront him. Let him go. Coward, I will fight you, George said. It seems that you really betrayed us, but they are very strong. Besides, I already called Chow Chow. The child said, Do not worry, miss. The heroic dragon will come to save us. George said, I'm sorry to break your illusions, boy, but he is dead. Instead of crying, the child kept smiling and said, It is not like that. He told me in my dream. I was scared and he told me to worry, that he would come back with a magic song. Not only me, my friends too, and children from other classes too. Kiba thought. All the children had the same dream. The boy spoke again. He said we had to draw a circle and press it. When we sang, he would definitely come back with that. There is a powerful dragon that lives on the border of a certain country. At that moment something resonated in the sky of the underworld. A crack opened, from which an aura that everyone knew came out, an aura that gave them confidence. Everyone looked surprised because that was the return of the children's hero, the heroic dragon, the Daburuyuti, the return of Hyoudou Issei. With Issei, I woke up from that little dream, but I still had Ayato's voice talking to me. I said to my dragons, I had a strange dream where the children were crying, but I comforted them. Bahamut said, We had to do that. The children needed you. Drake said, You're right. It's incredible the influence you have on children. I put my hand on my cheek smiling, and I realized something. I felt my skin. I saw myself fine and I realized that I was in my new body. Ulfa said to me, How does it feel? I told her, Pretty good. I even feel stronger than before. Ayato told me, Now you have the power of the 2 dragon gods inside you. It's obvious that you are stronger. you're like a big red baby. I told him. That's great, in a way. I saw that I didn't have the armor and that I could be in the dimensional gap without problems. But something else came to my head, Drake said. Something unexpected happened while you were fighting with your brother. I told him. What happened? Ophis said, jealous. That girl Jean betrayed the hero brigade and helped your friends. I said, surprised. What Jean did what? Why? Ophis pouted and didn't want to talk. Bahamut continued. From what we saw, she said she fell in love with you. And from what I felt, she really feels it. It's not a trick. She protected the Citri girl's entourage, in addition to being against George, who is holding a child hostage. I said. Then Jean is telling the truth. But there's still a problem, Drake said. Yes, the perfect duality. Hyoudou resonated throughout the dimensional gap. I already solved it, little brother. I said to him. How so? He told me. It was your nightmares, your fear, the fact that you couldn't do anything to help me. I cried very hard and said. I can't lie to you. That has always tormented me, Hyoudou said. You have to accept that I'm not here, little brother. For the first time in my life I felt my brother as if he were a warm hug. I cried and said, I want to protect the others with the power of both of us. Hyoudou told me, and you will. You've become strong, Issei. That's why I trust you. And I know that if I only live in your conscience, it's for a reason. I opened my eyes and saw my brother clearly in front of me. I told him, I have to accept that I will never see you. He said, why did I live inside you? We were never two parts living in the same body. I smiled with tears and said, we are one being. We are one conscience. At the same time we said, we are the Hyoudou. I felt my brother fade away as I heard the heroic dragon song. There is a powerful dragon that lives on the border of a certain country. He always flies in good weather. Dragon. Heroic dragon. Windles his sword and finishes the bad guys. There are many bad guys, but he always defeats them with a smile. The heroic dragon flies today. On the border of a certain country, the heroic dragon laughs. Even if there are storms, he takes away all the sadness. Dragon, heroic dragon. Boost, absorb. Has defeated all the villains and rests again. Heroic dragon shines today. The children's voices reached me, which comforted me. Added to that, I felt my power flowing like never before. Accepting Hyoudo's death had released the perfect duality. Drake and Bahamut were in perfect synchrony. Great Red was taking us directly to where the gap opened. Seeing him, I said, well, I'll return to where I belong. Ophis said, well, you're leaving. That makes me feel a little jealous. I held out my hand and said, I would never forget you. So tell me, Ophis, are we going home? Ophis smiled and took my hand, saying, yes, Issei, let's go back. And so we went straight to the gap, where I had to save my friends. The Emperor's promise. We crossed the dimensional gap, and the first thing I saw was a giant monster, even bigger than Great Red. Being mounted on its back was more noticeable. Graphia's group was fighting against it. The strongest of the underworld, Seraorg's entourage. But if they had problems with what could I do? I saw that the monster attacked Graphia and I told Great Red to help me. Sensei bowed and asked to take out my dragon wings and save Graphia. She opened her eyes and saw me with tears. Oni-san, you're back, I said. I'm sorry if I worried you, Oni-sama. I left her near her group and returned to the back of Great Red, which surprised everyone in Graphia's group. Because it's not every day you can see Greta Red being ridden by the hero of the underworld, Ophis said. The Red says that the monster saw it ugly, and that he wants to finish it. I told him, wow, his temper is a surprise. Ophis said, the Red said that he wants to fuse with you, to finish it. I said, surprised, fuse with me? But I still can't enter Balance Breaker. Drake and Bahamut are still synchronizing. Ophis said, she didn't mean that, just relax and close your eyes. I obeyed her, and I felt strange. When I opened my eyes again, I realized that I was giant. The monster was bigger. But that didn't stop me. I began to hit him without stopping. While I made him retreat, Graphia attacked as she could. While the rest of Seraorg's group attacked him in his weak points, I found a way to defeat him and said, Oni-sama, could you raise it? Graphia nodded, and with her magic she made the monster fly. He pointed at me to shoot a ray at me, but before he made any movement I shot him with all my power, destroying him completely. I returned to normal while I saw another monster burning with a combination of yellow and blue fire. I recognized it, and went on the back of Great Red until there. He shot the monster with his fire breath, destroying a large part of its body, and on the ground I saw my family. I got off the back of Greta Red as I fell towards them. And Yasaka, Kuoh, they both looked at me with tears in their eyes. As I fell to solid ground I was greeted by a hug from Kuoh, who said, Itoko, I miss you so much. My aunt approached crying, saying, my boy, you're back. I thought I had lost you forever. I told her, I'm sorry, it was my duty as a hero, but I'm here now, and I came to help you. I aimed at the monster with the boosted gear since its core was exposed, and I shouted, "Dragon, shoot!" To my surprise, the beam completely pierced the monster and continued advancing until it hit a mountain. And not only that, the monster had been completely destroyed, Kuoh said happily. Itoko is very powerful. And it was true, my power level had increased, Drake said. Partner, the synchronization is over, I said. That's great, Bahamut said. But this will hurt a little, I said. Wait a bit, I have to go get my friends, I said. Ophis, we have to help the others. She pointed to where a column of smoke was rising and said, the ones named Asia and Irina are there. It was at that moment that my body began to give off a lot of heat, but I ignored it. I began to fly with Ophis towards where everyone was. It was then that in the middle of the way I began to burn in red flames. It was not my hunter power, it was something else. Ophis looked at me worried, while I screamed in pain, until Drake told me, resist, partner, just we are purifying your body and soul, I said in pain. What do you mean purifying? Bahamut replied. That's right, the remains of the incomplete balance breaker are like poison, and we are eliminating them. With all the pain I began to fly. While I continued burning, the flames stopped hurting and began to be pleasant, and I saw in the distance. Everyone was against George, who had a child hostage. Ophis followed me, while I activated the boosted gear to go at full speed with the Gremry group. Still not knowing what to do and with Jean aiming at George, the Gremry group had seen the gap close. It was at that moment that Ophis arrived and told them, go back. This surprised everyone, but they listened to the dragon goddess. It was then that they saw something similar to a red shooting star approaching at full speed with Issei. Ophis had gotten ahead of me, putting everyone to safety. It was then that I put all my power into the boosted gear, and before George could react, I hit him in the face saying, damn coward! George was thrown back, and the boy came out of there. The flames on my body vanished, which meant the purification was over. My friends were speechless. I just looked at them, smiled and said, sorry, it took me longer than I thought. The emotional way in which they greeted me was immediate. Issei-san, Issei-kun, Issei-kun, Issei-senpai, Issei-kun, Issei-senpai, Issei-kun, Issei, Hyoudou, you're alive. Rias, Asia, Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Gasper, Rosweiss, Sona and Saji greeted me. Asia, Kaneko and Akeno came towards me and hugged me and said, Issei-san, 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 senpai, welcome home. Please don't leave me again. I don't want to live in a world without you anymore. I was crying a lot, Zenobia said. I'm not crying. I know the man I chose wouldn't die, Irina said. You're crying. But I also want to cry without reservation. Issei-kun, Rosweiss came up to me and said, I'm surprised you got a new body. I said, some things happened in the dimensional gap. It seems everyone thought I was dead. Well, technically yes, but I was back. Rias came up to me with tears in her eyes. She leaned on my chest while I stroked her head. She said, I'm glad you're back. I looked at her and said, I promised you I would come back. My place is by your side. She smiled and tapped my chest while saying, you're an idiot, but you're my idiot. Saji said, crying, you're an idiot. I heard you died and I said, I know, but someone had to stop Shelba. Seraorg said, I guessed you were when I saw a dragon similar to Great Red. I said, in fact it was Great Red. I came with Ophis riding on it. This surprised everyone. I had been a rider on the most powerful entity, Kiba said. By the way, did you defeat it? I extended my hand and showed her Shelba's snake, along with Kateria's and Kruzuri's, and said, she won't cause problems anymore. Jean approached me. I guess she didn't know what to say. After everything that happened in Kyoto, she could barely articulate words. Issei, I looked at her with a smile and said, calm down, I forgive you, but after this I would like to hear your reasons. And thank you for protecting everyone. She blushed quite a bit, until someone started to applaud. It was a beaten George. Well, it seems you got what you wanted, Jean. Plus that stupid Hyoudou revived. I told him, I think I didn't hit you with all my strength, cheap magician. Then you'll use your last resort, George said. Ha 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 ha. Who said it was for me? Jean will never get rid of the hero faction. Before I could do anything, the syringe shot towards Jean's neck, which activated her balance breaker forcibly. In addition to taking it to a new limit, Jean screamed in pain and I saw George, with hatred, so I decided to use my last card. I concentrated all my power in the boosted gear and I remembered when Rias trained me to peel onions. Or yes friends, here it comes. I approached Jean and put my hand near her, then said, dress break. The armor that covered Jean was completely destroyed. For me, bad luck, also her clothes. I held her in the air while the girls looked at me angrily. Rias said, Issei, what kind of technique was that? I told her with some fear. It was something I thought about a long time ago. It was to destroy the armor of my enemies. but I think I overdid it. But the attention went to Jean because I had her naked in my arms. I blushed a little. I took off my jacket and put it on her. Ophis made me clothes like the ones from school. Being taller than her, it covered her perfectly. When she saw me, she just smiled and said, "You helped me find the way and now you save me. You really are my hero." And to my surprise, Jean kissed me on the lips, while the girls were stunned. But George took all the attention, saying, "How is it possible?" I carefully put Jean on the ground and approached him at full speed, saying, "You'll see, you son of a hitch! 1,000 divine cuts." George fell defeated after that. I explained everything that happened to me in the dimensional rift, and Roswise said, "So they used Great Red's flesh and Ophis's power." I said, "That's right. Technically I'm a pure dragon now." Another voice echoed, "The power to attract the strong. That's getting dangerous at this point. I came to see a monster destroy the city, and I find that you came back with Great Red." I saw it clearly. It was Chow Chow. I read him and smiled, saying, "Perfect, the wretch with whom I have pending accounts. Did you come so I could break your face for the third time?" He said, "The growth of the Gremry group is abnormal. They defeated them all. Well, and there's that traitorous girl who—" I stood in front of Jean and said, "That traitorous girl is now under my protection." Jean blushed while Chow Chow said, "You shouldn't be alive. The faction of the ancient demon kings informed me that Shelba had an arrow with Samos' blood." I told him, "Indeed she did. My body became useless. But of course not before I completely erased it." Chow Chow said, "I still don't believe that Great Red has resurrected you. I knew he would attack at any moment, and that without my evil pieces I wouldn't have access to all my powers. So I approached Rias and said, 'Make me your servant once again, Rias.' She smiled and said, 'Stay by my side.' I just smiled as my pieces returned to their place, and I felt how all my powers returned and I stabilized. But before I attacked or did anything, someone else arrived. Chow Chow said, 'What are you doing here, Pluton the Great Reaper?' Pluton said, 'It's an order from Lord Hades. He told me that I had to capture Ophis no matter what it takes.' Before I could say anything, Vala arrived and said, 'I'm going to fight you, Pluton.' I told him, as always arriving at the exact moment. 'Friend,' he replied smiling, 'I'm glad you're back.' 'Friend,' Pluton said, 'you sent Fenrir's children to the underworld. They're quite a dangerous threat.' Vala said, 'I have my pets for that.' Pluton said, 'Then our meeting begins.' Vala went into Balance Breaker and took Pluton away. I knew he did it so he wouldn't interrupt me. Chow Chow said, 'I suppose you want us to fight again, Hyoudou Issei?' I said, 'You came to attack the capital of the underworld. You threatened the children and their families, as well as my friends and my girlfriend while I was gone. Believe me, I really want to break your face. Plus I want to test my new powers.' That took everyone by surprise, Kiba said. 'New powers?' Chow Chow entered his balance breaker and said, 'I don't care, you'll fall anyway, Hyoudou Issei.' I answered Kiba, 'Do you remember that I couldn't use my balance breaker in the artificial dimension? I already solved it.' I looked at Chow Chow activating my 2 sacred gears. The boosted gear opened a small space where I embedded Dark Blade. Both dragons said, 'Synchronization complete.' I unsheathed the sword that now glowed red and black and said, 'Balance Breaker Perfect Duality.' My body was covered by a great amount of power while my armor appeared. Only now something had changed. It was completely red, only a darker shade. My gems were still 2 colors, but the power was greater. Chow Chow said, 'Then we begin our—' He didn't finish speaking because my fist was already sunk in his stomach. My speed and strength were significantly superior. Chow Chow, surprised, said, 'But you could barely hurt me with your normal balance breaker?' 'What changed?' I said. 'Now my 2 dragons are in perfect synchrony. They share all their power between the 2 of them.' Chow Chow wiped the blood and said, 'I see, then you can unleash your full power without problems. That interests me. I want to see all your—' I kicked him in the face, causing him to crash into a wall at maximum force, and I said, 'You should stop talking so much.' Chow Chow launched an attack with his spear. I dodged it as best I could and counterattacked with my sword. His spear and my sword clashed nonstop as we tried to find each other's blind spot, until at one point he hit me with the base of his spear, making me retreat. But it hadn't made a scratch on my armor. I attacked again, this time giving faster and more precise blows. But Chow Chow blocked it. I had increased my strength to not be a punching bag against Chow Chow and his balance breaker. But I still needed more. That's when I smiled, because I had the pieces back. Chow Chow said, 'It seems that your power is greater, but it is still not enough.' I told him, 'You forget a small detail, illegal move, Triana.' I unleashed a large amount of power and switched to Rook mode to hit Chow Chow with all my strength, quickly switched to Bishop mode and shot at him with all my power. Chow Chow, without giving up, attacked with his orbs to try to hurt me, and managed to crack the armor a little. I switched to Knight, and took him far away to crash into a mountain. At that moment he said to me, "It seems that you have finally become stronger than Vala, so I can fight at ease." I said to him, "It seems that you have, but he continues to strive to reach me, so I cannot allow you to despise that effort." I hit him with the rook mode, and he could barely block the attack with his spear. With Vala, he used the Juggernaut drive to confront Pluton, only now Vala's power had increased. Pluton wanted to attack him with his scythe, but Vala neutralized it by destroying it. Trying to protect himself, he began to use his power of an infernal entity, shooting spheres of power at him, but Vala neutralized him again, and hit him quite hard in the face. Pluton summoned 2 other scythes with which he attacked Vala by spinning. But again Vala destroyed them and gave him a combination of blows, leaving Pluton dying. Vala disappeared his armor, and approached him saying, "You threatened us. I don't think Hades will miss you." Pluton said, "What do you mean?" To Pluto's surprise, a blue aura began to emanate from Vala, and something like fire appeared on his arm. Vala said, "This is the power of the primal demon. Only the descendants of Lucifer can activate it, and I had to look for something." Vala showed him a ring that had a Star of David. Pluto said, surprised, "The Ring of Solomon." Vala said, "Many things happen about this ring, but the reality is that Lucifer gave it to King Solomon to dominate the demons. Over the years this relic was lost. If a normal person found it, they could control very low-ranking demons, or talk to animals. But with the heirs of Lucifer, it unleashes its true powers. It is so strong that they say it would rival the power of the hunter that God gave to men." The last thing Pluto saw was a sphere of blue fire directed towards him, and he was the first to feel the power of the primal demon. After finishing off Pluton, Vala saw the ring and said, "Looks like we can fight on equal terms, friend." With Issei, I continued using all my power against Chow Chow, and he seemed to be starting to get tired. I gathered all my magic, and shot a dragon arm Tio at me, avoiding what I could was blocking it, causing him to become weak. But he attacked me again, so I responded by entering night mode and kicking him in the stomach, defeating him definitively. Vala arrived at that moment, and I told him, "You won your fight too, friend." He smiled. Chow Chow was leaning on his spear defeated. Seeing us, he said, "I have lost, I can do no more." Meanwhile at the Chaos Brigade base, a white-haired man said, "First my grandson and his whole team, and now the sword brat. On top of that the useless Chow Chow couldn't defeat the Hyoudou. Seems if you want to do something right, you have to do it yourself." The man made a portal leading to the underworld and entered it. While Rias gave me a kiss while Asia healed me, the crisis had been overcome. Vala's team was no longer part of the Chaos Brigade and Ophis was safe. Everything looked really good. The leaders arrived, Anchisaka and Kunutsu. Everything was very calm. The only thing left was to rebuild everything, or so everyone believed. I knew he was coming. Ophis had already told me in the dimensional gap. Flashback. I said to Ophis, "Why found the Chaos Brigade?" Ophis replied, "I only helped whoever did it. Being the most powerful, he gave me the title of leader." I asked her, "Who?" End of flashback. A crushing aura appeared in the destroyed Lilith. I didn't recognize that aura, but I knew who it was. Apparently Vala and the leaders too. A man very similar to Vala and dressed like a Mao appeared in front of us and said, Well, the Hyoudou, my grandson, and the leaders, could I ask for more?" I said, "So the final boss is you, rise of him, live on Lucifer." He smiled while Vala looked at him with hatred, and the leaders looked worried. Rise of him said, "They have been a thorn in my side for a long time. Especially the miraculous Hyoudou." I said, "The only idiot with stupid ideals is you." I launched myself to attack without thinking, but when I was close my armor disappeared and with just releasing its power a little I was shot back. Describing the opening. As you know, starting with this season I put in opening in each episode, but I realized that you wouldn't see it the way I did, so I decided to make this section where I would describe how I saw the opening. The song is supposed to start showing Issei flying through the underworld. In the first verse we would see memories and moments of Issei and Rias as a couple, as well as seeing the characters. In the bridge before entering the chorus it would be these two themselves moving away, symbolizing the fact that Issei was going to die. And already in the chorus we would see everyone defending Lilith from the Chaos Brigade. This circle of scenes would be repeated throughout the song until the final verse, where Issei would arrive engulfed in flames to protect Lilith, and the chorus would fight alone to protect their loved ones. And right in the last notes of the guitar the silhouette of Rise of him would appear coming out of the flames. I hope you understood me, and that you like it. I felt it was necessary to do this. Take care of yourselves, dear readers. See you later. The beginning of the Holy War. I got up as best I could, because Rise of him's blow had been very strong. When I saw it I realized that he had deactivated my balance breaker, He looked at me and started laughing and said, "Do you like it? It's my sacred gear canceller. It's like a shield that nullifies sacred gears. What will you do now, Hyoudou?" Vala wanted to hit him from behind, but his armor disappeared too. Ryzovim grabbed him by the neck and said, "You're never going to change, right, Vala?" Vala said with little air. "Let me go, you damn old man." Ryzovim smiled and said, "You shouldn't talk to your elders like that." Until an attack made him let go. It was the combined power of the three leaders. He just complained and said, "How annoying!" At top speed I went to help Vala while I told him, "We can't do anything," he told me. "We won't be able to hit him with our best blows. His sacred gears canceller has left us defenseless." I told him, "Yes, but we have to attack him with our ranged attacks while I plan something. You go to the right and I go to the left." Vala nodded and we activated the balance breaker again, until I increased my power and I said, "Dual cardinal promotion. All the armor already have the perfect duality." I stood in front of Ryzovim, who continued fighting against the leaders while Akeno, Rias, Rosweiss, Irina, Sona, Tsubaki, Antisaka and Kuna shot with their powers from a distance. At that precise moment with Vala we shot with all our power. Dual blaster, Satan striker. Both shots were fired at full power, hitting Ryzovim, who only said, "How annoying!" With two magic circles he shot back at us, leaving us out of combat. Olfa, seeing this, got angry and attacked him with her dragon power, saying, "How dare you, trash!" Even though I was out of combat, my brain kept working. Asia went to heal us while I thought about how to give Ryzovim a good blow. Even if I didn't want to, I would have to use the hunter's power in the most powerful gear I had ever had. The leaders attacked along with Ophis, and my Antisaka too. Even Sun Wukong arrived to help. They defended themselves as best they could, but Ryzovim didn't take a step back. The blows and attacks from the leaders and Sun Wukong came and went, but this time the enemy was stronger, and Vala was furious about it. Asia finished healing me and I realized that Vala was going to attack him, but he was without armor, and with blue flames near him, while I said to him, "I will never forgive you in my life." Vala managed to hit him in the face and followed it with a combo of punches and kicks to Ryzovim, while for the first time in the entire battle he said angrily, "So you stole the ring? Damn bastard, I could have been more powerful with it, but you took it." Vala hit him again and said, "The power of the primal demon must be used by someone better than you." Ryzovim said, "The power of the demons that equals that of the dragon hunters must be only mine." That gave me an idea and I finished formulating everything. But Ryzovim hit Vala with all his power. Vala got up and took it to the next level. Blue rays covered his body, I thought. Then the power of the primal demon must be similar to that of the dragon slayer, Bahamut said. I remember hearing about that, Drake said. But unlike hunters, only a pure-blooded demon can use it, and it will only be activated with Solomon's ring, I said. This gives me an idea, Bahamut said. Partner, the ex-nun is getting closer to the target. When I looked closely I realized that Vala was very hurt, and that Asia was approaching to heal him. Vala said to her, "See careful." Ryzovim approached angrily and said, "You dirty twilight healing wielder, you are bothering me. You won't let this wretched brat die." Then Ryzovim slapped Asia. Seeing this my anger was uncontrollable and I activated my hunter power while the leaders tried to contain it, and although in a small way they succeeded, Ryzovim was superior. This was because of Jormungandr. I assumed that he was the most powerful. But besides this, the leaders could not use their full power, because the attack on Lilith had left them weak. Yes, they also fought. I launched myself to attack Ryzovim with my hands wrapped in flames while I said, "How dare you!" I threw fire at him while I dodged it. I got so angry that I went to Gear 2, and with my improved speed I began to kick Ryzovim. But he only made me back with his magic circles and again I was injured. And besides that, I fainted. I opened my eyes and saw Asia healing me. She just smiled while Vala said to me, "Are you okay?" I realized that we were no longer on the battlefield. We were taking refuge in a somewhat remote place. We were all there. Asia was healing them all. Kiba was also injured. It seemed only the leaders contained Ryzovim, because the rest of us had been beaten up. Rias approached me and hugged me saying, "I'm glad you woke up." When I saw well I realized that at least 2 hours had passed, 2 hours in which we couldn't do anything. And it was cold. I finished opening my eyes wide and realized that the place was covered in ice. I said, "What happened here?" Sona told me, "My sister put it to protect us. Shortly after you fainted, the other 3 demon kings arrived and joined the fight. Seeing you fainted and injured, my sister got angry, freezing almost everything, causing Ryzovim to back off a bit. Ophis also got angry and began to attack Ryzovim. The leaders began to get tired, although my sister did not stop attacking him, and I think she continues to do so, along with Sun Wukong. They are the only ones who continue fighting." I was surprised, not from Ophis, I expected it from her, but not so much from Seraorg. Sona continued. We wanted to attack too, and we fought with everything, but it was not enough. Ryzovim with just a little of his power caused damage, and we ended up here. I saw them all and said, but if everyone is healed, Asia said, seeing you so bad made me release my balance breaker. My eyes were barely getting used to the light and I saw well. Asia had golden gloves and some shoulder pads, and gave off a green aura. I said, I'm very glad. Asia had healed us all, and at that moment, Ravel and the rest of Vala's squad arrived and we told them what happened. I said, I have a plan. Rias saw me and said, a plan? I said, so I can give Ryzovim a good hit. With the Sacred Gears Canceller it's a problem, Luffy said, but it's very risky to get close to him. I told him I know, but if the plan doesn't fail I can pierce his abdomen with Ascalon. Vala said, I support you, what's the plan? I said, I will need everyone to be able to carry it out. Although they seemed somewhat distrustful they accepted, and I said, fine. While Seraorg shot a few ice blasts at Ryzovim while yelling at him, you'll see, damn it. At the same time, Ophis attacked with all her power. But what happened in the artificial dimension had left her weak. Despite that, the fact that Ryzovim hurt Issei made her stronger to continue fighting. Ryzovim was holding on and said, wow, it seems that whatever happens to the Hyoudou affects them. I would like to see how much their power increases if they killed him. Both of them shouted, you won't do it, and they attacked with more force while the leaders and Sun Wukong recovered. Seraorg thought, they really appreciate Issei-kun. An immense amount of ice covered Ryzovim while Ophis gave him all her power. But it seemed not to be enough, because Ryzovim seemed invincible, that while Seraorg and Ophis attacked him with everything they had left, Seraorg created ice spikes to pierce Ryzovim, while Ophis charged her power to give him a final blow, but something did not let her. It was as if something inhibited her. Ophis was furious. She could not protect the boy she loved for being weak, so with all the power she had she gave it to Ryzovim. He could barely defend himself from the attacks he received from Seraorg. So the lightning hit him full on. Ophis fell weakened after that, while Ryzovim got up quite damaged and Seraorg attacked with the last thing she had, and said to him, how can you still stand? He just laughed, and used magic to knock down a weak Seraorg. Ryzovim started laughing saying, is this the best they can give? With Issei, we left the fortress and headed to the battlefield. When I heard Ryzovim say, is this the best you can give? I yelled at him, it's because you played dirty you son of a hitch demon. Ryzovim said, I see you're back. Everyone looked at me strangely for what I said, but I continued. I realized everything as soon as I launched myself to attack you. We could say it was the experiment. Ryzovim erased his smile and said, what do you mean? I told him, I wanted to analyze you closely. I realized how strange the air was. Of course only Ophis and I felt it because we are dragons. But since you beat her Ophis ignored it. You made a serum with the power you took from Ophis. Although it wasn't much it helped you enough for the serum to weaken her, as well as the leaders, and us. But since we moved away and Ophis absorbed everything, it no longer takes effect. Ryzovim told me, I see, you realized what I did, that's surprising. I told him, and not only that, you're drugged. Everyone said, what? I said, he has used an incredible amount of the unstoppable momentum serum. It seems that it does not affect him. Ryzovim said, I had to use all my reserves if I wanted to win this battle. I told him smiling, but you are tired, all the attacks have weakened you. Ryzovim said, yes, that would be a problem, if it were not for this. He showed us another gun with more serum, but while he laughed I shot him with a dragon shoot and destroyed the serum. I told him, I assumed you had one hidden. Ryzovim said, you are smarter than I thought Hyoudou, but still, you can't beat me, which makes it not so difficult to win. After this the underworld will be mine. He started to get closer, which was the signal to start the plan. I said, Zenobia, now. She said, yes, Issei. Zenobia concentrated all her power in Durandal, so that immediately her power came out like a lightning bolt towards Ryzovim. He extended his hands to create a magic circle that would keep him safe, which I expected. I summoned the boosted gear and took Ascalon out of there. I gave the signal to Kiba and we ran off while Zenobia kept her attack. Kiba lent me Deus Leaf to attack with more force, while he used Gram and Bombung. While Ryzovim covered himself we passed near him and made a couple of cuts on both arms. The point was not to cut them, it was to lower them, and we succeeded. Making him receive all of Zenovia's power while we put the leaders to safety. I carried Ophis and said, you did well Ophis. She smiled and said, I love you too much Issei. In that full Irina executed her part with all her power. She created several rings of light with which she attacked Ryzovim, While he tried to protect himself from the light, Saji used lines so that his power was reduced, and the shields he made were easily overcome. Rias used her power of destruction beyond its limits and attacked him from behind while Ravel threw a fire supernova at him. Both had reached their limits. Something that made me feel proud. Being attacked from both sides, rise of him could not maintain the shields and all of Irina's rings fell on him, causing a lot of damage. It was Sona and Akeno's turn. Sona covered rise of him with water, while Akeno put on a bracelet that made him have 6 fallen angel wings and threw his most powerful ray at him. Rise of him complained, saying, "Why does it hurt so much?" I told him, "Science, stupid king, the salts in the water conduct electricity. Being enclosed in a water dome, the electricity reaches you with twice the force." Yura arrived and hit him with a piece of building, breaking it on his back, and before he could do anything, Tomo made a cut near his neck and left with Yura. Momo, Ruruko, Tsubaki, Asia, Rosweiss, and Lefei did what I asked. A rain of magical attacks, increased with the help of a magic circle made by Gasper. As Rise of him was recovering, he could not defend himself and received all the damage from the magical attacks. Seraorg took advantage, and hit him with all his strength on the back, causing him to rise and receive the magical attacks worse. Kaneko and Kuroka attacked with their Nikomata power to the maximum, further injuring Rise of him. Biko and Arthur went to Rise of him. Arthur stabbed him in the leg, while Biko hit him in the face with all his strength. Jean came behind them and gave him several cuts at full speed and left there. The plan had gone perfectly. All that remained was for Valley, Kiba, Jean and I to do the final part. I said, "Jean, Kiba, Val," now. Jean and Kiba stood parallel to Rise of him and began to create swords without stopping. These broke as soon as they approached Rise of him, but the speed at which they grew, adding to the damage that Rise of him had, began to defeat the barrier. While I put myself in Gear 1 just as Vala went to the first phase with his primal demon power, we both began to shoot fireballs at Rise of him while he received everything, and the swords continued to grow. Vala and I approached and began to hit him, but the girls got tired of attacking from a distance and stopped using their magic. I had foreseen it, but they had done their part. That was good. The bad thing was that Rise of him stopped our blows and said, "Wow, they are annoying. You put it very well, Dabiru Yudi. I have no one to heal me, not even Phoenix Tears, and you destroyed not even the last serum. Even so, you and my useless grandson are simple garbage." To free ourselves, Valley and I released our power to burn Rise of him's hands. He complained in pain and let us go. We both went to the next phase of our powers. Just like the hunter's power, the primal demon had lightning covering his body. At full speed we began to hit Rise of him without stopping while we made him retreat, and the swords followed him. But our power was not enough. Releasing his power, Rise of him pushed us back. Jean and Kiba did not give up while Vala and I breathed heavily. I said, "Well, friend, it's time." Vala smiled and said, "Seems perfect to me." Vala saw Rise of him and said, "Do you want the old ring, bastard?" Rise of him said, "I'll rip it out of your corpse." Vala said, "That won't even happen." Third phase. I screamed. Gear 3. I felt myself fill with energy. The rays became pure energy that ran through my entire body. It was power in its purest state. Gear 3, the power that its maximum could severely damage a dragon of Tannen's level. Vala also went to his phase 3, and we also attacked to the maximum. Deep down I knew I couldn't hold on to that power for long, and Vala had told me I could barely reach it. But even so, we weren't going to give up. Issei's mind. Maybe he can nullify my sacred gears. Maybe he is the descendant of the original Satan. Vala's mind. I don't care if it's my family or whatever power they have. Both of us. Let's defeat him together and get a bright future for the underworld. We both charged our fists and dealt a charged blow to Rise of him. This managed to break the barrier, making Jean and Kiba's swords pierce different parts of his body. These two got tired and fell. I said, "You did excellent." Vala began to throw bursts of power to the maximum, and said, "I will use my maximum power to defeat you. I will never forgive you." He gave him a series of blows with his phase 3 to the maximum, while I took out Ascalon and made her adapt to Gear 3. She was covered with its power, and I approached the damaged Rise of him at full speed. Vala could not even continue. Rise of him believed he had won, but I got close to him, and I said, "Get lost, damn it." With all my strength I pierced his abdomen with Ascalon and shouted, "Extermination." It was a technique I had done for my hunter powers. It was the same thing I had done with Shalba. Release all my power through Ascalon. Doing this caused Rise of him to spurt blood and have a hole in his abdomen. I took Ascalon out and fell to the ground from exhaustion. Rise of him could barely stand. Reiser and Ruvel arrived with Phoenix Tears and healed all the leaders. Rise of him was lost, Barely recovering, he only said, "You surprised me, Daburuyudi. Your strategy gave them victory. You won this battle, but the war will be mine." Seraorg angrily said to him, "Is it a declaration of war?" Ryusoulger said, "What do you think, false Mao? The entire Chaos Brigade will attack all strategic points, and where they have not formed alliances, a new holy war is approaching and they cannot avoid it." He began to laugh like crazy and a magic circle made him disappear. I could not reach him, but he was very tired. One day after Ryusoulger's attack, the underworld was being rebuilt while I was with Jean and Vala's team in front of the four Maos. Seraorg said, "Jean Dark, after your actions in this battle and deserting the hero brigade, we have decided that you will no longer be a wanted criminal of the underworld. This will apply the same to Vala's team. All their crimes will be forgiven." Jean was happy, as was Vala's team, Azazel said, and seeing good progress. Kuroka, Lefei, Ophis and now Jean will live together with Hyoudou Issei. I said. "What?" Azazel said. "The results speak for themselves. You are useful for that, haha." I told him. "I don't know how I should take that," Seraorg said. "Also, we decided that I would also live with the Daburuyudi. Because of Ryusoulger Levan's threats, Lucifer is the best option." I said. "That doesn't make sense." Seraorg approached me and said with eyes of the cat in boots, "Does Issei-kun bother you?" I said, blushing. "And not at all," Seraorg said. "Then it will stay like that." Seraorg left happy for her things. Rias and the others had heard everything. My girlfriend pinched my cheek and just said, "Issei," Akeno said. Era, Issei-kun will be surrounded by more girls." Kaneko said something happy. "Senpai is good at changing people," Asia said. "That's right, Issei-san," Zenobia said. "Just remember that I will be the first," Irina said. "No, true, Zenobia, that will be me," Ravel said. "Then I guess you will all go to school." Just as Ravel had said, they all moved into my house. My parents just gladly accepted. At school things were different. Lefei and Ophis went to first year. Kuroka stayed home doing homework and sleeping every day. While Jean went to my class, she introduced herself to everyone. "My name is Jean Dark, nice to meet you all." The boys were stunned by Jean's beauty while she sat near me. Seraorg had told me that after the damage we did to Ryusoulger the war would take time, but that we were prepared. Despite the imminent threat, I had returned to my quiet life, or so I thought. After returning from school, all the inhabitants of the Hyoudou residence, except for my parents, in simple words me and all the girls, were in the living room, when Rias told me somewhat nervous, "Now that everything is okay, can we go out on our date?" I told her. "Of course," Akeno said. Era, if so I also want a date with Issei-kun," Kaneko said. "It's not fair that only you go out with Senpai. I also want a date," Asia said. "I don't want to be left behind. I also want a date." The three of them had surprised me with their answers, but Zenobia, Irina and Jean were not going to be left behind. "I also want to have a date with Issei. If he is going to be the father of my child, it is for the best. I also want a date with Issei-kun. We have to talk about many things. I want us to get to know each other better, and that's why I want a date." I didn't know what to answer anymore. When Rosweiss and Ravel joined the conversation, "I would like to find good stores together with Issei-kun. I would like to enjoy Japan accompanied by Issei-sama." As if things couldn't get any worse for me, Kuroka and Lefei wanted the same thing. "Naya, if everyone asks for the same thing, I want one too. I want to know this beautiful country with Issei-sama." Seraorg did not remain silent. "I want to learn how dates are in Japan. I also want one." Ophis spoke at the end. "You owe me one, Issei. I want her more than anyone." That made them all start to argue. A moment that I took advantage of, Lara escaped, went up to my room, and when I was going to open a breach, the girls said, "Where is Issei?" I opened the breach faster. When they all entered my room, seeing them, I just entered the breach and said, "Now that I remember, I have to train with Sensei. See you later, girls." As I fell into the breach, I only heard the girls say, "Hyoudou Issei, come back here." I knew they would kill me when I came back, but I had to be stronger for the holy war that was approaching. Presentation of the new opening. Well, as you know, the 5th part is over and we will enter the holy war, and the king of the harem. This part will have 2 openings, the first one until chapter 7 and the new one from 8 to 14. I will put it here and explain it just like I explained Inferno. I hope you like it. Song, 7 Doors. Performer, ZQ. Original anime, Trinity 7. I decided to use the letter to guide them more easily. Truth begins with Trinity Soul. Not deny the possibility all X2. We will see the last girls with whom Issei needs to interact and go deeper. Seraorg, Penemu, Gabriel, Elmenhild, Ingvalid, Lefei with Jean, and Ophis, in that order, and at the end Issei appears. Kimi no Namaida no Odo Jie, Tobera wa Nakashita Jie Kimi wa Sora wa Hiraka to Shurnai. Dakara Boku Jie Iku. We will see these girls with a lost look, in addition to seeing La Unia who wants to see Valley. while Rias and her entourage are with Issei for the war. Hanjitsukusa wa Kurikashita Chitsujo Jie Nai Kanusei no Aim. Sono Oka and Iaru Nanatsu and Isaku Shinjitsu wa Ayame Hiraku. We will see each one's encounter with Issei and how he will help them, in addition to Lavinia's reunion with Vala, Zedai Miyuki and Aika Kara. I will promise you. Tsunagati no Ando and I Kanao Mano Nandi Nai. So Wakido Kurwa Tayuyori Mo. Mabushika Sekai wa Terasadero. We will see how Issei and company defend the underworld, heaven, Grigori, Kyoto, Asgard and the world of vampires. Kokoro no Chikara de Karara Manowa. Boku wa Unmei to wa Yobanai. We will see how the harem girls release their powers to help in addition to seeing rise of him pulling all the strings. Truth begins with Trinity Soul. I reach out to the truth of my life. The same girls but now fighting alongside Issei. And in the acoustic we will see a small fragment of each one's past. Now break through the doors. Orgy of destruction spreads. Enter words to accelerate right on. It's about time. Light up fire. Let's see how Issei and Vala will seek to become stronger to protect them all, and their rivalry will become more present. Bokurichi wa Mada Kidzukanai. Bokurichi Jie Rikishi wa Kirakoto. Tobikata wa Shiranai Torai wa Tsubasa wa Sagasa Dake. We will see the first girls trying to seduce Issei more. Keijai wa Kokoro and Iaru, you do it your way. Darika no Nagai wa Kanira Hitsuyu wa Nai. Kore wa Kido Boku no Yum Dekara. Ishi Jie Yokobu Jie Mirai wa Yobu. The scenes of many battles breaking out all over the supernatural world. Solo. During the solo we will see Issei and Vala trying to confront Rizavim and his subordinates. Mao Nakanaku tu Gentaitiki na Ori Boku Jie Kawasa Kara Atsamataku Nanatsu no Kokoro wa Kanashii na Maida wa Iratsukasit. We will see Issei being helped by all his girls while Vala is saved by Labinia and they get back up. Zedai Miyuki and Aika Kara, I will promise you. Tsunagati no Ando and I Kanao Mano Nandi Nai. So Wakido Kurwa Tayuyori Mo. Mabushika Sekai wa Terasadero. Again a great battle, only now more frenetic and more direct to finish off Rise of him. Refugin from Ibitsu na Sekai from. Bokura Jie Mitsukita Kokoro no Chikara from. Kararera Manowa. Boku wa Unmei to wa Yobanai. Here we will see how the enemy begins to retreat while Issei and his friends stand victorious. Truth begins with Trinity Soul. Not deny the possibility all X2, the same girls only now closer to Issei. I really like doing this. Prologue 6. After almost a week of having run away from home and coming to train, there was something that was breaking my head and wouldn't let me be calm. Sensei had noticed that and let me know. Are you okay, Issei? I know you came to train, but I notice you're distracted. I told him. Yes, it's just that there's something that's bothering me, Sensei. Sensei said as we continued flying. What is it? I told him. Rias is supposed to be my girlfriend, but in this time that even though I'm in love with Rias, I also want Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, even Kuroka, which surprises me. I don't know how to feel about this. Sensei told me. It's something that was going to happen eventually. I asked him. What do you mean? Sensei said. You are a dragon, whose body is made of my flesh, so to speak, we can't give everything for just one female. I said. Are you telling me that Bahamut and Drake's joke about being the king of the harem wasn't a joke as such? Sensei said. If that's true, it's your destiny. I said. I don't know if I should feel good or bad. Besides, I'm worried about how Rias will feel about all this. Someone hit me lightly on the head and said, Are you going to stop being downcast all the time? It was Vala, I said. I didn't bring you with me so you can hit me whenever you want, Vala said. But it's fun, Sensei told us. If you want to fight so bad, train at once. We both answered at the same time. Yes, Sensei. And we continued training. Meanwhile, in the vampire world, a high-class vampire walked through the halls of her mansion worried, saying, What do you mean a war? It's a rumor that's spreading fast. What are we going to do? There are already so many problems here. I have an idea. I'll go ask Gasper Vladi for help. While in heaven, the angel looked somewhat nervous about what her brother told her. She just said, All the wars were supposed to have ended when Dad died. What will we do? In Grigori, a purple-haired cadre said, That stupid boy is to blame for all this. Azazel told her, Stop complaining. Issei-kun saved us with his great ability to plan things. She didn't want to accept it. As the girls at Issei's house sought to become stronger, it was obvious that the holy war was going to involve them. While in a remote forest, a silver-haired girl walked happily while saying, I will finally see Vala-chan after so long. I missed him so much. And while all this was happening, a girl with purple hair still hadn't woken up, although she was running a great risk without knowing it. At the same time, Vala and Issei trained with everything. Because they had the mission to protect them all, they would have to unleash new powers for that, or master more what they had. The tension was high. All factions were preparing their best fighters because the Chaos Brigade would go all out, The Holy War was going to start, and no one knew when. Therefore everyone was trying to be prepared, waiting for the worst. It was only a matter of time before the first attack was made. And so it happened. A few weeks after Issei had left, the Chaos Brigade attacked in Tep's territory of the vampire world, something that reached the ears of the Carnestein heiress, who left her home willing to ask for help from the only person she knew who could do it. Without anyone expecting it that day in the vampire world due to an attack on the Tep's faction, it became clear, Ryzovim's holy war had begun. Hello my dear readers, here is Phantom with this short prologue. In a few hours you will have the first chapter of this arc, The Holy War and the Harem King. Danger in the land of the vampires. There I was sleeping on my sensei's back as we traveled through the dimensional gap. Vala was also exhausted, but the 3 weeks of training had been enough. Our shirts were in tatters, and we had both reached new power, but we needed to go back. The imminent threat of the Holy War had us worried. I let Vala know by saying, I think it's time to go back. He told me, yes, that's enough. Besides, we don't know where they will attack first. I told him, it's a matter of ruling out. We are at peace with most factions, and Ryzovim said that they would attack where the ties were not strengthened. We both said, the vampire world. Meanwhile at the Hyoudou residence, everything was chaos. In a good way, they spent their time training. Everyone, the Holy War had them worried, and the fact that Issei had gone to train bothered the girls. More than anything Seraorg, who was in charge of justifying the faults of the star student of the Kuoh Academy. But that day things were different. All the girls were training. Kiba and Gasper had also joined them when someone rang the mansion's doorbell. Rias opened it, and was surprised to see a girl with pale skin, blonde hair and red eyes. She said somewhat arrogantly, I'm glad to see you, Gremory-san. I came to talk to your bishop. Hyoudou Carnestein, daughter of one of the largest families in the vampire world, was in the Hyoudou resistance. While talking to everyone there, Rias said to her, so he wants to take you to Gasper? Hyoudou said, indeed, he has the power to help me. Gasper on his side looked nervous. Hyoudou made another request. And also, isn't the Hyoudou there? I heard that he defeated a demon king. It would be very useful, Rias said. Well, Issei is not present right now. He is busy. At that precise instant a gap opened in the ceiling of the room, and from it Issei fell to the center of the room in front of everyone. Vala pushed me through the gap and I fell home. Only for the moment the first thing I did was yell at him. Bucking Vala, I realized I was in the living room, and to make matters worse, everyone was there. And if it weren't just for that, I was shirtless. The girls were blushing to see me. Being an idiot, I could only say, hey, I'm back. There was one more girl there. She was blonde and had red eyes, and very similar to Gasper, the girl said. Well, it seems the Hyoudou arrived. Rias spoke. Issei, I present to you the heiress of the Carnestein faction in the vampire world, Hyoudou Carnestein. I said, nice to meet you, Hyoudou Saint. Hyoudou answered me arrogantly. Sama, I said. Excuse me? She said, Hyoudou Sama. If it's not too much trouble. I decided to ignore that and said, what's the problem, Rias? She said, apparently it has already started. Ryzovim made his first move. I said, I guess he attacked a place where we were not affiliated. Therefore he attacked the vampires. Hyoudou said, that's right. Also the problem is that we were already in a civil war. This between the Teps and Carnestein factions. I told her. Then they also took advantage of the opportunity to attack. Well, we will have to go to prevent the problem from getting bigger, Rias said. Yes, it seems fine to me. But first, get dressed, Issei. I said, sorry, I'm going. Rias finished finishing, and when she said, and I have to talk to you about why you left, Issei's mind bucked me. We decided to go with the new DXD anti-terrorist squad, of which Vala and I were leaders, which was strange, since we didn't go to any meetings. Seraorg also accompanied us, since so to speak she was taking care of us. We grouped them all, although Vala came reluctantly. We arrived at Hyoudou's territory, and she took us to her house. Well, home was an understatement. That thing was a giant mansion, where her mother was waiting for us, a woman just like her, only taller. But she wore the same Victorian dresses as Hyoudou. She explained to us everything that had happened. It was an attack on the enemy faction a few days ago, but nothing else happened. Gasper looked worried. I stood near him and smiled at him to give him confidence. Rias asked, why would they make a civil war with the Teps faction? Hyoudou's mother told us, they are savages. Besides, it is a conflict that has been going on for many years. I said, really? This can't be, Vala said. I think the same as you. I told him, I'm glad to know that you support me, Vala. Kiba, gay panic. Okay, no, I told her, but we need to go to the Teps faction to investigate. Hyoudou's mother said, but I want you to protect my daughter. I told her, that's what we will do, keep that in mind. I promise that I will protect your daughter. Elmenhild had blushed and said, Well, it was to be expected that you would want to protect me, her mother said. Thank you very much, Dabiru Yudi-san, I said in my head. Is it me or Elmenhild equals Ravel's Tsunderism? I said. Well, we need part of us to stay here to protect the Karnstein faction and another part to go see the Teps faction. I will go to the Teps faction, Vala said, and my part will stay protecting the house. Kiba, double gay panic. The teams were agreed that I would go with Rias, Kaneko, Kuroka, Irina, Ophis, Jean, Lefay, Gasper and Sarah Fall. Vala stayed with Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Rosweiss, Ravel, Arthur, Kiba and Biko. The wave was that I went to investigate the Teps faction. To my surprise, the first one who wanted to go in my team was Gasper, so we hurried up the pace and went. I realized that the territory of the vampires was very similar to that of the demons, and it was not that affected, and if the attack had been on the Teps faction in particular, it was suspicious. My brain began to work. There was someone who betrayed the vampires, and I had to discover it. After a while of walking, we arrived at the Teps mansion. The one who knocked on the door was Gasper. A rather handsome boy opened it, and when he saw him, Gasper said, Marius, how is Valerie? Marius said, surprised. Gasper, come in please. We went to the Teps house while Marius told us. We were attacked by the Chaos Brigade a few days ago. We were almost not affected. Our army was able to make them retreat. I told him. At least, they were able to reduce the damage, Marius said, but my sister did not receive it well. Gasper looked worried, and asked, How is Valerie? Marius told him. Very bad, she has not woken up for days. It was from using her sacred gear too much. I asked him, What is her sacred gear? Marius told me, Sphyrith Grail, one of the 13 Longinus. I said, the sacred gear capable of making contact with life itself. Marius nodded and took us to see Valerie. She was in her bed with her eyes closed. Without reacting, Gasper began to cry. Valerie, I'm sorry, I could not come to help you. Marius told him. It's not your fault, Gasper-kun. She did it for us. I told him. Can I see where the attack took place? Marius took me and I saw everything. It was destroyed, I told him. I will analyze it. Thanks, Marius. He left, and I began to see the traces of the combat, trying to find clues of something. I found traces of hair, but nothing more serious than that. Besides the fact that the head of the Teps house was not there, therefore I had to find something that would tell me why they attacked the Teps, and not the Karnsteins. Meanwhile, Gasper continued appreciating his friend when Marius took them out of there, saying that he would show them the place. And just as he showed them the Teps territory, while in the Karnstein territory Vala and Biko stood guard, to avoid any other attack, while Kiba continued asking questions to Elmenhild's mother. How many soldiers did the brigade bring? She answered. It was very fast, but I counted about 50 warriors. Kiba continued. Any outstanding warrior? She told him. None of them, in fact. They all looked like ordinary soldiers. Kiba told him. That was all he needed. Kiba gave the information to Issei to complete. With Issei. After Kiba gave me the information, I suspected even more. There was a traitor. Because if I learned something, is that Ryusoulger would never send an army alone without one of his best soldiers. So I assumed who it was. But I just needed to check it. So I went to Valerie's room and used one of my techniques. Dragon Heart. I heard her voice. She felt scared. I asked her. What happened? She said. They attacked us out of nowhere. We tried to repel them, which was easy. But my brother was with them. He attacked me and wanted to steal my sacred gear, leaving only a part in me. But he is with them. He left my father and our guards in serious condition. I told him. That was all I needed. I left the room and went to where everyone was. Of course, I did not go directly to attack. I spoke to him, acting like an idiot. Marius, did you help them in the attack? He answered me. Yes, I did everything I could. I asked him. And your father? Marius said. He's in really bad shape. He was pierced by a spear. I said. I can see him. Maybe I can help him. Marius said to me. No, it's better not. We already tried to heal him. He needs to rest. I took out a bottle that Ravel had given me and said, but I have some phoenix tears here. Marius was starting to tremble. Gasper said, yes, Issei-senpai should help him. Seraorg said, but he should help him. Mr. Teps can explain the situation to us. Marius said, but I already explained it. To him I approached him and whispered, call your army if you dare. I said out loud, I'd better go talk to Valerie. Marius said, but she's not awake. Rias said, but Issei can speak to the hearts of women. Without much tact, Ophis said, you look very suspicious. Marius didn't know what to do and I said, I already know everything. The damn Ryusoulger sent you to finish off the Teps faction from within. He could say anything because before he could react I cut off his hand. He only screamed in pain as his hand regenerated, and I said, you did that to Valerie, damn it, he told me. And what does power matter? Gasper approached him and said, "You did it, you will pay." Everything was covered in darkness. Rias had already told me, so I already knew what was going to happen. But there was something more important. I realized that her next target was Elmenhild. Marius only said, "Princess Karnstein will die. The Brigade army is heading here." Ha 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 ha. He couldn't do more because Gasper's power began to cover him. I said to Serafal, "Serafal-sama, tell Serzax-sama about this." She nodded and I activated the Trianite mode. Ophis got on my back and said, "Don't think I'll let you go alone. I also need to be with you." I said, "Then let's go, Ophis." I began to accelerate while I let the rest help Valerie and her father. While Vala was still taking care of everything when a magical attack hit the Roswise barrier, so everyone prepared for the worst, and with great reason they did. An army of more than 400 soldiers came out of there, led by a white-haired man very similar to Graphia. Vala's entire squad went out to defend the Karnstein territory, but in their carelessness some soldiers entered the mansion where a scared Elmenhild was. The soldiers laughed at her. "Look at her, she's scared. But she's very cute. It will be a waste to kill her. Let's have fun with her first." As if they didn't know that whenever they say that, it's a sign that they're going to be worth a damn. A dark red lightning bolt appeared and swept away the soldiers who were there. I arrived in time to save Elmenhild and held out my hand to her. "Are you okay?" She looked scared and said, "Thank you." I got her out of there with Ophis's help and we got as far away as we could. While Gasper attacked Marius with all his might, despite being a vampire and able to withstand that damage, he was taking a beating. But things got worse when several soldiers from the Chaos Brigade appeared and tried to restrain Gasper, causing Marius to break free and leave, saying, "With the death of the heiresses Teps and Karnstein, the entire vampire faction would perish." Serafal created a wall of ice that Marius crashed into and said, "Issei-kun won't allow it." Marius wanted to attack her, but one of Issei's shots hit him. With Issei, I shot Marius because he wanted to attack Serafal. Elmenhild was with me. Being near a mountain, I could hide easily. Marius, seeing me, just said, "Wow, you brought me the one I was looking for. I'll kill her now." There were soldiers with him. Everything seemed lost, until Azazel arrived with soldiers from the allied factions and said, "The cavalry has arrived. Well done, DXD group." I smiled. But at that moment Marius took the opportunity to attack Elmenhild, which injured her and made her rise. I switched to tower mode and hit him in the face. Then I rose and went to Elmenhild, who was going to fall against a pile of rocks. I jumped with all my strength and took her in my arms. I saw how Kaneko and Kuroka attacked the soldiers while Jean used her blacksmith blade to win the battle. Kaneko told me, "Senpai, take care of the bat. We will finish them off." I realized that Ophis had gotten off and had begun to attack. Although Rhizovim's drug had not completely disappeared, Ophis had recovered. Elmenhild saw me and said, "Why are you saving me?" "I have been very arrogant with you," I told her. "I promised your mother that I would protect you. I intend to keep that." She looked blushed. I landed in a safe place to better prepare myself. "In your heart." He was hiding with Elmenhild. Because he had to protect her, she was afraid. Even though she didn't want to show it, she was very scared. Outside was the army of the Chaos Brigade, and worse still, the traitor Marius Teps, who was looking to kill Elmenhild. But how we ended up in a cave is a matter of going back a few minutes. A few minutes ago, I was preparing to go fight. But then they suddenly surrounded us. My main objective was to take care of Elmenhild, so I entered Balance Breaker and began to push the soldiers away. I thought I was winning, but in a careless moment Elmenhild screamed in pain. "Ow!" One of the soldiers had pierced her leg with a spear. I flew quickly and gave her a charged blow to the face. I carried Elmenhild like a princess and said, "Resist." But from behind they began to shoot at me. As a last resort I slid down the mountainside, because for our worst luck Marius had seen us. He could not beat him while he had the Sephiroth Grail fragment, so while they were chasing us, using the black lightning attack from Bahamut, I distracted them and hid in a cave, covered the entrance, and made a campfire. Which brings us to the present moment. Current events. I looked at Elmenhild's leg and asked her, "Does it still hurt?" She looked flushed but in pain. I grabbed her leg and said, "It seems like that spear had holy water on it. You're not healing." She said, "It hurt a lot. It was because I wasn't paying attention." I said, "No, it's not your fault. It's only mine. I had to protect you." She said, "But I couldn't help you," whispering, "because I don't know how to use my powers." With my heightened senses from being a dragon, I said, "Don't you know how to use your powers?" She got nervous and said, "Don't say it like that, Baka, Baka, Baka." I said, "It's nothing to be ashamed of. Having great power is synonymous with learning how to use it." Elmenhild replied, "But I haven't been able to do it, and it's been a long time." I said, "You are not born knowing how to use your powers. What can you do?" she nervously told me. Vampires can take anyone's blood and obtain their abilities. But we Carnestein have another ability. With a lot of power we can control the flow of our prey's blood. I told her. That sounds great, Elmenhild said, but I can't do it, and blood control is very difficult. So much so that not even my mother has been able to. Apart from that I can do the same as Gasperkuin. Only I can't control myself either. I told her. I have a proposal. When this is over, I will help you. She smiled for the first time and said, Really? I told her. Yes, I promise you that you will become the most powerful vampire. She said, Thank you, Issei-san. Her leg hurt. I took out a bottle and said to her, Here, use them. They are phoenix tears. She said, But you can get hurt. Before she could tell me anything else I put them on her leg and it healed. I told her. I'm sorry, your dress is ruined. At that moment Elmenhild wasn't behaving arrogantly. She was normal. Until she asked me, Why are you helping me so much? I sighed and said, Elmenhild-san, you are a very arrogant and conceited girl. She was stunned by my answer, but I continued, But underneath it all hides a girl who is just scared and wants to help. I can't let it go. In your eyes I see that you are afraid, that something might happen to your mother or you, but you also want to protect what is precious to you. That feeling always gives us the strength to do things we didn't think possible. I know that in your heart that feeling beats strongly. I trust that you can do it. Elmenhild was very blushing and said, Issei-san. A communication circle opened and Valet told me, Issei, the vampire is causing trouble. Marius Tepes cannot be defeated. I told him, I'm going there. I closed the communication and gave my hand to Elmenhild. I said, Will you join me to save your land? She nodded and climbed onto my back, while I entered Balance Breaker. To get out of the cave, there were many soldiers outside, but I used my Wavis powers. Dragon Shoot, Double Strike. A dark red sphere was created in the middle of my hands and shot out like many bursts that finished off the soldiers. So I flew at full speed while Elmenhild clung tightly to my back. We arrived at the battlefield and I saw Valle fighting against Marius. Valle had literally blown his entire front end off, but Marius was regenerating due to the effect of the Sephiroth Grail and saw us. He shouted in a crazy way, I found you Carnestein heir. He wanted to get closer, but I activated Triana and changed into a knight. I carried Elmenhild and got us out of there. Rias and the others fought with everything while the Alliance soldiers finished off their enemies. The problem was keeping Elmenhild safe. As I continued running, Marius surprisingly kicked me, making me lose my balance and causing me to drop Elmenhild. Then he pointed a sword at us and said, Good try, Dabururyudi. But you just lost. If you want to stay alive, let me kill the Carnestein heiress. I became defensive, deactivated the balance breaker and said, I'll never leave you, Ascalon. We both pointed our swords at each other and launched an attack. Marius had the skill and also had the advantage of the Sephiroth Grail. Therefore, even though I cut it, it continued to recover. In a careless moment it pierced my stomach. Elmenhild shouted worriedly, Issei-san. I got up again, spat out blood and re-wielded the sword. I smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm going to win. Dark Blade. My other sword came out of its sheath, and I said, Now I'll go all out. Limit Breaker. I covered myself in energy and attacked at full speed, giving quick slashes while kicking. While Marius could barely defend himself, I took advantage of an opening and gave him a double slash to the chest while kicking him that sent him flying away from there. In pain, I went with Elmenhild inside the Tepes mansion, which was nearby, and there I fell on the ground while still bleeding. I said to her, Are you okay, Elmenhild? She said, That's what I should tell you. You've hurt yourself a lot. I can't help you. I said, Calm down. I'm a dragon, this won't kill me, but maybe. I couldn't finish speaking because I started coughing blood. I came back to myself and said, We have to go help the others. I got up as I could and activated Balance Breaker. I attacked the soldiers who were waiting for us outside. But I got careless and Marius grabbed Elmenhild. She struggled, but couldn't free herself. Kaneko arrived and helped me by attacking Marius. Lefei also arrived and trapped Marius in magic circles. Kaneko said to me, Senpai, wow. I said, Yes, Kaneko-chan. I went to attack, but Marius attacked me and opened my wound more. Elmenhild said, Enough. Don't try so hard for me, Issei-san. I said, I'm not going to give up. I promised you that I would protect you and I will protect you for life. Attack again while Lefei prevented Marius from doing something to Elmenhild. I hit him in the stomach and put Elmenhild to safety. But Marius took advantage and sucked my blood. I fell unconscious from losing a lot. Issei fell unconscious in Elmenhild's arms. An enraged Kaneko attacked Marius with all her powers, hitting him, but the vampire avoided them, while Lefei used her magic to try to attack him. What Marius did not count on was that a column of ice stopped him and he received full blows from Kaneko, a furious Seraorg accompanied by a furious Ophis and Rias who attacked Marius. He tried to avoid them, but a sword pierced his chest. Jean was very angry, and used her blacksmith blade to attack him. While Marius avoided that, she discovered Issei's hunter power, and with fire she drove them away and said, "How surprising! A dragon hunter, this makes it more fun." She began to use Issei's powers to attack the girls, but with Elmenhilde things were different. She saw Issei covered in blood, and since she couldn't defend him, for the first time in a long time, she was crying, without wanting to talk to Issei, and a short time had made her fall in love with him. The lack of experience she had with men and the confidence that he had given her was the trigger of those feelings. The first man she had fallen in love with was hurt, and she couldn't do anything. In desperation combined with anger, Elmenhilde began to scream, "Ah, damn you! How dare you do that to Issei? I'll kill you!" Everything was covered in darkness, a darkness deeper than Gasper's. It was Elmenhilde's power. Her red eyes flashed, and her power was released. That dark power pierced Marius's leg and began to attack him without stopping. He was having problems, because apart from dealing with Elmenhilde's uncontrolled power, he had to deal with the attacks of Seraorg, Kaneko, Kuroka, Lefay, Ophis, Jean and Rias. Elmenhilde began to rise and attacked Marius with all her anger. A dark aura covered her completely and many bats came out to attack Marius. To excite his life, the ice spikes of Seraorg and the heavy ones of Jean began to pierce him, while Elmenhilde arrived with vampire claws and began to tear his chest apart, and screamed full of anger. Irina arrived at the exact moment, and used her phoenix tear to heal Issei. He got up instantly. I woke up after receiving the attack from Marius. Irina was by my side. She said to me, "Are you okay, Issei-kun?" I said, "Now yes, thanks Irina." She hugged me and said, "I was worried." I told her, "Don't worry. For now the important thing is to win this battle." I saw an enraged Elmenhilde tearing Marius to pieces, while the other girls from my squad attacked her. Rias saw me awake and approached me. I gave her a kiss and said, "I'm fine now, calm down." She told me, "Don't do that again." I told her, "Now we have to stop Ryzovim's advance, girls." "I'm fine." They calmed down a bit, and I said, "For now we just have to finish off Ryzovim's forces. I'll take care of Elmenhilde-san." Elmenhilde continued attacking Marius mercilessly until she became careless and Marius escaped, and her own power began to affect her. I got a little closer and said, "Elmenhilde-san." She saw me, but apparently she wasn't reasoning well and attacked me. I had an idea of what would happen, so I accelerated towards her, but I received her with open arms and a hug. She struggled, and I said, "Calm down, Elmenhilde-chan, everything is fine now. You don't have to fear anymore. I will protect you." Red tears ran from her eyes. I saw her closely and she said, "Do you promise me?" I said, "Yes, I promise." Crying and returning to normal, she hugged me and said, "Issei-san." I told her, "Everything will be fine. Now I will just finish off Marius." Just like I told you, I went for Marius, who was regenerating and making fun of us, while with my powers he threatened me. "You can't beat me, useless." I went to where he was in balance breaker and hit him in the stomach. Of course our fight was summarized in fists and kicks without any progress because he was constantly regenerating. Then I made a plan. I went to Elmenhilde and said, "Suck my blood." She looked at me confused and I said, "I have a plan. Can you resist blood from different people?" She said, "Yes, but what's that for?" I told her, "If you combine our powers we can win." She looked at me and confidently said, "I will, Issei-san." I called Rias and told her my plan. She looked at me surprised and I said, "Your power of destruction and my hunter power are a great combination." She said, "I trust you, my Issei. You have never failed me until now." I brought my neck closer to Elmenhilde and she took my blood, then Rias did the same. Elmenhilde was covered in the power of destruction and hunter fire. She told me, "I'm dominating it, Issei-san." I smiled and said, "Yes, Elmenhilde-chan, I trust you." Elmenhilde attacked Marius with a combination of the power of destruction and fire. Marius could not block it and received the entire attack, leaving only his legs. If so, imagine how broken your children will be. Marius regenerated and attacked Elmenhilde, but she avoided him and attacked him with all her power. Marius was being weakened by Elmenhilde's attacks. That's when I said, "Well done, Elmenhilde, it's my turn." She said, "Yes, Issei-san." I shouted, "Dual cardinal promotion." I performed one of my most powerful techniques. I fired at full power and used the Longinus smasher. Marius just watched this with fear. I told him, "I only used this technique with Seraorg-san, but now I will test it on you with my new powers. Disappear." Dynamo Smasher. Marius wanted to stop him, but all the accumulated power began to consume him, while he screamed in despair. How is it possible? Rise of him said that I would win. I told him, that's your mistake, having trusted him, disappear. The power-laden blow ended up exterminating him. A small orb of light came out of the remaining smoke. It was the piece of the Sephiroth Grail that I had snatched from Valerie. But something else surprised me. I had finished off Marius with my most powerful attack, but my armor remained. I could still fight with the dual cardinal promotion. I approached Rias and Elmenhild, and said, I did it, and I can still fight with my armor. Rias hugged me and said, I expected it from you, your special Issei. Elmenhild pouted, while I saw how the rest of my team had finished off the remaining soldiers while our reinforcements contained the rest of the army. We decided to go with the rest of the DXD group, who were barely fighting. The first thing I did was shoot at full power and finish off most of the Chaos Brigade soldiers. When they saw me, they all said, Issei, I said, we defeated Marius and his soldiers. Now we have to finish off the rest. Azazel said, that's how you talk, Issei, attack. All the soldiers of the allied factions attacked the enemies, while all of us attacked as many as we could. But we needed a definitive attack. Vala used everything he had. Biko hit as many as he could, Arthur and Kiba revamped as many as they could, while Zenobia used all their power to attack. While I loaded my cannons, I said to Vala, let's do the attack that we practiced with Sensei. He answered me, for something you are my best friend. Kiba, bucking life. I fired with all my power into the sky while shouting, Dual Blaster! Vala flew over the beam and covered his fist with power, and said, divide it! He hit my beam and it began to divide into many bursts, and we both shouted, Combined Attack! Dragonic Fragmentation. The bursts finished off most of the enemy soldiers. Since they were very powerful, I deactivated the cannons and activated the solid impact while Vala charged one of his strongest attacks, and said, Dividing Compressor. I charged the Longinus Smasher, and hit Vala's attack directly while we shouted, Combined Attack Dividing Blow. This caused my punch to split into several shockwaves, which hit more soldiers. To finish off the remaining ones, we attacked together again. Vala used Half Dimension, while I used my new version of Mateo Dragonar. We both launched our attacks at the same time and said, Dimensional Fong Combined Attack. The dragons made of energy split into thousands of small dragons and finished off the remaining soldiers. Vala and I were tired, deactivated our armor and bumped fists, while the rest of DXD said at the same time, When did you become so united? We both just smiled. But we felt a worse presence. A silver-haired man was standing there in front of us. Vala and I were very tired. The soldiers were pointing their weapons at him, while the rest of DXD was preparing for the fight, but he just said, You can rest assured. For now we will not do anything else. I just came to observe the advance of the useless Marius. But if I fail I will have to report this to the boss. Of course we will see each other later, and there I will test you, but first I will introduce myself. My name is Euclid Lucifuge, member of the Chaos Brigade. Well, without further ado, I'm leaving. He disappeared while we were stunned. That man was Graphia's brother. Azazel came down to us and said, I said, You're right, Azazel-sama. We headed to the Tep's mansion where I returned the fragment to Valerie, and she woke up full of life. When she saw Gasper she was happy, and in front of us she kissed him, which surprised us quite a bit. Asia healed Father Dr. Valeri and the rest of the guards. Elmenhild approached me and said, Thank you for defending my home. I smiled at her and said, I told you that we would protect it together, didn't I? She smiled. The Teps and Karnstein factions were no longer at war, and the vampire faction joined the allies. But something else happened. After that battle things calmed down a bit, and we returned to school. From the perverts I heard that a beautiful girl transferred to first year. Something in me already knew who it was, and I went with all the curious to the first year class. And just as I suspected it was Elmenhild, she shyly introduced herself to the girls who asked her, while the boys in my class said, How pretty she is. She looks like a doll. Until she saw me and said happily, Issei-san. Everyone felt jealous, while Elmenhild went to hug me, and I saw how Ravel, Kaneko, and Ophis pouted. When I got home I found out that Elmenhild would be living with us by order of her mother, since according to her mother I could help her develop her powers. Elmenhild was in the living room and told me, Now I will live with you, Issei-san. The girls smiled as I knew that we were at peace. Only for that moment, since the war had just begun, and if we wanted a lasting peace we would have to fight for it.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.